Every martial artist knows that devouring a berserk beast core is tantamount to suicide, but in order to gain the power to avenge your enemy within 7 days, you swallowed that beast core without hesitation. The scorching crystal core slid down your throat, instantly transforming into destructive magma that gnawed at your internal organs. Just as an ordinary person would have died, an icy, mechanical voice exploded in your mind. Frowny face. Ding. High energy substance detected. Devour talent activated. A stream of pale blue data flashed frantically across your retina. Devour successful. Tempering stage progress skyrockets to 60%. You snapped your eyes open, a dark red flame igniting in their depths. Your combat power surged like a rabid dog, and your muscle fibers erupted with a terrifying roar as they tore apart. And recombination. In just 3 minutes, you've leaped over years of arduous training that would take an ordinary person to complete, stepping directly into the middle tempering stage. The very moment you steady your breath and punch through the air, the dead end awaiting you 7 days from now has been completely shattered. You've been transported into a high martial arts world. At the start, you had no cultivation talent whatsoever, not even a single attribute point maxed out yet. After being woken up by your teacher for sleeping in class, you gained the Devour talent, awakening a system that encompasses all elements. Cultivation? Devour can boost it. Elements? Quests can increase them. Talents? They're already top tier. Chapter 1, Godly Warrior System. Sheen. A voice like a thunderclap exploded in his ears. Sheen jolted awake from his desk, sweat streaming down his forehead, his eyes still filled with terror. But as he quickly scanned the people around him and the middle-aged woman at the lectern, the terror in his eyes turned to bewilderment. There are less than 100 days left until the college entrance exams. I usually don't bother with you, but from now on, no one is allowed to sleep in my class. The middle-aged woman looked at Sheen, whose gaze was vacant, and said sternly, disappointed in his lack of discipline. At that moment, Sheen didn't take a single word to heart. It wasn't until much later that he snapped out of his daze. I've time traveled, he thought, startled. This was a parallel world. The people around him, just like in his previous life, were his classmates, and the middle-aged woman at the lectern was his homeroom teacher. However, the setting of this world differed from his previous one here. Technology no longer played a dominant role. 300 years ago, this world underwent a cataclysmic upheaval. All manner of bizarre and terrifying monsters emerged, and the hot weapons that humanity had once taken pride in lost most of their effectiveness. Perhaps under the immense pressure of facing potential extinction, humanity finally underwent a remarkable transformation. Some people developed a greatly heightened sensitivity to the various elements of the universe. From then on, humanity entered the era of martial artist cultivation. As long as you become a martial artist, you will be respected. As long as you possess strength, you will have boundless wealth and even immense power. Martial artists are ranked into 9 levels, from 1 star to 9 star. However, to become a martial artist, you must first have a talent for cultivation, and second, you must pass the tempering stage. As for Sheen right now, as far as he could recall, he had absolutely no talent for cultivation. He was only sensitive to the fire element, but even that sensitivity was just 0.9, falling short of 1, which made cultivation impossible. What was most frustrating was that he was only 0.1 short. Ding, host detected. Godly Warrior System activating. Ding, host detected, Godly Warrior System activating. You're on your own. The homeroom teacher on the stage saw that Sheen was still staring blankly and shook his head in exasperation. The other students stopped looking at him as well, except for a chubby boy sitting next to him, who whispered, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Sheen shook his head. The chubby boy's name was Jack. Seeing that Sheen was really okay, he picked up his phone and started playing with it. Meanwhile, Sheen turned his attention to the system panel. Name, Sheen. Fire affinity, 0.9. Combat power, 5. Ding, host detected as lacking cultivation talent. Awarding a beginner-s gift pack. Do you wish to decline? Hearing the system's prompt, Sheen froze for a moment. Like hell, I'm giving it up, he muttered under his breath. This system wasn't playing by the rules. It just asked if he wanted to give it up outright. If he hadn't been paying attention, he might have actually said yes. I'll take it. Sheen couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't know if this beginner-esque gift pack was worth anything. If it still couldn't help him reach the cultivation threshold, then he'd really be done for. Without cultivation, he'd be nothing more than an ordinary person, and in this world, life wasn't easy for ordinary people. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained one fire affinity enhancement pill. In an instant, Sheen saw a fiery red pill lying in the system space. With a thought, the pill appeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue. Immediately, a warm current coursed through his entire body, continuously transforming it. He could clearly feel his sensitivity to the fire element rising at an astonishing rate. Ding! Your fire affinity has increased to 9. Ding! Your fire talent has been upgraded to SSS rank. Hearing the notification sounds, Sheen eagerly opened his stats panel. Name, Sheen. Fire talent, SSS. Combat power, 5. Just as I thought. Sheen couldn't help but rejoice. This improvement was simply enormous. It had instantly transformed him from a good-for-nothing into a peerless genius. It's important to note that talent is divided into 9 ranks, ranging from the lowest, F, to the highest, SSS. The higher the rank, the faster one's cultivation speed. He immediately began practicing the elemental insight meditation, and to his delight, he discovered that his comprehension was incredibly fast. Just as he was about to continue his practice, the system's voice suddenly sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the talent Skill Devour. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining one Wind Element Sensitivity Enhancement Pill. There's more. Sheen was overjoyed. There were still items left in the newbie gift pack. A talent skill, aren't those supposed to awaken only after becoming a martial artist? After calming down, Sheen felt puzzled. In addition to learning martial arts, humans naturally awaken talent skills, but to do so, one must at the very least become a 1-star martial artist. He had never heard of anyone awakening a talent skill before even beginning physical training. He immediately looked at the system panel, and sure enough, a new line of information had appeared. Innate skill, Devour. The host can devour corresponding energy objects and convert them into their own abilities. As soon as he saw the term energy objects, the first thing that came to Sheen's mind was beast cores. Some magic beasts possess beast cores inside their bodies. After humans slay them, they extract the cores and, after special processing, forge them into weapons and equipment to enhance their own strength. However, as far as he could recall, devouring a beast core would have a massive impact on human cultivation. After all, human cultivation differs from that of beasts. Therefore, there was a general consensus among humans that no matter what kind of beast core it was, it must never be devoured. Never mind that, I'll just have to try it when I get the chance. Next, while no one was looking, he swallowed the Wind Element Sensitivity Enhancement Pill in one gulp. That familiar sensation returned, and soon he felt his sensitivity to the wind element rising at an incredible rate. Ding! Your fire affinity has increased to 7. Ding! Your fire talent has been upgraded to SSS rank. Only SSS rank? Sheen furrowed his brow. The hostess base fire affinity is only 0.7, so it can only be raised to SSS rank. The host can use other methods to further improve it later. The system's voice sounded, but it didn't specify what those methods might be. I see. Sheen nodded to himself and didn't dwell on it further. SSS rank was already quite impressive. As far as he could recall, no one had ever possessed an SSS rank talent. Of course, there might be some he didn't know about, but anyone capable of reaching SSS rank was undoubtedly a genius, 1 in 10,000. After school, Sheen walked out of the classroom and hurried straight toward the school gates. Sheen, I know a really great hot pot restaurant. Want to go? It's on me. Let us have a good drink, buddy. Jack caught up with Sheen, slung his arm around his shoulder, and said, I'll pass. I've got to get back. Sheen shook his head. Jack was one of his few friends. The two of them used to often find a place to have a drink after school. Jack came from a wealthy family and didn't he have much talent for cultivation. In his own words, he wanted to enjoy life to the fullest. Sheen, on the other hand, felt his life was hopeless and had given up on himself somewhat. But things were different now. With the system, he had to make the most of his time to improve himself. Chapter 2: The Enemy Returns, Middle Tempering Stage. Half an hour later, Sheen pushed open the door. He saw his dad, Dave, sitting on the couch watching TV, while his mom, Xiaofan, was coming out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of freshly brewed herbal medicine. Xiao Chen's back? His mom looked a bit surprised to see Sheen return and quickly added, "Are you hungry? If you are, I'll go make you something to eat." Sheen shook his head. "Don't bother." "How's it going?" he asked, looking at Day. His father, Day, had been injured a year ago and now needed medication every 3 days to stay stable, but even so, his health was steadily declining. "Same as always. If you ask me, we shouldn't even bother treating this, it's useless." Day shook his head. Because of his illness, the family was struggling financially, and he always held this view, but Xiaofan had consistently disagreed. "What nonsense! Stop treatment? Are you just going to watch him die?" Xiaofan snapped. "If he is going to die, let him die, the sooner, the better. Then before you die, go to the Zhao family and make them pay compensation." Sheen watched them start arguing, shook his head in resignation, and headed toward his room. But as soon as he stepped inside, he happened to glance up at the calendar and froze in place. March 18th. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had died on March 25th. Although the setting of this world was different, the characters and the course of events hadn't changed much. In other words, would he still die on March 25th? Because his death in his previous life wasn't an accident, he'd been murdered. Likewise, in his previous life, Sheen's father, Day, had also been murdered. The reason was that on his way home from work, his father had been hit by a car driven by Quan, the playboy son of the Zhao family from Rongqing. In this life, according to his memories, his father had also been killed by Quan. Originally, in this life, his father was a soldier on the front lines. During a battle against a magic beast, a squad leader was unfortunately killed in action. That squad leader had no immediate family and was closest to Day. Before dying, the squad leader gave Day his most valuable prize, a top-grade beast core. In this world, beasts are divided into dire beasts and magic beasts. Dire beasts are equivalent to human physical cultivators and are similarly divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and peak. Magic beasts, like martial artists, are divided into 9 ranks, from rank 1 to rank 9. Therefore, this top-grade beast core harvested from a peak stage dire beast was a rare treasure. It was precisely this beast core that caught Quan's attention. Quan sent someone to buy it, offering a price that was only 1/10 of the market value, essentially trying to get something for nothing. Quan often pulled stunts like this. Day, of course, refused to sell it. This beast core meant a great deal to him. He wouldn't have sold it even if the offer had been higher than the market price, let alone at such a low price. And so, he ended up offending Quan. Later, his father was hit by a car and left in this condition. Although there was no evidence proving Quan was responsible, Sheen knew that Quan was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. This was because he had confronted Quan later, and Quan had privately admitted it. Although in his previous life, Quan had personally driven the car that struck Day, while in this life, Quan had sent someone else to do it, the circumstances were different. However, the culprit was Quan in both cases. So, in his previous life, he himself had been killed by Quan, and in this life, he would surely be killed by Quan as well. As for the reason, it didn't really matter. Of course, he might be overthinking it. Perhaps the course of this world would change because of his time travel. But he wouldn't stake his life on that. Besides, he had to avenge his father. 7 days left. He glanced at the calendar. To exact revenge, he first had to survive past the 25th, so he needed the ability to defend himself. In 7 days, I not only have to gain the ability to defend myself, but I also have to ensure my family is in a safe environment. Sheen instantly felt a wave of pressure wash over him. It wouldn't be enough for him alone to be able to defend himself after all. he couldn't guarantee that even if Quan didn't harm him, he wouldn't go after his family instead. The only way to make Quan think twice before acting is to become a martial artist. A look of determination suddenly flashed in Qin's eyes. In this world, even a one-star martial artist enjoys an immensely prestigious status. They are practically considered nobility. This is because every martial artist plays a crucial role in ensuring the safety of humanity. Therefore, once he becomes a martial artist, even a powerful family like the Zhao clan won't dare to act against him lightly. Moreover, once he becomes a martial artist, his loved ones will be under the strongest protection. After all, martial artists fight for the safety of humanity. If their loved ones back home were harmed, it would be something no martial artist could tolerate. Therefore, any incident involving the family of a martial artist would be subject to a rigorous investigation. Once it's discovered that someone was harmed by another person, all martial artists will regard that person as an enemy. Even if you're the city lord, they'll definitely bring you down unless you're powerful enough to disregard all martial artists, or unless you manage to cover your tracks so thoroughly that no one can uncover the truth. With that in mind, Qin stepped out of the room. "Dad, where is that beast core of yours?" He remembered that the beast core the squad leader had given him back then was fire attributed. Now, he needed to test whether his innate ability could devour that beast core and make him stronger. Beast core? Dade was taken aback for a moment, but without giving it much thought, he pointed to his bedroom. "It's in the cabinet. It's not safe there. I'll keep it in my bedroom." Qin headed straight for Dade's bedroom. "You little rascal!" Xiufen scolded him exasperatedly. Ever since Dade had been injured, their family's income had dwindled significantly. Combined with Dade's injuries, life was now extremely difficult. So she often suggested selling the beast core, but Dade had always refused. When Qin suddenly offered to keep the beast core, she naturally assumed he was trying to prevent her from secretly selling it. Qin quickly walked toward his room carrying a wooden box, and as soon as he entered, the door slammed shut. Dade smiled. "My son really does understand me." Qin was overjoyed that he had managed to secure the beast core. In the bedroom, Qin opened the wooden box and saw a red beast core lying inside, emanating waves of fiery energy. He reached in and took out the beast core. Instantly, a message flashed before his eyes. "Beast core, fire element top grade, devourable." Seeing the message, Qin was delighted, and his mind relaxed. He had originally been hesitant to take the risk. After all, devouring a beast core could have a significant impact on his future cultivation, but now that the system had confirmed it, he had no further concerns. Without further hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. His innate skill, Devour, activated on its own at that moment. The beast core rapidly melted within him and began to spread throughout his entire body. In just a few seconds, he felt his body changing. His strength grew ever more powerful, and at the same time, his 5 senses continued to sharpen. Ding! Fire-type beast core devour successful. Your physical body's fire elemental power tempering stage has reached 60%. This middle tempering stage. Qin rejoiced inwardly. Chapter 3, Martial Guild, 50,000 Reward. The tempering stage is actually the preparatory phase before becoming a martial artist. It is the process of laying the foundation for becoming one. The type of martial artist one becomes determines which element must be used to temper the physical body during the tempering stage. The standard method involves using elemental cultivation techniques to comprehend the elements, and then proceeding with the tempering stage. But now, Qin could enter the tempering stage simply by devouring a speed far faster than traditional cultivation. According to his calculations, even an SSS rank martial artist would need at least 3 days to reach 60% of the tempering stage, yet now, he didn't even need 3 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on crossing the threshold of cultivation. Quest activated. Qin was startled and hurriedly looked at the screen. Quest 1, reach the peak tempering stage within 7 days. Reward, 1 low-grade wind element beast core normal mode. Quest 2, reach the peak tempering stage within 3 days. Reward, 1 low-grade wind element beast core and 1 intermediate grade wind element beast core hard mode. Quest 3, reach the peak tempering stage within 1 day. Reward: 1 top grade wind element beast core and 1 ice sensitivity enhancement pill hell mode. Ding! Choose any one quest. Rewards are granted upon completion, no rewards if the quest fails. Sheen studied the quests carefully. Naturally, hell mode was the best option. Not only would it allow him to reach the peak tempering stage for the wind element again, but it would also grant him the qualification to cultivate the ice element. But the one-day deadline gave him pause. It was far too short. To reach the peak tempering stage, I'll need a high-grade fire element beast core. Sheen thought to himself. Reaching 100% in the tempering stage marks the peak tempering stage, but a high-grade beast core costs around 50,000 on the market. For his family, let alone 50,000, even 5,000 was a stretch. Their only money was set aside for essential household expenses. Should I choose hard mode? Sheen frowned. Hard mode gave him 3 days, enough time to figure something out. But he wasn't willing to settle for that. If it took 3 days just to reach the peak tempering stage, then becoming a martial artist in 7 days would be nearly impossible. That's it. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and a smile spread across his face. Without further hesitation, he selected Quest 3. Ding! Quest selected successfully. Opening the door, he headed straight outside. I'm heading out for a bit. You kid! Xiofan watched Sheen walk out and shook her head in exasperation. Let him be. Dade sighed. He felt guilty that he hadn't been able to provide Sheen with a good life, so whenever Sheen came home late after school in the past, they hadn't really said much. Once outside, Sheen hailed a cab and headed straight for the Martial Guild in the city center. The Martial Guild was a place dedicated to certifying martial artists. Anyone who had crossed the threshold of martial arts training could go there to be certified. Moreover, those under the age of 18 received generous rewards upon successful certification. Half an hour later, Sheen arrived at the entrance of the Martial Guild. After registering his identity, he quickly made his way to the certification hall. The certification hall was quite crowded at that moment, though everyone present appeared to be relatively older. Sir, are you here to be certified as a martial artist? A female staff member, noticing how young Sheen was, hurried over and asked warmly. The staff here received commissions based on the number of successful certifications. Given Sheen's youth, if he had indeed crossed the threshold of martial arts training and was successfully certified, she would earn a substantial commission. Of course. Sheen nodded. The staff member's face lit up. Sir, could you show me your ID, please? Sheen produced his ID, and after checking it, the staff member confirmed he was indeed under 18. She hurriedly said, Sir, this way, please. She led Sheen directly to a service window. Doesn't he have to wait in line? Someone remarked discontentedly upon seeing this. Keep your voice down, another person quickly warned. Certification for those under 18 doesn't require waiting in line. These are all prodigies. Upon hearing this, the person's expression changed, and they quickly shut up. Geniuses were not to be crossed. Offending one would make life miserable in the future. Once they reached the certification window, the staff member immediately pulled out a device. Sir, place your hand on it. Just channel the elemental power you've mastered. Sheen didn't hesitate. He placed his palm on it right away. Immediately, a flame symbol appeared on the device. Early stage fire elemental body cultivation. The staff member was overjoyed. The certification had truly succeeded. Although the fire element was a relatively common one, Sheen's youth made all the difference, and she was about to receive her commission. She couldn't wait to speak up. Congratulations, sir, on your successful certification. You'll receive a certification bonus of 20,000 yuan. Sir, please give me your bank card. I'll process it right away. The money will be in your account in a few minutes. Sheen handed over his bank card. Meanwhile, the people in the hall, seeing that Sheen had successfully passed the certification, wore a variety of expressions. Some were surprised, some envious, and some jealous. Just as the staff member was about to leave to report the results, Sheen called her back. I'll take the test again. Ha! The staff member was taken aback. Sheen offered no explanation. He simply placed his hand on the device once more. 20,000 yuan wasn't nearly enough to buy a single high-grade beast core. He needed a bigger reward. This time, he gave it his all, and instantly, 2 flame symbols appeared on the device. Mid stage. The staff member's eyes widened in shock. As for the crowd in the hall, their expressions changed this time. Many of them now looked on with awe. When you're outstanding, others feel envy and jealousy, but when you're a true genius who displays immense potential, many will feel awe and even try to curry favor. In that case, the reward should be higher, right? Jean asked the staff member with a smile. The staff member quickly caught on. Yes. Wait, no, sir, there's a rule. Anyone under 18 who is certified at the middle tempering stage is eligible for a 50,000 yuan reward. Jean smiled with satisfaction. 50,000 yuan was just enough. Go on, I need the money right away. Jean said with a smile. Yes, sir. The staff member quickly turned and jogged away. A few minutes later, Jean received a text message on his phone confirming the deposit. After retrieving his bank card, he turned to leave. Sir, let me walk you out, the staff member hurried after him. Jean didn't refuse. Once they stepped out of the lobby, he suddenly asked, where around here can I buy a beast core? A beast core, she asked curiously, though she didn't dare ask Jean why he wanted one. If you're looking to buy a beast core, sir, our martial guild has them. Oh? Jean was surprised. He'd never heard that the martial guild sold beast cores before. The staff member explained, sir, as you probably know, there are counterfeit beast cores on the market. Many people have been scammed in the past, so now, aside from official channels and the martial guild as one of them, there are no other reliable sources. While the prices here aren't the cheapest, we don't overcharge, and there are definitely no fakes. You can buy with confidence here. Jean nodded. Take me to see them. Chapter 4, Here we go again. Peak tempering stage. The Martial Guild's Beast Core sales area was located in another building, not far away. 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived. Sir, the first floor is the Beast Core sales area, and the second floor and above are dedicated to Beast Core sales, the staff member explained. Jean nodded, glanced around, spotted the Fire Element Beast Core section, and walked straight over. Here, the prices and qualities of the Beast Cores were clearly labeled. He looked directly at the high-grade Beast Core. Its price was, surprisingly, exactly 50,000. Sir, would you like to purchase this Beast Core? The sales clerk asked with a professional smile. Just then, a staff member behind Jean stepped forward. Xiao Zhou, the young master, has just been certified as a martial artist. He is eligible for a 20% discount. Sales clerk Xiao Zhou was taken aback. A 20% discount on Beast Cores was granted to those under 18 who had successfully passed certification, a perk reserved for prodigies. Those certified at the early body tempering stage received a 10% discount, while those at the middle tempering stage received 20% off. Sir, she immediately corrected herself. If you buy this Beast Core, it'll only cost you 40,000. Jean was surprised, but he was very satisfied with the price. 40,000 was already below market value. Pack it up for me. Sure thing. Xiao Zhou replied excitedly. After picking up the Beast Core, Jean walked out of the building and turned to ask a staff member, where is the restroom here? Sir, it's right up ahead, the staff member pointed forward. Wait here for me a moment. Jean grabbed the Beast Core and headed toward the restroom. He didn't actually enter the restroom. Instead, he found a secluded spot, took out the Beast Core, and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, that familiar sensation returned. Ding! Fire Element Beast Core Devour successful. Your physical body's fire elemental power has reached 100% in the tempering stage. Peak tempering stage. Jean rejoiced, having leaped directly from the late stage to the peak. Ding! You have completed Quest 3 Hell Mode. Reward has been issued. He glanced at the system space. A Wind Element Beast Core and an Ice Element Sensitivity Enhancement Pill had already appeared. With a flick of his wrist, the Beast Core appeared in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth. Ding! Devour successful. Your physical Wind Element tempering stage has reached 45%. Only 45%. It seems this tempering stage level is related to 1's natural talent. His wind element talent was S rank, 2 ranks lower than his fire element talent, which affected his tempering stage progress. However, his tempering stage progress had just reached the threshold for the mid stage. Next, he swallowed the ice element sensitivity enhancement pill. Ding! Your ice element sensitivity has increased to 8. Ding! Your ice element talent has been upgraded to SSS rank. 3 elements now. Sheen smiled. Although he hadn't started cultivating the ice element yet, now that he had the qualification to do so, it was only a matter of time. Next, he glanced at his information panel. Name, Sheen. Fire element realm, peak tempering stage. Wind element realm, middle tempering stage progress, 45%. Ice element realm, none. Innate skill, devour. Combat power, 150. My combat power has already surpassed the peak of single element physical cultivation. Sheen was both surprised and delighted. Generally, cultivators specialize in a single element. Those with 2 elements are 1 in 10,000, and as for 3 elements, there has never been a recorded case of such a person. Under normal circumstances, combat power at the peak tempering stage for a single element is around 100, and at the middle tempering stage, around 25. With one element at the peak tempering stage and another at the middle tempering stage, the combined total should normally be 125, yet it has already surpassed that. This indicates that the combination of 2 elements is not simply a matter of 1 plus 1. Moreover, his wind element has not yet reached its peak. Once it does, his combat power will be even more terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that he possesses 3 elements. Once he cultivates the ice element further, his true combat power will likely rival that of a 1-star martial artist. The combat power threshold for a 1-star martial artist is 300. It's entirely possible. With that thought, he focused his mind, and his status panel shifted to display his talent information. Fire element talent, SSS. Wind element talent, S. Ice element talent, SS. My ice element talent is better than my wind element talent. Next, I'll aim to reach the peak of both realms simultaneously. Sheen smiled, brimming with confidence. As for breaking through to become a 1-star martial artist, he'd have to take it slowly over the next 7 days. After all, to break through to 1-star martial artist, he must condense an elemental mark, something that can't be achieved overnight. Sir! The staff members saw Sheen approaching. The exit is this way. Let me drive you back, sir. No need. What's your name? Sheen asked. My name is Wu Feng. You can call me Xiao Feng, sir. The staff member's heart leapt with joy as she hurriedly replied. The fact that Sheen asked her name proved she had made an impression on him. Sheen nodded. Xiao Feng, for those under 18, how much is the reward for certifying late-stage body cultivation, and how much for peak stage? Sir, the reward for the late stage of physical cultivation is 100,000, and for the peak stage, it's 200,000. Wu Feng replied, if you come back for certification next time and are still under 18, you'll be eligible for another 100,000. She could tell that Sheen wasn't the type of wealthy young master, and he seemed to be in urgent need of money. Although she didn't understand why he was buying a beast core, there must be a reason. Rongqing City announcement. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the entire city. Quan, a young genius of this city, has become a 1-star martial artist. He is hereby awarded 1 million and a second-grade martial art. At that moment, the people of Rongqing City couldn't help but look up, their faces filled with envy. The reward itself wasn't particularly generous, but once such an announcement was made, the person's reputation would be transformed. To have the city lord personally bestow a reward was an honor in and of itself. Quan, that must be the Quan from the Zhao family. The Zhao family is truly remarkable. First they produced Zhao Liang, and now Quan. This Quan must be around 20 years old. Wu Feng couldn't help but marvel upon hearing the announcement. Do you know a lot about the Zhao family? Sheen asked. Quan was, after all, his sworn enemy. I don't know much about the Zhao family specifically, but I do know a bit about the two brothers. Wu Fong had worked at the Martial Artist Association for several years and had happened to encounter both of them when they came here for certification. 3 years ago, Zhao Liang came to be certified as a 2-star martial artist. He was 23 at the time. As for Quan, he was certified at the peak tempering stage when he was just 19. Reaching the peak tempering stage at 19 is extremely rare in Rongcheng. His cultivation talent is at least grade A. Having worked in certification for so many years, she was quite familiar with the situation regarding prodigies in Rongcheng. "Let us go to the certification hall," Xin said. "A 1-star martial artist at 20, certified at the peak tempering stage at 19, is that really that talented?" Wu Fong watched Xin's retreating figure, somewhat puzzled, but she hurried to follow him anyway. "Take me to get recertified." Sir, if the certification fails, you'll have to pay the certification fee," Wu Fong reminded him. He suspected that the city-wide announcement from earlier must have gotten under Qin's skin. "Get the device," Qin said without explanation. Wu Fong reluctantly retrieved the device from the staff member behind the counter. At that moment, the people in the hall saw Qin coming in for another certification and looked on in surprise. "He is back. How interesting, he didn't just go out for a bit and break through, did he?" The speaker chuckled, not even believing his own words. Just then, Qin's palm pressed against the device. Chapter 5, Consecutive Certifications alarmed the director. As soon as Qin's palm touched the device, everyone couldn't help but watch closely. On the device, the first flame symbol appeared instantly, followed immediately by the second. Late stage of physical cultivation. When the third flame symbol appeared, someone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Qin had actually reached the late stage of physical cultivation just from stepping out for a moment. Could he really have broken through just from stepping out? The same person exclaimed in astonishment. "Nonsense! He must have been hiding his strength all along," someone nearby retorted. Wu Fong, standing next to Qin, stared at the device in astonishment, then turned to Qin. "Sir, no rush." Qin smiled, and then unleashed his fire elemental power to the fullest. On the device, a fourth flame symbol appeared. At that moment, the entire hall erupted into chaos, and one by one, the gazes turned to Qin, filled with disbelief. Peak tempering stage before the age of 18. Who is he? Could he be the city lord's illegitimate son? Exclamations and whispers of astonishment immediately filled the hall. Just then, a man in a suit walked over. Arriving in front of Qin, he extended his hand warmly. "Hello, sir. I'm Su Hua, the director here." "Director Su." Qin extended his hand to shake Su Hua's. "Sir, may I have a word with you in private?" Su Hua was exceptionally courteous. Given his status, he rarely made public appearances, let alone acted so politely, but Qin's presence had made him more enthusiastic than ever before. Qin nodded. Su Hua smiled. "This way, sir." He then turned to Wu Fong. "You should come along too." Wu Fong had been attending to Qin the whole time, so having her there to assist wouldn't seem out of place. Soon, the three of them arrived at an empty VIP room. After they sat down, Su Hua said, "Wu Fong, please go make a cup of tea for Mr. Qin." Wu Fong hurried off to the side to get to work. Qin smiled. "Director Su, there's no need to call me sir." Given his current status as a student, being called sir sounded a bit awkward. Besides, he could tell that the man before him was already a martial artist. Su Hua smiled. "Then I'll just call you Brother Qin. I called you over, Brother Qin, because there's actually nothing else on my mind. It's just that with your recent consecutive certifications, you're eligible for a 300,000 reward. That's no small sum, so I'll need to handle the payment myself. Of course, it'll only take a few minutes." Just then, Wu Fong brought the tea over to Qin. Hearing Su Hua's words, she glanced at him in surprise. There was a standard procedure for transferring rewards to martial artists once confirmed. Even an amount like 300,000 wouldn't require the director to handle it personally. Su Hua glanced at Wu Fong and gave her a subtle nod. He certainly didn't need to get personally involved, but Qin was worth his attention, such a prodigy, he naturally wanted to get to know him. Then I'll leave it to you, Director Su. Qin nodded. 300,000 was more than he expected. This combined the rewards for reaching the late and peak stages of certification. Su Hua smiled, quickly entered the details on his computer, and Qin's phone immediately received a notification that the funds had been deposited. By the way, Brother Qin, you're still a senior in high school, right? Su Hua asked suddenly. Yes, Rongqing No. 1 High School. Qin nodded. No. 1 High School? What a coincidence. We're actually alumni. I graduated from there too. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Qin suddenly asked, Director Su, if someone with dual elements were to undergo certification, would they receive an additional reward? Hearing this, Su Hua paused in surprise, while Wu Feng, standing nearby, flinched and looked at Qin in astonishment. She was becoming somewhat familiar with Qin's tactics. Usually, asking a question like this strongly suggested that Qin himself was dual element. Dual element, there's no provision for extra rewards. Actually, while dual element is rare, cultivating it is incredibly difficult and requires a tremendous amount of time. Therefore, the authorities do not recommend cultivating two elements simultaneously. Su Hua shook his head. After all, dual element cultivation requires attuning to different elements, which doubles the time required and significantly slows down the cultivation process. Therefore, when a dual element cultivator appears, the authorities generally recommend focusing on one element first and only considering the other once a cultivation bottleneck is reached. This is also why the authorities do not offer certification rewards for dual element cultivation. Brother Qin, are you dual element? Su Hua suddenly realized and asked in surprise. Qin simply lifted his teacup and took a sip, offering no reply. Since there were no rewards, there was no need for him to reveal it. Keeping it hidden would serve as a trump card when dealing with the Zhao family in the future. Seeing Qin's demeanor, Su Hua couldn't tell for sure whether he was dual element or not, but he didn't dwell on it and began looking for common ground to talk about. Half an hour later, Qin stood up. Director Su, please don't publicize today's certification just yet. Many people in the hall had witnessed the certification, but none of them recognized him. Even if word got out, it would only spread within a small circle. For now, he didn't want everyone to know. No problem. However, your information has already been uploaded to the system. The high-ranking officials in Rongqing will take notice sooner or later. All certified individuals' information is eventually compiled, effectively forming a personal dossier. That is fine. Qin waved his hand and left. Wu Feng offered to walk him out, but he declined. After Qin had left, Wu Feng couldn't help but remark, Mr. Qin is the most brilliant person I've ever met. Compared to him, Quan is practically nothing. Su Hua nodded. He agreed. There were likely very few people in all of Rongqing who had reached the peak tempering stage before the age of 18. However, he cautioned, don't go spreading that around. I know, Director, Wu Feng nodded. Since Magistrate Qin asked us to keep it confidential, I certainly won't blab. But I get the feeling that Magistrate Qin and that Quan seem to have a grudge against each other. What do you mean? Su Hua was taken aback. He was familiar with the Zhao family, even he wouldn't dare to offend them lightly. He knew nearly all the powerful and influential families in Rongqing, and the Qin family wasn't among them. Combined with Qin's attire, he didn't think Qin looked like the son of a wealthy family. Under these circumstances, he was curious as to how Qin could possibly have a grudge against the Zhao family. Just now, Magistrate Qin had just finished purchasing the beast core and was about to leave when the city announcement suddenly sounded. As soon as Magistrate Qin heard Quan's name in the announcement, he immediately changed his mind and came back for verification. So, I think Magistrate Qin revealed his true strength because of Quan. He didn't want to lose to Quan. She could sense that Qin was a very low-key person. If it weren't for that announcement, Qin probably wouldn't have come for verification. In that case, everyone would have simply assumed he was at the middle tempering stage. Of course, he was overthinking it. Qin's primary motive was still money. After hearing this, Su Hua thought it made sense. His eyes flashed. Does he have a grudge against the Zhao family? If that were the case, he felt he could take a risk. Xiao Feng, have someone look into exactly what kind of feud brother Qin has with the Zhao family. The more details, the better. Remember, keep it discreet. Su Hua suddenly said. Chapter 6, Practical Training. By the time Qin left the martial guild, it was already late in the day. He hailed a taxi and returned home. As soon as he walked in, he saw Date and Xiufen sitting on the sofa. The two seemed to have been waiting for him to return. Xiao Chun, there is something we'd like to discuss with you. Xiufen spoke first. Qin sat down, looking at the two of them, waiting for them to continue. Xiao Chen, where did you put that beast core? We decided to sell it. A top-grade beast core should fetch around 80,000 yuan. With that, we can buy you some tonics to help you meet the cultivation standards before the college entrance exams. They had originally planned to handle this discreetly and then buy the tonics to surprise Qin. But when they went to Qin's room, they found only an empty box, no trace of the beast core. Qin looked at Day. Didn't you always insist on not selling it? Date sighed. I was too stubborn before. I didn't consider our family's situation. When the captain gave me the beast core, he told me to sell it for some money, but I just couldn't get past that mental hurdle. Now, though, I've come to understand. Over the past year, life at home had become increasingly difficult. He knew that Qin's fire affinity had reached 0.9, just 0.1 short of the mark. Perhaps with some special tonics, he could make up the difference. If Qin could truly qualify for cultivation, it would all be worth it. There were still 3 months left until the college entrance exams, and the threshold for entering university was having cultivation eligibility. As long as one's sensitivity reached 1, they could get into college. Even the worst university was still a university. After graduating, the very least one would achieve was the early stage of physical cultivation, and by then, they'd be able to get by just fine. I'm not selling it. Qin waved his hand. Sell what? He'd already swallowed it all. How could he sell it? Selling himself would be more like it. Ha! The two looked at Qin in confusion. Previously, when they argued about this, Qin hadn't supported it, but he hadn't opposed it either. Why had his attitude suddenly changed so drastically? There's no way I'm selling it. And don't worry about me, I can already cultivate. Qin no longer held back. For the past year, the two of them had been constantly worried about him. It was time to put their minds at ease and let them be happy. You can cultivate now? The two stared at Qin, completely stunned. A moment later, Xiufen stood up, walked in front of Qin, and reached out to touch his forehead. Xiao Chen, what is wrong with you today? Qin knew they didn't believe him, so he pulled out a certificate. Take a look. Xiufen took the certificate. An early-stage physical cultivation certificate? As she looked at the certificate, her hand trembled slightly. Let me see it. Let me see it. Day, whose physical condition limited his mobility, could only shout from the sofa. Xiufen walked over and handed him the certificate. Looking at it, he exclaimed excitedly, "It really is early-stage physical cultivation." His expression was deeply conflicted. With 3 months left until the college entrance exams, reaching the early physical cultivation stage was something only top students could achieve. For most students, successful physical cultivation didn't truly begin until they entered college. Qin looked at the two of them and simply smiled. He had earned 4 certificates this time. Fortunately, he hadn't pulled out the one for the peak tempering stage, or he feared they might have fainted from excitement. He stood up and returned to his room, not wanting to disturb their excitement any further. The next day. In class, the homeroom teacher stepped up to the podium and looked out at the students below. Today we'll be conducting a live-action training exercise. It's also a test of your progress over the past period. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. I hope you'll all demonstrate your true abilities. Based on the results of this training, the school will identify outstanding students and, in the coming months, provide them with special training. It was now the final sprint to the college entrance exams, and the school had set certain targets. Therefore, the number of outstanding students a school could produce was not just a matter for the students themselves, but also a matter for the school. Alright, everyone, assemble at the practical training ground. This is a training session for the entire grade, don't embarrass me. The homeroom teacher glanced at the crowd once more. The training ground was less than 20 minutes' walk from the school building. When Sheen arrived, he saw that over 1,000 people had already gathered there. Soon, the crowd was divided into 10 groups by class. Class 7, where Sheen was enrolled, was assigned to Group 2. Each group had a teacher serving as their instructor. My name is Fawn Lei, and I'm your instructor. Now, who is the first to step forward? Teacher, are we going to fight you? A student asked. Fawn Lei smiled. Fight me? I'm at the peak tempering stage. Go ahead if you want to. Well. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed. Even the top genius at first high school didn't possess the strength of the peak tempering stage. The first one to step forward becomes the champion. What? No one has the guts? Fawn Lei scanned the crowd. Just then, a student stood up and walked to the center of the arena. My name is Liao Yang. It's Liao Yang. The students around him all looked stunned when they saw him. Liao Yang is senior at First High School and ranked 5th among the school's top 10 geniuses. Liao Yang was actually assigned to our group? How are we supposed to stand a chance? Someone muttered in disbelief. Liao Yang was the first to step forward. For them, stepping up meant nothing but getting beaten. Seeing Liao Yang step forward, Fawn Lei nodded in satisfaction. He then looked around at the crowd but found no one else dared to step up, so he had no choice but to start calling out names. There was no other way. This time, he needed to assess the practical combat abilities of some outstanding students, and he could only make a rough judgment after they actually fought. You! He pointed at a student. The student's face paled, and with trembling fear, he had no choice but to step forward. Bam! Right from the start, he was knocked to the ground. You! Fawn Lei continued calling out names. As time went on, one after another was defeated by Liao Yang. Even the strongest didn't last more than 3 moves. You! Fawn Lei continued calling out names. Go, class president! Suddenly, the students of Class 7 shouted in unison. The class president, who had been called upon, shook his head with a wry smile. He knew Liao Yang was far too strong for him. Sure enough, after stepping forward, he managed to hold out for 10 moves before succumbing to defeat. The students of Class 7 instantly lost all their spirit. Liao Yang is way too strong. He is practically bullying us, someone shook their head and said helplessly. The gazes of some of the girls around him were now filled with admiration as they looked at Liao Yang. He is really impressive. Fawn Lei also looked at Liao Yang and nodded approvingly. Liao Yang had likely already crossed the threshold into the early stages of physical cultivation. Afterward, he scanned the remaining students who hadn't fought yet. You're up! He pointed at Sheen. Sheen stood up, and Jack, standing beside him, tugged at his sleeve. Just fall down as soon as you step onto the mat. Don't let him hit you. Sheen nodded. Once he stepped onto the mat, he spoke immediately, Sheen. His expression was remarkably calm, which surprised the classmates around him. He doesn't seem the least bit nervous. What can you do? Once you're called out, you have to go. You're going to get hit either way, so you might as well be mentally prepared. At that moment, on the arena floor, Liao Yang, having defeated so many opponents, was clearly getting bored. He looked at Sheen and said nonchalantly, Ready? Ready. Sheen nodded. The moment Sheen finished speaking, Liao Yang charged straight at him, eager to wrap up this tedious fight quickly. He pounced like a cheetah, moving at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Sheen. Some of the girls watching couldn't help but scream. Liao Yang! Liao Yang! In an instant, the scene reached a fever pitch. Boom! A figure was sent flying backward. Chapter 7, knocked away with a single punch, the principal's goodwill. Liao Yang! Liao Yang! Leah! Just as some of the girls were shouting at the top of their lungs, they suddenly recognized the figure that had been sent flying, and their voices instantly caught in their throats as if they de-swallowed a chicken turd. The entire arena fell silent in an instant, and everyone stared at the center of the ring with expressions of utter disbelief. Liao Yang, who had been the center of everyone's adulation just moments ago, now lay on the ground, pale-faced and grimacing in agony. Meanwhile, Qin stood in the center of the ring, still in the exact same spot. Everyone's minds went blank. Liao Yang, the fifth-ranked genius, had actually been taken out in a single move without Qin even having to move a single step. Qin! Qin! Jack, the first to snap out of it, suddenly shouted. Qin! Qin! At that moment, the students of Class 7 began shouting in unison. Fong Lei was stunned as well. His pupils contracted in that split second, even he hadn't been able to discern what level Qin was at. Quick, two of you, carry him to the infirmary. Fong Lei shouted urgently as he watched Liao Yang, lying on the ground, writhe in increasing agony. After Liao Yang was carried away, Qin looked at Fong Lei, and Fong Lei looked back at Qin. Qin said somewhat sheepishly, "Teacher, it was my first time using my technique, I didn't hold back." Fong Lei waved his hand, about to speak. Qin continued, "Teacher, pick the next one. This time, I'll definitely stop as soon as I land the blow." As soon as he said this, the students around them turned pale. Fong Lei was taken aback. What was the point of picking another opponent? Liao Yang had been taken down with a single move. Picking someone else was completely meaningless. Qin, come with me for a moment. Fong Lei turned to the others. You guys keep going, keep sparring among yourselves. Wait for me to come back. After saying this, he led Qin away in a certain direction on campus. The students were left completely baffled. Once they came to their senses, they couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. What cultivation level is Qin actually at? He must be at the middle tempering stage. The middle tempering stage. In the entire first high school, only Wang Chang, the class president of Class 1, reached that level not long ago. Holy crap, this Qin is such a sneaky bastard, he is only revealing himself now. On the field, Jack was already surrounded by a crowd, all classmates from Class 7 who knew how close he and Qin were. Each of them was brimming with curiosity. Actually, I've known my brother's true strength for a long time. Let me tell you, he is not just at the middle tempering stage, he is in the late stage. The chubby kid looked smug, though deep down, he was utterly baffled. Damn, that guy actually kept it a secret from me and secretly became a master. What? Late stage body tempering. The people around him gasped in shock upon hearing Jack's words. Whoosh! The sound of people drawing in sharp breaths filled the air as they watched Qin's receding figure, their eyes filled with disbelief. The school's martial arts hall, this was usually where students sparred and trained on their own, and also where they tested their combat power. Qin, what is your cultivation level? Fong Lei looked at Qin and asked earnestly, his expression grave. Don't hold anything back, this will determine the school's plans for you moving forward. During the final push for the college entrance exams, the school had different arrangements for different students. If he kept anything hidden now, he'd only be hurting himself. Peak tempering stage. Qin nodded. He certainly wouldn't reveal anything about the three schools, but the peak tempering stage was impressive enough on its own. Just as I thought, it really is the peak tempering stage. Fong Lei was visibly excited. He grabbed Qin's arms and exclaimed, would you mind if I tested your combat power? Teacher Fong, calm down, Qin said helplessly. Go ahead and test it, then. He was actually quite curious himself. Would the combat power measured by the instrument match the figure on the system? Wait. Suddenly, Fong Lei pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and made the call. Before long, a man who looked to be in his 50s walked over. Fong Lei, what is going on? You had to make me rush over here, the man said, sounding a bit annoyed. Principal, it's urgent. A student here is about to have his combat power tested. I need you to come take a look. Fong Lei exclaimed excitedly. The principal was about to snap. What was so interesting about a student's test? Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. He immediately looked over and saw the combat power reading on the instrument fluctuating wildly before finally settling. He stared at the number, speechless. 150. Even Fawn Lei, who already knew Qin was at the peak tempering stage, widened his eyes in disbelief. This reading far exceeded the peak tempering stage. While it was true that some at the peak tempering stage might exceed 100 after all, some people were naturally physically gifted. Reaching 150 was practically impossible. Fawn Lei, which school is this student from? The principal glanced at Qin, realized he didn't recognize him, and then called out loudly to Fawn Lei. As the principal, he didn't know much about students at other schools, but he was well aware of the outstanding students at his own school, and there was absolutely no one named Qin on the list. Principal, Qin is from our school. He is a student in class 7 of senior 3. Why else would he be here taking the test? Fawn Lei snapped out of his shock, feeling a bit speechless. Why would he bring a student from another school here? Only then did the principal look at Qin seriously. The more he looked at his own student, the more he liked what he saw. Qin, come. The principal pulled Qin aside and had him sit down. Qin, are you dual element? He suddenly asked. Peak tempering stage, combat power 150. There were only two possibilities: either he was a freak of nature, or he was dual element. The probability of either was terrifyingly low, but weighing the two, the principal felt the dual element possibility was slightly higher. After all, Qin didn't look like the type with a freakishly muscular physique. Qin nodded. He didn't deny it. Dual element practitioners were rare, but they did exist. Ha, excellent, the principal laughed heartily. Dual element, 150. That meant Qin's other element had already reached the middle tempering stage. That cultivation speed was simply terrifying. However, I suggest you focus your efforts on the discipline that is at the peak tempering stage. The college entrance exams are approaching. If you can become a one-star martial artist by then, you'll have your pick of any university in Longhua, the principal advised earnestly. Having worked at First High School for so long, Qin was the first true prodigy he'd ever seen. He had to be treated with the utmost importance. Qin would undoubtedly be a trump card during the college entrance exams. I understand. Qin nodded, offering no further explanation. By the way, how would you like the school to nurture you? The principal asked suddenly. Although the school had previously planned targeted training programs for top students, Qin's emergence meant this was no longer just a matter of top students. The school's so-called geniuses had already been left in the dust. Their training programs were simply unsuitable for Qin. Actually, I don't have any special requests. Qin shook his head slightly. The school's training program was certainly no match for his system. There was simply no need for it. Principal, I heard the school offers special merit scholarships? Qin asked. Hearing this, the principal looked at Qin. What a down-to-earth kid. He nodded. That is true, but even the highest award isn't very much. How much? 100,000. That is great. I'd like to apply for this grant. You might not know my family's situation, principal, but we're very poor. Qin said earnestly. What a good kid. The principal thought to himself, then said, I'll apply for the grant on your behalf and do my best to get it approved within 3 days. The school's scholarship application process followed a set procedure, and the shortest it could take was 3 days. Thank you so much, principal. Qin smiled. 100,000 added to what he already had in his account would bring his total to 42,000. That was a sum many families couldn't save up in a lifetime. Chapter 8, Cultivating 3 Disciplines Simultaneously, Pushing the Human Body to Its Limits. Do you have any other requests? The principal continued. Scholarships were meant for the most outstanding students, and Qin certainly deserved this one. I'd like to have more flexibility with my study schedule. My cultivation method is a bit different. Qin said after a moment's thought. Coming to school now didn't really serve much purpose. He wanted to make better use of his time to improve his cultivation. No problem, the principal replied without a moment's hesitation. Since Qin had only just revealed his true strength now, he must have relied on his own cultivation methods all along. Given that, the principal certainly didn't want the school's curriculum to hold him back. After leaving, Sheen skipped his combat training class and headed straight out of school. He hailed a taxi and headed to the largest energy market in the city center. An energy market was a place dedicated to the buying and selling of beast cores, animal hides, carcasses, and various elixirs. Since this largest market was also government-owned, he could still get a discount here. With 320,000, he could raise his wind element cultivation to its peak and begin formal cultivation of his ice element cultivation as well. One top-grade wind element beast core brings my tempering stage progress to 45%. So, to reach 100%, I'll need 2 more top-grade beast cores. His wind element talent was only an S, so the effects of high-grade beast cores would be significantly weaker. Even 4 high-grade beast cores might not be enough to bring him to the peak. But 2 top-grade beast cores would definitely do the trick. 2 top-grade beast cores would cost 160,000 after the discount, leaving him with 160,000 to spare, enough to buy 2 top-grade ice element beast cores. The second floor of the mall was dedicated to selling beast cores, and he quickly found the section for wind element beast cores. 120,000? Sheen frowned as he asked the price. Yes, sir. Wind elemental dire beast cores are a bit more expensive than fire elemental ones after all. This type of dire beast is quite rare, the salesperson explained. Only then did Sheen realize that prices varied depending on the type of beast core. Give me 2. Sheen pulled out his peak tempering stage certification and said. The clerk took a look at the certificate and his expression changed. S? Sir, you. What's the matter? Sheen frowned. N? Nothing. I just meant to say, sir, you're eligible for a 40% discount. 40% off? Sheen was taken aback, but then it clicked. Back at the Martial Guild, when he'd been certified at the middle tempering stage, he'd received a 20% discount. That meant the late body tempering stage came with a 30% discount, and the peak tempering stage was 40% off. Wrap them up for me. Sheen smiled. A 40% discount that worked out to only 72,000 per piece. That was quite a deal. Oh, okay. The salesperson hurriedly wrapped them up for Sheen. After taking the beast core, Sheen glanced at the salesperson. Keep this a secret, okay? The salesperson immediately began nodding non-stop, like a chick pecking at grain. Afterward, Sheen went to the Ice-type beast core sales counter and bought 2 top-grade Ice-type beast cores as well. All told, he still had 32,000 left in his card. He'd keep 2,000 for himself and used the rest for his family's expenses. That would be enough for now. Once his school scholarship came through in a few days, he'd send it all to his family at once. That would greatly improve their living conditions. With everything settled, he finally headed downstairs and walked out of the mall. Just as he stepped outside, 2 people, a man and a woman, entered through the mall entrance. The man spotted Sheen and froze for a moment. Then, noticing what Sheen was holding, he furrowed his brow. Young Master Quan, what's wrong? The dazzling woman beside him asked in confusion upon seeing Quan's expression. I spotted an acquaintance. He scrutinized Sheen as he approached. It suddenly dawned on him, wasn't this the same person who sought him out a while back? Back then, Sheen had confronted him, asking if he'd ordered someone to harm Day, and he'd admitted it without hesitation. He'd looked into Sheen's family. They weren't wealthy, but when he saw what Sheen was holding, his expression changed. Could he have recorded that conversation and gone after my family? His mind raced. Although he couldn't tell the quality of the beast core Sheen was holding, buying 4 at once, even the most basic ones, was something Sheen's family simply couldn't afford. The only possibility was that Sheen was using the recording to blackmail his family. Although Quan was domineering, he wasn't powerful enough to ignore the rules. This man must die. He suddenly became ruthless. If Sheen had the recording, he was a ticking time bomb. While it wouldn't bring down the Zhao family, it would cause them great distress, especially since Dave was a retired military officer. How could young Master Quan have a friend like this? The woman said with disdain, glancing at Sheen. Sheen was the kind of person you could tell at a glance was quite ordinary. His attire lacked any sense of style. At that moment, Sheen naturally spotted Quan ahead of him, but he merely gave him a cursory glance and paid him no mind. Sheen. As he approached, Quan took the initiative to greet him. "It really is you," he said, looking genuinely surprised and delighted. "Brother Sheen, the last time you came to see me, I was in a bad mood at the time. Brother Sheen, do you have a moment right now? If so, I'd like to make it up to you all at once." Sheen looked at him. "How do you plan to make it up to us?" Hearing Sheen's words, Quan's heart leapt with joy. "Come on, let us talk in the car." Sheen smiled and didn't refuse. He followed Quan as they walked toward the mall's exit. "Brother Sheen, I don't have any money on my card, but I have a villa in the suburbs. All my money is there. Come with me, and I'll give it to you. How about that?" Once they were in the car, Quan said with a smile. "Is that so?" Sheen hesitated for a moment. Quan grew a little anxious. "Don't worry, Brother Sheen. Once we get there, whatever you want, we can work it out." Sheen feigned some reluctance, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, but let us get back early." "Ha, sure. My car goes really fast." Quan burst out laughing. "Get out." He turned to the woman, his expression turning cold. The woman said reluctantly, "Young Master Quan, I don't even know where your villa is. I want to go too. My villa. Not only do you not know about it, but no one else does either." Quan's expression turned icy. "What are you going there for? We agreed back then that if we split up, we wouldn't get in each other's way. So it's better if you don't know about the villa." The woman's face flushed with anger, and just as she was about to speak, Sheen suddenly said, "It's fine, young Master Quan. Let her come along. It wouldn't look right for just two guys to go with him." Quan was taken aback. He intended to refuse, but fearing Sheen might not go either, he nodded reluctantly. "All right, then." Without further delay, he floored the gas pedal, and the car sped toward the suburbs. Half an hour later, the car reached an increasingly remote area. Eventually, they found themselves on a desolate dirt road. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single house in sight, not a soul, not even a shadow. Shortly after, the car came to a slow stop. Quan said, "We can't drive any further. Let us get out and walk." With that, he got out of the car, and the woman, sensing nothing amiss, followed suit. Sheen gave a faint smile. He swiftly pulled out the 4 beast cores and swallowed them in one gulp before calmly opening the car door. Ding, devour successful. Your physical body's wind element tempering stage progress has reached 100%. Ding, devour successful. Your physical body's ice element tempering stage progress has reached 100%. Sheen sensed that, at that moment, his physical strength had reached an unprecedented level. Name, Sheen. Fire element realm, peak tempering stage. Wind element realm, peak tempering stage. Ice element realm, peak tempering stage. Combat power, 500. Ding. Congratulations, host. Having cultivated all 3 elements simultaneously, your physical tempering has reached the human limit. A God tier quest is now activating. Chapter 9, God tier quest: an enemy vanquished with a single punch. Holy shit! Sheen was stunned by his own combat power. He had dared to follow Quan here because he suspected that by devouring 2 top-tier ice element beast cores, he would surely reach the peak. After all, his ice element talent was SSS rank. He also assumed his combat power would surely reach the 300 combat power threshold for a 1-star martial artist and perhaps even exceed it by a significant margin. But he never expected it to be a full 200 points higher than the 1-star martial artist threshold. As for Quan, having just become a 1-star martial artist, his combat power certainly couldn't be very high. Tremble, Quan. Sheen got out of the car, looked at Quan ahead of him, and smiled. Ding, God tier quest successfully activated. Quest 1, become a 1-star martial artist within half a year. Reward, 1 fire element seal fragment normal mode. Quest 2, become a 1-star martial artist within 3 months. Reward, 1 fire element and 1 wind element mark fragment normal mode. Quest 3, become a 1-star martial artist within 1 month. Reward, 1 fire element, 1 ice element, and 1 wind element mark fragment, plus 1 second grade martial art hell mode. Quest 4, become a 1-star martial artist within 3 days. Reward, 2 random mark fragments and 1 martial arts gift pack god mode. Sheen looked straight at Quest 4. It was a god tier quest, and that was the only level he cared about. Needless to say, the mark fragments were fragments of elemental marks. To break through to a 1-star martial artist, he needed to condense an elemental seal. With his devour talent, as long as he devoured enough seal fragments, he could condense an elemental seal. Most importantly was the martial arts gift pack. He had no way of guessing what kind of martial art it contained, but since it was a god tier quest, it was bound to be something extraordinary. This god tier quest is way too hard. 3 days. This was practically impossible. Ding. Quest acceptance time, 3 seconds. If the host does not accept, a random passive quest will be assigned. Countdown begins. Damn it. Sheen's expression darkened, and he hurriedly accepted Quest 4. Brother Sheen, hurry up and catch up, we're almost there. Quan turned and shouted to Sheen. Hurry up. The woman looked impatient, her eyes filled with disgust. If only she and Quan had come alone, now Sheen was nothing but a third wheel. Coming. Sheen wasted no more time and quickly caught up. Soon after, an abandoned reservoir appeared ahead of them, surrounded by overgrown woods. Young Master Quan? Where is your villa? The woman looked around. Ahead stood a dilapidated shack, likely the residence of the caretaker who had looked after the reservoir back when it was still in use. As for the villa, there wasn't even a trace of it. Quan suddenly spun around and grabbed the woman by the throat. Villa? This massive reservoir will make a much better grave for you than any villa. The woman's face turned pale. She tried to speak, but with her throat clamped shut, she couldn't make a sound. Quan showed no mercy. He tightened his grip, and with a crack, he snapped her neck before tossing her aside. With a thud, he flung her body into the reservoir. Sheen watched the entire scene from the killing to the disposal of the body without so much as a flicker of emotion. He agreed to let the woman come precisely to achieve this outcome. The woman was connected to Quan. If she hadn't come, the Zhao family would have easily traced the matter back to him once they began their investigation. Now that she was dead and he killed Quan, it would take the Zhao family some time to trace the trail back to him. And right now, what he lacked most was time. At that moment, Quan looked at Sheen. You didn't run? He assumed Sheen would flee after witnessing the murder, but to his surprise, Sheen stood there motionless, showing no reaction whatsoever. I suppose so, you're too scared to move. He stepped in front of Sheen. Now it's your turn. With that, he launched a punch, his fist glowing a fiery red. A 1-star fire element martial artist. Sheen stared at the fist, neither dodging nor flinching. The moment it reached him, he countered with a punch of his own. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. Quan, who had been smug just a moment ago, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. You've broken through to martial artist? His face went pale as he stared at Sheen in horror. After breaking through to 1-star martial artist, his combat power had reached 320, yet he was still severely injured by a single punch from Sheen, which meant Sheen must have broken through to martial artist quite some time ago. At this thought, a look of disbelief spread across his face. Sheen took a few steps to stand before him and struck out with his palm toward Quan's forehead. Die! Sensing death approaching, Quan's expression changed drastically. No! I'm a member of the Zhao family. You can't kill me, otherwise, the Zhao family won't spare you, and they won't spare your family either. Bam! Sheen's palm struck his forehead without the slightest hesitation. Quan's eyes widened in terror as his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Sheen grabbed his corpse and hurled it violently into the reservoir. Watching the two bodies slowly sink to the bottom, he finally turned and walked away. Shortly afterward, he drove Quan's car over and submerged it in the reservoir. After tidying up the scene, he turned and left. Everything was done swiftly and decisively. By the time he returned home, it had already grown dark. Sheen went straight to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began his cultivation practice. First, I'll condense the fire element mark. Hum. A ball of flame appeared in his palm and began to flicker continuously. Condensing a mark meant completely transforming elemental power into his own mark, and through that mark, he could then control his yuan power. A one-star martial artist is defined by the condensation of a single divine pattern mark. Sheen's fire talent was the highest rank, SSS, and at this moment, he felt an almost terrifying affinity for the fire element. It wasn't until the next morning that he opened his eyes and checked the system. His fire element mark had already been condensed to 2%. Name, Sheen. Fire element realm, peak tempering stage element mark progress, 2%. Wind elemental realm, peak tempering stage. Ice elemental realm, peak tempering stage. Combat power, 504. At this rate, it'll take 50 days to break through to 1 star. Sheen shook his head. He still possessed an SSS rank talent. If he had a lower tier 1, it would take years. There is a place where I could speed up the condensation of my marks, but such a place is simply too expensive. He recalled that the Martial Guild had elemental training chambers. Inside, elemental energy was densely concentrated. Simply entering one could accelerate the condensation process. However, gaining access required a significant financial investment. Rumor had it that a single night could cost hundreds of thousands. Moreover, prices varied by chamber, depending on the element S-type and concentration. Even if Sheen calculated based on the shortest possible timeframe of 3 days, it would still cost him over $1 million, and there was no guarantee he could break through within that time. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Sheen, come to the school right away. The principal's voice came through the phone. Sheen was taken aback. Principal, I have the right to study on my own. I know, but this is important. Hurry over. The principal offered no explanation, but his tone was clearly urgent. After hanging up, Sheen headed out and made a beeline for school. Chapter 10, Kicking the Car Door Open. Principal, what's the matter? Why the rush? After arriving at school, Sheen went straight to the principal's office. Inside the office at that moment were not only the principal but also the school's department head. Come. The principal smiled at Sheen and gestured for him to sit down. Have you heard of the Genius Training Camp? Only after Sheen had sat down did the principal ask. Sheen nodded. As far as he could recall, the Genius Training Camp was a special program specifically for high school seniors. It was established before every college entrance exam, and one outstanding student was selected from each high school in the city to participate. Based on the timing of previous years, now was about the right time. This year, the student our school has selected is you, the principal said, looking at Sheen with anticipation in his eyes. There were over 150 high schools in Rongqing, and once each session of the Genius Training Camp began, every school would engage in a round of comparisons. In the past, students from Rongqing No. 1 High School had never made it into the top 10. Though they weren't at the very bottom, they never ranked that high. But with Sheen on the team this year, the principal felt it was a sure thing that they make the top 10. They might even be able to compete for a spot in the top 3 or even first place and bring great honor to Rongqing No. 1 High School. So, are you interested? The principal asked. The department head standing nearby also looked at Sheen with a complex expression. In the past, students had to fight fiercely just to get into this talent training camp, but now, the principal seemed to be practically begging Sheen. The contrast was simply too stark. When does it start? It starts at noon. That soon? Sheen furrowed his brow. He was quite interested in the Genius Training Camp, but he now needed to figure out how to break through to a one-star martial artist within 3 days. Once he entered the camp, he wouldn't have as much freedom. Seeing Sheen's hesitation, the principal grew anxious and hurriedly added, Sheen, once you're admitted to this Genius Training Camp, the city will award you a 100,000 talent genius bonus. Plus, you'll receive guidance from instructors. Not only that, but if you're capable enough, you'll even gain access to the Elemental Training Chamber. Elemental Training Chamber? Does the camp have an Elemental Training Chamber? Sheen was taken aback for a moment, then his face lit up with excitement. Wasn't the elemental training chamber exactly what he needed most right now? Of course, the principal smiled. Sheen was at the peak tempering stage, so he knew that the moment he mentioned the elemental cultivation chamber, Sheen would agree without hesitation. Before Sheen could ask, he continued, "What's more, this elemental cultivation chamber is a newly developed one. Cultivating inside it is 15 times faster than outside." 15 times? Sheen was startled. He recalled that the fastest performing elemental cultivation chambers currently built by humans only offered a 13-fold increase in cultivation speed, and even those were extremely rare, found only in the capital. 15-fold if he calculated at a rate of 2% per night, that would amount to 30% in a single night. By his calculations, spending just 2 consecutive days in the chamber would allow him to break through to the 1-star martial artist realm in his fire element cultivation. "So, are you interested in participating?" the principal asked again. "Of course." Sheen nodded. With an elemental cultivation chamber at his disposal, he naturally had no reason to refuse. "Haha, great," the principal laughed heartily. "Sheen, I'll make you another promise. If you manage to take first place in the Genius Camp this time, I'll raise your bonus to 150,000. The maximum bonus stipulated by First High School was 100,000. But if Sheen truly managed to take first place, the principal had decided to break that rule. Even if he couldn't, he would personally cover the remaining 50,000 out of his own pocket. "Thank you very much, Principal," Sheen said with a smile. Money, of course, was something where more was always better. He'd never turn it down. The principal nodded and checked the time. "You can set off right now." "Right now?" Sheen looked completely bewildered. "Yes, right now. You're supposed to head to the training camp today. Noon is the latest you can leave." "I imagine the selected students from other schools have already set out," the principal explained. "Where is it?" Sheen asked, puzzled. The principal shook his head. "I don't know the exact location either. You'll have to find it on your own and make your own way there. You must arrive at the training camp before dark. If you're late, it will be considered a voluntary withdrawal." "What a game!" Sheen turned and walked away. Watching Sheen hurry off, the principal and the director both smiled. This was actually a test. It required not only strength but also wits. If they couldn't locate the training camp within a day, they wouldn't qualify to join it either. "Do you think Sheen can take first place?" the director suddenly asked. Based on past years' results, it was practically a foregone conclusion that Sheen would take first place. But this year, as they heard, 2 prodigies had emerged out of nowhere, one from number 7 high school and one from number 9 high school. Those 2 were Sheen's biggest rivals. Rumor had it they also reached the peak tempering stage. "I don't know. A little pressure is good. If there were no pressure, I wouldn't have recommended him in the first place," the principal shook his head. For Sheen to have quietly reached such heights, he must have his own cultivation methods. If the Genius training camp were still full of the same old crowd as in previous years, he wouldn't have bothered to recommend him. By now, Sheen had already walked out of the school. Instead of leaving immediately, he took out his phone and opened the map. In Roncheng, there are 3 places with elemental training rooms. He looked at the 3 locations marked on the map. One was the Martial Guild, another was the City Sports Center, and the third was the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Any of these 3 could be a possibility. Since the Genius training camp of the Beyond Realm had been held at all 3 locations in the past, it didn't have a fixed venue. 3 places, each in a different direction. Sheen studied the map, furrowing his brow. The 3 directions were very far apart. If he were to visit them one by one, a single day simply wouldn't be enough. He zoomed in on the map, then found the addresses of every high school in the city, and suddenly smiled. The city's high schools were scattered all over the place. Some were very close to the Martial Guild, others to the Municipal Sports Center, but not a single one was as close to the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Even the closest one would take over 3 hours to reach from the Ming Mountain Training Camp, while the farthest would take nearly 6 hours. If the goal was to ensure fairness as much as possible, Ming Mountain was the best choice. There's a very high probability it's the Ming Mountain Training Camp. Sheen looked directly at the Ming Mountain training camp on the map that was the farthest location from him, and he estimated it would take 5 or 6 hours to get there. However, he didn't decide to head straight to the Ming Shan training ground. Instead, he set off toward the Martial Guild. The Martial Guild was only a half-hour's drive away, so stopping there first wouldn't take much time. "Young man, need a ride?" A taxi suddenly pulled up beside Sheen, and the driver leaned out to ask. Sheen immediately opened the passenger door. "Martial Guild." "Got it." The driver stepped on the gas and sped off. "Hey, kid, heading to the Martial Guild for certification?" "Going for certification at such a young age, that's impressive." Once they were in the car, the driver glanced at Sheen as he drove and asked with a smile. "I guess so," Sheen nodded. "So you really are going for certification? Do you have a girlfriend, young man?" "I have a daughter at home." The driver chattered on, while Sheen replied sporadically. But soon, Sheen narrowed his eyes. "Driver, this isn't the way to the Martial Guild, is it?" He looked ahead and saw that the driver had unknowingly turned twice, and they were now driving farther and farther away from the Martial Guild. "Young man, I've been driving a taxi for 3 years, I'm sure of it. This direction leads straight to the Martial Guild." Bang! Without a word, Sheen kicked the car door off its hinges and leaped out. The driver's expression changed, but he didn't stop the car, he kept driving. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Sheen standing steadily behind him, a look of surprise crossing his face. Kicking the car door off with a single kick that's at least the middle tempering stage. The geniuses of this generation really are better than the last. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Number 37 is out of control. His cultivation level is at the middle tempering stage at least." Chapter 11, Climbing the Mountain. After jumping out of the taxi, Sheen watched as it continued driving without stopping and smiled slightly. It seems the trials of the Genius Training Camp have already begun. He turned and headed toward the Ming Mountain Training Camp. Meanwhile, the taxi pulled over to the side of the road. The driver got out and looked on in surprise when he saw that Sheen wasn't continuing toward the Martial Guild but had instead walked away. He was, in fact, one of the instructors at the Genius Training Camp. Although the Genius Training Camp was made up of geniuses selected from various schools, admission wasn't granted lightly. Only those who could actually locate the camp and arrive within the specified time frame were considered official members. He was one of the instructors tasked with creating challenges for these geniuses this time, and Sheen was his charge. Sheen's number was 37. Originally, this number belonged to Wang Chang from First High School, a rough ranking based on the daily performance of over 150 students. Now that First High School had been replaced by Sheen, the number had become his. Not playing by the rules? He stared at Sheen's receding figure, momentarily stunned. He was surprised that Sheen could kick the car door open with a single kick, but he was even more surprised that Sheen didn't go to the Martial Guild instead. He headed for the Ming Mountain training ground. Logically speaking, if he prevented Sheen from going to the Martial Guild, Sheen would surely find a way to get there anyway. The more he was stopped, the more determined he'd be to go. That was the normal way of thinking. Yet Sheen had abandoned the idea of going to the Martial Guild without a moment's hesitation. He hadn't expected such decisiveness. Shortly afterward, Sheen hailed another taxi. This time, he watched the road ahead carefully. Only after confirming they were heading toward the Ming Mountain training ground did he finally relax. A few hours later, he arrived at the foot of Ming Mountain. Looking up, he couldn't see the summit at all. Just as Sheen reached the base of the mountain, a man and a woman were struggling to climb through the woods of Ming Mountain. "Ming Shan is really tough to climb. We haven't even made it a third of the way up. If we don't reach the summit before dark, we'll fail this time. When we get back to school, everyone's going to laugh at us." The girl stopped in her tracks and said, panting heavily. The school had selected her for the Genius Training Camp, and while she'd been full of confidence before, she now couldn't help but feel worried. Ming Shan is reputed to be impossible for ordinary people to climb, so naturally it's not easy, the boy said. It didn't look quite as difficult for him, but it wasn't easy either. His pace had slowed considerably compared to when they first started climbing. "Xiaoyan, I'm not going to wait for you. I have to go on ahead." It gets harder the higher we go, and I'm afraid I might not make it either, the boy said suddenly. Upon hearing this, the girl named Xiao Yan looked furious. Zhou Lei, you're just going to leave me behind? And you still want to ask me out? Zhou Lei felt a bit awkward. He'd always had a crush on Jin Xiaoyan, but losing this chance to enter the genius training camp would be too great a sacrifice. What are you afraid of? Our schools are the closest to this Ming Mountain training ground, and we were the first to start climbing. If even we can't make it to the top, others definitely won't be able to either. By then, there won't be a single person left in the genius training camp. They'll have no choice but to let everyone in. They were the top students at their respective schools and had arrived at Ming Mountain before anyone else. If even they couldn't reach the summit within the allotted time, students from other schools would likely be even less likely to make it. If the training camp isn't here, then we're just out of luck. But if you're going to leave me behind, don't ever speak to me again, the girl continued firmly. Zhou Lei's expression changed. He took a deep breath, about to speak, when suddenly he looked down the mountain and his face fell with shock. Xiao Yan, look. Look? What's there to look at? The girl sounded a bit annoyed, but she couldn't help turning her head to look down below. A figure could be seen rapidly ascending the mountain at an incredible speed. They had been climbing for an hour and had covered nearly a third of the distance, yet the path beneath this person's feet seemed to shrink by leaps and bounds. It's important to note that Ming Mountain isn't exactly a tourist destination here. There is only a training ground at the summit, a facility specifically designed for training prodigies. As a result, there were no paved trails on Mount Ming. The path was lined with dense forests, and the rocks beneath their feet were mostly loose or muddy, making for a very difficult trek. Yet, beneath that person's feet, the terrain was as level as flat ground. The trees offered him no hindrance whatsoever, and while the loose rocks would typically roll away under an ordinary person's weight, when he stepped on them, it was as if a dragonfly had barely touched the water's surface. The girl was completely stunned. Could it be the instructor? Zhou Lei looked utterly perplexed, but that was the only explanation he could think of. Apart from the instructor, only students undergoing training would venture up here. It's not the instructor, the girl suddenly cried out. Zhou Lei looked closely. When he could make out China's features, his expression changed. He was too young, just like them, looking every bit the student. How is that possible? He is at least in the late stage of physical cultivation. Could a student at that level really be entering the training camp with us this time? I've heard rumors before that this class has a few prodigies. Could it be true? Just as the two were reeling from their shock, the figure grew closer and closer, until they could finally make out China's features clearly. See, classmate, which school are you from? Zhou Lei couldn't help but ask as Qin approached. Whoosh! The moment the boyish question left his lips, China's figure darted past them at lightning speed. First, hi! China's voice rang out. By the time the two of them realized what had happened and looked up, Qin was already 100 meters away. Holy shit, the boy blurted out. It was too fast. They were struggling to make their way up the mountain, while Qin seemed to be practically flying. Wind element. He is definitely a late-stage body cultivation practitioner of the wind element, the girl murmured. As Qin passed in front of them, it felt just like a gust of wind. At the physical cultivation realm, a stage before one begins practicing martial arts, only wind element practitioners could achieve such speed. At that moment, Qin was climbing the mountain while breathing evenly. It didn't look like he was climbing at all, but rather that he was enjoying himself. No wonder they say this mountain is impossible for ordinary people to climb. Here, it feels like my cultivation is progressing even faster. Qin marveled inwardly. It was as if the legendary spiritual energy truly existed here, making him feel as though every breath he took was part of his cultivation. If he stayed here long term, the results would undoubtedly be far better than cultivating at the foot of the mountain. I've only seen 2 people along the way. It seems I'm the first. He looked up. The summit was still out of sight, but he knew he had reached the mountain's mid-slope and was halfway up. The higher he climbed, the harder it felt, yet his pace didn't slow in the slightest. At first, he relied solely on the peak power of the wind realm. When he began to feel strained, he activated his fire elemental energy. By the end, all three elements were in full force. Boom! Finally, he took his final step and reached the summit of Ming Mountain. At that moment, his blood felt as if it were boiling. It took a moment before it slowly calmed down. Chapter 12, Elimination Rate Exceeds 50%. Phew! Qin exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. I never expected that just by climbing this mountain once, my 3 elemental marks would all condense a little. He checked the system at that moment. His 3 elemental marks had each condensed by 2%. As a result, his fire element mark had now condensed to a total of 4%. My combat power has also increased to 516. Seeing the changes in himself, he was very satisfied. He'd already made some progress even before the genius training camp had begun. Though modest, it was a good start. The training camp should be up ahead, he said, looking toward the horizon. The summit of Mount Ming was a vast plateau, so vast, in fact, that he couldn't take it all in at a glance. 200 meters ahead stood several structures, including some tall buildings. He walked toward them step by step. Just as he was about to approach, 2 men in military uniforms emerged from inside. One of them glanced at his watch, then looked up at Qin. "Not bad, you're the first to arrive, and it didn't take you long. Which school are you from?" "First High." Qin looked at the 2 men. "First High?" The 2 were instantly taken aback. They sized Qin up from head to toe, and one of them asked, "Really, First High? The real deal? Why would I pretend?" Qin shrugged. The 2 looked Qin over again. One of them said, "First High School is at least a 5-hour drive from here." "So that means you climbed the mountain in less than 2 hours, the other one added. Their voices were tinged with astonishment. Hearing their words, Qin showed no reaction. He'd been assigned to the camp at the last minute, so he'd set off later than the others. In fact, it had taken him less than an hour to climb the mountain. "Not bad, very good indeed. Welcome to the Genius Training Camp. We're the security personnel here." The 2 began to introduce themselves. "May I ask your name, student?" One of them extended his hand and asked naturally. Qin also held out his hand. "Qin." Their hands clasped instantly. But soon, Qin furrowed his brow. He could feel the pressure in the other man's grip gradually increasing. "Qin, not bad." The man nodded, but showed no sign of letting go. His grip continued to tighten. Qin's expression remained calm, and at the same time, he gradually increased the strength in his own grip. The man's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Qin to fight back, and without hesitation, he applied even more force. Thus, the 2 engaged in a silent contest of strength, the pressure mounting. When Qin unleashed the power of the peak tempering stage, the man stared at him in shock. The bystanders were equally astonished. They could tell that their own man had already tapped into peak tempering stage power, yet Qin's face showed not a trace of pain. Peak tempering stage, he thought to himself in shock. The man shaking hands with Qin was also stunned, but he quickly came to terms with it. After all, Qin was the first to arrive, so reaching the peak tempering stage was entirely possible. He smiled slightly and increased the force in his grip once more. Their mission this time was simple: to give these prodigies a taste of their own medicine, so that once they entered the training camp, they would set aside their arrogant pride and to weed out a few along the way. However, his expression quickly changed. He sensed that the force coming from Qin's hand was growing stronger and stronger, matching his own in intensity. "I refuse to believe it." Boom! He unleashed the full power of a 1-star martial artist in terms of combat power. That single strike reached at least 350. But the very next moment, just as he was about to gloat, his expression changed drastically. An equal force surged directly toward his palm, growing even stronger. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead, sending a chill down his spine. As the force continued to surge toward him, he found himself struggling to withstand it. "Qin, welcome to the Genius Training Camp," he blurted out, quickly pulling his hand back. Qin smiled and released his grip. "Thanks for your help, both of you." "Ha, no trouble at all," the man laughed heartily, his voice trembling slightly, then pointed to a spot. "Head over there first." Once the others arrive, we'll gather there. Your instructor will be there too. Thanks. Qin headed straight in that direction. What just happened? After Qin had left, the other man asked in confusion. He initially sensed that Qin and the other man were evenly matched, but then he been completely taken aback. A one-star martial artist. His strength is on par with a one-star martial artist. He's even stronger than me. That just hurt like hell. The man shook out his hand, still shaken by the experience. He had already broken through to one-star martial artist, with a combat power of around 350, but the strength Qin had just displayed if measured in combat power was at least 380. A combat power of 380 meant that, unless he possessed some kind of freakishly superior physical constitution, he had definitely broken through to one-star martial artist. With that in mind, the two turned to look at Qin's retreating figure, their minds in turmoil. A one-star martial artist who wasn't even of legal age was an extremely rare occurrence in Rongqing's history. Should we report this? No need. After all, that was just a covert test. We're not yet certain whether this kid has actually broken through to one-star martial artist. You mean he might be dual element? Right. So let us not report it. Given that person's temper, if we're wrong, we'll both be in trouble. He thought of his boss's domineering nature if they reported something without certainty and the information turned out to be incorrect. At best they'd be scolded, at worst, they'd face all sorts of punishments. It simply wasn't worth the risk. After making their decision, the two continued to wait for the other trainees to arrive. Meanwhile, Qin had already arrived at the designated location, a square that looked like a regular training ground, with nothing particularly special about it. After a while, people began arriving at the mountaintop one by one. Hold out for 5 seconds without screaming, and you pass, a voice called out. It was the same person who had shaken hands with Qin earlier. Immediately afterward, a trainee walked toward Qin. Ah! Before long, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Eliminated. For the rest of the time, the word Qin heard most often was eliminated. Someone was eliminated almost every few minutes. As the sky gradually began to darken, fewer and fewer people made it to the mountaintop. At that moment, on the plaza, another man in military uniform walked up from a distance. He took a careful look at the crowd gathered on the plaza. 72 left, at least that's better than last year's class. From this moment on, anyone who hasn't arrived yet is eliminated. And congratulations to all of you, you've officially entered the Genius Training Camp. My name is Ma Jun, and I'm one of your instructors. As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted in commotion. Out of more than 150 people, only 72 remained, an elimination rate of over 50%. Also, Ma Jun suddenly shouted, entering the training camp doesn't mean you'll stay here forever. The camp lasts 2 months, and during that time, you'll be awarded points based on your daily performance. The person with the lowest daily score will be eliminated. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. With one person eliminated every day, around 60 people would be cut by the end of the camp. Chapter 13, The Strong Know No Fear. Who was the first to arrive? Step forward, Ma Jun suddenly asked loudly. Everyone looked around, and soon they saw Qin step out of the crowd. They were all curious to know which school he came from. As Qin approached, Ma Jun pulled out a roster and asked, "Which school are you from?" "Sir, First High School." First High School? The drill instructor was slightly taken aback. It was somewhat unexpected that someone from First High School would be the first to arrive. Meanwhile, the other students were also staring at Qin, some with surprise, some with confusion, and others with admiration. First High School was, by far, the farthest group from here. Arriving first was a testament to their strength. Ma Jun looked at the list in his hand and found the entry for First High School. Your name is Wang Chang? Qin was taken aback for a moment, then realized what was happening. He was standing in for Wang Chang for some reason. The principal hadn't called to explain the situation yet, and the information here hadn't been updated. My name is Qin. Qin corrected him. Qin? Did number 1 high school make a last-minute substitution? Ma Jun furrowed his brow. Such last-minute substitutions had happened before. The reasons were complex, but most often it was because the student had pulled strings to get in. "Yeah, they switched it to me at the last minute," Sheen nodded. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the students from other schools changed instantly. A connected student? Looks like we were right. No wonder he was the first to arrive. Turns out he has a connection. Maybe an elder carried him all the way up. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. The only one who remained silent was a single boy. He was one of the two, a boy and a girl Sheen had encountered earlier on the mountainside. Clearly, the girl had been eliminated, while he had made it into the training camp. Hearing the crowd's gossip now, and recalling Sheen's terrifying speed during the climb, it all sounded like a joke to him. Bunch of idiots. You'll find out just how terrifying he is soon enough, he thought to himself. Shut up, all of you. Ma Jun's expression hardened as he barked loudly. The crowd immediately fell silent. First high school, Sheen. He crossed out Wang Chang's name on the list in his hand and replaced it with Sheen's. Then he pulled out a number tag. Since you're replacing Wang Chang, this number is yours. Take it, and go wait outside the gate to Zone 4. As he spoke, he pointed toward the distance. Sheen glanced in that direction and saw that there were 10 zones, each with a gate bearing a number. The first gate was labeled 110. The second was 1120. And so on. Sheen didn't hesitate and walked straight over, though he remained on edge. This certainly wasn't a place for them to rest. Rest areas in the training camp were always single rooms, designed so the trainees wouldn't disturb each other's practice. Therefore, these 10 zones must serve some other purpose. Soon, everyone had arrived at the rooms corresponding to their numbers. Those with numbers over 100 who hadn't been eliminated automatically filled in the remaining spots. At that moment, Ma Jun walked over and announced loudly, "You've all just completed a full day of induction assessments. You are all geniuses who have made it into the training camp. Next, we'll conduct the first points-based assessment. Anyone who enters the gate and doesn't emerge within half an hour will be eliminated. At the end, whoever has the fewest points will be eliminated." What? Hearing this, some couldn't help but cry out. They'd just seen more than half the group eliminated. They hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath, and here came another round. Click. Before the crowd could settle down, the gate ahead swung open. Looking inside, they saw various rooms, each marked with a specific number. Gazing at the dim lights inside, no one knew what kind of test awaited them next. They felt a bit anxious. After all, the unknown is always the most terrifying. Go in. Ma Jun barked. The group dared not hesitate any longer and cautiously stepped inside. Sheen walked among the others. As soon as he entered, a chill swept over him. He passed by room after room and soon arrived outside room 37. By this time, quite a few others had also found the rooms corresponding to their numbers. Some were still pressed against the doors, listening intently for any sounds from inside. The rules say we have to stay here for half an hour. I thought it would be difficult, but there doesn't seem to be anything in this room. It's very quiet. A burly man listened for a while and found the room to be completely silent, with no signs of anything unusual. It's definitely not that simple in there. Did you really think the test would be that easy? Why don't we just stay here and wait for the time to pass? Someone suddenly suggested. Everyone turned to look at him, their expressions suggesting they thought he was an idiot. How could the genius training camp possibly have such a loophole? Besides, if no one went into the rooms, their scores would all be zero. They'd likely be eliminated en masse. Don't underestimate the instructor's determination to weed out participants. They'd definitely go through with it. Who is going to open the door first and see what's really in there? Someone asked. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Sheen in unison. Brother Sheen, you were the top scorer in the entrance exam. You must be the strongest here. You should open the door and take a look. If there is anything unusual inside, you'd have the best chance of handling it, said a tall, slender young man who looked fairly handsome. That's right, Sheen. We're all counting on you. On the other side, a girl with a great figure but average look smiled and chimed in as well. The others remained silent, but no one objected either. They all knew Qin had gotten in at the last minute through connections, so at this moment, pushing him forward as a scout was something everyone was happy to see. Qin cast a casual glance at them, then stepped forward, reached out, and pressed the switch on the door. "I'll open the door, of course, but not to scout the way for you. The strong have nothing to fear, only the weak cower in fear." As soon as he finished speaking, his finger was already on the switch beside the door. The door slowly swung open, and without a moment's hesitation, he walked inside. Hearing Qin's words, the group was taken aback at first, then gradually came to their senses. "Did he just call us weak?" someone asked, his face darkening. "Never mind that. Let us hurry up and see what's inside." After Qin walked inside, the door began to close slowly. The group realized what was happening and hurried over to peer inside. "Is that a mechanical puppet?" Someone's expression changed. Mechanical puppets come in all shapes and sizes, some humanoid, others shaped like magic beasts, and are specifically crafted by humans to serve as training partners. Generally, even the weakest mechanical puppets are at the early body tempering stage. Most importantly, mechanical puppets represent a fusion of technology and martial arts. Mechanical puppets are equipped with chips, and within those chips lies the essence of human martial arts. A mechanical puppet at the early body tempering stage is absolutely stronger than a human at the same stage. After all, a single person cannot compare to the martial arts experience stored within a chip. Boom! A loud crash echoed through the room. Everyone watched as Qin sent a mechanical puppet flying with a single punch. Just then, the door slammed shut completely. "He knocked that mechanical puppet away," someone exclaimed in shock. "How is that possible? He's just a crony. He didn't really make it on his own merits, did he?" In an instant, some people's impressions of Qin began to change. Perhaps Qin wasn't what they initially assumed. Maybe he truly possessed real ability. Ha! Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter rang out. The tall, slender, handsome young man from earlier laughed. "What real ability? I'm from second high school, it's not far from first high. Don't you think I know their situation well?" Wang Chang, the top student, he has been number one from freshman year all the way through senior year. "I know that for a fact." Second high school and first high school were indeed the closest to each other, and he had indeed been keeping a close eye on first high's top student all along because that was his rival. So, he'd always known who Wang Chang was. "My guess is that this mechanical puppet hasn't had a chip installed yet. At best, it's just a half-finished product." The young man was brimming with confidence. "Don't believe me? You're all the top students at your respective schools. Some of you must have looked into first high's top student. Have any of you heard the name Qin?" He let out a cold laugh. No one spoke up. They truly hadn't heard of Qin, though some did know Wang Chang. Chapter 14, Mechanical Puppets 9 at a Time. Never mind. I see some of you still don't believe me, so I'll prove it to you. Remember my name, Yang Shui from number 2 high school. Yang Shui flicked his wrist and walked straight back to the door of his room. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the switch to close the door. The others hurried to follow, watching as Yang Shui stepped inside. "The door is about to close. Make sure you all watch closely," Yang Shui's voice echoed from within the room. Immediately afterward, everyone watched as he charged toward a mechanical puppet inside the room. The instant he drew near, a red light flashed from the puppet's body. Yang Shui's lips curled into a smirk. He knew the puppet had been triggered and he unleashed a punch. At the same time, the mechanical puppet's reaction was just as swift, and it fired a punch of its own. Boom! The man and the puppet collided instantly. As the crowd looked on, a figure was sent flying backward. The person standing at the doorway's expression changed, and they quickly stepped aside. The figure flew straight out just before the door closed. Holy shit! It wasn't a prototype. Yang Shui's head lolled to the side, and he passed out cold. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Two people quickly entered from outside. Seeing Yang Shui on the floor, they immediately picked him up and carried him out. Less than 5 minutes in, and this is the second one eliminated. I bet half of us will be eliminated this time, one of them whispered. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. They looked back at room 37, their eyes filled with shock. Bang! Inside room 37, Sheen landed a punch that sent the mechanical puppet in front of him smoking, completely rendering it incapable of further combat. They already started eliminating people. Sheen walked toward the destroyed mechanical golem with a faint smile. He had, of course, heard the alarm that had just sounded and guessed it was triggered when someone was eliminated. These mechanical golems weren't easy to deal with. Among the students ranked 30th or lower here, very few had reached the middle tempering stage, so avoiding elimination wouldn't be so simple. Having disabled one mechanical golem, Sheen looked ahead, where 9 more stood. It's impossible for every single one to be at the early body tempering stage, otherwise, this would be too easy, Sheen reasoned to himself. The mechanical golems would activate as soon as an attack reached within 2 meters of them. He surmised that as long as they were activated regardless of whether he injured them or not, he would earn points if he could survive for half an hour. If they were all at the early body tempering stage, and he only had to activate one, surviving for half an hour would be far too easy. Moreover, by fighting them one by one, many students could disable some of them. Points shouldn't be that easy to earn. He looked up and saw the security cameras in the room, then smiled slightly. Points were awarded by the instructors here based on performance, so to earn more points, he not only had to defeat more mechanical puppets but also had to demonstrate how he defeated them. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate for a moment and charged straight toward one of the mechanical puppets, stopping 2 meters away. A red light flashed from the mechanical puppet, activating it instantly as it lunged toward Sheen. But instead of engaging it, Sheen charged toward another one. One by one, he charged at them. Before long, he had activated all 9 mechanical puppets, and in an instant, the entire room erupted into chaos. At the same time, alarms kept going off in other rooms. Staff members responsible for transporting trainees from outside rushed in and, hearing the tremendous commotion coming from Sheen's room, couldn't help but look over in astonishment. What is going on? Such a huge commotion, could all the mechanical puppets have been activated? At that thought, he shook his head. If all the mechanical puppets had been activated, the students inside would likely have been knocked out long ago and eliminated. There's no way there'd be this much commotion. Could it be the mechanical puppets have gone out of control? Are they fighting each other? His expression darkened. However, he didn't have the authority to force his way in once someone was inside the room, so he could only walk up to the door and peek through the peephole. Holy shit! He couldn't help but shout upon seeing the scene inside. Inside the room, 4 mechanical puppets lay sprawled on the floor, while a young boy, surrounded by the others, was moving with astonishing ease. At the same time, every punch the boy threw landed like a sledgehammer, taking out one mechanical puppet at a time. What kind of monster is this? He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Even more terrifying than his surprise was the fact that the boy showed no mercy. Mechanical puppets were expensive to build, so their defenses were stronger than their attacks. During the assessment, they would stop attacking once they sustained a certain level of damage, a measure to prevent excessive losses. Yet with every punch the boy landed, the mechanical golem was practically blown to pieces, completely destroyed, beyond repair. At the same time, a man in military uniform, holding a stack of documents, was walking toward a control room. Colonel Yang, here are the files on the new recruits entering the training camp this time, the man said as he placed the stack of documents in front of a woman. Lieutenant Colonel Luo, have you gone over these files yet? Luna didn't rush to look at them but instead glanced at the man. Luo Bin nodded. I've skimmed through them. This cohort is indeed better than the last one, but there aren't any particularly outstanding individuals. Aren't there 2 who reached the peak tempering stage? Luna smiled. Reaching the peak tempering stage before the college entrance exams means they have a real chance of becoming 1-star martial artists by the time of the exams. Such talent is more than sufficient. I know. In the past, having these 2 would been quite impressive, but now Luo Bin shook his head. Are you referring to the 1-star general selection? Luna asked. Luo Bin nodded. I've looked into it. Some provinces in the Western theater have already produced one-star martial artists, but in Jiang province, there aren't any, not in Rongqing, nor in any of the other cities. So, Jiang province has no competitive edge in this star general selection. And this is the very first one. What a shame. The Dragon Nation has several major military districts, each comprising multiple provinces. Jiang province belongs to the Western Military District. This time, each major military district is selecting one-star general from within its own territory. The eligibility criteria are high school seniors under the age of 18 who have not yet taken the college entrance exam. Since this is the inaugural event, everyone from high-ranking military district officials down to instructors at training camps like theirs is taking it very seriously. If a star general were to emerge from their ranks and make a name for themselves, it would be a tremendous source of prestige. Moreover, anyone who becomes a star general would receive priority training from the military region, and their future achievements would be limitless. For them, having taught such a person would be a source of great pride. Luna said nothing more but picked up the files and began reviewing them, starting with the profiles of the two students in the peak tempering stage. Yu Yang, Su Fei. After glancing at their profiles, she suddenly said, "Bring up the surveillance footage from their rooms." Chapter 15, Two Stunned Instructors. Yes. Luobin nodded, walked to the large screen, and zoomed in on the surveillance feeds from rooms 1 and 2. Room 1 is Yu Yang, a student from number 7 middle school, who entered the peak tempering stage a month ago. Room 2 is Su Fei, a student from number 9 middle school, who was certified for the peak tempering stage half a month ago, an event that caused quite a stir at the time. Luobin looked at the large screen and began to explain. On the screen at that moment, both Yu Yang and Su Fei had already defeated 3 mechanical puppets and were battling the 4th. Both were gaining the upper hand, and it wouldn't be long before they emerged victorious. Both of them activated 3 mechanical puppets simultaneously, including one at the late stage of body tempering that's already quite impressive. That is quite good. Luna nodded as well, though her expression remained largely unchanged. To her, while it was excellent, it wasn't quite stunning. Focus on training these two. Also, notify the training camps in the other cities of Jiang province to identify and prioritize the development of 1 or 2 candidates each. Before the star general selection, have them compete against each other. Whoever proves stronger will be recommended to participate. Even if they don't win the star general title, they mustn't bring shame to Jiang province. Luna thought for a moment before saying. She was the chief instructor in charge of this Jiang province talent selection. If the selected candidates performed poorly, it would reflect poorly on her as well. Understood. Luobin nodded, then suddenly added, "Should we check on the other rooms?" Luna waved her hand. The rankings this time were based on these students' regular performance at school and their actual cultivation levels. Even if there were discrepancies, they wouldn't be significant. As for the others, not even at the peak tempering stage, she really had no interest in them. Report. Just then, a staff member ran over. Aren't you supposed to be taking the students who fainted after being eliminated out of their rooms? What are you doing here? Why are you in such a panic? Luobin looked at the man and asked sharply. The man didn't even have time to recover from the rebuke. He hurriedly spoke up, "Officers, has something happened?" Luobin and Luna's expressions darkened. Is something wrong with a student? Both immediately thought of the genius training camp in the Beyond Realm, where sometimes people got in through connections but actually had very low cultivation levels. Later, during the mechanical puppet trials, they were crippled by the puppets in one session. One student even died. No, it's the mechanical puppets that have a problem, the staff member hurriedly explained. Luna's expression darkened. These mechanical puppets are brand new. A problem? How did you inspect them when you bought them? The staff member grew flustered upon hearing this. Without further explanation, he said directly, "Officers, please check the surveillance footage room 37. Luobin glanced at him, shook his head, and began reviewing the surveillance footage from room 37. As soon as the footage appeared, his expression changed. What is going on? Are all the mechanical puppets defective? Luna, however, sprang to her feet, staring intently at Chin, who was standing in the center of the room on the screen, and took a deep breath. "Rewind," she said calmly. Luobin also noticed something amiss. The mechanical golem lying on the floor in the footage had clearly not lost power due to a malfunction. It had been beaten to a pulp by someone. He hurriedly rewound the footage. Soon, they witnessed China's frenzied actions as he activated 9 mechanical golems at once. What incredible power! Look at his punches, they carry fire attributes. That's a mastery of the fire element. Plus, to unleash attacks of this intensity, has he broken through the martial artist rank? Luobin watched in astonishment as Qin pounded the mechanical golem. And his agility, Luna pointed out from the side. Only then did Luobin realize that, despite being surrounded by 9 mechanical puppets from the start, Qin hadn't been hit even once. He had skillfully dodged every single attack. Fire-type practitioners shouldn't have that kind of agility. Luobin furrowed his brow, turned to Luna, and asked, could he have learned some kind of agility-based martial art? Martial arts can only be learned after breaking through the martial artist stage with Qin's strength. He had clearly surpassed that level. Look more closely, Luna said, staring intently at the screen as the mechanical puppets kept falling before Qin. Luobin turned to look, and gradually, a look of astonishment returned to his eyes. He hasn't condensed an elemental mark, yet he is still at the peak tempering stage. That's wind elemental. Luna nodded. Dual elemental at the peak, no wonder he possesses the strength of a 1-star martial artist. Luobin realized. Cultivating both wind and fire elements, his strength and agility both surpassed the peak tempering stage, reaching the threshold of a 1-star martial artist. The footage ended quickly. The total duration was less than 10 minutes. If I'd known, I would send in a 1-star martial artist level mechanical puppet, Luobin said with a hint of regret. In the room were 3 early-stage mechanical puppets, 3 mid-stage, 2 late-stage, and 2 at the peak. For someone at the tempering stage, such a trial was nearly impossible to pass. But for someone who had reached the strength of a martial artist, it was much easier. Colonel Luna, it looks like we can make a run at this year's Star General title, Luobin suddenly smiled. Luna shot him a glance. Don't get too excited just yet. Being at the peak of dual element cultivation is impressive, but there is still a gap between that and a true martial artist. Dual element cultivation is inherently time-consuming. Even though Qin has now reached the level of a 1-star martial artist, his progress toward the next stage will be very slow. Meanwhile, in other provinces, those who have already broken through to the martial artist realm are still improving and at a faster pace. By then, it's not out of the question that someone might even break through to the 2-star martial artist level. You're right, but don't forget one of his elements is fire, and we happen to have a fire element training chamber right here. He has reached the peak tempering stage at this age. He is incredibly talented. As long as we let him enter the fire element training chamber, I'm confident it won't be long before he breaks through to become a fire element martial artist. His strength will naturally rise as well, and by then, he'll still have a chance. Luobin looked at Qin on the screen and had already begun planning how to train him. Let us follow the rules to the letter. Also, we still need to focus on cultivating Yu Yang and Su Fei. Luna began flipping through the documents in her hands again. Are you planning to use Su Fei and Yu Yang as practice partners for him? Luobin instantly understood what Luna meant. He knew Luna well. The more outstanding a person was, the more she would push them to the limit, fully unleashing their potential. Luna nodded. A gem must be carved to shine. Although his chances of becoming a star general remain slim, at least this time, Jiang Province 1T coming last, we can aim for a good result. I'm just afraid that before the blade is sharpened, the 2 whetstones will break. Luobin said with a laugh. Luna ignored him and flipped to the materials sent by First High School. Wang Chang? He is only at the late body tempering stage. What kind of information is First High School giving us? Her tone was slightly displeased. Were they pulling her leg? Commander Yang, the soldier, spoke up at that moment, his name isn't Wang Chang. First High School made a last-minute substitution. His name is Qin. First High School had just called to inform them of the change, stating he was at the peak tempering stage, but they still hadn't specified that he was at the peak of dual element cultivation. Chapter 16, Restroom Number 1. In room 37, Qin had already emerged. Ma Jun was already aware of Qin's combat record as he looked at Qin, his eyes were filled with surprise. Qin, very good. Your number has now been changed to number 1. Here is the key, you can return to restroom number 1 to rest. You'll receive your points tomorrow. Ma Jun handed a key to Qin. After taking the key, Qin headed toward the rest area. The assessment room. Room number 1. After defeating 2 late body tempering stage mechanical puppets, Yu Yang's face had turned pale. I let my guard down. The mechanical puppets are equipped with chips, their combat experience far surpasses mine. Now that I've expended so much energy, there is no way I can defeat a peak tempering stage opponent. Still, my performance this time is good enough. If I can't defeat them, no one else can either. I'm bound to have the most points. He thought for a moment, decided not to push himself to defeat the peak tempering stage mechanical golem, and simply opened the door and walked out. Meanwhile, in room 2, Su Fei was in the same situation. He didn't persist either, but instead made the same decision as Yu Yang, to give up on clearing the stage completely and turned to walk out of the room. The two opened their doors almost simultaneously, then exchanged a glance, both with a look of pride in their eyes. I still have 2 peak tempering stage mechanical puppets left to defeat. How about you? Yu Yang asked. Same here. Interesting. But this time, the restroom assignments will be based on our performance in this round, starting with number 1. We'll see who gets to be number 1. That'll give us a rough idea of who the instructor considers the best. Yu Yang smiled confidently. Su Fei, however, remained expressionless, completely ignoring Yu Yang's smugness. Soon, the two walked out the main gate and looked toward Ma Jun, who was waiting for them. They stood at attention in front of Ma Jun, both wearing expectant expressions. Ma Jun looked at them and smiled slightly. Not bad. You've both defeated 7 mechanical puppets. It's only natural that you couldn't defeat the remaining 2 peak tempering stage ones. You've already performed exceptionally well. Instructor, you flatter us, the two exclaimed in unison. It was clear they were both very excited. You two have identical records, so assigning this restroom is a bit of a hassle, Ma Jun suddenly added. Instructor Ma, my number is number 1 to begin with. Just give me number 1, there's no need to make a fuss, Yu Yang spoke up first. Just as Ma Jun was about to speak, Su Fei objected, hurriedly saying, Instructor Ma, although Yu Yang was number 1 from the start, the numbering of these restrooms affects the resting environment. I want restroom number 1, too. Not all restrooms are the same. Restroom number 1 is the best in terms of size, facilities, and soundproofing, a rest environment everyone would want. If he were outmatched, that would be one thing, but given the current assessment for mechanical puppets, he felt he was on par with Yu Yang. If you want it, beat me next time, and I'll give it to you. That one do. I want it right now. The two began to argue. Seeing this, Ma Jun raised his hand to cut them off. Are you done? The two instantly fell silent. Looks like you're done, Ma Jun nodded. Now that you're done, let me say a few words. The restroom number 1 you both want is already taken. I'll decide right now, restroom number 2 goes to Yu Yang, and restroom number 3 goes to Su Fei. As soon as he spoke, their expressions froze. It took them a long moment to react. Restroom number 1 is gone? Instructor Ma, I want to know exactly who got restroom number 1. They didn't care in the slightest about the assignments for restrooms number 2 and number 3. People have always only remembered the champion. As for second and third place, no one ever pays them any mind. First high school, Qin. Ma Jun said indifferently. The two were taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Just as Yu Yang was about to speak up, Ma Jun suddenly said sternly, All right, take your keys and go to your lounges now, immediately. The two had no choice but to take their keys and head toward the lounge area, though their eyes were filled with resentment. Only after they had walked a good distance away did Yu Yang say, Qin, is that the guy who got in through connections?
Yeah, but what kind of connections does he have? How did the training camp end up assigning him lounge number 1 right off the bat?
Su Fei asked, puzzled. Restroom number 1 not only offered a superior resting environment but was also a symbol of strength. The genius training camp placed great importance on talent.
To get in through connections and still be assigned restroom number 1, that kind of background was terrifyingly powerful.
No matter what connections he has, he'll still have to rely on his own abilities during our time here at the camp. When the time comes for trials in full view of everyone, I'll see how he manages to come in first, Yu Yang said defiantly. During the current assessments, no one could see how the others were performing, but there would be plenty of opportunities later on. If he made a fool of himself and still came in first, then that just wouldn't make sense.
Ma Jun watched the two walk away and smiled. This was exactly the reaction he'd been aiming for. The next day,
I heard they eliminated another 38 people last night.
There are only 34 left in the camp now. From here on out, they'll be eliminating one person every day. That's terrifying.
Early in the morning, the training camp cafeteria was already buzzing with chatter.
So what?
I heard that more than half of the 34 who made it through were injured. I'm one of them. My whole body still aches.
Those mechanical puppets were really powerful. Good thing I'm smart. I only activated the one for the early stage of physical cultivation, and I actually passed the assessment. Ha ha. You're the only smart one?
I dare say almost everyone here activated the mechanical puppets according to their own strength.
Who else managed to take down 10 of them outright? Nonsense.
In our assessment area, the mechanical puppets in one room were all completely destroyed, a voice suddenly piped up.
As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone turned to look at him.
Some recognized him as someone from the room 3140 area, and their expressions immediately changed. They looked at him as if he were a fool. They all knew that neither Yu Yang nor Su Fei had completely defeated the mechanical puppets.
How could someone ranked below 30th possibly have done it? Fine, if you don't believe me.
The man tried to argue, but ultimately gave up. In his section, only he and Qin had passed the test. Everyone else had been eliminated.
It was impossible to find anyone to back him up. I believe you.
Suddenly, a boy walked over to him and said firmly,
"Who are you?" "My name is Zhou Lei," the boy explained. "Hello, I'm Huang Jian." "Why do you believe me?" Huang Jian was taken aback.
Destroying all those mechanical puppets single-handedly, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it himself.
"Are you talking about number 37, that Qin from first high school?" Zhou Lei asked in a low voice. Huang Jian nodded in surprise. "That's right.
I saw it for myself when we were climbing the mountain earlier." To him, climbing a mountain is no different from walking on flat ground. Thinking back to when Qin had climbed the mountain earlier, Zhou Lei couldn't help but feel a fresh wave of awe.
"He is here." Zhou Lei suddenly spotted Qin walking into the cafeteria. After watching Qin get his food and sit down, he stood up and said to Huang Jian, "Should we go over?" Huang Jian's expression changed. "No, thanks."
He looked at Qin with a hint of fear in his eyes. During the previous assessment, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Qin sending a mechanical golem flying. Though surprised at the time, he hadn't thought much of it. After all, it was just a mechanical golem at the early stage of body tempering. But later, after he passed the assessment and stepped out of his room, he went to check on Qin's room and found it completely destroyed. That's when he began to fear Qin. It was just too brutal.
Chapter 17, Recruiting a Little Brother. "Qin, hello."
Zhou Lei walked up to stand across from Qin and greeted him politely.
"Who are you?"
Qin looked at him and asked in confusion. He hadn't spoken to any other students since entering the training camp, so being suddenly addressed by this person took him by surprise. "You might not remember, but when we were climbing the mountain earlier, I asked you which school you were from," Zhou Lei said with a smile. Qin thought for a moment, nodded, picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth.
"Is there something you need?"
Zhou Lei felt a bit awkward for a moment. He'd come over specifically to get to know Qin, but now he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath, looked at Qin as he ate, and said, "I want to be your underling." After saying that, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin. Qin looked up and smiled slightly. "If you become my underling, people will see me as someone who pulls strings. Aren't you afraid of what others will say?" Right now, everyone at the training camp looked down on him. Approaching him at a time like this and willingly becoming his underling if word got out, he'd surely be despised by everyone. Zhou Lei had assumed Qin wouldn't acknowledge him, but to his surprise, Qin responded. He quickly looked up and said, "Others may not know, but I certainly do. You've made it entirely on your own merit. Besides, I'm not afraid of what others think of me. Just like you people think you're a connected person, but you never explain yourself, nor do you bother to." Zhou Lei really admired Qin for this. Anyone else would have lost their cool and rushed to explain themselves, but Qin didn't. It was as if he didn't care what others thought at all. Their words were nothing but jokes to him. "Good attitude," Qin said, setting down his chopsticks with a smile. "Taking on a sidekick isn't out of the question, but what's in it for me?" Zhou Lei was taken aback. To him, having someone as his underling was a benefit in and of itself. But Qin didn't seem to care at all, leaving Zhou Lei momentarily at a loss. "Whenever you need information in the future, I can look into it for you." After mulling it over, he realized that was about all he could offer. "Not bad. Then I'll give you a task right now. Find out what elemental training rooms are available in this camp, as well as any other special training rooms, and who is in charge of this camp," Qin said immediately. After all, these were matters of great concern to him. The elemental training rooms were crucial to his breakthrough to the martial artist realm. The special training rooms were key to boosting his strength, while his curiosity about the campus organizer was purely out of interest. "Well, I actually know that," Zhou Lei suddenly said. "Huh?" Qin looked at him in surprise. "Well, I actually found out about it last night," Zhou Lei said, sounding a bit embarrassed. "I have a distant relative who is in charge of the logistics for this training camp. I asked him last night, and he told me everything he knew." At this point, he lowered his voice and whispered, "There are 5 elemental training rooms in this camp, one for each of the 5 elements. Actually, this is just the standard setup. Elements beyond the 5 elements are generally referred to as special elements, and training rooms for those are usually only found in Yangchang." Upon hearing this, Qin nodded. Yangchang was a technology hub, and all of Jiang Province's elemental training rooms were developed there. Special elemental training rooms were inherently rare. Not only was development slow, but updates were slow as well. Since the training camp requires brand new facilities, it makes sense that there are no special element training rooms in this session. Additionally, aside from the gravity chamber and infrared chamber that were available in previous sessions, a combat chamber has been added this time, though its specific purpose remains unclear. Zhou Lei said earnestly. The gravity chamber and infrared chamber are easy to understand. The gravity chamber is simply a training room with increased gravity, designed to enhance one's ability to withstand pressure. The infrared chamber, as the name suggests, is an infrared training room used to hone footwork and physical agility. The combat chamber, however, is being established for the first time. Judging by the name, it's a training room for fighting opponents, but the specifics are hard to say. As for the person in charge you asked about, her name is Luna. She is something else. When it came to Luna, Zhou Lei's interest clearly piqued. He spoke excitedly, as if discussing gossip. She is also a graduate of the Genius Training Camp. In fact, she was the top student in her class. After graduating from college, she joined the Western Theater Command. She is only in her 30s now, but she is already a colonel. Zhou Lei's eyes clearly sparkled with admiration. Rising to the rank of colonel isn't just a matter of talent. It requires having performed outstanding feats on the front lines. Impressive, very impressive. Qin nodded in satisfaction. It would have taken him some time to find out these details on his own, but now he saved himself that effort. Everyone, report to the training camp plaza within 10 minutes. Anyone late is eliminated. Suddenly, a public address announcement rang out in the mess hall. Instantly, everyone put down their chopsticks and rushed toward the square without a moment's delay. Qin also stood up, with Zhou Lei following close behind him. A few minutes later, everyone had arrived at the square and taken their places. Shortly after, a man and a woman in military uniforms walked from a distance to the front of the crowd.
My name is Luobin.
As soon as he arrived, Luobin spoke up loudly, "This is the commander-in-chief of this training camp and your chief instructor, Luna, Colonel Yang.
Now, she will say a few words." Without any further ado, everyone fell silent instantly. Luna scanned the crowd.
"First of all, congratulations to everyone on entering the training camp.
Next, I'll explain the rules of the training. First, during training, you'll earn points.
These points have many uses, one of which is access to the various training rooms.
As for the other uses, you'll have to figure those out for yourselves. Earning points is also very simple. There are only two ways.
First, based on your daily performance, which will be evaluated by either me or Lieutenant Colonel Luobin.
Second, you can challenge someone who already has points.
If you win, the points are yours. If you lose, they go to the other person.
Every challenge requires you to stake all your points. Once your points hit 0, you're eliminated from the training camp.
Upon hearing this, the group's expressions changed. The first method seemed rather vague. No one knew if their performance would meet the two evaluators' standards, since there were no clear criteria.
As for the second method, a single loss meant certain elimination, a level of cruelty that was anything but ordinary. "Instructor Yang, are there any restrictions on the challenges?" someone suddenly asked.
Everyone adopted a serious expression. With challenges like these, if there were no restrictions, say, a peak tempering stage practitioner challenging an early body tempering practitioner who couldn't refuse the weaker cultivators among them would likely be eliminated very quickly.
Good question. Luna smiled.
To ensure fairness, those with higher cultivation levels who challenge those with lower levels must first defeat two opponents of the same level in succession before they can challenge you. As for those with lower cultivation levels, you may freely challenge those with higher levels, and the same applies to challenges between opponents of the same level. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially those with lower cultivation levels. This way, those with higher cultivation levels couldn't challenge them, and after all, no one would dare attempt to defeat two opponents of the same level without a second thought. Take the peak tempering stage practitioners, for example, Yu Yang and Su Fei. Even if they wanted to challenge others, they wouldn't have the chance. They couldn't even find two opponents.
Chapter 18, Should I go challenge him?
"Now, I'll distribute your student cards," Luna finally said.
At that moment, Ma Jun walked over and addressed the group.
"Instructors Yang and Luo have already assigned points based on your performance yesterday in the mechanical puppet room, and these points have been credited to your student cards. Once you receive your trainee cards, you may return to your rooms, where you'll find machines to check your scores.
Also, yesterday's lounge numbers don't necessarily apply now.
Once you receive your trainee cards, the number on the card will be your lounge number, so some of you may have a different lounge this time.
Yesterday's lounge assignments were only tentative, but today's specific rankings were determined by the two instructors after reviewing all the surveillance footage."
Upon hearing this, some of them looked excited, especially Yu Yang and Su Fei. They felt that their chance to get lounge number 1 had come around again.
Who do you think will get number 1 this time? I'm guessing it'll be Yu Yang. Not necessarily. What if it's Qin again? That's unlikely.
The public distribution of trainee cards this time isn't that straightforward. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's expression shifted slightly. They were all smart people and caught on quickly. With the card numbers made public this time, everyone knew each other's numbers, and those numbers represented their scores. Card number 1 definitely belonged to the person with the highest score, and the scores would naturally decrease as the numbers went higher. Likewise, this reflected everyone's strength. After all, the person with the highest score was undoubtedly the strongest, and even if there were differences, they probably wouldn't be too significant.
Moreover, Luna had just announced the training camp's rules. Participants could issue challenges to one another.
Knowing each other's point ranges and approximate strength levels was clearly meant to encourage everyone to challenge one another. In that case, if Qin still gets card number 1, he'll have the most points. But since he got in through connections and doesn't have the corresponding strength, he'll likely be challenged left and right, someone remarked with interest. This time, everyone wanted to see if Qin would still dare to rely on his connections to earn the most points.
Number 34, Xiao Ming. Just then, Ma Jun began distributing the trainee cards.
Xiao Ming stepped out of the crowd to receive his card, breathing a sigh of relief inwardly.
Although he was ranked last and in the instructor's eyes, likely the worst performer from yesterday. However, with the fewest points, the chances of others challenging him were also the lowest after all. With such a meager score, others might not even bother. Moreover, since everyone here was a genius, challenging him, the last place finisher, would be a major loss of face. Number 33. Number 32. Ma Jun kept calling out numbers and names.
As more and more people received their student cards, the expressions on everyone's faces began to change again. They all looked at Qin in surprise, their faces full of confusion. Does he really dare to take first place? They had already reached the top 5, yet Qin's name still hadn't been called.
Number 4, Du Hui. Number 3, Su Fei. Humph. Su Fei snorted coldly.
He hurried over to collect his student ID card, then returned to his seat, his face full of resentment. Losing to Yu Yang was one thing after all. Yu Yang's skills were undeniable, but losing to Qin left a bitter taste in his mouth.
Brother Fei, a student beside him whispered, "Do you want me to challenge him?"
Su Fei turned to look at him. This guy had been trying to curry favor with him ever since they entered the training camp yesterday. He remembered his name was Mo Qing. He was used to people trying to win his favor and hadn't paid him much attention before, but now, something stirred inside him.
All right.
If you beat him, I want to take the points, they're all yours.
Also, from now on, if anyone challenges you in the training camp, you can use my name. Su Fei nodded.
He originally planned to challenge Qin himself, but now that someone had taken the initiative to curry favor with him, it couldn't have worked out better. Besides, if everyone knew that the person who defeated Qin was his underling, it would further prove his low-key nature and strength.
Thanks, Brother Fei. Mo Qing was overjoyed.
He was currently ranked 17th, a position that, with neither too many nor too few points, was the most dangerous. There would undoubtedly be plenty of people eager to challenge him.
With Su Fei's backing, anyone looking to challenge him in the future would likely have to think twice about the consequences. Number 2, Yu Yang. Number 1, Qin. Ma Jun continued reading the list.
Only after Yu Yang returned with his trainee card did Qin step forward to stand before Ma Jun. This training camp will be different from previous ones. Over the coming days, do your best to get stronger.
Ma Jun patted Qin on the shoulder and said earnestly. Qin nodded, not giving it much thought.
From now on, how you navigate this training camp is entirely up to you.
If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. If there is something I don't know, you can ask instructors Luo and Yang.
Of course, this guidance isn't free each time, you'll have points deducted accordingly.
Ma Jun's words caused the expressions of everyone present to shift. Only then did they finally realize the importance of points. Even asking questions about cultivation would result in a deduction. All right, you may go. Ma Jun waved his hand at Qin. Instructor.
Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Mo Qing raised his head and said, "Instructor, the rules for the challenges weren't explained in detail earlier. I'd like to know, when someone challenges another person, can the challenged person refuse, and how does one issue a challenge? It's my fault for not explaining clearly earlier."
Luna stepped forward with a smile.
In addition to the rules I mentioned earlier, if you challenge someone, and it's the first time that person has been challenged that day, they cannot refuse.
Upon hearing this, everyone understood.
The meaning was simple: within a single day, aside from the first challenge which couldn't be refused, whether to accept subsequent challenges was entirely up to the individual. Of course, if you lose your first challenge, no one will challenge you again, because losing once means you lose all your points.
No one would challenge someone with 0 points who is about to be eliminated.
Also, a reminder, once your points hit 0, you won't be eliminated until 8 a.m. the next day. So, if you lose a challenge, it's best to find a way to earn points within the allotted time. Even just 1 point could keep you in the competition.
As for how to issue a challenge, it's simple. Do you see that over there? Luna said, pointing into the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw a fighting ring. That ring is set up specifically for your challenges. There's a gong next to it. Strike the gong and announce who you want to challenge, and someone will bring that person to you. Any more questions?
The crowd fell silent.
Luna waited 3 seconds, then left with Luobin. Ma Jun waved his hand. Dismissed. Qin turned and headed straight for his lounge.
He wanted to check his point total and then hurry to the fire element training room to condense his elemental mark. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when thud. The sound of the gong being struck rang out. Instantly, everyone who had been about to leave stopped in their tracks. Even Ma Jun, who had already walked some distance away, turned his head with interest to look. Chapter 19. Turns out he wasn't a connected student. I issue a challenge, first high school, Qin. Mo Ching struck the gong and shouted these words. Seeing everyone turn to look at him, he flashed a smug smile. The first person to issue a challenge was sure to attract the most attention. Most importantly, he was challenging Qin, a true display of defiance against authority. By eliminating this connected contender, others would surely thank him in the future. Let us go check it out, someone said, piqued by curiosity. In truth, many of them had wanted to challenge Qin but hadn't made up their minds so quickly. Now that someone had stepped forward, they were naturally eager to see how this connected contender would be eliminated. Is this guy crazy? Ma Jun frowned as he looked at the smug Mo Ching. He knew, of course, that many people believed Qin was a connected contestant. Such cases had existed before, and it was quite normal. But Qin had been first in every aspect since entering the training camp. Couldn't it be that Qin's success was truly due to his own ability? Besides, Luna was the commander-in-chief this time. A quick inquiry would reveal that with Luna in charge, there was no way a connected contestant could slip in. In all of Rongqing, no matter who tried to use connections to get someone into the camp, Luna's character would never allow it. All talent, no brains. He shook his head and walked away, not even bothering to watch the challenge. There was no suspense whatsoever. Meanwhile, Qin also looked toward Mo Ching at the ring. Narrowing his eyes, he walked straight over without waiting for anyone to call him. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Upon reaching the ring, he stared at Mo Chang and said sternly. Of course. You have no right to refuse, Mo Ching said with a smile. Qin nodded and stepped directly onto the ring. Since everyone thought he was just using connections, so be it. He'd take this opportunity to settle things with one punch, rather than face 100. Just then, a man in military uniform also stepped onto the stage. From now on, I'll serve as the referee for all your challenges. Step onto the ring to challenge. There are no rules other than death. Now, you have 3 seconds to prepare. Begin. The man cut straight to the point, announcing it loudly without any unnecessary chatter. At that moment, the crowd watching from below all looked tense. No rules other than death. It was simple. As long as no one died, the challenge was valid. Many immediately found this rather cruel. Qin, we have no grudge against each other. We didn't even know each other before. But the resources of the genius training camp should be reserved for geniuses. So, you'd better go back. Mo Ching spoke calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he stomped his foot down with a thud and surged forward with all his might. He is strong. Seeing Mo Ching's speed and explosive power, some people's expression shifted slightly. Why isn't Qin moving yet? Someone noticed that Mo Ching was already only about 5 meters away from Qin, yet Qin was still standing in place, not moving an inch. He hasn't reacted yet, someone shook their head. What do you mean he hasn't reacted? Our boss could take that kid down just by standing there. Zhou Lei, standing in the crowd, heard everyone saying Qin was no good and finally couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted. Haha, boss? You actually consider him your boss? You're just after the connections he has, aren't you? Everyone turned to look at Zhou Lei, their eyes filled with disdain. A genius going out of his way to curry favor with someone who relies on connections. If that person actually had decent skills, it might be one thing. But if he is no good, what good are his connections? They were geniuses. Sooner or later, they could forge their own legacies on their own merits. To grovel before others was simply despicable. Zhou Lei's face turned ashen, and he had no choice but to walk over to Huang Jian's side. Among all the trainees, Huang Jian was probably the only one who shared his views.
Don't pay them any mind. They'll soon see just how terrifying he is. Huang Jian looked at Qin on the stage with anticipation. Just as everyone was waiting to see how Qin would be defeated, Mo Qin was already only 2 meters away from him. He raised his fist. This punch will send you to the hospital. Don't worry, you'll definitely be discharged by the time the college entrance exams roll around. As he spoke, Mo Qin's fist already roared forward, heading straight for Qin's chest. Qin's expression remained calm. Just as the fist was about to strike, he reached out and grabbed it. Boom! The fist and the palm collided. Mo Qin's body froze instantly. His eyes widened just as he was about to speak. His expression suddenly changed drastically. Let go. Crack. A sharp crack echoed through the arena. Immediately afterward, to everyone's astonishment, Qin raised his arm, sending Mo Qin flying through the air before he crashed down onto the ring with a thud. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, and then everything fell silent. By the time the crowd below had processed what had happened, they saw Mo Qin, already unconscious on the ring, and Qin, completely unfazed. Qin wins. The referee's voice rang out, shattering the silence. Qin paid no attention to anyone and walked straight off the ring. Your opponent's points will be credited to your student card within an hour, the referee on the stage said, watching Qin's retreating figure. He, too, was utterly shocked. He knew that Luna was the chief commander this year, so there was no way anyone could get special treatment. Therefore, he had assumed Qin was the strongest in this tournament, but he never imagined he would be this strong. Thank you, Qin said as he walked down from the ring, step by step. To everyone's surprise, the crowd instinctively parted to make a path for him. Qin's expression remained impassive. Once he had walked out of the crowd, he said without looking back, "The next person to challenge me can come tomorrow. I'm short on time. I won't accept a second challenge in a single day." As soon as he said this, the crowd fell silent, each with a complex expression. A challenge? Are you kidding me? Given that performance just now, none of them could possibly match it. Even Yu Yang and Su Fei stared intently at Qin's retreating figure with grave expressions, saying nothing. Only after Qin had walked far away did the crowd begin to murmur. Who the hell said he was a crony? Step right up. Holy shit, that move he just pulled off was terrifying. It hurt just watching it. First to arrive at the training camp, first to clear the mechanical puppet obstacle course, first to secure the rest area. All of this is actually down to his own skill. At that moment, no one mentioned connections anymore. Haha! Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter rang out. The crowd turned to look and saw a face brimming with smug satisfaction. I told you my boss only needed to stand there to knock his opponent out cold. Now, does anyone still doubt it? Zhou Lei scanned the crowd with a condescending expression. However, no one spoke up to refute him. Some even had a hint of envy in their eyes. Brother Zhou, could you introduce me to your big brother? Yeah, Brother Zhou, I'd really like to meet Qin. Some began to cozy up to Zhou Lei. Although they were all geniuses, some had already realized just how vast the gap was between themselves and Qin. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were all body cultivators at their age. Whether in the early, middle, or peak stages of body cultivation, the gap between them and the peak level couldn't be explained by just 2 or 3 minor realms. This represented the difference in talent and potential. No problem, no problem. Zhou Lei laughed happily. This young master can even be the big brother here at the genius training camp. Let us see if that old guy back home dares to say I'm good for nothing anymore. He raised his head, his nostrils flaring with smug satisfaction. Chapter 20, Zhou Lei's Moment of Glory. 10,000 points. After returning to the lounge to check his points, Sheen was quite satisfied. In yesterday's mechanical puppet room, the maximum points he could have earned were probably 10,000 at most, meaning he achieved a perfect score. As for the points from his victory over Mo Ching just now, he didn't have high expectations. Once he knew his score, he wasted no time and walked straight out of the lounge toward the training hall building. The training hall building housed everything from elemental training rooms to other specialized training rooms. 10 minutes later, he arrived on the first floor of the building, where an office was located. To begin any training, one had to first register at this office. An elemental training room costs 2,000 credits per session, and other training rooms cost 1,000 credits per session, a staff member explained to Sheen. Sheen was taken aback. The credit requirements for these training rooms were somewhat higher than he had expected. Although 1,000 or 2 credits might not be much to him, it was a different story for others. He was certain that among the 30-odd trainees, probably no more than half had enough credits to train here. "I need the fire element training room," Sheen said, pulling out his student card. The staff member took the card directly. Seeing the number 1 on it, she couldn't help but glance up at Sheen before swiping the card through the machine. After deducting 2,000 points, she returned it to Sheen. "The fire element training rooms are on the first floor. Go out the door and turn left. There are 5 rooms in total. You can choose any one of them. Also, your student card already has access to the training rooms, but you can only enter once. If you go in and then come out, the access will expire. So once you're inside, try not to come out, otherwise, you'll have to come back here and have another 2,000 points deducted to re-enter," the staff member reminded him. "Thanks." Sheen nodded and turned to leave. Watching Sheen walk out of the office, the staff member immediately turned to the others and said, "Number 1 is here. Any guesses how long he'll last in there?" Based on past experience, the longest anyone has lasted was 3 hours. "And since number 1 is said to have cleared all the trap golems, I'd guess he'll be in there for about 3 hours as well," another staff member speculated. In previous genius training camps, there had been peak tempering stage trainees who defeated all the trap golems. "I bet he'll last 5 hours, one person suddenly said. Everyone looked at him in surprise. "Only 5 hours? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?" The man called Oldly smiled. "The elemental training room tests not only one's sensitivity to the elements but also one's personal perseverance. This young man gives me the impression of being very determined. I believe in him." A few of them shook their heads, still unconvinced that Sheen could last 5 hours. At that moment, Sheen had already arrived outside an elemental training chamber. He swiped his student card at the access control panel. With a click, the door opened. Instantly, a wave of heat washed over him. Such intense fire element, a 15-fold increase in cultivation speed. That's no exaggeration. Sheen marveled as he felt the heat. As he stepped inside, his entire body was enveloped by the fire element. Yet, to his surprise, the intense heat gradually faded, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Without delay, he quickly sat cross-legged and began practicing his elemental comprehension technique. Instantly, the fire element generated by his physical cultivation interacted with the fire element in the room, creating a wondrous transformation. Resting his hands on his knees, he attempted once more to condense the seal. Boom! 2 balls of flame appeared simultaneously on his palms, flickering ceaselessly before gradually shrinking. After continuous condensation, the flames transformed into fire elemental energy, surging from his palms into his body. Inside his body, a seal was steadily taking shape at a speed more than 10 times faster than when he practiced outside. Time passed bit by bit. An hour later, the seal within Sheen's body was already 8% complete. Excluding the 4% he had previously condensed, this meant he had completed an additional 4% in just 1 hour. As time went on, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the temperature in the cultivation chamber rose slightly. "It seems staying here for a long time won't be easy. The temperature will keep rising until it becomes unbearable." Only then did Sheen realize what the staff member had meant when he told him to stay here as long as possible. This cultivation chamber wasn't a place where one could simply stay indefinitely once inside. 2 hours later, the sweat on Sheena's forehead was pouring down. 3 hours later, it began to drip. But he felt no distress. On the contrary, he was overjoyed, because by then, the elemental mark he was condensing had reached 24% completion. As the temperature rises, the condensation speed accelerates. The so-called 15-fold speed isn't actually accurate, it's more like the initial speed, he thought to himself with delight. What he didn't know at that moment was that more than 10 people had gathered outside the training chamber, staff members and trainees alike, all there to see just how long Sheen could actually last inside. 3 hours already, he has tied the previous record. Impressive. Earlier, some staff members had speculated that Sheen could last 3 hours, and now he'd actually done it. What's the rush? He hasn't come out yet. I told you, he can last 5 hours, he definitely can. Oldley said confidently. The crowd buzzed with discussion. 4 hours later, some people looked surprised. By the 5th hour, the crowd was clearly losing their composure. I told you so, 5 hours, no problem. This kid just gives me that steady vibe. Everyone, step aside, don't crowd here. As soon as he comes out, help him cool down right away. Oldley gently pushed the people around him toward the exit. He should be coming out any minute now. He stared at the gate, waiting anxiously. But time kept ticking by, and the gate remained firmly shut, showing no signs of movement. Could he possibly stay in there for 6 hours? Someone's expression darkened. 6 hours was twice the record. Don't worry, don't worry. Maybe he'll be out any minute now, Oldley said, sounding a bit awkward. What's all the fuss about? My boss can stay in there for at least 10 hours. Suddenly, a voice laced with pride rang out. The crowd turned to look, and Jolie said smugly, "What's the matter? Is 10 hours a long time?" As he said this, he felt a twinge of unease. He'd never actually been inside the elemental training chamber himself, but he was simply convinced that Sheen could definitely handle it. "Young man, do you know how high the temperature inside will reach after 10 hours? Oldley looked at Jolie. 60 degrees. And that's equivalent to being baked in the sun at 60 degrees, not like we usually do, where we can at least catch a breeze or something. Plus, he has already been through 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees. The temperature keeps getting higher and higher. Do you really think someone at the peak tempering stage can handle that?" Although he had high hopes for Sheen, hearing 10 hours made him lose his composure. Even a newly initiated martial artist would find it hard to endure. Well, the trainees all looked surprised upon hearing his words. "So what?" Jolie looked up and retorted defiantly. "Holy shit!" Everyone immediately stared at him as if he were a fool. Chapter 21, 12 Hours of Madness, 1-star martial artist. He has already reached his limit. Inside the training room, Sheen was soaked through with sweat, his skin flushed red, and the veins on his forehead bulging. An hour ago, he had already nearly reached his limit. This made him realize that the limit of the peak tempering stage had been reached an hour ago. But he had forced himself to hold on for another hour. 50%. He frowned as he looked at the mark he had condensed. He could go out now, recover, and then spend 2,000 points to come back in, which would almost allow him to fully condense the mark and break through to 1-star martial artist. But points were a minor concern. He didn't want to waste any more time. With that in mind, he gave a soft command, "Wind." Instantly, it felt as if a gentle breeze swept through his body, bringing a wave of refreshment to his already exhausted frame. The redness in his skin began to fade, and his sweating slowed. This is one of the benefits of being a multi-element martial artist. Sheen smiled as he resumed condensing the mark. Outside. The crowd was still discussing when Sheen would finally emerge, but even after 8 hours, there was still no movement at the door. "He didn't pass out in there, did he?" a trainee whispered. "Impossible. If someone inside faints, the room will trigger an alarm," a staff member shook his head. "What if the alarm is broken?" As soon as the words left his mouth, several staff members' expressions changed. "I told you, my boss can stay in there for 10 hours. We're still early," Jolie said smugly. "Let us wait a little longer."
Old Lee said finally, his eyes fixed on the door. It was highly unlikely the alarm was broken. These were newly upgraded elemental training rooms that had never been used before. They were practically brand new. When another 2 hours had passed, Old Lee's expression changed. It had already been 10 hours. How do you know he can stay in there for 10 hours? Old Lee turned to look at Joe Lay. Joe Lay looked completely bewildered. Of course he didn't know why. It was just his unconditional admiration for Qin. I just know, he declared firmly. But why hasn't he come out yet? Old Lee asked again. He believed Joe Lay's words, but the door still showed no sign of opening. Actually, 10 hours is just an estimate. If my boss really puts his mind to it, he could easily go an extra hour without any problem. Joe Lay thought for a moment he couldn't let anyone realize he was just making things up, so he explained. Old Lee nodded, his face filled with awe. To last 11 hours, having witnessed so many generations of geniuses here, he had never even imagined such a thing, let alone seen it. The others believed Joe Lay as well. After all, a genius willing to act as someone else's underling, Joe Lay must surely know Qin well. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the main door. Though they couldn't see what was happening inside, they all couldn't help but look on with admiration. Seeing that no one was asking any more questions, Joe Lay secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while inwardly hoping Qin would come out soon, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain himself. The cultivation chamber. Qin's body had once again reached its limit, and his elemental mark was already 90% complete. Ice. He gave a soft command, and instantly, the temperature inside and outside his body plummeted. Even the air surrounding him grew noticeably colder. Awesome! Qin savored the sensation. After the extreme heat, the sudden chill brought him immense relief. The mark within his body was gradually taking shape. Although the final stage was the most difficult to condense, the current pace wasn't much slower than before. Why hasn't he come out yet? Outside, 11 hours had passed, and there was still no movement at the main gate, once again raising everyone's suspicions. Could the alarm really be broken? Old Lee's expression suddenly changed. It had been over 11 hours, nearly 12, a duration most one-star martial artists couldn't endure. At that moment, he looked at Joe Lay again, who replied, well, maybe the alarm really is broken. Quick, notify Commander Yang. Old Lee shouted. Once someone was inside the elemental training chamber, no one except Luna, who had access permissions, could enter. This was to ensure trainees weren't disturbed while practicing. Instructor Yang is here, a trainee suddenly shouted. Everyone saw Luna and Luo Bin in the distance, hurrying toward them. Commander Yang, quick, open the door. Trainee number 1 has been inside for nearly 12 hours. I suspect the alarm is broken. Old Lee blurted out. Why didn't you notify me sooner? Luna said coldly. 12 hours, that was a duration only a 2-star martial artist could endure. Old Lee shuddered. He didn't know how to explain it, so he turned to look at Joe Lay. Joe Lay was scared out of his wits. He didn't even dare lift his head. Luna didn't bother with them. Instead, she took out an access card and walked toward the door. Inside the room. Boom! The moment Qin's mark reached 100% completion, a surge of power welled up within him, exploding instantly. 1-star martial artist. Qin stood up, feeling that immense power. Name, Qin. Fire element realm, 1-star martial artist. Second divine rune progress, 0. Wind element realm, peak tempering stage. Ice element realm, peak tempering stage. Combat power, 704. Upon becoming a martial artist, divine runes appear on the elemental marks. At this moment, a divine mark had appeared on Qin's fire elemental mark. It had formed on its own when he broke through to 1-star martial artist. To break through to 2-star martial artist, he would need to form another divine mark. My combat power has directly surpassed the threshold for 2-star martial artist. Qin stared at his combat power, utterly astonished. The combat power standard for a 2-star martial artist is 700, and he had just surpassed that threshold. While he couldn't claim to be able to defeat a 2-star martial artist just yet, he was definitely unbeatable among 1-star martial artists. Ding!
You have completed Quest 4 God Tier Mode. Rewards have been distributed.
Sheen hurriedly checked his system space.
Sure enough, 2 mark fragments lay inside one of the wind element and one of the ice element.
The system had mentioned random rewards, but clearly, the selection was based on his actual situation. It could have been one of each, or both wind or both ice. In addition, there was a special box, presumably the martial arts gift pack. Sheen could open the box with a mere thought, but he didn't do so immediately. Instead, he smoothed out his clothes and walked toward the door. Opening it here was clearly inappropriate. The temperature was rising steadily and would soon reach the level of a 2-star martial artist. Although this place could accelerate the condensation of divine patterns, he discovered that condensing seals and condensing divine patterns were two entirely different concepts. Even here, he felt it would take at least half a month to condense a second divine pattern. He didn't know if it was because the elemental cultivation chamber had limited effects on accelerating the condensation of divine patterns, or if the divine patterns themselves were simply too difficult to condense. In any case, staying here for half a month was out of the question. Setting aside whether he could endure the increasingly high temperatures, a 1-star martial artist simply wasn't at the stage where he could go half a month without eating. As he reached the door and was about to open it, suddenly, with a click, the door swung open on its own. He looked up in surprise and saw Luna standing outside. Chapter 22, Breathing Techniques, Grandmaster Martial Arts. Instructor Yang, what are you doing here? Sheen looked at Luna and asked in surprise. At that moment, the crowd outside the door, upon seeing Sheen, recoiled as if they'd seen a ghost, their bodies involuntarily stepping back. Luna stared at Sheen and noticed that his eyes were now flickering like two flames. A martial artist, she thought, her heart racing. Sheen had broken through to 1-star martial artist based on her experience. She was absolutely certain she wasn't mistaken.
Nothing.
I just came to see if you were dead yet,
Luna said expressionlessly.
Before Sheen could react, she turned to the crowd.
What are you all doing gathered here? Disperse.
Instantly, the crowd scattered in a panic, not daring to linger even for a moment. As for herself, she glanced at Luo Bin.
Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them left immediately. The once bustling area was suddenly left with only Sheen. What the heck? Sheen shook her head. Outside the building, Luo Bin followed behind Luna and couldn't help but ask, did he break through?
He wanted to ask Sheen just a moment ago, but since Luna had told everyone to leave, he didn't feel comfortable staying behind to ask.
Luna nodded. He probably did. That kid is impressive.
Staying in there for 12 straight hours, that's downright insane, Luo Bin admitted, clearly surprised.
But he is a dual element user, and his other element is wind.
That should offset some of the heat, so 12 hours makes sense.
Maybe so.
Neither of them was a fire element user, let alone a dual element user, so they couldn't speculate exactly how Sheen had managed to endure those 12 hours.
So, what do you think? Should we still use Yu Yang and Su Fei as practice partners?
Luo Bin said with a smile. Breaking through to 1-star martial artist on the second day of the genius training camp, how were the others supposed to catch up? If they kept using them as practice partners, they'd really be worn down to nothing.
Luna shot him a glance but didn't bother responding.
Luo Bin shook his head and muttered, he must be over the moon inside. That was just Luna's personality, but the colder she appeared on the surface, the greater the turmoil within her heart.
What did you say? Luna turned her head and asked. Nothing.
Luo Bin shuddered and quickly replied. In restroom number 1, Sheen placed the 2 mark fragments into his mouth. They have no taste at all. The 2 fragments melted the moment they touched his tongue, as if he hadn't swallowed anything at all. But once they entered his body, he could feel his wind element mark and ice element mark beginning to take shape.
Ding, devour wind element mark fragment successful. Ding, devour ice element mark fragment successful.
A moment later, Sheen looked at the System's information panel again. The details for both elements had changed.
Wind element realm, peak tempering stage elemental mark progress, 25%. Ice element realm, peak tempering stage elemental mark progress, 35%.
Looking at the information, Qin wasn't surprised his talent for the wind element was low, so it was only natural that he lagged behind in every aspect.
Time to open the mystery box.
Looking at the martial arts gift pack, he wore an expectant expression.
Divine tier quest, don't let me down. With a thought, the box vanished on its own. Immediately afterward, several streaks of light appeared before his eyes. Before he could even react, they surged into his mind, transforming into streams of information that he swiftly absorbed. Breath of Fire.
Martial art description, 7th grade technique upgradable, exclusive to fire martial artists.
Wind breathing technique.
Martial art description, 7th grade martial art upgradable, exclusive to wind martial artists.
Ice breathing technique.
Martial art description, 7th grade martial art upgradable, exclusive to ice martial artists. In an instant, the information on these 3 techniques appeared in Qin's mind. The descriptions were simple, but the word 7th grade filled Qin with delight and surprise. Martial arts and techniques are graded in the same way as a martial artist's realm, one is based on star ratings, and the other on grade levels. The term 7th rank is also known as Grandmaster Martial Arts, because a 7-star martial artist is referred to as a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Martial Arts does not mean martial arts created by a Grandmaster, but rather that, among all martial arts, this particular art is exceptionally powerful. It can be considered the Grandmaster of martial arts. It's worth noting that in the previous announcement in Rongqing, Zhou Quan, who became a martial artist as a prodigy, received only a 2nd-rank martial art as a reward. Furthermore, there are very few 7th-rank martial arts techniques that a 1-star martial artist can practice. Such techniques are invariably regarded as the finest of their rank.
To practice them, having good talent isn't enough, one must also have made contributions to humanity.
Generally, someone with Qin's level of talent won't have the opportunity to learn such a technique. Instead, only those who have distinguished themselves in battle within the military camp are eligible, even if their natural talent doesn't quite qualify them as geniuses. Some even become martial artists and join the military camp after turning 30, yet they have earned the chance to practice these martial arts techniques with their blood and lives. What surprised Qin the most were the 3 characters evolvable can be advanced, proving that this technique could be upgraded to a higher rank in the future. It was simply a perfect martial art. Moreover, he paid close attention to the wind and ice breathing techniques and was delighted to discover that, although he had not yet broken through to the martial artist level with these 2 elements, he could still practice them.
Blazing Sun Fist. Martial art description, 7th grade martial art, limited to fire martial artists. Another Grandmaster level martial art. Qin was overjoyed.
The Blazing Sun Fist could greatly increase his strength.
Next, Qin began to absorb these martial arts techniques.
Only after he had firmly engraved them in his mind did he step out of the rest area.
Upon exiting, he headed straight for Luna's office area.
"Instructor Yang, I'd like to take some time off," Qin said, getting straight to the point as soon as he saw Luna.
Time off? Luna furrowed her brow. Today is the 2nd day of the training camp. What business do you have that requires you to take time off?
Instructor Yang, you may not be aware of this, but my family situation is somewhat complicated. I want to move my parents to the martial artist family housing area as soon as possible so that I can train with peace of mind.
Qin didn't elaborate further.
Although he was outstanding, he wasn't yet at a level where someone like Luna would take the initiative to resolve the Zhao family's affairs for him. So, in the end, he had to rely on himself. As long as he could move his parents to a safe place to live, even if the Zhao family discovered that Quan had been murdered and even if the Zhao family unleashed a torrent of wrath, he could handle things step by step.
Luna looked at Qin intently and finally nodded. How long do you need off? I'm not sure, about a week, I guess. Qin gave a rough estimate. This trip home would involve getting certified as a martial artist and moving house. There would certainly be plenty to do.
I'll give you 10 days. Do your best to sort things out, Luna said without hesitation.
All right.
Qin hadn't expected her to be so generous. 10 days would be more than enough.
After Qin left, Luna made a phone call and summoned Luobin.
Have someone look into Qin's family background, including everyone connected to his family. The more detailed, the better, Luna said as she organized her files.
What's going on? Luobin was a bit surprised. This was the first time he'd seen Luna take such an interest in a trainee. Luna paused for a moment, then replied without looking up, to prepare for the Star General selection. Upon hearing this, Luobin was taken aback. The Star General selection did indeed require trainees to have a clean background, absolutely spotless. In this world, not all humans were united, so anyone entering the military had to undergo a background check, especially for the Star General selection. However, there was still plenty of time before the Star General selection, and it only took 2 days to verify a person's background. There was absolutely no need to start this early. It wasn't like Luna at all. Still, seeing that Luna had no intention of explaining further, he nodded. All right. Chapter 23, Descending the Mountain, Returning to the Martial Guild. Master, the Martial Guild. Early the next morning, after Qin made his way down the mountain, he waited nearly half an hour before a taxi finally pulled up. Got it. The driver stepped on the gas and shot off in a flash. Young man, you look kind of familiar. The driver took a few glances at Qin. Oh, right, I remember now. I drove you to the Martial Guild a few days ago, too. Qin glanced at the driver but didn't really recognize him. Still, he said, you cover quite a wide area, don't you? That's what being a taxi driver is all about. As long as a customer needs a ride, I'll go wherever they need me to go, no matter how far, the driver said with a smile. That's the spirit. Qin smiled back. By the way, young man, you went to the Martial Guild for certification last time, right? Did you fail? You're heading back there so soon. I guess so. Qin nodded, offering no further explanation. The driver glanced at Qin and noticed he was in low spirits. He offered some encouragement. Failure isn't the end of the world. What matters is not giving up after you fail. When I was young, I was just like you. I went for certification the first time and failed too. Qin looked at him in surprise. He hadn't expected the driver to be a cultivator himself and asked curiously, what happened next? Most drivers tend to be talkative, and this one was no exception. Seeing that Qin was interested, he continued, after that, I just didn't give up. Every time I failed, I trained like crazy and kept going back for certification over and over again. At this point, he spoke with a touch of pride. I believe that persistence leads to victory. Qin was taken aback and asked, so what happened next? How did you end up driving a taxi? I kept failing the certification exams, and since I didn't have any other skills, I had no choice but to drive a taxi. But even though I failed, I stuck with it for a long time, so you shouldn't give up easily either. Qin was suddenly at a loss for words. He expected some inspirational advice, but it turned out to be toxic motivational nonsense. A few hours later, the car slowly pulled up to the entrance of the Martial Guild. Young man, this is your second certification attempt, right? Remember what I told you before, even if you fail again, don't give up easily. The driver looked ahead at the Martial Artists Association and offered words of encouragement once more. Soon, the car pulled up in front of the Martial Artists Association, and just then, several staff members hurried out from inside. The man leading them was dressed in a suit and tie. I think that's the director of the Martial Guild. What's his name again? The driver asked in surprise upon seeing the man at the front. Su Hua. Qin replied. Right, Su Hua. He is the second in command at the Martial Artists Association. Judging by his demeanor, is he here to welcome some big shot? The driver said, looking stunned. It was rare for the director of the Martial Guild to make a public appearance in all his years as a taxi driver. He'd seen it only a few times, though he'd heard plenty of stories about it. Just then, Qin opened the car door. As soon as he stepped out, Su Hua hurried over to greet him. Brother Qin. I figured I'd be here around this time. Good thing I didn't leave too late. Su Hua's tone was extremely polite, and he spoke loud enough for the taxi driver to hear every word clearly. The driver shuddered, slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and sped off with a whoosh, afraid to be even a fraction of a second late. What kind of monster did I pick up? The driver asked, his face a picture of shock.
For the director of the martial guild to come out personally with a whole team of staff to greet someone in Rongqing, not even the city lord's son could pull that off. There was only one possibility: his talent had reached a level that even the martial guild took seriously.
Are taxis this fast these days? Su Hua asked in surprise, glancing at the taxi's taillights.
Qin smiled, changed the subject, and said, "I'm really putting Director Su out this time, but I'm truly flattered that you came out to meet me in person." As soon as he came down the mountain, he called Su Hua to say he was coming to the martial guild for no other reason than that he wanted to get certified as quickly as possible. Unlike physical cultivation certification, martial artist certification requires an appointment, since there are quite a few people seeking certification every day. Since he didn't have much time, he had no choice but to ask Su Hua for a favor.
"Let us not stand on ceremony,"
Su Hua said with a smile. Before Qin arrived, he had called Su Hua to say he wanted to be certified as a martial artist. Aside from the fact that they already knew each other, the fact that Qin was set to be certified as a full-fledged martial artist before even turning 18 meant that, as a genius of this caliber, Su Hua simply had to welcome him in person. After all, it had been a long time since such a genius had emerged in Rongqing. Although Qin hadn't yet been officially certified, based on what he knew of Qin, he wouldn't have come if he weren't confident. In the certification building, the first floor hall was dedicated to the tempering stage certification, while the second floor and above were where official martial artists were certified.
After entering the building, Su Hua dismissed the other staff members and led Qin alone to the second floor.
The second floor is where 1 to 3-star martial artists are certified. The third floor is for 4 to 6-star martial artists, and the fourth floor and above are for 7-star and higher, though those levels are rarely used, Su Hua explained to Qin once they reached the second floor.
Qin nodded.
7-star martial artists were few and far between even in the entire city of Rongqing, so it made sense that the higher floors were rarely used.
Upon reaching the second floor, Qin saw that several people were already waiting for certification.
An official in charge of certification spotted Su Hua and hurried over to greet him.
"Director Su, why did you come in person?"
At the Martial Guild, Su Hua was second in command. He typically wouldn't handle certification matters personally.
"I brought a friend over." Su Hua offered no further explanation.
However, upon hearing the word friend, the official was taken aback, and the look in his eyes as he regarded Qin changed. He could tell at a glance that Qin was very young, and Su Hua had referred to him as a friend, not a junior, nor any other title.
"In that case, Director Su, would you like to cut in line?"
Martial artist certification requires advance registration, so those who registered first are certified first. But now that Su Hua had shown up, it seemed a bit inappropriate to make Qin wait. However, he didn't ask Qin directly. Instead, he asked Su Hua. After all, he didn't know Qin's personality. Some people enjoy this kind of power to bypass the system and would jump the line without hesitation, while others are more low-key or value the rules and wouldn't want to cut in line.
"No need. Let us go one by one." Qin spoke up immediately.
"All right, there are 5 people left in front of you.
It'll be quick."
The man nodded hurriedly. Soon, he was back to work.
"Everyone, we'll continue with the certification now. Let me walk you through the process again. It's simple.
First, we'll test your cultivation level, then your combat power." The 5 people in line looked at him in surprise. This certification procedure had already been explained earlier. Someone suddenly glanced at Qin, who was standing at the back of the line, and realized that the official was explaining the process specifically for him. "I just heard the certification officer call that guy over there director."
"Is he the director's relative?" someone muttered.
First up, Zhang Xing certification level 1 martial artist. After the certification officer made the announcement, a man who looked to be in his late 20s stood up from the first bench in the waiting area and stepped forward. "Place your hand on it and release as much yuan power as you can," the certifying officer said, pointing to a device nearby. The man walked up to the device, took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and placed it on the sensor.
Chapter 24, Just Average Combat Power. Don't be nervous. Relax and give it your best.
Seeing the man's nervousness, the certifying officer immediately spoke up. With a solemn expression, the man placed his hand on the device and silently channeled his yuan power. Soon, an earth element symbol appeared on the device, with a divine pattern faintly visible within it. Cultivation level certification successful, the certifying officer announced upon seeing the symbol. Only then did the man let out a sigh of relief and remove his hand. Cultivation certification is simple. As long as you're not some weirdo who came here just to cause trouble, there won't be any problems, whispered a man standing in line. Cultivation certification is a foregone conclusion. No one would come for certification unless they broken through to a 1-star martial artist. Unless, of course, they were here to cause trouble, in which case they be arrested. Next up is combat power. Don't be nervous. As long as your combat power reaches the 300 threshold, you'll be officially recognized as a level 1 martial artist. As long as you don't go into business, you can receive a monthly stipend of 10,000. To encourage the man, the certifying officer reiterated the benefits of becoming a martial artist. This was a benefit provided by the Dragon Nation government to martial artists, though, of course, there were prerequisites. Some people, after becoming martial artists, do not enlist in the military or join official organizations. Instead, they choose to open martial arts schools or similar establishments. Such individuals are generally motivated solely by personal gain, so they do not receive the allowance. Additionally, there are others who, once they become martial artists and start receiving the allowance, simply coast through life doing nothing. As a result, the authorities conduct investigations, and if confirmed, their allowances are revoked as well. Strike the combat power device with all your strength. The certifying officer instructed the man. The man took 3 seconds to prepare, then threw a punch at the device. Boom! A number appeared on the combat power device and began to fluctuate rapidly. The man stared nervously at the instrument. Finally, the number settled at 283. The certifying officer frowned. Certification failed. No, that's impossible. I clearly condensed the elemental mark and became a 1-star martial artist. The man's face went pale in an instant, his expression filled with resentment. Ah, this is just a martial artist propped up entirely by special drugs. The Martial Guild 1T recognized this kind of martial artist. Someone shook their head. Some people, in their desperation to become martial artists, go on a drug binge. But these drugs come with severe side effects, and the combat power they provide is illusory, so the authorities 1T recognize them. Getting the stipend isn't as easy as people imagine. Next, the certifying officer called out the names one by one. And all of these people successfully passed the certification. After all, those like Zhang Xing who relied on drugs to boost their stats were in the minority. Moreover, even many who did rely on drugs knew they wouldn't be officially recognized, so they wouldn't come here to court trouble. Number 5, Lu Yun, certification rank, 2-star martial artist. Finally, a 2-star martial artist. Apart from Zhang Xing, none of the previous successful candidates had left. People are naturally curious, especially after passing the test, and they all wanted to see how the others were doing. It's just like when ordinary people take their driver's license test. Once they pass, they let their guard down and watch others take the test with a critical eye. Lu Yun's cultivation certification went off without a hitch. Afterward, he punched the combat power device. 710. He passed. Seeing that number, everyone gasped. This meant that the man named Lu Yun was now officially recognized as a 2-star martial artist and would receive a monthly stipend of 20,000. 20,000 for an ordinary person. How much work would it take to earn that much? But as a martial artist, as long as you didn't just coast through life, it was much easier. Those who had passed the 1-star martial artist certification cast envious glances his way. They had no idea how long it would take them to become 2-star martial artists. Perhaps they never achieve it in their entire lives. The certifying officer also nodded at Lu Yun. A 2-star martial artist was already worthy of his respect. Next up, Qin. Certification level, 1-star martial artist. The certification officer looked at Qin, his eyes filled with anticipation. He was very curious about the person Su Hua had personally brought along, someone he even referred to as a friend.
He knew their director well. The director never went out of his way to show favoritism to relatives or the like, let alone bring someone along in person. It wasn't just the certification officer who was curious, the others were curious as well, though for different reasons. They wanted to see if this relative of the director would embarrass himself. Sheen remained calm. He stood up from the stool and walked step by step toward the testing device. Without any further ado, he placed his hand on it. A fire element mark quickly appeared. Cultivation level certification successful. The certification officer glanced at Sheen and announced solemnly, "Success." The others also looked over, their faces filled with surprise. Sheen looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. Had he really succeeded? Sheen? I've never heard that name before. Is there a Sheen family in Roncheng? Someone couldn't help but ask. Faced with such a prodigy, their first thought was that he must be a gifted young heir from a prominent clan. Well, could he have just been doped up on pills? Someone whispered. 17 or 18-year-old martial artists weren't unheard of, but they certainly didn't appear every year. One every 10 years was already considered rare. The fact that they actually encountered one was simply hard to believe. Most importantly, no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't recall any prominent Sheen family, nor had they ever heard the name Sheen before. Normally, a genius like this would have been in the spotlight long ago. Meanwhile, Su Hua saw Sheen and broke into a delighted smile. Although he knew there would be no surprises, he still felt a surge of excitement when success actually materialized. Building a good relationship with him was definitely the right move. Su Hua thought to himself. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Sheen stepped up to the combat power device. His breathing was incredibly steady. He activated the flame breathing technique, then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A deafening roar startled everyone back to attention, and they immediately fixed their gaze on the rapidly flickering numbers. 780. Whoosh! Everyone's minds went blank for a moment, and then the hall erupted in chaos. Even Su Hua, standing a little further away, nearly jumped out of his skin. 780. I'm not seeing things, am I? Holy crap, is he really Director Su's relative? Wasn't he supposed to be certified as a one-star martial artist? Everyone stared at the number that shouldn't have appeared, their faces filled with disbelief. Is the machine broken? Even the certifying officer was confused. Su Hua quickly walked over. He glanced at the machine. It was impossible for it to be broken. The Martial Guild wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. He looked at Sheen. Brother Sheen, this. He didn't know what to say. A level 1 martial artist certification showing the combat power of a level 2 martial artist. This was the first time he ever encountered such a thing. Sheen smiled. It's just my normal combat power. It was indeed his normal combat power. He had previously devoured fragments of the wind and ice elemental imprints. Although they hadn't allowed him to break through to the next level, his combat power had increased. Furthermore, the martial artist certification exam tested one's regular combat power, not burst power, so he wasn't allowed to use martial arts techniques. He could only use breathing techniques and hadn't employed the blazing sun fist. If he had used it, his burst power would likely have skyrocketed past 1,000. That was a grandmaster level martial art, after all. Normal combat power. Upon hearing Sheen's words, the others stared at him as if he were a monster. This isn't normal at all, is it? Chapter 25, The Guild Master Pays a Visit. Examiner, please announce the results. Seeing that the examiner was taking so long to speak, Sheen had no choice but to remind him. Only then did the examiner snap out of his shock. Sheen, your certification level is. Just as he said this, it suddenly dawned on him, Sheen was being certified as a 1-star martial artist, yet his combat power had already reached that of a 2-star martial artist. If he simply declared him a 1-star martial artist, it would seem like Sheen was being shortchanged. After all, the allowances for 2-star martial artists were different. Plus, since Su Hua had personally brought him here, causing Sheen to be dissatisfied and offending a genius like him was a terrifying prospect just to think about. However, if he simply declared him a 2-star martial artist, it didn't seem to comply with the regulations.
He unconsciously glanced at Su Hua with a pleading look. Clearly, this was a decision he couldn't make on his own, so he had no choice but to seek help. Su Hua shot him a glare, thought for a moment, then said to Qin, "Brother Qin, the certification process will likely take some time until tomorrow. The results will be out tomorrow. We'll notify you directly then. How does that sound?" He was a bit at a loss himself, but he still wanted to grant Qin the 2-star martial artist status outright, especially since he knew Qin's family background. However, with his current authority, he couldn't make the final decision. He needed to report the matter to the chairman. All he could do was offer a recommendation to the chairman, advocating for Qin to receive the benefits of a 2-star martial artist. "Then I'll leave it to you, Director Su. A day wasn't a big deal to Qin." "It's no trouble at all," Su Hua said, waving his hand hurriedly. "Director Su, I'll head back now. You go ahead and take care of your work." After saying that, Qin didn't linger and declined the offer to be escorted. Everyone watched Qin's retreating figure. Those who had just passed the certification wanted to step forward to introduce themselves, but they hesitated. After all, a genius like him might not even take notice of them. In Qin's presence, they couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority deep down. When he returned home, Qin saw Xiaofan giving Dai a massage. "Xiao Chen, why are you back? Did the training camp end this soon?" Both were puzzled when they saw Qin. The genius training camp wasn't supposed to end this soon. "I took some time off. By the way, pack up the essentials. We're moving by the day after tomorrow at the latest." "Moving? Why are we moving?" Xiaofan asked, confused. "You'll find out tomorrow." Qin offered no further explanation. At first, Dai didn't understand, but soon he looked at Qin intently, as if a realization had dawned on him. "Hurry up and pack your things," Dai hurriedly told Xiaofan. Although he was still a bit skeptical, seeing how serious Qin looked, it didn't seem like he was joking. "A martial artist? Could it really be that my son has actually become a martial artist?" For an ordinary family like theirs with no money or connections, there was only one possible reason to move: someone had become a martial artist, and they were moving to the city center. "You're going crazy too," Xiaofan snapped at Dai, completely ignoring the topic of moving. Dai gave a wry smile. He figured that if he mentioned his son had become a martial artist right now, Xiaofan would scold him senseless. Qin smiled but said nothing more. Without the certificate yet, once it was processed tomorrow, there would be no need for explanations. Now, condense the ice element mark. That night, Qin didn't sleep. Instead, he sat on his bed, conjuring ice flowers in his hands, and began to focus his energy on completing the ice elemental mark. Ice elemental talent was superior to wind elemental talent, so once he broke through to 1 star in ice, it wouldn't be too late to cultivate wind. Cultivating both simultaneously would only increase the time required. Also, I need to keep up with the progress on the fire elemental runes. He needed to break through to the 1-star martial artist level in both wind and ice, while simultaneously pushing forward with fire to reach the 2-star level. No wonder dual element cultivation isn't as popular as one might imagine. Its true time is just too tight. Qin shook his head. Dual element cultivation is indeed a powerful talent, but in the eyes of the influential figures, it's actually not as highly valued as a genius like him, someone who became a martial artist before turning 18. That's because many dual element geniuses are arrogant. They won't obediently focus on cultivating one element first but instead try to pursue both at the same time, which ultimately causes them to fall behind. "Sister Xiaofan, what's the special occasion today that you're buying so many groceries?" Early in the morning, Xiaofan returned carrying a pile of groceries, prompting her next-door neighbor to ask curiously. "Oh, my boy's back, what a hassle," Xiaofan said, though her expression betrayed her joy. "Xiao Chen's back?" The neighbor was taken aback. "Didn't you just say yesterday that he'd gone to that so-called genius training camp? He's back already?" Yesterday, Xiaofan and some neighbors had actually mentioned Qin, because after Qin had successfully completed his physical cultivation, Xiaofan and Dai had already spread the news around. "I didn't ask, but since he's back, I guess his training there must be over," Xiaofan said uncertainly. She didn't really know what this genius training camp was all about, she just knew it had the word genius in it, which meant her son was a genius. And since a genius had returned, naturally he deserved a good meal. I heard that at the genius training camp, they weed people out, a man suddenly said. This man was another neighbor of the Cheens and one of the wealthiest people in the neighborhood. His name was Joey, and he was usually dressed in a suit and tie. Joey, don't go spouting nonsense. Another neighbor, noticing the change in Xiufan's expression, hurriedly intervened. The Cheens were generally decent people, but they struggled financially, especially since Day wasn't in the best of health. Recently, the couple had been overjoyed that Cheen had achieved the body tempering certification, a fact known to all the neighbors. If Day's already fragile health were to suffer further because of Cheen's situation, it would be a real problem. What am I talking nonsense about? Joey retorted unhappily. Over in Yangchang, I have a friend whose older brother's son's classmate was selected for the genius training camp in a previous intake, but was eliminated on the very first day. Joey couldn't care less about how Dave and Xiufan felt originally, he was the one everyone in the neighborhood envied. However, a while back, when Dave and Xiufan showed off Cheen's early-stage physical cultivation certification, everyone started getting closer to the couple, while treating him differently than before, which had been making him feel a bit uneasy these past few days. Even if Cheen got eliminated, he is still a genius, a neighbor spoke up in Xiufan's defense. I know, but Xiao Chen might be feeling down right now and doesn't want the adults to know. I'm just telling Sister Xiufan the facts so she can comfort Xiao Chen and make sure he doesn't have to bear this alone. That wouldn't be good, Joey said, feigning concern. However, deep down he was actually quite pleased. Although Cheen had been expelled, he was still a genius, but with this sudden shift in perception among the neighbors, they certainly wouldn't envy Xiufan and Dade as much as they had before. Thank you, Joey. Xiufan, who was simple-minded and unaware of Joey's true intentions, thanked him and hurried back toward her home. Just then, a car horn blared. Everyone turned in surprise to see a luxury car slowly approaching. Who is that? Driving a car all the way up here? This residential complex was densely populated. Residents who owned cars parked them in the parking lot, and driving into the complex was prohibited unless it was a special vehicle. That's a Marshall Guild vehicle, someone exclaimed upon seeing the character for Marshall on the car's side. Everyone looked over, their faces filled with surprise. Even as ordinary people, they knew what the Marshall Guild represented. It was an organization dedicated to serving and managing martial artists in the city, arguably the most powerful institution in the city. Quick, get out of the way! Joey shouted as he saw the car approaching. He was the person here who knew the most about the Martial Guild. He absolutely couldn't provoke a conflict with these people, or he wouldn't even know how he'd die. When the car pulled up in front of the crowd, it suddenly came to a stop, leaving everyone puzzled. Soon, the door opened, and a figure stepped out of the car. Director Su. Joey's whole body trembled. But he was soon even more shocked. After getting out, Su Hua quickly walked to the other side of the car and slowly opened the door. The fact that Su Hua was opening the door himself left Joey speechless. Then he saw an elderly man dressed in a long robe step out of the car, while Su Hua stood respectfully to one side. President, this is the place, Su Hua said to the elderly man. Hearing Su Hua's voice, Joey's eyes widened as he stared at the elderly man in disbelief. The president of the Martial Guild. How could he come to such a small place? Chapter 26, 2-Star Martial Artist Certification. This is it? The elderly man looked up at the building next to them. The building was old, only 7 stories tall, with no elevator, and looked very run down from the outside. This is the place, it's on the 3rd floor, Su Hua said. Ever since Cheen had been certified as a body tempering practitioner, Su Hua had had someone investigate the matter thoroughly. Now, he was very familiar with the situation at Cheen's home. Are they going into the building? Joey saw Su Hua and the old man preparing to enter and felt a surge of excitement. He hurried forward to show them the way. He lived right here and knew the area inside out. This was his chance to meet someone important. But before he could make his move, Su Hua, who was ahead of him, suddenly called out, Miss Xiufan? Su Hua spotted Xiufan ahead and called out loudly. Xiaofan had also been surprised moments ago to see people from the martial guild here, but Qin's situation took priority. After watching Su Hua and the elderly man get out of the car, she had stopped gawking and was preparing to go upstairs. Now that she was suddenly called out, she turned her head in confusion and asked, "Did you call me?" "It really is Ms. Li," Su Hua said, recognizing Xiaofan and hurrying over. Earlier, while investigating Qin's family situation, Xiaofan along with Dai had been within the scope of their inquiry, so he had naturally seen Xiaofan's photo. "My name is Su Hua," Su Hua said as he approached Xiaofan. "This is our chairman Zhu." "Hello, Ms. Li. Just call me Zhu Yuan." President Zhu stepped up to Xiaofan, his tone calm. Hello, President Zhu. Do you need something from me?" Xiaofan was extremely nervous. Having lived most of her life, this was the first time she'd ever spoken to someone of such stature. "We're here to see Qin. He should be home right now, shouldn't he?" Su Hua asked. Yesterday, he had told Qin to wait. Today, his martial artist rank would be confirmed, and he would be presented with his certification. Well, as soon as Xiaofan heard the name Qin, and recalled what Zhou Yi had just said, she grew even more nervous. Has Xiaochen done something really wrong? He is still young. Whatever the matter is, please don't take it out on him. I'll take full responsibility. Qin's elimination from the genius training camp must have been due to some mistake, and now that even the Martial Guild's chairman had come in person, it must have been a huge one. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan and Su Hua were both taken aback. Zhu Yuan smiled and said, "You've misunderstood. Qin didn't make a mistake. If anything, it's that he is simply too astonishing." "Huh?" Xiaofan looked completely baffled. Zhu Yuan chuckled, "It seems he hasn't told you guys. He really is a low-key little guy." Zhu Yuan didn't explain right away, but instead asked Xiaofan to take him and Su Hua to her house to see Qin. Behind them, all the neighbors looked completely bewildered, still unable to fathom why the head of the martial guild had come to see Qin. Qin didn't cause some major trouble at that so-called genius training camp, did he? As someone suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately thought it was highly likely. After all, Qin had returned suddenly, which meant he must have been eliminated, perhaps because he caused trouble, and now the martial guild master had come in person to call him to account. "Let us go listen in," Zhou Yi suddenly shouted. Driven by curiosity, quite a few people gathered outside Qin's front door to eavesdrop. In the living room, upon hearing Su Hua's introduction, Qin looked at Zhu Yuan in surprise. He hadn't expected the other man to come in person. Zhu Yuan pulled out a certificate. "This is the certification issued to you by the Martial Guild." Qin took the certificate and opened it to find 2-star martial artist. Date and Xiaofan couldn't wait to take a look. When they saw it was a 2-star martial artist certification, they were so overwhelmed with excitement that they were momentarily speechless. They looked at Qin at the same time, as if they were meeting their son for the very first time. "Thank you, Guild Master." Qin was also surprised. He had taken this leave specifically to obtain a 1-star martial artist certification. The 2-star martial artist certification was a pleasant surprise from the Martial Guild. "You've earned it." Zhu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, you came back so suddenly. Aside from getting your martial artist certification, the main reason must be to move, right?" he asked suddenly. Qin nodded. "The sooner, the better. Over at the Zhao family, they could discover Quan's death at any moment and would quickly figure out that he was murdered. Once they found out, they'd likely take action immediately. With the Zhao family's power, making ordinary families vanish without a trace would be all too easy. I already know about your father's situation." Zhu Yuan glanced at Dai. The elderly couple was still discussing the certification, completely oblivious to their conversation. "I've already made arrangements for you to move. As for the other troubles, you'll have to handle them yourself." It wasn't that Zhu Yuan hadn't considered directly resolving the conflict between the Zhao family and Qin, but after much thought, he felt Qin wouldn't let it go so easily. Moreover, this was Qin's personal matter, and it wasn't his place to interfere too much. "Everything ready?" Qin asked, taken aback. He had already planned to resolve the Zhao family matter on his own. He had no connections. The only person he knew who held any real power was Su Hua. But as a member of the martial guild, he simply couldn't meddle in certain matters at will. Besides, even if he could intervene, the most he could do was mediate. He couldn't directly resolve the Zhao family's situation.
You'll find out soon enough, Zhu Yuan said with a smile. Outside the door,
a group of neighbors were craning their necks, pressing their ears against the door to eavesdrop.
Can you hear anything? Zhou Yi asked.
The voices inside were too faint. He couldn't make out what the martial guild's leader and Qin were discussing. I think I heard something about a 2-star martial artist, one of them suddenly said.
A 2-star martial artist? Could it be that Qin offended a 2-star martial artist at the genius training camp this time?
But even if he did offend a 2-star martial artist, that wouldn't warrant the Martial Association's president coming personally to call him to account, would it? The group was filled with confusion. It had never occurred to them that Qin might be a certified 2-star martial artist. After all, for someone under 18, simply being certified at the peak tempering stage was already remarkable, let alone being a 2-star martial artist.
Rongqing announcement.
Local genius, Qin from First High School, certified 2-star martial artist. Hereby awarded a property in Xinghai Garden, a cash bonus of 2 million, and a 4th-rank martial art. A voice rang out over the city, causing many residents of Rongqing to look up involuntarily, followed by murmurs of discussion throughout the city. City announcements are issued by official departments across the city. The volume is so loud that almost everyone within the urban area can hear them.
Qin? Which Qin? Outside the Qin family's door, the neighbors were a bit bewildered. Isn't he the one from First High School?
Someone just heard the president mention a 2-star martial artist.
The crowd quickly realized that the city announcement was referring to the very person they had been eavesdropping on.
Who said he was expelled for misbehavior? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned to look at Zhou Yi in unison.
Whoosh! Zhou Yi's face turned pale in an instant.
He turned and walked away. Everyone saw that his body was trembling uncontrollably, and his steps were unsteady.
Let us go, let us go.
The crowd scattered in a hurry, and no one dared to eavesdrop there anymore.
Chapter 27, A New Mission, Money in Hand. A property in Xinghai Garden.
Inside the room, Dai and Xiufen were thrilled upon hearing the city announcement. In the center of Rongqing, there were many residential complexes built specifically for the families of martial artists. These were all high-end communities, but there were distinctions among them. Xinghai Garden was the most exclusive of them all in terms of both its surroundings and other aspects. There were even rumors that the security guards were martial artists themselves.
Thank you, President, Qin said to Zhu Yuan.
Just moments after the other party mentioned that everything had been arranged, the announcement arrived clearly timed perfectly.
I told you, you deserve this. Besides, I merely relayed your situation to the city lord's office. The release of this announcement isn't the Martial Artists Association's responsibility, Zhu Yuan said with a smile.
Qin chuckled, making no pretense of ignorance. He understood perfectly well that it was undoubtedly the martial guild that had informed the city lord's mansion about him and the Zhao family. That was why this reward included a property, so he could move as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the reward would likely have been limited to a cash bonus and martial arts manuals, leaving him to purchase a home on his own.
Moreover, Xinghai Garden would probably be very difficult to acquire. By the way, there is something I need to tell you.
Zhu Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious, and he spoke with great solemnity.
Qin remained silent, simply waiting for him to continue. Do you know about the Star General selection? Zhu Yuan asked. Star General selection?
Qin shook his head, but his interest was piqued. Judging by the name alone, this selection sounded quite prestigious. It seems your drill instructor hasn't mentioned this yet. The Star General program was first proposed by our Dragon Nation. This year, each of the 4 major military districts will select 1 Star General. If they later join the general staff, they'll receive priority training. Don't you have a grudge against the Zhao family? Merely becoming a certified martial artist can only ensure your family's safety. But if you want to resolve the issue completely, becoming a star general might be an option, Zhu Yuan suggested.
Ha! Qin's interest was instantly piqued, though he remained skeptical.
The Zhao family had a 4-star martial artist among them. The idea that simply becoming a star general could completely resolve the matter took him by surprise. Zhu Yuan smiled and explained, once you become a star general, the military department will immediately grant you the rank of major general. Of course, before you actually join the military department, the rank is merely a title that won't grant you any real authority. However, with that title, there will always be a way to deal with the Zhao family.
Qin instantly understood what he meant.
Even if it were just a temporary rank without real authority, there would likely be countless people eager to curry favor with him. There were 100 ways to deal with the Zhao family.
Is there a process for the initial stages of this star general selection? Qin asked, his interest piqued.
To be honest, he could take his time with the Zhao family and deal with them once his own strength was sufficient, but that would take time, and he didn't want to wait any longer.
If he could resolve the matter sooner, he'd do it in a heartbeat. Seeing Qin's interest, Zhu Yuan smiled. His main purpose for coming here today was to tell Qin about this.
Although Qin might not necessarily be selected for the star general position, Qin might not necessarily be selected.
Still, there was a chance.
If he were to be chosen, as the head of the Rongqing Martial Guild, he would reap many benefits. To be selected as a star general, the first thing you need to do is take first place in the Rongqing Genius Training Camp.
Ding, Star General Selection Quest activated. Quest Phase 1, take first place in the Rongqing Genius Training Camp. Quest rewards, 1 Wind Element Mark Fragment, 1 Ice Element Mark Fragment, and the Martial Arts Star Tempering Skill, Volume 1. The sudden system quest took Qin by surprise. This quest, is it a gimme?
Qin stared at the quest description, puzzled.
With his current strength, he could even kill Yu Yang and Su Fei with a single punch. There was simply no competition.
That's unlikely. Given the difficulty of previous missions, the system wouldn't just hand this out for free. However, he couldn't figure it out just yet, so he could only accept the mission for now. Next, secure first place in all the genius training camps across Jiang Province. Finally, secure first place among all the geniuses in the Western Theater, that is, become the first ever star general, Zhu Yuan said slowly, watching Qin as he pondered. To become a star general, one must overcome countless challenges, competing against nothing but geniuses. Qin was a shoo-in for first place in Rongqing, and even in Jiang Province it was as good as a done deal, but the entire Western Theater was a different story. With over 10 provinces and hundreds of cities, there were simply too many geniuses.
After chatting for a few more minutes, Zhu Yuan stood up. I won't keep you any longer.
By the way, Su Hua will arrange for a moving company to come. You can move into Qinghe Garden today.
Xiao Chen, hurry up and see the chairman off.
Dai said hurriedly when he saw Zhu Yuan was about to leave. Zhu Yuan waved his hand.
No need.
You guys just pack up. With that, he left without further ado.
2 hours later, the moving company arrived downstairs.
Just then, Qin received a call from the school principal, asking him to come in. The principal explained that the bonuses had been approved, not only the school's bonuses but also the 2 million from the city lord's mansion, and that everything had been deposited into First High School's account and would be handed over to him all at once. Qin thought it over and decided to go right away. After all, he hardly needed to lift a finger with the move underway.
Director Su, I'd appreciate it if you could give me a ride, Qin said to Su Hua.
The move was to Qinghe Garden, and upon arrival, he did need to verify his identity, but with Su Hua, the director of the Martial Guild, by his side, that wouldn't be a problem at all.
No problem at all.
If you have business to attend to, go ahead and take care of it, Su Hua replied, more than happy to help. He'd be more than glad to build a closer relationship with a genius like Qin. Qin didn't waste any time. Half an hour later, he arrived at school.
You little rascal, you came back without even saying hello. If I hadn't heard the city announcement, I'd have thought you were still training hard at the Genius Training Camp, Principal Luo Jianoe said to Qin.
That city announcement had nearly given him a heart attack. Qin had returned without a word and had even been certified as a 2-star martial artist. If it hadn't been for the call from the city lord's mansion later on, he would thought he'd misheard it.
I've just been busy. First High is my alma mater, of course I had to come back. I just hadn't had a chance yet when you called me, sir. Would you be this eager if it weren't for the money? Principal Luo wasn't buying it and replied irritably. All right, give me your account number. I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you. About 10 minutes later, Qin heard the text message notification. 2,250,000. He looked at the principal. The man had actually given him a 15,000 yuan bonus. Of the 2,250,000, 2 million came from the city lord's mansion, effectively an official reward. The remaining 10,000 was for entering the genius training camp, also an official reward. The final 150,000 was a bonus from first high school. The maximum was originally 100,000, but now the principal had personally added an extra 50,000 from his own pocket. Although 50,000 wasn't a huge amount, as the principal, he'd already gone out of his way to secure the school bonus so quickly, and by adding 50,000 of his own, he was clearly showing how much he valued Qin. Don't get all emotional. The principal waved his hand, noticing Qin's expression. I'm not moved, I'm just wondering if it's a little on the low side? Qin smiled. The principal shot him a glare. 50,000 was equivalent to several months of his salary. Also, the 4th rank martial art awarded to you will be mailed directly to your home. A 4th rank martial art, kid, train hard. If you can master it to its fullest, with your current strength, you'll be among the top performers even at the 2nd rank level, the principal reminded him. Qin had been certified as a 2-star martial artist even at the lowest combat power level. For a 2-star, combined with the 4th grade martial art, he would surpass many other 2-star martial artists. Ordinary 2-star martial artists don't have 4th grade martial arts. However, it all depends on how Qin trains. Even geniuses need to grow through constant effort. There are plenty of geniuses who, because they became arrogant and complacent from the start, ended up blending into the crowd. Chapter 28, The End of High School. Principal, I'd like to attend one more class, Qin said suddenly. A class? Just go ahead. You haven't graduated yet, so you can attend any time, the principal said, waving his hand. Qin shook his head. I want to attend my homeroom teacher's class. He remembered that at this time of day, the homeroom teacher's class wasn't scheduled. The principal looked at him in confusion. He knew that Class 7's homeroom teacher had a somewhat eccentric temperament. The students privately referred to her as the female king of hell. Qin smiled but offered no explanation. The homeroom teacher had always had a poor impression of him. She had an eccentric temperament, but Qin felt she wasn't at fault. On the contrary, she was extremely responsible. Although she had an eccentric temperament, she treated everyone equally and never singled anyone out just because of poor grades or rare quality. Qin actually felt quite grateful to this homeroom teacher. When his father had an accident and his family was in dire straits, she had organized a class-wide fundraiser and never once pressed him for tuition payments. Otherwise, he would have dropped out long ago. Moreover, even after that, he still didn't put much effort into his studies. Sleeping in class was a common occurrence. The homeroom teacher often called him in for talks, but she never used harsh words. Instead, she patiently guided him. Besides, this was likely his last time at school. Regardless of whether he could participate in the Star General tryouts, once the training camp ended, it would be almost time for the college entrance exams. He had left for the talent training camp in such a rush last time, so now he wanted to finish his last class and see it through to the end. Go ahead. I'll give your homeroom teacher a call, the principal said, pulling out her cell phone. Qin's homeroom teacher was a middle-aged woman named Wang Su. She wasn't particularly pretty. In fact, she was a bit overweight and usually had a stern expression. Any of her students who saw her would feel a little intimidated. But now, as she stepped out of her office, a hint of excitement flashed across her face. She hurried toward Class 7's classroom. It was just as the bell rang to signal the end of class. The next period was PE, and many students were getting ready to head to the playground. At that moment, Wang Su walked straight into the classroom. Everyone, quiet down. Seeing Wang Su appear, all the students' expressions changed. Even the class president panicked and was the first to speak up. Ms. Wang, isn't the PE teacher sick again?
The school had used this excuse to death. The PE teacher was always the one in the worst health among all the teachers.
You guessed right. I'll be teaching the next class. Get ready, everyone. Holy crap!
Instantly, a chill ran down every student's spine.
Wang Su looked at their expressions, smiled, and didn't explain right away.
Teacher Wang is smiling, someone noticed and exclaimed in surprise.
What is going on today? I suddenly realized Teacher Wang is different from usual. Before, she would ve silenced us ages ago.
Wang Su listened to their discussion, and once the chatter had died down, she spoke seriously.
It's not that I'm taking over your PE class, it's because someone is coming to join you for this lesson. Is a school official coming to observe the class? No wonder Teacher Wang might be getting a promotion.
As soon as the words were out, some immediately thought of a school official observing the class. It wasn't uncommon for officials to observe classes, sometimes school administrators, other times officials from higher ups, mainly to assess the teacher's performance. Sometimes it's teachers from other schools who come specifically to observe and learn.
But regardless of the reason, they're required to pay close attention during the class. Wang Su didn't offer an explanation. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the classroom door.
The students were also curious to see which official was coming to observe the class, so they all looked over. Soon, a young boy came into view, and the moment they saw him, someone immediately jumped out of their seat.
Qin! It's Qin, he is back. It really is Qin. Wow, my idol is back.
A 2-star martial artist, a newly certified 2-star martial artist, a 2-star martial artist under 18, from our class 7, my classmate.
An autograph. I have to get an autograph.
The classroom erupted in excitement.
Qin had left quietly before, and they only later found out he'd gone to the genius training camp. This made them, as his classmates, incredibly proud. And just a short while ago, the city announcement that Qin had been certified as a 2-star martial artist had them even more thrilled. Even if it wasn't them personally, as members of class 7, they all felt a sense of shared pride at school. He is back. My brother is back.
Jack, the chubby boy, watched as Qin walked step by step toward the classroom, equally thrilled. During the days Qin was away, he wanted to call him many times, but was afraid of disturbing him, so he hadn't reached out at all. After Qin entered the classroom, he first looked at Wang Su at the lectern.
Hello, Teacher Wang.
Good, it's just great to have you back. Wang Su broke into a smile unlike any she'd ever shown before.
Qin then turned to the rest of the class. Classmates, I'm taking over your PE class today to teach Ms. Wang's lesson. I hope you don't mind?
Of course not. The class president was the first to speak up.
Right, why would we?
We love Ms. Wang's classes the most. Getting to take a class with a martial artist, this is the first time, and probably the last time in our lives.
It's an honor. If we tell our friends, they'll be so jealous. The students chimed in one after another. No one was thinking about PE class anymore.
Deep down, everyone knew this was likely their last class with Qin, but no one wanted to say it out loud.
Class begins.
As soon as the bell rang, Wang Su shouted loudly. In an instant, she was back to being that cold, stern homeroom teacher.
Qin listened from his seat, occasionally glancing at his classmates.
This was his last class, and for many of them, it was likely the last time they'd see each other. After the college entrance exams, they'd all go their separate ways. The world isn't that big, but meeting again would depend on fate. For 45 minutes, everyone listened to the lesson with unprecedented attentiveness, not because of Wang Su, but because of Qin. Time flew by, and when the bell rang again, Wang Su reluctantly announced, "Class dismissed." But below, none of the students stood up immediately. They remained quietly seated, their eyes filled with reluctance. Wang Su took out her phone, snapped a group photo of everyone, glanced at Qin, and then walked out of the classroom.
Qin, sign an autograph. The class president pulled out a beautiful notepad and was the first to approach Qin. I want an autograph, too.
Me too. The students rushed toward Qin one after another.
Here you go,
Qin said with a smile.
He could swear this was the most he'd ever written in a single sitting, and he was repeating his own name over and over, but it was also the happiest he'd ever felt while writing. Goodbye, everyone. After signing the notes, Sheen walked to the classroom door, said a few words, and turned to leave. At that moment, everyone instinctively ran out of the classroom and watched Sheen walk away until his figure disappeared from view. Chapter 29, The Zhao Family's Reaction. Sheen. After leaving the school, Jack ran after him. What's up? Going out for drinks again? Look how fat you've gotten. Sheen looked at Jack and said with a smile. Drinking? I quit a long time ago. Really? Really? I quit the day you knocked Liao Tao flying with a single punch, Jack said earnestly. During that sparring class, Sheen had stunned everyone. As his best friend, Jack had thought about it for a long time afterward and finally resolved to break his own habits of overreading and idling away his time. I came to see you about something serious, Jack suddenly said. Seeing how serious he looked, Sheen was surprised but happy for him. He nodded and said, Go ahead. Jack gathered his thoughts. You know, my family runs a martial arts school. I couldn't train before, so I was always just fooling around, but just yesterday, I qualified to start training. That's great. Sheen nodded. Achieving the qualification to train before the college entrance exams was indeed a good thing. At the very least, it meant he could go to college. It is great, but I don't plan on going to college. After my dad found out I could train, he told me not to go to college either. Instead, I'll take over the martial arts school right away, and he'll support me behind the scenes, Jack said. Sheen nodded. That sounds pretty good, too. Although he could practice martial arts now, the college he'd attend would only be average. After graduation, he might not even be as well off as the head of a martial arts school. Besides, the educational resources at an ordinary college might not necessarily match those of his own martial arts school. After all, no matter how small the school was, it would be his own, and all its resources would be dedicated to him. I support you. Sheen patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. Really? Jack's face lit up, and he immediately said, Here's the deal, since you're genuinely supporting me, why don't you join my Shanghai Martial Arts School as an honorary member? But let us be clear, you've got money and skills, so no salary. A sly gleam flashed in Jack's eyes as he finished speaking. Sheen looked at him in surprise. He hadn't expected this kid to actually pull a fast one on him. What do you say? Jack stared at Sheen nervously. He knew that Sheen was bound to achieve great things in the future, so being a nominal member would be a huge advantage for him. The reason he brought this up was because the two of them were such good friends. But friendship aside, Sheen had the right to refuse, and it wasn't Sheen's responsibility to agree. Sheen looked at Jack. It was rare for this chubby guy to care so much about something like this, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. Just go ahead and sign up. The reason martial arts schools seek honorary affiliations is simply to attract customers by leveraging the fame of the person lending their name. So, once his name was attached, he wouldn't have to do anything at the school, and given the circumstances, it would be unreasonable to refuse such a favor. You're the best, bro. Jack grabbed Sheen's hand the moment he agreed. Come on, I'll treat you to. I've quit drinking, and school hasn't let out yet. Next time you come to the Shanghai Martial Arts School, I'll have Wang Shanghai treat you. Go to class, Sheen said with a smile, waving him off. Soon after, he arrived at Qinghe Garden. It had to be said that Su Hua worked quickly. By the time Sheen returned, Su Hua had already left, and his new home had been fully set up. The city lord's mansion had not only provided a house but also furnished it with everything he could possibly need. My parents' safety has been taken care of. Next, I need to become a star general and settle the matter with the Zhao family once and for all. It's time to head back to the training camp early, Sheen thought to himself. He had originally taken 10 days off, expecting that moving and other tasks would take a long time, but thanks to the arrangements made by the city lord's mansion and the Martial Guild, it only took 2 days. However, Sheen then spent another 3 days with his parents. In total, his trip down the mountain had taken 5 days.
Early on the sixth day, he hailed a taxi and headed for the training camp.
Meanwhile, at the Zhao family estate.
In the Zhao family's main hall, a corpse lay in the center. It was Quan, the Zhao family's young master, whom Qin had killed with a single punch just a few days earlier.
Wancher, you must avenge Quan.
A woman gazed at the dead Quan, her face filled with sorrow, her eyes streaked with tears.
Have you found out anything?
Zhao Wancher looked at one of his men in the hall and spoke coldly.
Head of the family, we've identified him.
Surveillance footage shows that young Master Quan was last seen at the Energy Mall, where he got into a car with a woman and a young boy before leaving. Before Zhao Wancher could press further, the henchman continued, that woman is now dead as well, but the young boy is still alive.
Who?
A young man in the hall asked urgently. The henchman glanced at the young man and replied respectfully, in response to young Master Liang's question, the boy's name is Qin.
Qin?
Zhao Liang and Zhao Wancher both furrowed their brows. The name sounded very familiar.
Is this the Qin mentioned in the city announcement just now?
Zhao Liang suddenly realized, his expression shifting slightly.
Yes.
Furthermore, this Qin actually has some history with our Zhao family. The man young Master Quan had run over earlier was Qin's father.
The servant recounted the findings of the investigation in full detail.
Zhao Wancher and Zhao Liang's expressions changed. They were aware of the incident where Quan had someone run over Day. However, at the time, no one had paid it much mind. After all, Dave was just an ordinary person. So it seems that Qin is the one who killed my younger brother.
Zhao Liang frowned.
Qin had now been certified as a 2-star martial artist. He possessed the strength, and with such a deep-seated grudge against Quan, he had a motive as well. They just hadn't expected that an ordinary family they once paid no attention to would now produce such a genius one who had even caught the attention of the city lord's mansion. The difference between this city proclamation and the one regarding Quan back then was enormous. One could sense from the proclamation just how seriously the city lord's mansion took Qin. Furthermore, Qin had only gone to the Martial Guild for certification yesterday, yet the proclamation was issued first thing this morning. Clearly, the Martial Guild was pulling its weight as well. I don't care who he is, he must die. Not only must he die, but I want his entire family to die, the woman suddenly shouted.
The pity of a woman.
Zhao Wancher shot the woman a glare and snapped coldly. Zhao Wancher, he was your son too.
Now that he has been killed, aren't you going to avenge him?
The woman stared at Zhao Wancher, her eyes bloodshot.
Who said I want to avenge him?
My son, Zhao Wancher's son. How could he have died in vain? Zhao Wancher replied coldly.
When had the Zhao family ever suffered such a humiliation?
However, Qin had only just begun to gain the attention of the city lord's mansion and the Martial Artists Association. Taking action now would undoubtedly carry the greatest risk. He believed that the city lord's mansion and the Martial Guild were surely already aware of the feud between Qin and his Zhao family. If Qin were killed and the truth were uncovered, his Zhao family would undoubtedly be wiped out completely. Therefore, now was not the optimal time to act. They had to wait for an opportunity, one that was foolproof and left no evidence behind.
Dad, should I handle this? Zhao Liang volunteered. You do it.
Zhao Wancher frowned. Zhao Liang was currently a 3-star martial artist, but he was also his only son, the hope of the Zhao family. If anything were to happen to him, the Zhao family would truly have no chance of growing stronger in the future and would only gradually fall into decline.
Don't worry.
I want to do it myself, but I have a way to take him out. Zhao Liang said confidently.
Zhao Wancher finally nodded. He had complete confidence in Zhao Liang's ability to handle the matter. Chapter 30, Boss, come out quick, I can't take it anymore.
Mingshan Training Ground. At this moment, only 30 trainees remained in the training ground. Several more had been eliminated during the few days Qin had been away. Still, this was actually a good thing. It seemed everyone had developed a certain tacit understanding not to challenge others indiscriminately, otherwise, the number of eliminations would have been even higher. Now, the trainees spent most of their time training in the gravity chamber and the infrared chamber. As for the combat chamber, it contained mechanical dummies. However, the difficulty level of these dummies could be adjusted to match the trainee's cultivation level, allowing them to set the dummies to a suitable challenge based on their own abilities. This type of training emphasized real-world combat, but everyone felt there was no need to spend their points on it for the time being. After all, they hadn't taken the college entrance exams yet. Practical training won't truly begin until they enter college. For now, improving their cultivation is the top priority. Have you heard? Yu Yang has already broken through to 1 star.
Who doesn't know about that? It's south all over the place.
I heard he can now withstand 4 times the normal gravity in the gravity chamber.
Su Fei has made progress too, though he hasn't become a martial artist yet. Don't underestimate Su Fei. He has been honing his footwork all along.
He probably knows he can't break through to martial artist just yet, but he refuses to admit defeat, so he has put a lot of effort into his footwork. I heard he is in the infrared chamber now and has already set the infrared level to level 3. He's south, probably close to passing level 3. After entering the training camp, everyone realized that the people they once considered geniuses were, in fact, just average.
Now they understood what is a genius.
In this world, there are geniuses everywhere. If you don't work hard, you'll quickly be left behind by others.
So, these past few days, everyone has been training like crazy with all their might, especially Yu Yang and Su Fei, who've been secretly competing against each other. Even after breaking through to 1 star, Yu Yang showed no signs of letting up, spending every day in the gravity chamber. What do you guys think is up with Qin lately?
We haven't seen him in days, someone suddenly asked curiously. Ever since Qin last emerged from the elemental training chamber, no one had seen him again, which initially left everyone very puzzled. However, after Yu Yang broke through to 1 star martial artist, he completely captured everyone's attention, and for a time, Qin was forgotten. Now that his name came up again, everyone's interest was instantly piqued.
No one knows what he is up to.
He was so intense before he pushed himself to an unprecedented 12 hours straight in the elemental training chamber, and now he has suddenly vanished.
Do you think he'll dare to come out now?
After all, Yu Yang has broken through, and Su Fei has made significant progress. He could break through at any moment. Speaking of Qin, many now felt he had likely been surpassed by these two.
Ha, are you guys idiots? Do you think my boss is that easy to surpass?
You're all useless. He doesn't feel any pressure at all.
Boss is just waiting for someone to catch up. Ever heard the saying, I'll give you time to catch up, until you can't even see me in the distance? That is exactly where our boss is right now.
Zhou Lei, who had been listening to the crowd's chatter from a short distance away, turned and walked over, speaking loudly. When the crowd saw Zhou Lei, their expressions shifted slightly. Over the past few days, Zhou Lei had been acting very cocky, and many had considered challenging him, but upon realizing he was Qin's right-hand man, they backed down. But this guy was incredibly annoying. He was constantly going on and on about Qin, and they were all sick of hearing it.
Don't worry, my big brother will be back soon. When he does, you'd better be ready to tremble.
Zhou Lei smiled, then turned and walked away, as if he'd come here just to say those words to everyone. After leaving, Zhou Lei quickly returned to his room, where he finally let out a sigh of relief.
Big brother, please show up soon.
I can't hold on much longer.
These past few days, thanks to Yu Yang and Su Fei's progress, everyone had almost forgotten about Qin. When they did mention him, they felt he wasn't as good as those two.
So, from time to time, he drop hints here and there, talking about how great Qin was, all to maintain Qin's authority. Of course, it was also for his own sake. If Qin really fell from grace, it would be a heavy blow to him as well.
The gravity chamber.
A young man stood inside, shirtless, his muscular physique looking incredibly solid. At that moment, with 1 times gravity in the chamber, he moved with effortless ease as he threw punches. He showed no signs of discomfort. He adjusted the gravity to 2 times, and still threw punches with fluid, seamless movements. At 3 times normal gravity, his movements became slightly uncoordinated, but he quickly adjusted and gradually adapted. When 4 times normal gravity was activated, the pressure caused him to hunch slightly, but he remained mobile. I'm not quite there yet when it comes to throwing punches freely under 4 times normal gravity, but I'm confident I'll be fully adapted within 3 days. The young man persevered under 4 times gravity for a while, then opened the door. Young Master Yang, Instructor Yang is looking for you, a trainee said hurriedly as he saw Yu Yang step out.
The look in his eyes as he gazed at Yu Yang was one of admiration.
Yu Yang had only broken through to the 1-star martial artist rank 2 days ago, yet he was already on the verge of adapting to 4 times gravity. His rate of progress was staggering. He truly lived up to his reputation as one of the top talents among the group.
Instructor Yang wants to see me?
Yu Yang nodded. Over the past 2 days, Luo Bin and Luna had also sought him out several times, mostly to ask if he needed any guidance. He felt that ever since he'd broken through to 1-star martial artist, the instructors had been paying him much more attention. It was like he was being treated entirely differently. A few minutes later, Yu Yang arrived at the command room. Spotting Luna and Luo Bin, he said softly, "Instructor Yang, Instructor Luo. We called you here to assign you a mission." Luna cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush.
"I'll definitely complete the mission."
Yu Yang stood up straight and replied immediately.
Luo Bin smiled. "Don't agree so quickly. We're not asking you to actually complete this mission, we just want you to carry it out. As for the outcome, there will be no punishment or reward."
Yu Yang looked taken aback. He'd never heard of such a strange assignment before, being given a mission without being required to complete it. Luo Bin cut to the chase. "Now that you've broken through to 1-star martial artist, you're qualified to know something.
Our Western theater will soon be holding a Star General selection competition." Luo Bin explained the details of the Star General selection in full.
As Yu Yang listened, excitement gradually spread across his face.
Star General, he wanted to give it a shot. "Instructor, is the mission for me to represent Jiang Province in the Star General selection?" he asked.
Representing Jiang Province meant becoming the province's top genius of this generation, and now that he had become a martial artist, he was fully qualified for that role.
Luo Bin smiled. "That's right.
Furthermore, we plan to hold a competition in half a month. At that time, we'll select the strongest trainee from this training camp to compete against the other geniuses from across Jiang Province."
"Half a month?" Yu Yang was taken aback. "Half a month is plenty of time.
By then, you'll have been in the training camp for about a month. If you're not in first place by then, you won't be able to catch up in the little time remaining. So, in half a month, the spot for the Rongqing Genius Training Camp will be decided."
Luo Bin explained.
"Instructor, I don't think half a month is too short."
"Oh?"
Yu Yang said confidently, "I'm already number 1 here. Half a month feels too long to me, though. Of course, it doesn't really matter. Over the next half a month, I'll only get stronger, and the gap between me and the others will just keep widening." He just thought it wasn't necessary to hold the competition half a month from now, but upon reflection, this might actually be a good thing. It would allow him to pull even further ahead of the others.
"Confident that's good." Luo Bin nodded. "Go get ready." After Yu Yang left, Luo Bin turned to Luna.
"Will this work?"
"Yu Yang's cultivation progress is faster than Qin's," Luna said. Luo Bin was taken aback. "Are you trying to use Yu Yang to force Qin to temporarily give up his wind element cultivation?" He quickly caught on.
He noticed that Qin was very ambitious and wanted to cultivate 2 elements simultaneously, but doing so would likely hinder his fire element cultivation. Luna, however, intended for Yu Yang to put pressure on Qin, forcing him to focus solely on his fire element cultivation.
"I'm just afraid it might undermine Yu Yang's confidence," Luo Bin said with concern.
If Qin could cultivate both elements simultaneously to the peak tempering stage and perhaps even break through in the wind element in a short time, then Yu Yang wouldn't stand a chance.
Luna remained silent.
If a genius couldn't even handle a single setback, she wasn't about to say anything.
Chapter 31, Qin's Return, the Gravity Chamber.
Inside the infrared chamber, as a figure dodged the final sweep of infrared beams, all the infrared radiation in the room vanished completely.
"Congratulations! You've passed the level 3 body art test."
A mechanical voice rang out, and Su Fei, drenched in sweat, broke into a smile. "Level 4 agility. Once I've recovered, I'll come back and see just how hard it really is." He headed straight for the door of the training room. The so-called agility levels were based on the difficulty levels within the infrared chamber and were not a standardized classification. For level 1 agility, 3 infrared beams sweep across the chamber to pass. One must avoid being hit for a certain period of time. Level 4 agility, on the other hand, involves 15 infrared beams. He certainly couldn't pass that. Now he'd have to come back and train gradually once he'd recovered. Congratulations, Brother Fei, on passing the level 3 agility test. You've tied the record. As soon as Su Fei stepped out, a trainee hurried over and said. At the Rongqing Genius Training Camp, only 7 trainees in all previous sessions had passed level 3 agility, and now Su Fei was the 8th to achieve this feat. As for level 4 agility, no one has ever passed it to date. I'm a wind type, that gave me an advantage, Su Fei said, shaking his head. Brother Fei, you're being too modest. Tying the record is tying the record. The wind element is your natural talent, the trainee flattered him. There was no helping it. Although few people issued challenges to others these days, some trainees still worried they might be challenged out of the blue. So, somewhat out of their way to curry favor with Yu Yang and Su Fei. As long as they could stay in the Genius Training Camp, they felt they hadn't lost face. If they were eliminated, they'd be mocked once they returned to school. Hearing this, Su Fei smiled, thoroughly flattered. He agreed wind element was his natural talent. There was no question of him having an unfair advantage. Did anything major happen while I was training? Su Fei asked suddenly. The sycophantic trainee hurriedly replied, nothing major, just that Yu Yang was called into the command room by the 2 instructors again. They called him in again? Su Fei furrowed his brow. Over the past couple of days, the 2 instructors had summoned Yu Yang to the command room several times, which had made him genuinely jealous. Don't worry, Brother Fei. With your current agility, even if you faced Yu Yang, he wouldn't necessarily be able to do much to you, right? Once you break through to 1-star martial artist, you'll definitely surpass him, the sycophant continued to flatter him. Just as everyone was praising Yu Yang and Su Fei, almost forgetting about China, figure was moving at breakneck speed along the slopes of Ming Mountain. Not only was his speed fast, but it was also incredibly steady, without the slightest fluctuation. His chest rose and fell steadily, his breathing utterly natural. The breathing technique, combined with the unique conditions of mountain climbing, makes my cultivation progress much faster than usual. With each inhale and exhale, Qin seamlessly switched between the wind breathing technique and the ice breathing technique. At the same time, the marks within his body were condensing much faster, as if every breath were a cultivation session. Boom! The moment he set foot on the summit of Ming Mountain, he came to a halt. When he checked the system, the wind element mark had already condensed to 40%, and the ice element mark had reached 45%. His combat power had also reached 830. If he were to unleash the blazing sun fist, he could likely unleash 1200 combat power. At this rate, once I complete the mission and devour 2 mark fragments, I might be able to break through both the wind and ice systems at the same time. By then, I'll be able to kill a 2-star martial artist with a single punch. That's just too unfair. He smiled and turned his gaze toward the training camp. Right now, he didn't want to waste a single moment. After just 2 seconds of hesitation, he decided not to check in with Luna Shidi, find out he was back sooner or later anyway. He headed straight for the cultivation hall building. Each step appeared ordinary, but a discerning observer would notice that his footsteps were incredibly light, as if he were walking on air. The gravity chamber and the infrared chamber were both on the 2nd floor of the training hall building. Since Yu Yang had only just emerged, many people were now lining up to enter. If Yu Yang were inside, they'd have to wait a long time, so this was the busiest time of day. Man, Yu Yang is already at 4 times gravity. I don't know when I'll ever reach his level. He is already a martial artist. You should just focus on moving freely at 1x gravity first. The crowd chatted as they waited in line. Just then, a trainee turned to speak but suddenly spotted a figure appearing at the top of the stairs and looked taken aback. Qin. Hearing the voice, everyone turned in unison. Upon seeing Qin, their expressions shifted. It really is him. Couldn't he sit still any longer? He has finally come out. I wonder if his skills have improved. they murmured among themselves. Just then, the door to the gravity chamber clicked open. Strangely, however, no one rushed in immediately. Everyone was staring at Qin. The person who had just exited also saw Qin approaching and quickly took a few steps back, afraid of blocking his path.
Fellow students, shall I go in first?
Qin said with a smile, appearing very amiable.
Everyone quickly nodded.
Although everyone now felt that Yu Yang and Su Fei had already surpassed Qin, they themselves were still far behind, so they dared not disagree. Seeing that they had all nodded in agreement, Qin walked straight into the gravity chamber. Once inside, he began to survey the room. It was basically the same as the elemental cultivation chamber. The only difference was that one was filled with gravity, while the other was filled with elements. Without any delay, he looked directly at the control panel beside him. There were quite a few buttons on it, each labeled with a different number.
Let us start with 1 times gravity.
He wasn't being overconfident since it was his first time here. He naturally needed to adapt step by step. Besides, he wanted to see how his body would react to different levels of gravity. With that in mind, he pressed button 1.
Here we go.
Outside, the group watched as the number 1 appeared on the door, indicating that Qin had activated 1x gravity.
How many times do you think he can handle?
3 times, I'd say. Instructor Yang mentioned that the limit for the peak tempering stage is 3 times, and for a 1-star martial artist who hasn't cultivated body tempering martial arts, the limit is 5 times.
It's already at 2 times.
Suddenly, someone glanced at the number on the door and shouted.
That fast? Someone's expression changed.
Everyone who had ever been inside the gravity chamber was startled. They knew just how terrifying it was. Inside, it was the ultimate test of the physical body and internal organs. Entering the gravity chamber and increasing the gravity requires time to adapt, step by step. Otherwise, a sudden increase would cause terrible damage to the body.
Qin was adapting to 1 times gravity far too quickly.
This also meant that 1 times gravity had virtually no effect on Qin at all.
He really is incredibly strong.
I wonder how long it'll take him to adapt to double gravity.
Triple gravity.
Before the man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a startled exclamation.
Chapter 32, 6-fold gravity stuns the crowd. Is he crazy? He definitely is.
Even if he can withstand triple gravity, he doesn't have to do it this fast. Staring at the 3 on the door, everyone was startled not because of the magnitude of the number, but because of how quickly it had changed.
For 4 times.
Suddenly, they saw the 3 instantly change to a 4, and they all jumped in surprise.
He's crazy, he's really crazy, someone muttered.
Maybe he has gone off the deep end now that he knows Yu Yang has broken through to the martial artist realm.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
Just then, Zhou Lei sprinted over, pushed the others aside, and stepped to the front.
I heard my big brother is back. Sure enough, 4 times gravity isn't enough.
My big brother can handle 7 times gravity. Zhou Lei had originally intended to say 6 times, but after a moment's thought, he feared he might be proven wrong, so he immediately changed it to 7 times.
Quick, call Yu Yang, someone's tied his record.
Someone immediately pulled out their phone to call Yu Yang, completely ignoring Zhou Lei's words. 7 times gravity was treated as nothing more than a joke. You see, the gravity chamber isn't like an elemental cultivation chamber, where the intensity rises gradually. Instead, the gravity is increased in 1-fold increments.
The physical strain is absolutely brutal.
In a corner of the training ground, Yu Yang had come here after leaving Luna's side. This was also where he often rested after his regular training sessions. He didn't particularly like resting in his own room. His assigned room was number 2, but the one he always had his heart set on was number 1.
At that moment, 2 other trainees were sitting next to Yu Yang.
Young Master Yang, you should have no trouble with this star general selection, right?
That's right, young Master Yang.
You're already number 1 in the training camp, and in the whole of Jiang province, our Ronqing has always held its own. I doubt there are any students in other cities who've broken through the martial artist realm right now. The 2 trainees, having just heard about the star general selection, spoke up.
Yu Yang shook his head.
I'm confident about Jiang province, but when it comes to the final selection for the entire Western theater, it probably won't be that easy. There are so many geniuses in our dragon nation.
Never mind.
I'm just telling you this because I'm bored, it's just casual chatter. As he spoke, he stood up. He had mostly recovered by now and was ready to return to the gravity chamber to train. He knew that after the Star General selection, he'd have to use every moment to strengthen himself. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang.
Go ahead.
Seeing the caller ID display a fellow cadet's name, he answered and spoke immediately.
Young Master Yang, is something wrong? Hurry to the gravity chamber.
A panicked voice came from the other end of the line. Yu Yang furrowed his brow. I was just about to go train.
What could possibly be wrong with the gravity chamber? Did it malfunction?
Unlike the elemental training chambers, of which there are several, there has always been only one gravity chamber. Although training in the gravity chamber yields fewer credits than in the elemental training chambers, that's because the elemental training chambers come in many varieties, whereas the gravity chamber is open to everyone, regardless of which element they've mastered. So, to accommodate everyone, the credit fee is lower than that of the elemental training rooms, but its importance far exceeds that of the elemental training rooms. If something were to go wrong with the gravity chamber, they would likely be unable to train there for quite some time, which would slow down his cultivation progress. It's not that something's wrong with the gravity chamber, it's that Qin has entered the chamber. He has already activated 4 times the gravity, came the voice over the phone.
Qin? 4 times the gravity? Yu Yang's expression changed.
He immediately hung up the phone and hurried toward the classroom building. The other 2 trainees were puzzled at first by his urgency, but they suddenly noticed that as Yu Yang walked, he actually began to run. The 2 instantly realized something serious was happening and hurriedly followed him.
Inside the gravity chamber,
Qin stood inside the room, his posture perfectly straight. Soon, his fists began to swing.
4 times gravity, it has indeed surpassed the limits of the single element peak tempering stage.
Qin felt the powerful gravitational force acting on his body as he continuously assessed the situation in his mind. However, given his current physical strength, the 4-fold gravity only caused him to feel a slight impact at first. He adapted to it quickly.
Shaking his head, he pressed button 5. Boom!
Suddenly, a wave of pressure surged through his entire body, both inside and out, causing him to sink heavily to the ground. The further you go, the pressure doubles. It's truly daunting. Qin's body bent slightly, then he slowly straightened up. Immediately afterward, he began trying to raise his arms, then walk around, and finally, he slowly started throwing punches.
Outside.
Seeing the number on the door change from 4 to 5, everyone was utterly stunned. Some even nearly jumped out of their skins. Instructor Yang said that 5 times the normal pressure is the limit for a 1-star martial artist who hasn't practiced any body refining martial arts.
How did Qin manage that?
Could he have broken through to 1-star martial artist too? Someone suddenly asked. The crowd immediately realized that perhaps Qin had already broken through to martial artist during his last session in the fire element training chamber. But even if he did break through to 1-star martial artist, it's only been a few days. There's no way he could have reached the limit that fast, someone said skeptically.
Exactly. Many people looked at Yu Yang.
He, too, had just broken through to 1-star martial artist, but he could only withstand 4 times the gravity. 5 times would require a gradual approach. It was impossible to keep increasing it like Qin was doing.
5 times.
Yu Yang stared at the number on the door, his expression already changing.
How is that possible?
After breaking through to 1-star martial artist, he'd always believed he'd surpassed Qin, but now that he thought about it, it was nothing but a joke. Perhaps Qin had truly become a martial artist, and the kind who becomes incredibly formidable immediately after breaking through. Maybe Qin has already been crushed by the pressure, one trainee suddenly said. Everyone froze, and Yu Yang's whole body trembled. Such a scenario wasn't impossible after all. The room's alarm would only sound if he were unconscious. Right, he must have been pinned down. If it were me, I could activate 5 times the gravity too. It would just pin me down so I couldn't move.
He is not stronger than me. Yu Yang's confidence suddenly soared.
As long as Qin didn't surpass him, he'd still be number 1 in the training camp.
6 times. However, a trembling voice shattered his daydream completely.
Everyone saw that the number on the door had changed to 6.
Is he some kind of monster? Someone blurted out.
The change in the number proved that Qin could still move under 5 times gravity and without too much discomfort. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to increase the gravity further.
Ha ha.
Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter rang out. I told you, when my boss showed up, he'd make you all tremble with fear.
How about that? 6 times, 6 times. Do you believe me now? Zhou Lei laughed unabashedly.
Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, he was brimming with pride. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Some people glared at him, itching to punch him. The kid was so annoying. While everyone else was focused on Qin's terrifying prowess, he was just mocking them.
Chapter 33, 7-fold gravity testing agility.
Inside the gravity chamber, Qin felt as if Mount Tai were crushing down on him. His body was incredibly heavy. He could even feel his internal organs bearing a burden of 1,000 Qin.
This isn't even my limit yet.
Qin slowly raised his hand. He could still move, though it was difficult, but it wasn't beyond his endurance. I can still gradually adapt, and then try to reach my true limit.
Time passed bit by bit.
Qin kept moving and then began attempting to throw punches. At that moment, under that immense pressure, his 3 breathing techniques actually began to circulate simultaneously without him even realizing it.
Huff! 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 Each of Qin's exhalations was clearly audible.
At that moment, the speed at which the ice element mark and wind element mark within his body were condensing continued to accelerate. It was as if this pressure were pushing him forward.
Even the second divine rune on his fire elemental mark was steadily taking shape.
So the gravity chamber has this effect too? No wonder Yu Yang broke through to become a 1-star martial artist. Qin watched the marks condensing at an accelerated pace, feeling both delighted and surprised. He had always believed the gravity chamber was a means to strengthen the physical body. However, the gravity chamber's acceleration wasn't infinite. As he gradually began to adapt, he noticed that the rate of condensation was also starting to slow down. An hour later, although his movements were still somewhat difficult, the pressure had eased considerably, and the rate of condensation had returned to normal.
At that moment, he looked at button 7 again.
After hesitating for 2 seconds, he reached out and pressed it.
Outside the gravity chamber. An hour has passed. Is he even human? Just how strong is he? By now, the area outside was packed with people. All the trainees had gathered there, and even the staff from the first floor had come.
6 times gravity, and yes, lasted this long. That's something only someone who has reached the threshold of a 2-star martial artist can do. Old Li stared at the numbers on the door, completely bewildered. He couldn't fathom how Qin could possibly have lasted this long under 6 times gravity. As for Qin being a 2-star martial artist, he wouldn't believe it even if his life depended on it.
A 2-star martial artist under the age of 18?
If that were true, it would have been common knowledge by now. No one at their training camp could possibly be unaware of it. The threshold for a 2-star martial artist. Upon hearing old Li's words, Yu Yang trembled all over. He had just broken through to become a 1-star martial artist and was brimming with confidence, but now, that confidence was crumbling instantly. 771 trainee suddenly pointed at the number on the door, his speech slurred.
Everyone looked up. With a buzzing sensation, their minds went blank. He can actually still move? Go hit the 7 times button. Damn, that's insane. As for Yu Yang, he stumbled backward, his face pale.
I'm defeated, he screamed inwardly. He felt a surge of resentment, but he had to admit that if it were him, he would have been crushed to death in there. Not to mention Qin, who was currently in the gravity chamber, had already collapsed face down on the floor.
Damn it, 7 times gravity is so terrifying. Qin looked utterly stunned. At that moment, his body was completely immobilized, only his fingers could move. Good thing I was prepared.
The moment his finger had pressed the button to activate sevenfold gravity, it had instantly stopped at the button to turn it off. Now, all he had to do was move his finger slightly to shut it down completely. However, he didn't press it right away. Although the pressure had numbed his entire body, he noticed that the mark inside him was condensing even faster. I can hold out for another minute. He sensed that if this went on for more than a minute, the pressure would completely crush his internal organs. Soon, the minute passed. He moved his finger and pressed the button instantly, his entire body relaxed. That feels good. A wave of relief washed over him. To his even greater surprise, the progress of his elemental mark condensation had reached 45% for the wind element and 52% for the ice element. Additionally, the second divine pattern of his fire elemental mark had reached 5%. It looks like, before the Star General selection, I'll not only be able to break through the martial artist rank with wind and ice, but fire might also break through to 2-star. Shin's confidence soared. Although, under 6 times gravity, the condensation speed of his elemental marks and divine patterns had stopped accelerating. However, he could still gradually adapt to 7 times gravity, which would provide him with tremendous progress. Is he coming out? Suddenly, a trainee noticed that the numbers on the gravity chamber door had vanished. Everyone instinctively began to step back, clearing a space for Qin. Click. The door swung open, and everyone watched as Qin stepped out 1 foot at a time, drenched in sweat and looking somewhat disheveled. Yet no one truly saw him as disheveled. Instead, they looked at him with awe. To endure 7 times gravity for a full minute, that was something only a 2-star martial artist could achieve. Boss, here you go. Zhou Lei was the first to react, handing Qin the towel he'd prepared earlier. Not bad. Qin smiled. This underling was definitely worth taking on. Of course. As an underling, you've got to have the right mindset. By the way, I just happened to guess that you could activate 7 times gravity, but these guys still didn't believe me. As Zhou Lei spoke, he looked at the crowd with a smug expression. This time, he luckily guessed 1 level higher. Finally, he could hold his head high. Hearing Zhou Lei's words, everyone wanted to punch him. Did he really have to be so blunt? Besides, 7 times gravity? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who the hell would believe it? Qin smiled but didn't say much. Instead, he glanced toward the other end of the hallway and walked over. Is he heading to the infrared room? Someone noticed the direction Qin was heading and exclaimed in surprise. Quick, let us follow him and see. The crowd immediately grew excited, all eager to see if Qin's footwork was just as terrifying. In an instant, only Yu Yang remained where he was. He watched Qin's retreating figure, his expression shifting constantly. 7 times gravity, 1 minute. He shouldn't be able to adapt to it right away. I still have a chance to catch up to him or even surpass him. A look of determination gradually spread across Yu Yang's face. Luna had said there was still some time before the actual selection. With that in mind, he turned and walked straight into the gravity chamber. However, this time, there was no audience to witness his performance. Upon arriving at the infrared chamber, Qin walked right inside. As soon as the door closed, everyone's eyes fixed on it, eagerly awaiting the numbers to appear. But there was one person whose expression had turned somewhat grim. Su Fei. The infrared chamber was, for all intents and purposes, his exclusive territory. He hadn't given it a second thought when others had entered before. But now that Qin had entered, he couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Inside the chamber, Qin first took a quick look around. It was similar to the gravity chamber, except that the walls were lined with numerous infrared sensors. Qin looked at button 1 and pressed it without hesitation. Instantly, 3 of the infrared sensors moved, and immediately, 3 red beams shot out. He shifted his body and quickly dodged them. Then, the 3 infrared beams swept across the room as he moved. Chapter 34, I am already a martial artist. Level 1 agility not too difficult. Qin dodged the 3 infrared beams with ease, without the slightest strain. Soon, he moved toward the button. Upon reaching it, he pressed the level 2 agility button. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 more infrared beams appeared, bringing the total to 6. Sheen's feet flashed rapidly as the red beams began crisscrossing toward him. At that moment, Sheen's body shifted sideways, and he leaped into the air. 3 minutes later, all the red lines came to a halt. Congratulations, you've passed level 2 agility.
A mechanical voice echoed through the room. It seems the agility test lasts 3 minutes, Sheen realized immediately. He then walked over to the level 3 agility button and pressed it without hesitation. Outside.
Seeing the number on the door change from 2 to 3, everyone's expression shifted.
He passed level 2, now it's level 3.
If he passes level 3 too, he'll tie Su Fei's record.
Do you think he'll break Su Fei's record just like he broke Yu Yang's?
The crowd buzzed with speculation.
Hearing these words, Su Fei's heart tightened as he stared intently at the number on the door.
Time ticked by, and 3 minutes later, his eyes widened as he watched the 3 turn into a 4.
Boom!
It felt as if a wave of heat had swept through his brain, leaving him momentarily blank.
Once he had regained his composure, he muttered, "How is that possible?
I'm a wind type, and he's a fire type. I should have the advantage over him."
Moreover, he knew the agility levels in this infrared chamber better than anyone.
Level 3 agility was the absolute limit of basic agility. To reach level 4, one had to master the subtle level. In martial arts cultivation, whether it be agility or martial arts techniques, there are varying degrees of mastery. From the basics, to the subtle level, and then to perfection, there is both mastery of the technique itself and mastery of one's own body. But regardless of which, every step up is incredibly difficult. He couldn't understand how Sheen had managed to do it.
Inside the room.
The moment Sheen activated his level 4 agility, 15 beams of infrared light swept toward him, nearly causing him to fail. By this point, he had already activated the wind breathing technique, making his body considerably more agile, yet every movement still teetered on the brink of failure.
Level 4 footwork isn't just about more infrared beams, the speed has increased significantly too. Only then did Sheen realize just how difficult level 4 footwork truly was. No wonder Su Fei couldn't pass it.
Even for him, it was extremely taxing right now. One moment of inattention, and he'd fail. However, to his surprise, despite this intense concentration and constant movement, his wind element mark actually began to condense at an accelerated rate once again.
41%, 42%. Boom!
Suddenly, he sensed that his footwork had, at that very moment, achieved a complete breakthrough. His body was now able to dodge those red lines effortlessly.
Subtle realm.
Sheen rejoiced his footwork had broken through to the subtle realm. At that moment, he noticed that his wind element mark had actually reached 50%, directly surpassing the ice element mark. In terms of the wind element alone, it's even more effective than the gravity chamber. Unfortunately, now that he had reached the subtle realm, level 4 agility could no longer put pressure on him, causing the speed at which his marks condensed to slow down once again. With that in mind, he looked back at the level 5 agility button. Level 5 agility was still a test of the subtle realm, but it belonged to the intermediate stage of that realm. I probably won T-pass, but I have to try. Without further hesitation, he pressed the button. The very moment he pressed it, he glanced at the red dots and noticed that more than a dozen of them had moved simultaneously. Holy shit! Whoosh! In an instant, a full 30 red lines shot out. Oh my god! Outside, as the number on the door changed to 5, someone let out a startled cry.
That's insane!
Many were numb with shock.
This Sheen was simply inhuman, overwhelming in both gravity control and footwork.
They even began to doubt whether he was even the same carbon-based life form as the rest of them.
I've lost. Su Fei's face was deathly pale.
Agility wasn't about cultivation level. He clearly realized that even if he broke through to the martial artist realm, he wouldn't be able to clear level 4 agility right away. To pass level 4, he first had to master the subtleties of agility. He did a rough calculation, he'd need at least a month. But in that time, Sheen would keep improving, and the training camp was almost over. There was no way he could catch up.
Inside the room.
Sheen was dodging at the absolute limit of his speed by now. He was drenched in sweat.
I've hit my limit.
Level 5 I still can't clear it completely, he thought to himself, shaking his head. The wind element mark was now 52% condensed, but he simply couldn't hold on any longer. But even if I can't clear it, I'm going to end this myself. While dodging, he moved toward the switch. Bang! Just as one of the red lines was about to strike him, he pressed the stop button. Click! The door opened. Sheen looked at everyone's expressions and paused in surprise. At that moment, when everyone saw Sheen, surprisingly, no one spoke. The room was eerily quiet, and the way they looked at him was as if they were staring at a monster. Boss! Joe Lay was the first to snap out of it. He was usually carefree, and deep down, he always regarded Sheen as someone capable of anything. So while the level 5 agility was shocking, he found it entirely plausible. Sheen, I'm impressed. Su Fei stepped up to Sheen, held out his hand, and said sincerely. Even when Yu Yang had previously broken through to the martial artist realm, Su Fei hadn't felt the slightest stir within him. He believed he was still his equal. But now, facing Sheen, he was genuinely in awe, the kind of admiration he simply couldn't help but feel. Sheen smiled and reached out his hand. You're not bad yourself. After shaking hands, Su Fei spoke again. You're the greatest genius I've ever seen, but I, Su Fei, will give it my all to catch up. There will definitely come a day when I catch up to you. He didn't feel discouraged by Sheen's strength. On the contrary, it ignited a fighting spirit within him. Sheen didn't discourage him either. He patted him on the shoulder. I believe in you. Keep it up. After saying that, he walked toward the staircase. There was only one gravity chamber and one infrared chamber, so the training camp had stipulated that each could only be used once a day. In fact, this wasn't just a matter of fairness, it was also to prevent some trainees from being too reckless. Although the training rooms were excellent, one couldn't enter them continuously, otherwise, it might cause physical discomfort and leave hidden health risks. Sheen. Suddenly, Su Fei turned to look at Sheen as he was leaving and called out loudly. Have you become a martial artist? As soon as he said this, everyone looked on with curiosity. Everyone had always believed that Sheen was merely at the peak tempering stage, but after this series of shocking events, they had long suspected in their hearts that Sheen was already a martial artist. Sheen stopped in his tracks, then turned and said, I've been a martial artist for quite some time. Also, I was away these past few days to get certified as a martial artist down the mountain. The results are in 2 stars. Boom! The moment his words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. They had suspected Sheen was already a martial artist, but they had never dared to imagine he was a 2-star martial artist. Chapter 35, Zhao Liang prepares to strike. 7 times gravity, masterful footwork, and a 2-star martial artist certification. Just how much more strength is Sheen hiding? In the command room, Luo Bin, who had just heard the report, spoke in astonishment. Luna was on the phone at that moment. After hanging up, she said, it's been confirmed the 2-star martial artist certification is complete. Combat power, 780. 780. Luo Bin was taken aback once more. This already surpassed most martial artists who had just reached the 2-star rank. In that case, can we confirm that he is the one participating in the star general selection at this training camp? Luo Bin continued. With 2-star martial artist level strength, even if Yu Yang and Su Fei gave chase, they wouldn't be able to catch up in the time remaining. Luna thought for a moment, then shook her head. There's no rush. Let us stick to the original plan. I've already had the theater of operations bring over a batch of exotic beasts they've likely already set out. It wouldn't be appropriate to cancel the selection process for others at this point. Upon hearing this, Luo Bin nodded. If the exotic beasts were already on their way, it was indeed best to continue the selection. It was also a valuable opportunity for the trainees to gain real-world combat experience. In the days that followed, perhaps spurred on by Sheen's presence, the trainees throughout the entire training camp threw themselves into their training with unprecedented enthusiasm. Everyone had previously considered themselves geniuses, so they thought it didn't matter if they slacked off a bit. But now, with Sheen that prodigy among them, they realized just how laughable their so-called genius really was. So now, It was as if a fire burned within each of them, driving them to push themselves to the limit and unleash their full potential. Meanwhile, Qin hadn't been idle these past few days. He visited the gravity chamber and the infrared chamber daily. Although the gravity multipliers and body techniques he'd already mastered no longer accelerated his progress in condensing the mark. Adapting to sevenfold gravity and training in level 5 body techniques still allowed him to make significant strides.
Restroom number 2.
Yu Yang had also been training like a madman lately, almost to the point of recklessness. He could now stand steadily under 5-fold gravity, but he still couldn't move freely. The more he experienced it, the more he realized just how formidable Qin was. As soon as he felt recovered, he immediately got up, ready to head out again. Just then, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he frowned slightly but answered the call anyway. "Brother Yu Yang, congratulations on breaking through to martial artist," a voice came through the phone immediately.
"Brother Zhao, get to the point. I'm in a hurry to get back to training."
Yu Yang cut straight to the chase. He had no interest in such pleasantries.
"Alright, I won't beat around the bush," the voice on the phone said. "When does your training camp end?" "This is very important to me," the voice added. Yu Yang didn't think twice.
"I'm not sure exactly how long it will last, but there's an assessment in 3 days. After that, it shouldn't be long before the training wraps up."
"Good. There should be someone named Qin in your training camp, right? I want you to do me a favor.
During the assessment, find a way to take him out for me. I'll pay you accordingly. Don't worry if anyone finds out, I'll use the Zhao family's connections to make sure you don't get into any trouble." On the phone, Zhao Liang rattled off everything he had in mind in one breath. Yu Yang's expression changed. He took a deep breath before calmly replying, "Brother Zhao, I'm sorry, but I can't do you this favor."
He refused outright.
Aside from the fact that he wasn't a match for Qin, even if he could kill him, he wouldn't do it. Zhao Liang's talk of the Zhao family's connections was all just empty promises. When push came to shove, it would all be nonsense.
Aside from his own family, who would care whether he lived or died?
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before a voice finally spoke. "Brother Yu Yang, Qin was certified as a 2-star martial artist a while back. I'm sure you already know that. Right now, he is probably the only one in the entire training camp who is ahead of you.
If he dies, you'll be number 1.
Lately, Zhao Liang had been keeping tabs on the training camp and had gained a good understanding of the trainees there. He knew about the rivalry between Yu Yang and Qin, or, to be precise, that Qin had consistently been one step ahead of Yu Yang. A genius who had consistently been held back. He knew this was his chance to get the other party to agree to his terms.
"Let me make this clear, Qin is my rival, not my enemy. We compete, but there is no animosity between us.
I don't know what grudge you have against him, nor do I want to know. I can't help you with this." After saying this, Yu Yang prepared to hang up.
"Yu Yang."
The voice on the other end suddenly turned cold. "I also want to tell you that if you refuse this, the Yu family will completely lose its business dealings with the Zhao family. The cost is something you cannot afford." Yu Yang stared at the phone, his expression darkening, but he still hung up without hesitation. Only then did he pull up a number and dial it.
"Dad."
Once the call connected, Yu Yang explained what had happened.
"Xiaoyang, just focus on your training. The Yu family won't starve without the Zhao family."
Yu Yang's father said on the other end. "Dad, we now know the Zhao family is going to go after Qin. If anything happens to Qin, the Zhao family will definitely come after us too. Be careful,"
Yu Yang warned.
He knew the Zhao family's modus operandi all too well. After hanging up, he pulled up Qin's contact information. After a moment's thought, he finally sent a text message before leaving the training camp.
In lounge number 1, Qin's expression shifted slightly as he opened the message.
The Zhao family. He had anticipated that the Zhao family would make a move, but he never expected they would actually contact Yu Yang and plan to strike right here in the training camp. He had to admit, they were truly bold.
The Zhao family. "Young Master Liang, did he refuse?" one of Zhao Liang's henchmen asked in surprise upon seeing Zhao Liang's expression. Yu Yang's refusal of Zhao Liang's request was something no one could have anticipated.
After all, the Yu and Zhao families had deep business ties. If the Zhao family were to halt their cooperation, the Yu family's business would plummet.
Cut off all cooperation with the Yu family. Find someone to detain Yu Liang. Everything else can wait until the Qin situation is resolved.
Also, find out what form the assessments at the genius training camp will take, Zhao Liang said calmly.
The aide nodded upon hearing this. Young Master Liang, now that Yu Yang has refused, who should we turn to? It was extremely difficult to find someone to deal with Qin right now.
First, given Qin's talent, both the Martial Guild and the City Lord's mansion were already keeping a close eye on him. Second, Qin had already reached the level of a 2-star martial artist, and taking action during the genius training camp assessments carried significant risk. No one was willing to take that chance.
I'll handle it myself,
Zhao Liang said calmly. Since Yu Yang had refused him and it was difficult to find someone else, he would handle it himself.
But the aide was startled.
Young Master Liang, I'm afraid Yu Yang might have already tipped Qin off that you're planning to act.
If that happens, it'll be hard to kill him.
If Qin was prepared, Zhao Liang would likely be in trouble.
What are you worried about? I'll assess the situation. If I can't kill him this time, I'll try again next time.
I certainly won't take unnecessary risks. Also, remember this, if I do take action this time, I'll try to kill Yu Yang.
As for Yu Liang, that will be up to you guys, Zhao Liang reminded him.
He wasn't sure if Yu Yang had recorded their phone call today. If, after he killed Qin, Yu Yang used the recording to blackmail him, it would be a huge problem. As soon as he had the chance, he wouldn't leave any loose ends.
And once Yu Yang was dead, his father, Yu Liang, would naturally have to die as well. Chapter 36, The Grand Assessment begins.
3 days later, on the plaza of the Ming Mountain Training Grounds, a total of 25 trainees remained, all standing there. In front of them stood dozens of special iron cages, each containing a different kind of beast. Among them, 2 had already reached the level 1 magic beast tier, while the rest were all tempering stage dire beasts, mostly in the early and mid stages, with about 10 in the late stage and 5 at the peak. Luna and Luobin were standing beside the cages, watching the crowd with serious expressions.
Everyone!
Luobin suddenly called out loudly.
Today marks your first collective large-scale assessment since entering the training camp.
The purpose of this assessment is simple: to select the most outstanding individual to participate in the upcoming Star General selection.
Everyone listened in silence.
They had already heard about the Star General selection, but they all knew it had nothing to do with them. Seeing that no one was discussing the matter, Luobin suddenly said sternly, I know many of you are thinking that this assessment is to select the best candidate and has little to do with you personally.
But let me tell you, this assessment has a great deal to do with all of you. Do you see them?
He suddenly pointed at a dozen or so iron cages. For this assessment, all these exotic beasts will be released into Ming Mountain, and all of you must enter the Ming Mountain jungle at 1 p.m. until the next day. I expect all of you to take this seriously, or people will die. Luobin emphasized the word death with particular force. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted. They instantly realized that this assessment might be a survival game. They would have to survive until the next day in Ming Mountain, which was home to dozens of exotic beasts. During this assessment, if you can kill an exotic beast, do so whenever possible. This is your chance for real-world combat experience, a chance to gain practical experience before entering university. This will be your advantage once you're in college.
Luobin said.
There are real-world combat opportunities at the university, but they're few and far between. Moreover, having seen bloodshed before even entering the university already puts you ahead of over 99% of the students. Of course, don't push yourselves too hard. If you're clearly no match for a monster and still insist on throwing your life away, that's not bravery, it's stupidity. So, I'm allowing you to run away if you encounter a beast, whether you head up the mountain or down, either is fine. Down in the valley, we've already stationed people in various locations to prevent the beasts from coming down and harming civilians. If you encounter a beast you can't defeat, you can run to them for help. At that moment, everyone's expressions turned incredibly serious. They no longer felt that this assessment had nothing to do with them. Also, for this assessment, aside from the first place finisher, everyone will receive rewards based on their performance. So, give it your all, young warriors. Luo Bin continued to shout. Next, the crowd watched as dozens of soldiers in military uniforms stepped forward. They lifted all the iron cages and carried them toward the edge of the mountain. One by one, the iron cages were unlocked, releasing all the strange beasts. The moment they were released, the beasts, sensing the danger on the mountaintop, immediately ran downhill and darted into the jungle. After all the strange beasts had been released, Luo Bin raised his wrist to check the time. 1 minute later, he looked up at the crowd. Good luck! All the trainees scattered, heading toward the various edges of the mountaintop, then descended one by one, also disappearing into the jungle. After watching all the trainees vanish, Luna and Luo Bin entered the command center. At that moment, the large screen in the command center displayed images of the various beasts. Before these beasts were brought from the combat zone, each had been fitted with a small camera, one equipped with a powerful explosive charge. Although Luo Bin had warned earlier that there might be casualties, they had still taken precautions. The moment a trainee was about to be killed by a beast, they would remotely trigger the corresponding camera to detonate. After all, these were all geniuses. They could be injured, and they could be made to face the cruel reality, but if they were to die, they should die on the battlefield as much as possible. Boss, I'm begging you, let me follow you. I'll assist you, Zhou Lei said in a pleading tone as he trailed behind Qin. No need. Qin replied, keeping a close eye on the surroundings. Mingshan isn't exactly huge, but it's not small either. With dozens of magical beasts released inside, it's not easy to run into one, so this assessment isn't actually that dangerous. With good luck, you might not encounter a single one until it's over. However, if luck runs out and they run into those 2 one-star magic beasts, aside from him and Yu Yang, almost everyone else would likely die. Even Su Fei would have no choice but to flee. Come on, boss, I'm still somewhat useful. We'll be here for 24 hours. I can keep watch for you at night so you can get a good night's sleep. Wouldn't that be great? Zhou Lei wouldn't give up and continued to trail behind Qin. Qin stopped and turned to look at him. Following me is very dangerous. Zhou Lei was taken aback. Naturally, he didn't believe Qin's words. If there was anyone he could trust to keep him safe, it was Qin. I'll follow you even if it's dangerous. I'm your man. If I didn't follow you just because it's dangerous, that would be totally unfaithful of me. Zhou Lei said earnestly. Suit yourself. Qin shook his head and turned to walk away. Zhou Lei was delighted and hurried after him. Zhao Liang, did you bring someone with you, or did you come alone? Qin kept a constant watch on his surroundings. He didn't care about those strange beasts, but he had to guard against any moves by the Zhao family. If Zhao Liang came alone, he could pose a significant threat. But it was only a threat. After this period of cultivation, his wind element mark had reached 80%, and his ice element mark was at 82%. As for the second fire element divine mark, its progress was already at 10%. His combat power had even reached 1,100. Combined with the blazing sun fist, even if Zhao Liang were a 3-star martial artist, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. As long as Zhao Liang couldn't kill him, he could use the training camp to have Luna and Luo Bin take him out. After all, if Zhao Liang actually entered the camp, even if Luna killed him on the spot, the Zhao family wouldn't dare make a peep. It all depends on whether you have the guts. If you don't show up, next time I'll knock you out with a single punch. Once he breaks through both his ice and wind elements simultaneously, he'll be able to kill even a 3-star martial artist who has only recently broken through. Roar! Suddenly, a beast darted out from ahead. It stopped in front of the two of them and glared fiercely at them. A blood wolf. Zhou Lei gasped in surprise. They learned about these beasts in their regular academic classes. Among beasts, the blood wolf was renowned for its speed. Its body was covered in long, blood-red fur. Its appearance resembled that of a normal wolf, but its build was significantly larger. It's at the middle tempering stage. Boss,
Let me handle this. He felt that if he was going to follow Qin, he had to prove his worth. Qin nodded. During his time at the training camp, Zhou Lei had also broken through to the late stage of body tempering, so it shouldn't be a problem. Whoosh! Zhou Lei instantly charged forward, looking fiercely determined. However, when the blood wolf let out a roar and charged back at him, Zhou Lei let out a startled yelp and quickly ducked behind a nearby tree. Using the tree for cover, he waited for an opening to attack, fighting in a rather cowardly manner. Qin watched for a while and realized this kid was exceptionally cautious. Sometimes, even when he had a 90% chance of hitting the blood wolf, he'd pass on the opportunity, insisting on a 100% chance before actually striking. As a result, despite his cultivation advantage, the battle lasted a full half-hour before it finally ended. Chapter 37, Zhao Liang appears. Boss, how did I do? Zhou Lei dragged the blood wolf's corpse over to Qin and asked. Qin nodded. Not bad, though it was a bit underhanded. Underhanded? Zhou Lei was taken aback. Wasn't he it? With a 90% chance of hitting, why didn't you strike? Qin asked. You mean that? I just thought that with a 90% chance, it's practically the same as walking into a death trap, Zhou Lei replied earnestly. Qin was taken aback. He studied him closely and realized the young man's expression was serious. He genuinely felt that way. He patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. Keep it up. This kind of personality had its advantages. At the very least, his ability to stay alive was exceptionally strong. Too bad this blood wolf doesn't have a beast core. Zhou Lei slit open the blood wolf's skull, but found no beast core inside, which left him somewhat disappointed. After disposing of the blood wolf's carcass, the two continued walking through the jungle. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountainside in the direction Qin was heading, there was a makeshift tent. Zhao Liang was resting inside the tent. He had been waiting there for a day and a night. More than 20 hours earlier, after finding out the format of the training camp's assessment, he had arrived here early while the area at the foot of the mountain was still unguarded. Roar! Suddenly, a monster burst into the tent and lunged straight at him. Zhao Liang's expression turned cold as he unleashed a punch. Boom! The beast's head was blown apart by the punch, and a mist of blood filled the entire tent. Looks like the assessment has begun. Staring at the headless corpse of the beast, he pulled a laptop out of his backpack. As he opened the laptop, countless small screens instantly appeared on the display, showing scenes from various locations across Ming Mountain. It took me over 10 hours to set up these wireless surveillance cameras. I hope they'll be of some use. He scrutinized every scene on the screen carefully. Although the resolution wasn't very high and the view in each scene was limited, if Qin passed through these areas, he would still be able to spot him immediately. Before long, he saw the figures of trainees appear on some of the screens, but since they weren't Qin, he paid them no mind. Even when he spotted Yu Yang, he didn't move. His goal was to kill Qin first. If the opportunity arose, he would kill Yu Yang later. Time passed slowly. Zhao Liang stared at the screens, his body completely still, displaying great patience. Finally, several hours later, two figures appeared simultaneously on one of the small screens. Looking closely, one of them was indeed Qin, the person he was looking for. As for the other, he completely ignored it. Soon, Qin disappeared from the screen, but he didn't panic. Instead, he carefully observed the scene and terrain, then slowly pieced together the details in his mind. A moment later, he smiled in surprise. So close. When he had set up the surveillance, he had roughly noted the distinctive features of each location. The spot where Qin had just appeared was less than a kilometer away from him, and Qin was heading straight toward him. Is it my good luck, or your bad luck? He closed his laptop, stepped out of the tent, and without a moment's hesitation, headed straight for Qin's location. By this time, Qin and Zhou Lei had already come to a stop. At their feet lay a beast in the early stages of the body tempering realm. There's a beast core. Zhou Lei exclaimed in surprise as he sliced open the beast's skull. Boss, here you go. Zhou Lei extracted the beast core, cleaned it thoroughly, and handed it to Qin. Keep it yourself.
Qin waved his hand. A basic level beast core was of no use to him at the moment. Zhou Lei chuckled and, without refusing, simply stowed it away.
Boom!
Suddenly, a large tree ahead shook violently and then crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. A fire-red, long-haired magical beast glared intently at Qin and Zhou Lei, its eyes brimming with intense murderous intent. At its feet lay several withered leaves, which were slowly burning.
Fire Cloud Tiger. Zhou Lei's expression changed the moment he saw the beast.
This was a level 1 fire-type magic beast, one of the 2 level 1 magic beasts featured in this assessment.
My luck is just too good.
Zhou Lei couldn't help but exclaim. If he were alone right now, he'd probably have no choice but to run for his life, and even then, it was doubtful he'd make it.
Boss, let me handle this. Do you want to die? Qin asked. Of course not. You're right here, aren't you? If I can't handle it, you can save me at any time. Boom!
Before Zhou Lei could finish his sentence, the Fire Cloud Tiger lunged at him. Zhou Lei's face turned pale as he instantly sensed the threat of death.
Save me! Zhou Lei turned and ran behind Qin.
Qin looked at the Fire Cloud Tiger's body and, just as it lunged, threw a punch. The Fire Cloud Tiger's massive body was instantly sent flying, crashing into a large tree with a thud and snapping it in half. The Fire Cloud Tiger landed on the ground, motionless. In the command room of the Ming Mountain Training Ground. A level 1 magic beast, it poses no threat to him at all. Luobin shook his head upon seeing the Fire Cloud Tiger killed with a single punch. For Qin, this assessment was child's play. That single punch of his must be close to 1,000 combat power. Luna said slowly, watching Qin on the screen.
1,000? Dual element 1 at the peak tempering stage and 1 having broken through to 1 star. Could his combat power really reach 1,000?
Luobin asked doubtfully. The threshold for 2 star is 700. This was already far beyond that.
I'm not dual element, so I don't know. Luna shook her head.
Luobin fell silent.
Indeed, none of them were dual element, nor did they know anyone who was, so they simply had no way of knowing.
But the fact remained that Qin had reached this level.
Who is that?
Suddenly, Luna looked at the screen showing Qin and asked, her expression shifting slightly. Seeing the look on Luna's face, Luobin quickly looked over. Through the camera mounted on the Fire Cloud Tiger's corpse, he saw an unfamiliar face walking toward Qin.
Not a trainee, and not one of us, Luobin said, frowning as he watched the figure. Zoom in on the image and connect it to the computer. Luna's voice was icy. Luobin sprang into action. Soon, the image was retrieved and fed into the computer for comparison. In less than 2 seconds, another image popped up on the screen. Zhao Liang.
Luobin's expression changed.
Has the Zhao family lost their minds?
They had previously uncovered the feud between the Zhao family and Qin, but they hadn't paid much mind after all. Qin was now a martial artist, and his family was safe.
Moreover, Qin himself was at the training camp.
Yet they never expected Zhao Liang to be so deranged as to come all the way here to kill someone. Even if Zhao Liang managed to kill Qin now, with the video footage in their possession, the Zhao family would surely be finished.
Qin cannot die. Go and kill him. Luna's gaze was icy.
Without another word, Luobin turned and charged out. With a thunderous crash, he smashed the command room door to pieces, and without pausing for a moment, he raced straight toward the edge of the mountaintop.
Chapter 38, Blazing Sun. A single punch to kill. Deep in the jungle, Zhao Liang's sudden appearance startled Zhou Lei. Who are you?
Zhou Lei's expression changed drastically. He wouldn't have reacted this way even if a level 1 exotic beast had appeared. Zhao Liang gave him the impression of being extremely dangerous, and it was clear he had come with malicious intent. Zhao Liang completely ignored Zhou Lei and turned his gaze to Qin. You killed a level 1 Fire Cloud Tiger with a single punch.
Now, I'm even more certain that you're the one who killed Quan.
The power Qin had just displayed had genuinely taken him by surprise. You have no proof that I killed him.
Did you come here to kill me?
Qin looked at him and asked calmly.
Zhao Liang shook his head. Whether or not I have evidence doesn't matter. All that matters is that I know you did it.
Looking for evidence is a hassle, and my family, the Zhao family, hates nothing more than hassle. Although there was no direct evidence proving that Qin had killed Quan, the surveillance footage, their personal grudge, and Qin's strength all spoke volumes, and that was enough.
I'm curious, when you killed Quan, did you ever imagine this day would come?
Zhao Liang asked, looking down at Qin with an air of superiority.
Although the Zhao family wasn't among the top clans in Ronqing, few dared to provoke them.
Qin's father had met with an accident a year ago, and for the past year, the Qin family had held their ground. Now that Qin had suddenly made his move, it took Zhao Liang by surprise.
Why don't I send you down there so you can ask him, when he had someone run over my father, did he ever imagine the day I'd kill him?
Qin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled.
You've got a sharp tongue.
I wonder if your fighting skills are just as sharp.
Boom!
No sooner had the words left his mouth than his body surged toward Qin like a ferocious beast. At the same time, as he closed in, the knife in his hand swept out horizontally. Qin dodged with a flash, and the large tree behind him was cleaved in two by the blade.
Boom! The tree collapsed, its clean break as smooth as a mirror.
Zhou Lei, who had retreated to a distance, turned pale at the sight. So powerful, is he a 2-star or a 3-star? His heart sank, and he hurriedly pulled out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, as Qin dodged, he unleashed a punch that slammed straight toward Zhao Liang's head.
Zhao Liang's reaction was just as quick. He raised his blade horizontally to block the blow. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed as his body was sent reeling backward.
Once he regained his footing, he looked at Qin with a look of astonishment in his eyes.
You've been hiding your strength?
To be forced back by a single punch, Qin's true strength was far beyond what his research had revealed. It seems you've discovered my combat power from my martial guild certification.
Qin immediately realized that Zhao Liang likely believed his combat power was still 780.
Or perhaps Zhao Liang thought that even with his recent training, his combat power hadn't increased by much. Unfortunately, Zhao Liang had misjudged the speed of his progress. Your strength is actually a disappointment. You're just a trash 3-star who has propped himself up with drugs,
Qin suddenly said.
Although they only exchanged a couple of blows just now, he instantly determined that Zhao Liang was no ordinary 3-star martial artist. The threshold for a standard 3-star martial artist is 2,000 combat power. And based on his investigation into the Zhao family, Zhao Liang had been a 3-star martial artist for some time, yet his combat power was only barely at the 3-star level. This was highly unusual.
Hearing Qin's words, Zhao Liang's expression darkened.
He had indeed relied on drugs to boost his power, and so had Quan. They simply paid a hefty price to bribe the certifying officials during the certification process. For the Zhao family to maintain its image as a prominent clan in Ronqing, his father alone wasn't enough. That's why both brothers had relied on drugs to break through to the martial artist rank. This way, in the eyes of outsiders, the Zhao family not only had a 4-star Zhaowansher but also geniuses like Quan and himself, making the Zhao family's status incredibly secure. So what if it's with drugs?
As long as I can kill you, that's all that matters.
Zhao Liang gripped his sword and slashed at Qin once more. Watching Zhao Liang charge toward him, Qin stood his ground, making no move to dodge, and said calmly, I thought you'd pose a serious threat to me, but you're such a worthless piece of trash.
Then die.
At that moment, Qin clenched his fist.
Boom! A massive ball of flame appeared on his fist.
But this flame didn't look like a raging inferno. It resembled more like a series of intangible sparks. From a distance, Zhou Lei watched as Qin seemed to be completely enveloped by this massive ball of flame. The sight caused a stinging pain in his eyes. Deep within the jungle, a figure was racing toward them. Suddenly, he looked up at the distance, as if he had seen a sun.
What is that? Luo Bin's expression changed, and he sped up even further. Command Center.
Luna breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing Qin force Zhao Liang back, but her expression remained tense. She knew that Zhao Liang had only drawn his blade in a moment of panic to defend himself. His true strength had yet to be revealed. When Zhao Liang struck again, her heart leapt into her throat. Yet, in the very next moment, she saw Qin clench his fist, and the entire screen was engulfed in a blinding light, obscuring the details.
What kind of martial art is this? She leapt to her feet.
She wasn't surprised that Qin could learn martial arts, but even through the screen, she could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from this technique.
Die!
Zhao Liang's blade came crashing down toward Qin's head.
But when Qin threw a punch, it instantly blinded him.
The next second, he heard a crack. The blade in his hand shattered into pieces, and that fist, ablaze with terrifying flames, slammed into his chest without a moment's hesitation.
Boom! Zhao Liang felt an incredibly powerful force surge through his body. He could even hear the sound of his heart shattering.
His eyes bulged instantly, and his face turned deathly pale.
Thud!
His body was sent flying backward, snapping one massive tree after another before finally crashing to the ground, unable to move. Qin walked toward him step by step. Third-rank trash, that's exactly what you are. No matter how many pills you take, you'll never truly reach the threshold of a normal third rank.
Zhao Liang watched Qin approach.
He simply couldn't believe that he had actually been defeated by a single punch. At the same time, his eyes burned with hatred, not toward Quan, but toward himself. He refused to accept that he was no match for Qin. Although he had only reached third rank through the use of potions, his true strength was merely second rank. He was still at the pinnacle of that tier.
How could someone under 18, with no family connections whatsoever, be stronger than him? You seem to have a problem with that?
Standing before Zhao Liang, Qin crouched down and said indifferently. Zhao Liang tried to speak, only to discover that his internal organs had been completely shattered, leaving him utterly unable to make a sound.
Since you can't even speak, I'll put you out of your misery. Qin raised his palm and brought it down toward Zhao Liang's head. Qin! Just then, a loud shout rang out. Don't kill him! Yet Qin's hand did not falter. Thud! Chapter 39, Phase 2 Mission, 3 Element 1 Star.
Is this your true strength? In the command room, Luna stood frozen in shock before the screen, staring motionlessly at Qin on the display. Meanwhile, after eliminating Zhao Liang, Qin turned to face Luobin, who had just arrived, and flashed a faint smile.
Instructor Luo, you got here so fast.
Luobin glanced at the corpse lying on the ground, then looked at Qin's calm expression. Inside, a tidal wave of shock was already surging through him.
Qin had actually killed Zhao Liang, a third-rank fighter, almost with a single punch.
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it, even given Qin's recent monstrously strong performance.
Ah, never mind. He is dead, so he is dead.
After regaining his composure, Luobin waved his hand dismissively. After a moment's thought, he continued, I had originally intended to spare him. If he confessed to what the Zhao family did to your father, and if Zhao Wanshi was also involved in the attempt on your life, then we could have convicted Zhao Wanshi as well. Now that Zhao Liang is dead, Zhao Wanshi will surely claim he knew nothing about it and try to distance himself from the matter.
Thank you, instructor. But simply convicting him isn't enough.
Qin shook his head.
A conviction? Who knows what charge they'll bring? As long as he is not dead, he'll eventually be released.
And Qin didn't want to leave any potential threats behind, even if, in his eyes, that threat would one day be nothing more than an ant.
As long as you have a plan, that is fine.
Luobin looked at Qin intently. He hadn't expected that Qin would not only kill decisively but also show no mercy toward potential enemies. Let us call it a day for this assessment, Luobin said. Originally, they had Qin participate in this assessment to give him some real-world combat experience. But now that he killed a 3-star martial artist without batting an eye, continuing the assessment would serve no purpose.
Also, for this assessment, I'm declaring you the winner. Luobin continued. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first stage of the Star General selection. Ding! Rewards have been issued. The second stage of the mission begins now.
Mission objective, earn the title of Top Genius of Jiang Province. Mission rewards, 1 Earth Sensitivity Enhancement Pill, 3 Talent Enhancement Pills, and 1 Martial Arts Gift Pack. The system's voice rang out, and upon learning of the new mission rewards, Qin's spirits lifted.
An earth element cultivation talent, he thought with anticipation.
Currently, among his three elements, fire was his primary focus. Wind enhanced his speed, and ice, while not as potent in attack as fire, offered better defense than earth, making it well-rounded in both offense and defense. Therefore, once he began cultivating the earth element, his defense would be taken to the next level, significantly boosting his overall strength. In addition, with the 3 talent enhancement pills, he could further improve his ice and wind elemental cultivation talents, which would greatly accelerate his future cultivation progress.
Alright, you head back to the training camp. I'll handle this here.
Zhao Liang's death was due to him trespassing here on his own. No one will come after you, Luo Bin said, then walked over to Zhao Liang's body.
What about me? Zhou Lei finally snapped out of it and hurriedly asked. Carry on.
Luo Bin glanced at him and said casually. Zhou Lei had originally intended to withdraw from the assessment, but seeing that Luo Bin was ignoring him, he had no choice but to glance around and slip away cautiously. Qin didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked over to the Fire Cloud Tiger's corpse. After cracking open its skull, he was surprised to discover a beast core.
Beast core, fire element, level 1 devourable.
The system notification filled Qin with delight. A beast core could accelerate the tempering stage, so it was highly likely that it would also speed up the condensation of divine runes.
Instructor Luo, how much is this beast core worth? Qin couldn't help but ask.
Luo Bin turned to glance at the level 1 fire-type beast core and said in surprise, this Fire Cloud Tiger actually had a beast core.
A level 1 beast core is worth around 500,000. You're quite lucky. 50,000? Qin was startled.
That price wasn't cheap after all. A top-grade beast core cost only around 100,000, so this was a full 5 times higher.
50,000 isn't expensive.
Luo Bin suddenly said earnestly. Even 10 magic beasts might not yield a single beast core. And you must understand that every beast core may have been earned by frontline warriors at the cost of their lives. Behind the scenes, all beast cores sold by the authorities were recovered from the front lines. After they were sold, the authorities would deduct the costs incurred during the sales period, and only then would the remainder be returned to the frontline soldiers. Therefore, for a level 1 beast core, the amount a soldier actually received was less than 500,000.
Qin nodded. I'll be on my way then. Without further delay, he headed straight for the mountaintop.
Half an hour later, he returned to his restroom. Only then did he turn his attention to the system space. With a flick of his wrist, 2 mark fragments appeared in his hand.
Without hesitation, he swallowed them whole. Ding! Successfully devoured the wind element mark fragment.
Your wind element mark condensation progress has reached perfection.
Ding! Successfully devoured the ice element mark fragment.
Your ice element mark condensation progress has reached perfection.
Boom!
In that instant, Qin felt the wind and ice elemental powers surging within him. The very next second, he sensed a wondrous transformation taking place within himself. A double breakthrough. Now, I am a true triple element martial artist. Qin clenched his fist, feeling his suddenly enhanced power. A moment later, he looked at the other reward in the spatial pocket. A special tome lay inside. With a mere thought, the tome began turning its pages automatically, and streams of information flooded into his mind. Once he had absorbed it all, the tome vanished on its own.
Star Tempering Skill, Volume 1. Martial Art Description, treats the human body as the universe. Volume 1, Star Body. A 9th rank martial art.
The description was very simple, but to Qin, it was anything but. Whether it was the words universe or 9th rank, they both left him in awe.
Universe that was easy to understand.
The space he occupied, this world, was part of the universe. However, the name of this martial art star tempering skill clearly had something to do with the stars in the universe. According to the information he had received, upon completing the cultivation of Volume 1, one could attain the star body, where the body becomes like a star.
As for the 9th grade designation, it went without saying.
To his knowledge, the highest ranked martial art currently known to all of humanity was 9th grade.
And this is just the first volume. Could the second volume be even more powerful? Qin wondered inwardly. He quickly pushed the thought aside for now. He would focus on mastering the first volume. This martial art was practically tailor-made for him, as most martial artists would find their bodies unable to withstand the power it unleashed. But for him, a practitioner of multiple elements who had been tempered by various elements cultivating it, was no problem at all. Finally, Qin took out the level 1 fire element beast core and swallowed it in one gulp. The beast core entered his body, and he began to digest it rapidly. He quickly assumed the lotus position and began to condense his divine patterns. Soon, he discovered that the energy from the beast core had actually begun to condense into a fire element divine pattern. Name: Qin. Fire element realm, 1-star martial artist, second divine rune progress, 20%. Wind element realm, 1-star martial artist, second divine rune progress, 0%. Ice element realm, 1-star martial artist, second divine rune progress, 0%. Combat power, 2,100. 500,000 gone. Seeing that the second fire elemental divine mark had condensed to 20%, Qin felt both joy and worry. He was happy that he could devour beast cores to condense divine marks, but worried because he was so broke. A single level 1 beast core cost 500,000 ED. Thought having over 2 million made him relatively wealthy, but it turned out he was still just a penniless bum. Chapter 40, Entering the Combat Chamber. Qin practiced the star tempering skill in the restroom until the next morning, when a knock on the door prompted him to stand up and end his training. After nearly 20 hours of practice, he felt he had taken his first steps in mastering the star tempering skill, and his physical strength seemed to have increased slightly. He opened the door to find a soldier standing outside. "Qin, Commander Yang wants you to come to the command room." "Let us go." Qin nodded. As expected, Luo Bin's announcement yesterday that he had taken first place meant his time at the training camp was over. Next, he would likely soon have to compete against all the geniuses in Jiang province for the final spot in the Star General selection. A few minutes later, Qin walked into the command room. It was his first time there, and it was very different from what he had imagined. He had originally thought that, as the chief instructor, the office environment would certainly be impressive, but to his surprise, it was quite Spartan: just a desk, a few chairs, and a large screen on the wall. Other than that, there was almost nothing else. "Instructor Yang," Qin said, looking at Luna sitting at the desk. "I have to say, now that I'm up close and taking a closer look, Luna is actually quite attractive, the kind of person who grows on you the more you look at her. Have a seat." Luna pointed to the stool beside her. After Qin sat down, she said, "Luo Bin has already told you you're the one slated to come in first in this evaluation, right?" Qin nodded. "The main reason I asked you to come over is to discuss the Star General selection process. You should already know the details. Over the next 3 days, you can either stay at the training camp to continue your training or go down the mountain to spend time with your parents. After 3 days, head to Yangcheng, that's where Jiang Province's selection round will be held," Luna said. "Got it." Qin nodded. Luna paused for a moment, then looked at Qin. "Would you mind if I tested your combat power?" "Your burst power." She had seen Qin's punch on the screen earlier, but the entire sequence had been obscured by a blinding light, making it impossible to see clearly. Later, she also learned that Zhao Liang was a 3-star fighter who had stacked his stats with drugs, so she couldn't judge just how powerful the combat power Qin had unleashed with that single punch actually was. As for this Star General selection, things in Jiang Province shouldn't be a problem, but she wasn't sure if there were any exceptionally powerful candidates in the entire Western theater of operations. If she could get a clear understanding of Qin's immense strength, she'd have a better idea of what to expect after inquiring about the prodigies in other provinces. "Instructor Yang, I plan to head down the mountain tomorrow," Qin said suddenly, with a serious expression. Luna looked puzzled. What did going down the mountain tomorrow have to do with the combat power test? Besides, the test would only take a few minutes and wouldn't hold him up. Qin smiled. "Since I've been at the training camp, I haven't set foot in the combat chamber yet. How about I take a trip there before I head down the mountain?" Only then did Luna realize what Qin meant.
The mechanical dummies in the combat chamber ranged from body tempering to 3-star martial artist levels. Sheen intended to face a 3-star martial artist opponent in a real combat scenario under extreme pressure to test his true strength.
Alright. Luna didn't refuse, but added, just a heads up, don't destroy the mechanical dummies. If you absolutely have to destroy them as long as you can take down a 3-star one, I'll accept it. For mechanical puppets below 3-star, it wouldn't be hard for Sheen to destroy them, but she didn't think he could take down a 3-star one.
Instructor Yang, don't worry, I'm not that violent, Sheen said earnestly.
Luna glanced at him.
She didn't say anything, but inwardly she scoffed at his words. He'd already taken out 10 of them just after entering the training camp. Just yesterday, she killed Zhao Liang with a completely expressionless face. This was no longer a normal high school student.
Haha, I'm back. I passed the assessment.
Just then, a loud burst of laughter rang out from outside. The first trainee had returned to the mountaintop. One by one, the other trainees began to return. Sheen stepped out of the command room and saw the trainees. Some looked exhausted, some were visibly excited, and others bore various injuries.
About an hour later, all the trainees had returned.
No one had died, making it a successful assessment.
Quiet.
Luo Bin appeared, looked at the crowd, and shouted loudly. Once everyone had quieted down, he continued, everyone performed well on this assessment. There were no major incidents, and no one fled down the mountain to seek help. This was your first assessment.
Tomorrow, we'll rank you based on your performance.
When the training camp officially concludes, there will be one more assessment.
If you improve upon your current ranking by then, you'll receive generous rewards. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement.
Now, I'd like to announce the winner of this assessment.
Sheen.
Luo Bin looked at Sheen and announced solemnly.
Everyone turned their gaze toward Sheen in unison.
Their eyes were filled with admiration, not envy, and certainly not jealousy, because when someone is so far ahead of you, you simply can't feel jealousy anymore.
Only Yu Yang's gaze toward Sheen seemed particularly complex. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking.
Soon after Luo Bin announced the end of the assessment, everyone returned to their respective rest areas. After a day and night of testing, they all needed to freshen up and get some proper rest. Sheen, however, headed toward the cultivation building, with the combat chamber as his destination. Upon entering the sparring chamber, he discovered it was much larger than both the gravity chamber and the infrared chamber, in fact, several times larger. At the very back of the room stood a row of mechanical dummies, each labeled with its corresponding cultivation level. Furthermore, the martial artist level mechanical dummies were divided into even finer subcategories. For example, a 1-star martial artist was divided into 3 sublevels: lower, middle, and upper. Among the row of mechanical puppets, the highest ranked was a 3-star martial artist upper.
This is different from the mechanical puppets back then.
He noticed a row of buttons on the left wall, each corresponding to a specific mechanical puppet. Back when he first entered the training camp, the mechanical puppets would activate automatically when he came within 2 meters of them, but here, they were activated via switches.
Sheen walked straight up to the switches and pressed the one for the 2-star upper tier mechanical puppet. Boom!
The moment he pressed it, a mechanical puppet was instantly activated and charged straight at Sheen. Sheen turned to face it as it came, and the instant it reached him, he threw a punch.
The mechanical puppet immediately emitted a cloud of black smoke and was completely destroyed.
Even a casual punch now packs the power of a martial artist, surpassing the 3-star threshold. Sheen was extremely satisfied with this display of power. The terrifying potential of cultivating all 3 elements simultaneously was now fully on display, a 1-star martial artist equivalent to a 3-star one. To his knowledge, this had never happened before.
One's been destroyed, but that's none of my business.
Sheen looked at the wrecked mechanical puppet on the ground and recalled Luna's words to him.
Still, there was no other way.
He wanted to see just how far his casual punch could go. If it were directly at the 3-star level, he might not be able to verify it. Then, he pressed the button representing a 3-star martial artist.
Chapter 41, Yu Yang's Transformation, Shanghai Martial Arts Hall. In the command room. What is it? Speak. Luna glanced at Yu Yang, who was standing there, and spoke slowly. Instructor, I've made significant progress recently, and during yesterday's assessment, I killed a level 1 magic beast. I believe I can compete against Qin one-on-one again for this star general selection spot. Yu Yang didn't hesitate, he voiced his thoughts directly. You're very confident. Luna first offered a word of praise, then said calmly, are you dissatisfied with my decision? Yu Yang's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied, I'm not dissatisfied. After saying that, he fell silent. Deep down, he hadn't actually given much thought to Luna and Luo Bin's decision. He was simply determined to compete against Qin one more time. Even if he lost, he wanted to lose with no regrets. Luna nodded. Watch this video. If you still stand by your decision after watching it, I'll let you compete against Qin again. With that, Luna activated the large screen on the wall. Yu Yang looked on with confusion. This assessment? As he watched the scene on the screen, he realized these locations were none other than the Ming Mountain jungle. Just then, Luna selected a specific clip and began playing it in fast forward. Soon, to his surprise, he saw Qin on the screen. Immediately afterward, his pupils contracted as a familiar face appeared across from Qin. He really came. Yu Yang was deeply shaken. Zhao Liang had actually infiltrated their assessment site to kill Qin. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed. Zhao Liang was a 3-star martial artist, and now that Qin was back, it meant Zhao Liang must have either left or died. He glanced at Luna. Could it be that Instructor Luo or Instructor Yang went to rescue him? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, on the screen, Qin and Zhao Liang exchanged 2 moves. Immediately afterward, he witnessed a scene that made his whole body tremble, a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. Qin on the screen seemed to transform into a sun, completely filling the entire frame. When the image stabilized, Zhao Liang was lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. Even after the footage ended, he continued to stare blankly at the screen. Zhao Liang, he knew him better than anyone. Their families had frequent business dealings, they often dined together, and as fellow prodigies, they frequently discussed cultivation matters. It was only this one time that the other party's demands had been too excessive, so he refused, but that didn't diminish the other's formidable strength. Is this his true strength? Yu Yang's mind was filled with the final image of Qin, and his heart was trembling. Now, do you still want to compete with him? Luna looked at him and asked. I lost. Yu Yang gradually came to his senses and muttered. After saying those words, he seemed to feel a great weight lifted from his shoulders. It's a good thing to let go of your obsession. Seeing that Yu Yang hadn't let this incident corrupt his spirit, Luna nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't told Yu Yang about this earlier precisely because he feared it would shatter his inner resolve and lead him down a dark path. On the path of a martial artist, once one's spirit is corrupted, the road ahead leads either to a complete end or down a path of darkness. Yu Yang was, after all, quite a talented prodigy. If it weren't for that prodigy Qin, he would be number 1. Therefore, Luna didn't want him to run into any trouble. Instructor Yang, I'll be heading out now. Yu Yang turned and walked out of the command room. Qin, being of the same generation as you is both my good fortune and my misfortune. I look forward to the day when I can witness you standing at the pinnacle. He took a deep breath, sensing that the very air had changed. Suddenly, he saw a soldier in the distance rushing toward them. Just as he was about to speak, the soldier darted past him and entered the command room. Qin. Immediately afterward, he heard Luna's furious roar coming from inside the command room. What has he done now? Yu Yang's expression darkened. Master, Qinghe Garden. At the foot of the mountain, Qin hailed a taxi. With my current strength, against a lower tier 3-star opponent, I can use the Blazing Sun Fist to defeat them, but against a mid-tier 3-star opponent, I'm still no match. Thinking back to what had just happened in the combat chamber, he gained a clear understanding of his current strength. The combat power threshold for a 3-star martial artist is 2,000, while for a 4-star martial artist, it's 10,000, a gap of a full 8,000 in combat power. When he unleashed the Blazing Sun Fist,
his burst of power was only at the mid 3-star level. Destroying a mid 3-star mechanical golem was impossible. Still, even so, he had destroyed 2 mechanical puppets, and these were far more valuable than the 10 he destroyed when he first entered the training camp. That was why he bolted early, otherwise, Luna would have skinned him alive. Qinghe Garden? After getting into the car, the driver eyed Qin for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, "You're Qin?" Qin rubbed his face. "Am I that famous?" "Haha, it really is you. I can't believe I've picked up Rongqing's #1 genius." Seeing that Qin didn't deny it, the driver suddenly got excited. Before Qin could say a word, he continued, "Of course you're famous. After that city announcement, who in Rongqing doesn't know you? Seeing how young you are and heading to Qinghe Garden, plus I heard this year's genius training camp is right here in Mingshan, I figured you must be Qin. You've got to sign an autograph for me later." The driver was so excited that his steering was unsteady, making Qin feel a bit nervous. All the way there, the driver chattered non-stop, while Qin only replied occasionally, mainly because he couldn't find a way to join the conversation. Once they entered the city, Qin kept staring out the window. Qinghe Garden had recently moved to a new address, and he wasn't sure which route they were taking. Soon after, Qin felt the car slow down. "Are we there yet?" "Not yet. Up ahead is Martial Arts School Street. Things have been a bit unsettled there lately, so I'm driving slowly to avoid any accidents," the driver hurriedly explained. "What is going on?" Qin asked curiously. Martial Arts School Street was usually very peaceful. After all, the people there were all martial artists and business owners. Once a conflict broke out, things often ended badly. Recently, someone from Yangchang showed up wanting to open a martial arts school here. Opening a school is one thing, but to boost his reputation and attract customers, he has actually been challenging other schools in the area. Now there are crowds of onlookers here every day. And in the last couple of days, it seems he has even injured someone pretty badly, the driver explained. Qin furrowed his brow. He was surprised to hear someone had come from Yangchang. Martial Arts Street was lined with private martial arts schools, and they usually stayed within their own cities. It was rare for anyone to open a branch in another city. After all, in a place where you don't know anyone, if others band together to bully you, there is nothing you can do about it. But this guy, as soon as he arrived, he started challenging neighboring schools. I don't know if he is just a hothead or if his skills are so high that he is bold enough to do it. There is no one here who can match him, Qin said in puzzlement. The driver shook his head. At these private martial arts schools, the head instructors are usually 1-star martial artists, or at most 2-star. I heard that the guy who came here had apparently broken through to 3-star before, and then he took over the business of the private martial arts schools in Yangchang. Now he is probably here to do the same in Rongqing. Qin nodded. Stealing business, that was only to be expected. By the way, you mentioned earlier that someone from a martial arts school got injured. Do you know which one? Qin was curious which unlucky soul had been hurt. Usually, a challenge match only ends in defeat. Injuries were rare. It seems to be the Shanghai Martial Arts School. Ha! Qin's expression changed. Chapter 42, A Master is Here, but just how skilled? At the Shanghai Martial Arts School at that moment, the sign had been torn down and trampled to pieces. The school grounds were in complete disarray. In the school's main hall, a crowd had gathered, all wearing martial arts uniforms emblazoned with different characters representing their respective schools. Qin made his way into the crowd. No one noticed him, and he didn't speak, simply standing there and watching the two groups of people surrounded in the center. One group wore martial arts uniforms bearing the characters Shanghai. They were indeed members of the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. However, the leader of this group was not the academy's headmaster, Wang Shanghai, but rather Qin's South classmate and close friend, Jack. Jack's face was ashen, and his clothes were disheveled. It looked as though he'd just been beaten up. On the other side, the martial arts uniforms bore the characters Dragon and Tiger. Qin couldn't recall any martial arts school associated with Dragon and Tiger on this street. Clearly, these people were from Yangchang. Their leader was a middle-aged man with a thick beard and a square face. At that moment, he wore an air of authority as he looked down on Jack's group from above.
Shanghai Martial Arts School, so you're the one in charge today?
Is this all the best-run martial arts school in Rongqing has to offer? The man with the square face said coldly, staring at Jack. And out of all your martial arts schools here, not a single one can hold its own in a fight.
What a disappointment.
He swept his gaze over the onlookers and spoke without mincing words. Instantly, the onlookers from various martial arts schools seethed with anger but dared not speak up. They had all been challenged before. They'd come here today intending to discuss matters together, but upon arrival, the other side showed them no respect whatsoever. They struck first, beating Jack from the Shanghai Martial Arts School to send a warning, and only then had they sat down.
Tianhu, you've already kicked out our school. My dad is still in bed from the beating you gave him. We haven't asked you to shut down your school, what more do you want?
Jack asked, glaring at the man with the square face. Qin watched Jack from within the crowd and noticed how much he had changed. As he spoke, the disciples of the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy seemed to side with him. I've said it before, bring the Qin over here, then transfer your Shanghai Martial Arts Academy to my Longhu Martial Arts Academy.
It's that simple, Tianhu said indifferently. Jack's face turned ashen.
Many had already figured out the other party's true intentions. Ever since Qin's name had been attached to the Shanghai Martial Arts School, business had boomed. People came to sign up for classes almost every day. So the other side wanted to bring Qin in, defeat him, and gain fame through that victory. Furthermore, they planned to rename the Shanghai Martial Arts School the Longhu Martial Arts School outright. That way, they not only gain a reputation but also keep the original location, killing two birds with one stone. But there was no way Jack would go out of his way to contact Qin just for this, not to mention that Qin was still at the training camp, and Jack didn't want this matter to affect him. Even if Qin came, it wouldn't solve anything after all. Tianhu was already a 3-star martial artist.
It seems you're still unwilling, Tianhu said, looking at Jack. That is fine. As long as you refuse, the challenge runs will not stop until he arrives.
Furthermore, every martial arts school on this street will be challenged daily because he hasn't shown up.
Tianhu, you've gone too far.
Hearing Tianhu's words, people from the other martial arts schools nearby couldn't help but shout angrily.
Tianhu glanced at them. If you open a martial arts school, you have to be prepared for people to challenge it. How am I going too far? If you're not strong enough, then don't open a martial arts school, it's that simple. Everyone's faces turned grim. What? Want to gang up on me? Do you dare?
Tianhu smiled, completely unfazed by their anger. If they all charged at him at once, he might not be a match for them, but then, they wouldn't be able to run a martial arts school ever again. Martial arts schools have their own rules. Being challenged is normal, but for members of different schools to gang up on a single challenger, that's a violation of the rules.
I'll call. Just then, Jack pulled out his phone. Shao Hai.
Suddenly, a voice came from a room at the back of the hall, and immediately afterward, a disciple from the Shanghai Martial Arts School walked out, supporting a man.
Dad.
Jack saw the man and hurried forward to help him up.
Wang Shanhai's face was deathly pale.
Shao Hai,
don't call him.
If you bring Xiaochen here, you'll be playing right into his hands. At worst, we'll just close this martial arts school. Wang Shanhai coughed a few times and said weakly. Dad, I'll call Qin not to have him solve the problem, but to tell him we want to keep his name on the school. At this point, whether the Shanghai Martial Arts School could stay open or not no longer mattered. He didn't want to drag down all the other martial arts schools on this street.
If the school closes, his name won't be on it anymore, naturally. Wang Shanhai said, shaking his head. How can that be?
Suddenly, a voice rang out. Jack's expression changed.
Then what do you want to?
Before he could finish, he sensed something was off. He turned to look and saw Qin stepping out of the crowd.
Qin. He was instantly startled. Everyone looked at Qin in astonishment. Is that Qin? A 2-star martial artist under 18 Rongqing's #1 prodigy. Qin's sudden appearance took everyone by surprise. Why are you here?
Jack whispered, a look of anxiety on his face. With Qin showing up out of the blue like this, today's incident was unlikely to blow over easily.
Qin smiled. You're the one who said to put my name on it, and you're the one who said not to. Have you even considered how I, the person involved, feel about this? Don't be ridiculous. Jack said sternly. You're Qin? At that moment, Tianhu spoke up. What? Doesn't it look like me?
Qin turned his head and glanced at the list of Shanghai Martial Arts Academy members on the hall wall. His photo, just like Wang Shanhai's, was in the first row, easy to spot at a glance.
Tianhu took a look as well and nodded. You do look like him. You really are a handsome fellow.
But a genius like you is actually just a figurehead for such a trashy martial arts academy. As he spoke, he shook his head.
Tianhu, what exactly do you want?
Seeing that Tianhu wasn't back
down, Jack asked angrily.
Tianhu completely ignored him and continued staring at Qin. Originally, when I came here to open this martial arts school, I wanted to recruit you into my school. But after giving it some thought, I realized that defeating you would be way more exciting. Recruiting Qin would naturally bring business to his school, but defeating Qin once the news spread would likely draw even more people.
How do you plan to defeat me? Qin asked, looking completely at ease. Tianhu smiled.
I know you're highly regarded by some influential figures in Rongqing, but right now, I'm challenging you, a nominal martial arts instructor at this school, in my capacity as the school's headmaster.
I think even if I injure you, no one will have anything to say about it.
Are you ready? Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted as he saw Qin vanish from where he stood and charge toward him.
You're asking for death.
Tianhu snorted coldly, taking a sudden step forward and slamming a fist toward Qin's chest.
However, in the next instant, a hand clamped down firmly on his fist. A powerful force surged through his arm.
He quickly clenched his other fist, but before he could strike, a sharp crack rang out, the sound of his wrist bone snapping.
Ah! Tianhu let out an agonized scream.
With one hand still gripped by Qin, his body buckled, and he fell to his knees.
Master of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall, how do you plan to defeat me? Qin asked the question again. Tianhu's face was deathly pale, he couldn't even speak. Qin continued, I hear the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School dominates Yangcheng.
That's perfect, we're heading to Yangcheng in 2 days. When we get there, I'll pay them a visit to seek some guidance.
You'll regret going. Tianhu managed to say with great difficulty. It seems there's a master here.
I wonder just how skilled he is. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin kicked out.
Boom!
Tianhu's body flew straight out of the hall, crashing to the ground like a dead dog.
Get the hell out of here!
Qin blared coldly at the other disciples of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall. The group shuddered and hurried out of the hall. After hoisting Tianhu onto their shoulders, they fled through the martial arts hall's gates without daring to linger for a single moment.
Chapter 43, Heading to Yangcheng on the train.
It wasn't until they saw the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School members slink away that the group finally came to their senses. Everyone stared at Qin in shock, their faces filled with disbelief.
Wasn't he supposed to be a 2-star martial artist?
The city announcement can't be wrong, but it's also true that Tianhu was a 3-star martial artist. Everyone here had been challenged by Tianhu before they knew exactly what he was capable of. Although he had only just broken through to 3-star martial artist, a 3-star was still a 3-star. His combat power had reached the 2000 threshold. Yet now, Qin had taken him down in an instant. They still couldn't fathom what had just happened.
Jack stared blankly at Qin.
At first, there was confusion in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. My brother, no matter how strong you are, it's never too much. He thought of Qin's recent transformation. A 3-star martial artist wasn't invincible.
Qin looked at Jack. I guess the martial arts school won't have to close now, right?
Of course not. With you as my brother, who dares tell me to shut it down? Jack's voice suddenly rose. Getting to know Qin in this lifetime had been worth it.
Everyone, the commotion is over. You can all go now, right? Qin turned to the people from the other martial arts schools. "Thank you, Master Qin. Thank you, Master Qin." One by one, the schoolmasters bowed their hands toward Qin. If it weren't for Qin today, it wouldn't just be the Shanghai Martial Arts School that would have to close. Given the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School's domineering nature, it wouldn't be long before every martial arts school on this street was renamed the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School. Qin looked at the crowd and nodded. Only after everyone had left did he turn to Wang Shanhai. "Uncle Wang, are your injuries serious?" "It's not too bad, nothing major. I'll just need a few months to recover." Actually, this works out well. It gives Xiaohai a chance to try managing the school on his own, Wang Shanhai said with a smile. He watched Jack's growth closely over this period. Although Jack had only just crossed the threshold into cultivation, that didn't prevent him from learning how to manage the martial arts school for now. "I've entered the early stage of body tempering. Actually, I'm pretty talented," Jack said with a smile. "By the way, stay for dinner tonight. I said I'd treat you last time but didn't get the chance today. It's the perfect opportunity." Qin waved his hand and glanced at the martial arts hall. "You should have someone take care of it first. We can eat anytime, morning or night, but keeping the hall open is the most important thing. I just happened to be passing through here this time, and I need to hurry back." Wang Shanhai and Jack could only nod in agreement. "Next time, we've definitely got to have a proper drink," Jack called out loudly as he watched Qin's back disappear through the martial arts hall's entrance. When Qin returned home, Day and Xiufen were overjoyed. Thanks to a generous supply of nutrients, Day's injuries were gradually beginning to improve. Qin was very pleased about this. He transferred another 2 million from his bank account, keeping only a small fraction for himself. The tonics and medicines needed to treat his old injuries weren't cheap, but this money was well spent. As for the beast core that would allow him to condense a divine pattern, he decided to put off buying it for now. Even if he spent all 2 million, it wouldn't be enough to advance him by even half a level. For the next 3 days, Qin stayed home, not stepping outside even once. 3 days later, on a train traveling from Rongqing to Yangchang, Qin sat by the window. Across from her were 2 girls, one with delicate, dignified features, and the other slightly plump with a few freckles on her face. Next to him sat a boy dressed in a trendy style with long hair. As he took his seat, he deliberately kept a few inches distance from Qin, as if he found her somewhat distasteful. "Did you guys hear the news yesterday? The headmaster of Yangcheng's Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy got beaten up," the young man whispered to the 2 girls. Yeah, we heard it was that genius Qin who did it." The girl with freckles perked up, nodding eagerly with a hint of excitement in her voice, clearly relishing the gossip. The other girl, however, didn't respond. Her gaze kept drifting toward Qin, who was looking out the window. Qin didn't strike her as particularly handsome, but he always exuded a special aura. Those eyes seemed almost magical, gradually drawing her in. Although she didn't know him, she inexplicably sensed a confidence and unwavering conviction radiating from Qin. It was as if, just seeing him sitting there, she couldn't help but feel a sense of security. "I clearly don't know him." Zhou Hui shook her head, trying to shake off those jumbled thoughts. "It's unlikely that Qin did it. You guys don't usually pay attention to what is happening in Yancheng, but I'm still in the know that Tian, who had just broken through to 3-star martial artist right before coming to Rongqing." "You're telling me a 3-star martial artist someone a high school student could defeat? And I heard he was taken out in an instant. It must have been a powerhouse from Rongqing who stepped in." The boy shook his head, a hint of disdain in his voice. Qin from Rongqing had certainly surprised him, but as for defeating Tian Hu? He simply didn't believe it. This must be just some hype spread by people in Rongqing. Rumors always get more and more exaggerated as they're passed around. "Is that so?" The freckled girl finally understood. "Of course." The boy then turned to Zhou Hui. "Hui, what do you think? Just call me by my name." Zhou Hui, who had been interrupted while looking at Qin, shot the boy a disgusted glance, her voice rising involuntarily. Qin, who had been gazing out the window, suddenly turned his head. Sorry, classmate, I disturbed you. Realizing she'd spoken too loudly, Zhou Hui looked at Qin and hurriedly apologized, though her eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness. Qin had looked at her of his own accord. It's fine, Qin said indifferently, then turned his head back. Seeing Zhou Hui apologize to Qin on her own initiative and noticing the look on her face, the young man frowned. What the group didn't know was that not far from them, several members of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy were also seated nearby. They had heard every word of the conversation clearly. Go tell them to be quiet, Tianhu said, his face darkening. His whole body was still aching. After 3 days of treatment in Rongqing, he recovered somewhat and had almost stopped thinking about the beating he'd taken that day, but hearing people talk about it again instantly put him in a bad mood. Several disciples immediately stood up and walked toward Zhou Hui's table. They were all tall and imposing, obviously martial artists, and their very presence commanded respect. As they stood up, they drew the attention of quite a few people. The freckled girl was the first to notice them approaching. The young man was about to speak again when she stopped him. When he turned his head, his expression changed. How did we run into them? Did they hear what I just said? The young man thought nervously, quickly lowering his head. The disciples from the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy stopped beside the group's seats. Weren't you just discussing matters concerning my Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy? What's the matter? Done discussing it? The freckled girl turned pale with fear. Although the group had crossed the threshold into cultivation, they were no match for these Martial Arts Academy disciples. Not everyone is a genius. They were only in the early stages of body tempering, while these martial arts school disciples all in their 20s or 30s had cultivation levels at least at the middle tempering stage. Seeing that the group dared speak, one of them said, I want to make things difficult for you. The 4 of you, go apologize to our headmaster, and we'll let this slide. Chapter 44, Are you talking about me? Okay, we'll apologize. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Apologizing wasn't a big deal. They were all from Yangchang, and if they offended the headmaster of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy, the men on the train might not be able to do much to them, but once they got off the train, they'd be in trouble. He was well aware of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy's strength. The academy wasn't led solely by Tianhu. There was also Tianlong, who had broken through to the 3-star level quite some time ago. Ever since he'd broken through to the 3-star level, he'd barely managed the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall anymore. But regardless of whether he was involved in management or not, he remained the hall's founder. Most importantly, he and Tianhu were brothers. The fact that Tianhu was telling them to apologize was already the greatest leniency he could show them. The freckled girl also stood up, ready to go over and apologize. Why should we apologize? However, Zhou Hui showed no intention of getting up. Ha! The martial arts school members furrowed their brows, glaring at her with fierce expressions. Zhou Hui wasn't intimidated by them. She simply retorted defiantly, Are they lying? Besides, I didn't say a word. Just moments ago, she'd been focused entirely on Qin and hadn't uttered a single word about the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School. Apologizing just because she was afraid would completely go against her principles. Phui! The boy hurried to stop her from saying anything harsh. Zhou Hui completely ignored him and turned to glance at Qin. She noticed that Qin hadn't spoken a single word the entire time. He hadn't even turned his head once, still gazing out the window as if he were immersed in his own world, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Seeing that Zhou Hui was ignoring him, the boy's expression darkened. If it weren't for his feelings for her, he would have immediately distanced himself from her. That young lady has some spunk. Seeing Zhou Hui's resolute attitude, the men from the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall looked at her coldly. I hope you keep it up. After saying that, they turned their gaze to Qin, who hadn't turned his head once. Do you have the same kind of spunk as her? Are you talking about me? Qin furrowed his brow and slowly turned his head. He hadn't intended to pay them any mind. One of his plans for this trip to Yangchang had been to visit the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy anyway, so he knew he'd run into them eventually. He hadn't expected these people to get so carried away.
Upon seeing China's expression, the faces of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy members turned pale, one of them even staggered, nearly losing his balance. The man who had been so arrogant moments earlier felt a sudden pang of anxiety.
What are you doing?
Suddenly, a train conductor noticed the group huddled together and sensed something was off, so he walked over from a distance.
Seeing him approach, the members of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy clung to him like a lifeline, nodding frantically. We're leaving right now.
They didn't dare linger for a moment, turning and hurrying away. Before leaving, they cast a terrified glance at Qin.
Only after watching them leave did the train security officer turn and walk away.
Meanwhile, the boy and the girl with freckles let out a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness the security officer showed up.
Otherwise, having to apologize in front of everyone would have been so embarrassing, the boy said, still shaken.
Yeah.
But it's kind of surprising that those guys from the martial arts school are so afraid of the security officer. The freckled girl glanced at the Longhu martial arts school members, who had already returned to their seats, and whispered.
The boy smiled. It's only natural. Don't let the fact that security guards aren't usually very strong fool you. They're official personnel.
If those guys had really disobeyed the security guard, it would have been reported up the chain.
Once the train arrived at the station, there is no doubt official enforcers would come to arrest them. It might even have affected the martial arts school's business.
Hearing this, the freckled girl nodded, looking as if she understood. The young man then turned to Zhou Hui.
You were too impulsive just now. Was I wrong?
Zhou Hui had a high opinion of the young man to begin with, and now her regard for him plummeted even further.
That is not what I meant,
the young man said, quickly explaining when he saw Zhou Hui's displeasure. He then turned to Qin, intending to shift all the blame onto him, but Qin merely turned his head and gave him a cold stare, instantly silencing him. Zhou Hui also looked at Qin. She couldn't shake the feeling that the reason those martial arts school staff had left in such a panic wasn't because of the security guard, but because of him.
Hello, my name is Zhou Hui.
As if possessed, Zhou Hui introduced herself to Qin. As soon as she said it, her face flushed bright red. It was so embarrassing. Qin turned to look at her.
Hello?
Zhou Hui breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Qin's response, then immediately plucked up her courage and asked, Could you tell me your name?
Qin.
Qin?
You're Qin?
Zhou Hui stared at Qin in surprise. The girl with freckles also widened her eyes.
You really are Qin.
They'd been in Rongqing for the past few days and had heard Qin's name mentioned countless times. Every time people spoke of him, it was with awe. Meanwhile, the young man, seeing Zhou Hui take the initiative to speak to Qin, was seething inside.
You're Qin?
The young man suddenly looked at Qin, feigning surprise.
I heard that just a few days ago, you injured Director Tian. Those guys from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Hall came by earlier. It seems you don't recognize them?
His tone was sarcastic and insincere, causing Zhou Hui across from him to furrow her brows.
I really don't know them.
Qin nodded. They were just a few apprentices from some martial arts school. He hadn't even bothered to remember what they looked like.
Ha!
The young man chuckled but said nothing.
He certainly didn't believe that nonsense. How could he not recognize the headmaster after beating him up?
More than 10 minutes later, as the station announcement rang out, they finally arrived at Yangcheng, and the train slowly slowed down and came to a stop. A few minutes later, the group got off the train, followed by the people from the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School.
Qin didn't even have to turn around to feel Tian Hui's murderous glare.
He walked toward the exit with a calm expression. Seeing him walk away, the young man followed. Qin, wait a minute. When he called out Qin, he deliberately emphasized the name. Zhou Hui furrowed her brow, but she quickly followed suit, thinking to herself that she needed to get his contact information. Seeing that the two of them were following, the freckled girl had no choice but to tag along as well.
Bringing up the rear, the members of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy supported Tian Hu as they quickened their pace. Did you make the call? Tian Hu asked in a low voice.
I did. Director Long should be at the exit by now, one of the disciples replied. Over on Chin's side, the young man followed like a shadow, and the group soon reached the station exit. As soon as they stepped out, they saw a group of people standing not far away. The one leading them bore a striking resemblance to Tianhu.
"Brother!" Just then, Tianhu shouted from behind, "It's him! He asked the one who hurt me."
As Tianhu shouted, he pointed at Qin. Tianlong also fixed his gaze on Qin and walked toward him step by step.
"Is it you who injured Tianhu?" By this point, the young man following Qin was completely terrified.
He looked at Qin in horror. He wouldn't dare stay by his side anymore and kept backing away, afraid of being associated with Qin in any way.
The girl with freckles looked at Qin as if she discovered a new world, her gaze filled with curiosity and admiration.
Zhou Hui stared blankly at Qin. She was now certain that her earlier hunch had been correct. The martial arts school students had fled in a panic because of Qin, not because of the security guard.
"I did it." Qin nodded. "You're pretty bold. You injured someone, yet you still dare to come to Yancheng and even ride in the same car as Tianhu." Tianlong glared coldly at Qin. Even he thought Qin was being far too brazen. "Not bad," Qin nodded again. Seeing Qin's nonchalant expression, Tianlong was livid. He waved his hand sharply, restrain all of his accomplices. Only then did he turn his attention to Qin. "Since you're here, you'll be spending a few months in the hospital first." Qin watched Tianlong advance toward him without the slightest sign of retreat. Just as the two were about to come to blows, a screech of brakes rang out, followed by an SUV skidding to a halt. Chapter 45, I don't recognize him. Seeing the SUV skid toward them, both men's expressions changed, and they each took a step back. Tianlong was about to lose his temper, but when he noticed the license plate, he instantly fell silent, his face betraying shock. A military license plate. His heart sank. Immediately afterward, the door opened, and a figure in military uniform, looking dashing and poised, stepped out. She first shot Tianlong a glance, then turned to Qin. "What are you doing here?" "Instructor Yang," Qin said with a sudden smile upon seeing her. "Nothing much. I ran into an old acquaintance and was about to give her a hug and say hello, but you ruined it." Luna gave a non-committal look and didn't bother to interfere. "Then you can say hello next time. For now, come with me to where you need to go." With that, she turned and got into the car. Qin looked at Tianlong, shrugged, and then obediently followed her. As soon as he got in the car, he suddenly remembered something. He looked at the other three who had been detained and said to Luna, "I have 2 friends here. Could you take them with us?" Luna frowned but nodded anyway. Qin waved at Zhou Hui. Seeing this, Zhou Hui began to struggle. The martial arts school staff, noticing that Luna was watching them, didn't dare to hold her any longer and let her go. Once released, Zhou Hui pulled the freckled girl out as well, then ran toward the SUV. As soon as the two got in, Luna stepped on the gas and sped off. "What about me? I don't know him." Sheena's voice rang out from inside the SUV. The young man watched the SUV drive away, his face filled with terror. "Get him in the car!" Tianlong shouted. "No, I don't know him, the young man screamed. "You don't know him? But didn't you sit next to him on the train? And didn't you get off together and come all the way here?" Tianhu slapped him across the face. From the rearview mirror, Qin, who was still in the SUV, watched as the men from the Longhu martial arts school pinned the young man down, dragged him into a jinbei van, and sped off. Zhou Hui and the freckled girl, sitting in the back, were deathly pale. Fortunately, they hadn't been taken away, otherwise, serious injuries and a hospital stay would have been inevitable. After driving 2 kilometers, the SUV pulled over to the side of the road. Qin looked at Zhou Hui and the other girl. "I'll drop you off here." Zhou Hui nodded. She looked at Qin, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. After getting out of the car, just as the SUV was pulling away, she finally mustered the courage. "Can I have your contact information?" She knew there was a huge gap between her and Qin. If she didn't ask now, she might never see him again. She didn't want to regret it later because she backed down. Qin looked at her. "Maybe fate will bring us together again." With that, the SUV drove off. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Zhou Hui still standing there, staring at the car with a disappointed expression, but he just shook his head and smiled. "You're pretty straightforward," Luna said suddenly. Qin smiled. "I have to be decisive. Someone as outstanding as me will surely face situations like this often in the future. You've got to cut your losses when the time comes." Hearing this, Luna said nothing, merely flashing a dismissive expression. "By the way, where are we going?" Qin asked, puzzled. "Yangcheng Sports Center. Everyone participating in the Star General tryouts is gathering there." "Are the tryouts about to start?" Luna nodded. "It was originally supposed to start in 2 days, but some anomalies have recently appeared on the front lines, so it's been moved up. Right after these tryouts end, we'll immediately move on to the final Star General competition." Qin's heart skipped a beat. Nothing related to the front lines was ever trivial. "Is it serious?" he asked. Luna shook her head. "It's not a major issue, but there might be a level 4 beast uprising soon. Although it's only a level 4, we still need to make preparations to be on the safe side, so we had to move the tryouts up." Hearing level 4 uprising, Qin nodded. He had learned in his academic classes that magic beast uprisings were classified into 10 levels, with level 10 being the highest. Level 4 fell into the lower middle range and wasn't considered a disaster. However, every uprising regardless of its level required a full-scale response, which was why the military district had decided to move up the selection process. Otherwise, they would have had to wait until after the college entrance exams. After the exams, though, every student's scores would be out in the open, and by then, the military district would likely not be the only one vying for talent. In Dragon Nation, there was a rule prohibiting any organization from recruiting students before their college entrance exams, but the Ministry of Defense was exempt from this rule. First, the military department sends instructors to the annual talent training camp every year. Second, the military department is responsible for protecting national security. They make significant sacrifices, which is why they've been granted this advantage. However, even though the military department has the right to prioritize recruiting talented students, this is only a general recruitment effort. Students are still required to continue their university studies, so even if they're recruited, there is no guarantee they'll actually join the military department after graduation. It's an advantage, but not an absolute one. About half an hour later, the two arrived at the sports center. By then, more than a dozen students participating in the selection, both male and female, had already gathered on the field. "They're here so early." Qin looked at the crowd. As it turned out, he was actually the last one to arrive. "Did you think everyone was like you? These people take this selection very seriously. They all arrived in Yangcheng a day early." Luna shot Qin a disapproving glance. She told Qin the tryouts were in 3 days and had assumed he'd arrive early too, but he stubbornly waited until the 4th day, forcing her to go pick him up at the train station. "Taking it seriously? Does that even matter?" Qin chuckled. "You're pretty confident, aren't you? With this bunch of nobodies, I'll take one kid out with every punch," Qin said, eyeing the crowd. It wasn't that Qin was being arrogant. After all, these people had undergone training at the Genius Training Camp. While some might have reached the martial artist realm, there were certainly very few of them. Most were still only at the peak tempering stage. Taking the assessment alongside them really felt a bit like bullying. "Don't let your guard down. This assessment is a little different," Luna warned. "How is it different?" Qin frowned in surprise. "You'll find out in a moment. Just don't mess this up." Luna didn't elaborate further. She was well aware of Qin's strength. He'd nearly killed Zhao Liang with a single punch. But after carefully analyzing the video later, she realized Zhao Liang had been doped up on drugs. Qin, relying solely on his martial arts, could reach the 3-star threshold. However, without martial arts, his strength would likely be around 1,000 or higher. Under normal circumstances, Qin would have had no trouble passing this assessment. He could take out one kid with a single punch. However, the format of this assessment had been changed at the last minute. Qin glanced at Luna and sensed something fishy. Soon, Qin stepped onto the field, and the moment he arrived, he immediately caught everyone's attention.
Looking at their expressions, Sheen was certain that there was definitely a conspiracy behind this assessment and it was aimed at him. Before long, more than 10 people in military uniforms walked over and stood in front of the crowd. These individuals were all instructors from the various genius training camps, and Luna was among them. Sheen glanced at their ranks. Luna's was still the highest, while the others were all the same rank as Luobin.
Everyone. Luna stepped forward first and addressed the crowd.
Originally, we planned to spend a week conducting various types of assessments. However, due to some developments on the front lines, we're moving things up and there's only one format of free-for-all. The moment she spoke, Sheen instantly understood why Luna had told him earlier not to let his guard down. He glanced at the dozen or so people around him and noticed that they didn't seem the least bit surprised. Clearly, they'd known about this assessment format all along. Just then, he noticed that the others were all looking at him, whether intentionally or not.
Are they planning to gang up on me?
He couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up slightly.
Chapter 46, Must Be United.
A siege.
Sheen smiled faintly.
He had already guessed that Luna must have discussed the incident where he killed Zhao Liang with these instructors. And to prevent him from easily securing first place in the selection, these instructors had changed the assessment format to a free-for-all. When he killed Zhao Liang, his combat power had indeed only been just over 1,000. Although using the Blazing Sun Fist had caused his combat power to skyrocket, he certainly couldn't use it during the assessment. It wasn't a life or death battle, after all. So, with a combat power just over 1,000, being attacked by a group of them would indeed cause him trouble. However, Sheen smiled confidently.
I'm not at the same level as before. Next, I'll announce the rules for this assessment. Luna continued.
First, this is a free-for-all. In combat, injuries are inevitable, but you may concede defeat. Once you concede, others must not attack you further.
Second, your arena is this grassy field. If you step off the field, you're eliminated.
Third, there is no time limit for this assessment. It continues until the last person standing emerges victorious.
Is that clear?
Clear, the crowd roared in unison.
Luna and the instructors smiled at the crowd's high spirits, then turned and walked off the field onto the track. One of the instructors pulled out a starting pistol and fired a loud bang. The assessment officially began.
However, the people on the field didn't immediately start fighting. Instead, they looked at each other, and finally, all their eyes turned to Sheen.
Sheen smiled and knocked out the person next to him with a single punch.
In the world of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon.
What are you all waiting for? He has seen through us.
Let us all go at him together, someone suddenly roared.
Ha, Sheen laughed heartily.
With acting skills like these, he'd be a real loser if he hadn't seen through them. Watching the dozen or so people charging at him, he remained standing in place, making no attempt to dodge.
Instructors! Sheen suddenly shouted.
Hearing Sheen's shout, the instructors looked at him in confusion.
A smile gradually spread across Sheen's lips. You really know me. This is exactly the kind of assessment I wanted.
With that, he turned his gaze to the man charging at the very front and suddenly threw a punch. The student leading the charge turned pale the moment he saw Sheen's punch. Even before the fist reached him, he felt a wave of heat as if carried by the wind and an overwhelming pressure sweeping toward his face. He fought back his fear and raised both hands to block the punch. However, as he raised his hands, the fist seemed to accelerate. Before his hands were fully raised, it had already pierced through his defense and struck his chest.
Boom!
His body was instantly sent flying backward by the immense force, knocking several people behind him to the ground, and he himself passed out.
Thud!
Just then, Sheen stepped forward, taking several quick strides to position himself in front of the group. The dozen or so people immediately grew timid after surrounding Sheen. They began to cower.
Don't be afraid, it'll only take one punch.
Sheen flickered into motion, accompanied by the whoosh of the wind, suddenly appearing in front of one of them. Under the man's terrified gaze, he landed a punch.
Bam!
Another man passed out.
Attack together, don't let him take us down one by one.
Seeing that Qin had already knocked out 3 of them with 14 still left, the rest could no longer sit idly by. Someone shouted loudly, if they kept cowering like this, they'd all be knocked out before long. Instantly, the crowd gritted their teeth and surged toward Qin as one.
That's more like it, now this is fun.
At that moment, Qin swung his fist.
Boom! The first one fell. Immediately after, the second, the third.
With every punch he threw, another trainee fell, never to get back up. Suddenly, with a thud, a fist struck Qin in the back.
Ha ha! I hit him! I hit him! A loud laugh rang out from behind Qin.
Qin turned to face the smug man. Not bad, but your strength's a bit lacking.
Keep it up.
With that, he slapped out with his palm, striking the man on the head. The man, still wearing a smug expression, passed out. At this point, only 3 people remained on the field besides Qin, and they were positioned in 3 different spots, surrounding him. However, their bodies seemed to have a mind of their own. They took 1 step forward and 2 steps back.
How terrifying!
All 3 felt a chill run down their spines. It was too frightening. There had been over a dozen of them, yet less than 10 minutes into the assessment, only the 3 of them remained. And among those who had fallen were several 1-star martial artists. The 3 of them were merely at the peak tempering stage. How were they supposed to fight? Outside the field, more than a dozen instructors were also stunned. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. Didn't they say his combat power was just over 1,000 points? One of them asked, looking at Luna. The others turned their heads in unison, their faces filled with confusion. If his combat power were truly only a little over 1,000 points, the situation would never have unfolded like this. Even if Qin were to win in the end, it wouldn't have been like this. It was as if he were sweeping through like a whirlwind, crushing everything in his path.
He has gotten even stronger. Luna could only say.
She was just as baffled at that moment. Qin's display of combat power just now, while perhaps not quite at the 3-star level, was at least closing in on it. And this was his normal combat power, not the burst of power he unleashed after using martial arts techniques.
He has gotten stronger again? So fast, the instructors exclaimed in astonishment. It had only been 3 days, hadn't it?
Luna remained silent. She didn't know if Qin had been holding back his strength before or if he'd made a breakthrough during those 3 days.
But either way, it was utterly insane. On the field, Qin looked at the 3 of them. Come at me all at once.
But the moment he spoke, the 3 of them turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. Qin froze for a second, then zeroed in on one of them and gave chase. A team should stick together.
Bang!
The man hadn't even taken a few steps before he collapsed in terror. Then, Qin turned his attention to another man. The man turned his head, saw Qin looking at him, and then saw Qin chasing after him. His face turned pale.
I give up, he roared. Giving up is shameful.
Shouted as he continued his pursuit.
No, losing to you isn't shameful.
The man ran for his life.
No way, you're not allowed to give up. The instructor said it's okay to give up.
The man was on the verge of losing his mind. He'd already conceded defeat, yet Qin was still chasing him. The instructor didn't say that.
No, the instructor did. Instructor, I give up.
The man turned toward the instructor's position and shouted loudly. He saw one of the instructors about to speak and felt a sudden surge of joy, but the very next second, Qin's attack struck. His eyes rolled back, and he felt his consciousness sink into darkness.
What a shame you were so close to succeeding.
Qin shook his head and turned his attention to the last person. That person was about to run off the field. If they crossed the line, they'd be automatically eliminated. In the next instant, he unleashed his agility and gave chase at top speed.
I did it! I did it!
The last female trainee, seeing the track just ahead, was filled with joy and surprise. She could already sense that the other 2 had been knocked unconscious. As long as she stepped off the lawn and onto the track, she would be eliminated and she would be the only one still conscious. At that thought, she couldn't help but smile.
Classmate, what are you smiling about?
Suddenly, a voice rang in her ear, sending a shiver down her spine.
Bam!
A massive force struck her, her body went limp, and she began to fall. As she did, she swore she had never felt such despair in her life. Chapter 47, The Martial Saint of Longua, China's Mysterious Master. What happened next was simple. Qin naturally took first place, while the others had already been carried away for treatment. In a vast room, more than a dozen instructors stared at Qin across from them as if he were a monster.
Everyone, there is no need to look at me like that.
Qin felt a bit embarrassed. Tell me, just how strong are you, exactly?
Luna asked seriously.
Right now, she had absolutely no idea how powerful Qin was.
Was being dual element really that terrifying?
A one-star martial artist, Qin replied.
Be honest, Luna snapped, shooting him a glare. A one-star martial artist?
He must be pulling her leg. She'd never seen a one-star martial artist this insanely powerful before.
A dual element one-star martial artist.
Seeing that they didn't believe him, Qin could only say with a sigh of resignation. As for being a triple element martial artist, he naturally didn't mention it. Dual element martial artists, though rare, did exist in Dragon Nation, and there had been cases in the past where dual element practitioners had simultaneously broken through to the martial artist rank.
You've broken through in both elements? No wonder.
Just then, one of the instructors, the one who looked the oldest, spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. His name was Xia Jun. He was the oldest among them and the first to join the military department, so he certainly knew more than the rest.
Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Xia Jun didn't explain right away.
Instead, he said, this is classified information. Since you're all elite members of the military department, it's actually no big deal if you know. However, Qin, if you want to hear it, it's fine if you join the military headquarters in the future.
But if you don't join, you must forget what was said today.
Of course.
Qin nodded. He was definitely going to join the military headquarters.
Beast cores could help him rapidly increase his strength, and the only way to obtain a large quantity of them was to join the military headquarters and head to the front lines. Otherwise, he'd need a huge amount of money to buy them, and he didn't have that kind of money. Seeing that he agreed, Xia Jun nodded and continued, as you all know, our Dragon Nation has 4 martial saints. Everyone nodded. Martial artists above the 9-star rank were known
as martial saints.
And in the Dragon Kingdom, there were a total of 4, one of whom was the founder of the military department, revered by its members as the military god, Xia. Our military department's military god, Xia, is actually not merely above the 9-star rank, he is a 9-star, a dual element 9-star. Xia Jun's words hit like a depth charge, sending a shudder through the crowd. None of them had ever met Xiantian, but in their minds, he was a martial saint, a powerhouse above the 9-star level. Yet the truth left them somewhat incredulous. After all, the title martial saint for those above 9-star, the very character saint alone, signified immense power, and for a mere 9-star to also be called a martial saint was simply unimaginable.
Dual element, that's terrifying, the instructors couldn't help but exclaim.
That's exactly why I think it's not at all excessive for a dual element practitioner to break through simultaneously.
Xia Jun looked at Qin.
Qin hurriedly replied, Instructor Xia, you really do know your stuff. He hadn't expected the other party to take the initiative to explain it to him. However, what the other party said wasn't quite right. It was precisely because he was a triple element practitioner that this was possible. A dual element practitioner would absolutely not possess the strength he currently had. This was also because Xia Jun wasn't a dual element practitioner himself. He'd made that statement solely to draw a comparison with Xiantian.
But he'd forgotten that Xiantian was a 9-star martial artist.
Cultivating multiple elements becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, requiring vast amounts of time, which is why one grows
as one advances.
Alright, everyone now knows Qin's true strength. However, when we submit Qin's information later, let us say he is a 1-star martial artist, Luna said with a sudden smile. The other instructors also broke into mischievous grins, signaling their agreement. They were all from Jiang province and naturally hoped that this star general would come from their province. Concealing Qin's information would also catch others off guard. Before long, the other instructors left the room, leaving only Qin and Luna behind.
Luna looked at Qin. There's a reward for this assessment. If you want money, there's 4 million. If you prefer martial arts techniques or the like, we can offer an equivalent value. That much? Qin asked in surprise.
He wasn't surprised that there was a reward for the assessment after all. There always was, but a reward of 4 million outright was still unexpected. Luna replied calmly, 4 million, it's not that much, really.
This is the reward for the top-ranked candidate in the entire Jiang province.
Although our military headquarters is on a tight budget, we're never stingy when it comes to cultivating talent. The military headquarters was, arguably, the institution in all of Longwa that needed talent the most.
Aren't you afraid I might not join the military headquarters later on?
You don't have to join, but you'll definitely have to pay it back, Luna said with a smile. The military department isn't a pushover, of course, it wouldn't be this generous. The reason for offering such a large reward now is to instill a sense of gratitude toward the military department in the hearts of the recruited geniuses, thereby making them more likely to join in the future.
That makes sense. Qin nodded. So, what do you decide? Money, martial arts techniques, or a weapon? Luna asked.
Qin shook his head.
None of those.
I want a beast core, a level 1 beast core.
Luna was taken aback. She looked at Qin intently before finally saying, what do you need a beast core for?
I suggest you ask for something that will directly boost your strength. A beast core can only be used to craft special equipment, which is very time-consuming.
If you want equipment, you can just ask for it directly.
Qin thought for a moment, then said slowly, Instructor Yang, there is something you don't know.
The reason I've achieved this level of success is actually... What is it? Luna asked eagerly.
She had always been curious about why Qin had improved so quickly, but some things were personal secrets. If he didn't mention them, she didn't feel it was her place to ask. It was the first time Qin had seen her so curious. He smiled and said, actually, Instructor Yang, please don't tell anyone.
Don't worry. Luna nodded quickly, feeling a bit impatient. She thought Qin was being too long-winded.
Qin continued, actually, I have a master who has been teaching me all along. That's why I've improved so quickly.
The reason I need the beast core is actually because my master needs it.
He is very fond of researching beast cores. He says he wants to use them to bring about changes in martial artists themselves, making them stronger. Or perhaps, to research special martial arts techniques that give martial artists even greater power. Upon hearing this, Luna was deeply moved and couldn't help but show a hint of admiration.
Your master.
My master is simply a martial artist who wants to devote himself entirely to research. He doesn't want anyone to know of his existence. But he has said that once his research reaches its pinnacle, he will definitely make it public.
Qin quickly interrupted Luna and spoke up.
Luna's expression grew complex, and after a long pause, she said, Your master is truly great. She knew that in the Dragon Kingdom, there were martial artists who devoted themselves to research, people who remained unknown to the public but had made immense contributions to the entire nation. Take today's martial artists, for example, many martial arts techniques actually originated from these very people.
In fact, the emergence of dual-element martial artists isn't necessarily innate.
Decades ago, there was a dual-element grandmaster martial artist who used himself as a test subject. Ultimately, he developed a special elixir. Consuming it could potentially grant someone dual-element aptitude, the same principle as the sensitivity enhancement pill Qin received from the system. However, the success rate of this elixir is very low, which is why dual-element practitioners are still rare today. Nevertheless, some have ultimately succeeded. Luna knew that the martial artist and his successor were currently in an undisclosed location, researching an elixir with a higher success rate. My master's primary area of research is triple element.
Qin suddenly added.
He felt it was time to start preparing for the eventual revelation of his multiple elements.
Luna stared at Qin in astonishment before finally nodding.
In that case, I'll convert your reward into a corresponding level 1 beast core, Luna said, offering her help. Qin's heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly replied, Thank you very much, Instructor Yang.
My master is also a fire elemental, so a fire elemental one would be best. Chapter 48, a 2-star fire martial artist heads to the martial arts hall. After returning to his arranged lodgings, Sheen finally checked the system. The rewards for the second stage of the Star General selection had already been deposited into the system space. Additionally, the mission for the third stage had also been activated. Mission objective: obtain the title of Star General of the Western Theater. Mission reward: Earth Element Mark Fragments 3. Sheen looked at the mission rewards and was quite satisfied. Though they were merely Earth Element Mark fragments, there were 3 of them, enough to directly elevate his Earth Element cultivation to 1 star, saving him a significant amount of time. Shaking his head, he flipped his palm, and an Earth Sensitivity Enhancement pill appeared. After swallowing it in one gulp, he instantly felt a sense of affinity with the Earth elements and the heavens and Earth. Ding! Your Earth sensitivity has increased to 8. Ding! Your Earth talent has been upgraded to SS. Sheen didn't stop there. 3 more pills appeared in his hand, talent enhancement pills. Moreover, Sheen could clearly sense the 3 elemental forces of wind, ice, and earth within these 3 talent enhancement pills. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed them all at once. Ding! Your fire talent has been upgraded to SSS. Ding! Your ice element talent has been upgraded to SSS. Ding! Your earth element talent has been upgraded to SSS. All 3 talents were instantly upgraded to the highest level, filling him with delight. Although his cultivation had advanced to the point where he could devour beast cores, learning martial arts still depended entirely on his own efforts. Good talent not only accelerates cultivation progress but also significantly enhances one's comprehension of various martial arts. Therefore, this talent boost was a huge advantage for him. Time to open another mystery box. Glancing at the martial arts box in the system space, Sheen's heart filled with anticipation once again. With a thought, the box opened, and soon, a message flooded into his mind. Frost Finger. Martial art description: 7th grade martial art defeats enemies with the fingers limited to ice martial artists. It was still a brief description, but it was a grandmaster level martial art. The key difference was that the Frost Finger didn't specify that it was an upgradable martial art, so it remained solely a grandmaster level skill. Even so, it would serve Sheen well for quite some time at the very least, until he reached the Grandmaster realm. It would grant him a formidable boost in combat power. Right now, aside from the 4th rank martial art gifted by the City Lord's mansion, all my other martial arts are 7th rank or higher. Sheen was extremely satisfied with his current cultivation progress. As for the martial art gifted by the City Lord's mansion, which was also a fire element martial art, he hadn't cultivated it at all. Since he couldn't utilize it and saw no need to spend time learning it, he had to make the most of every moment as a multi-element practitioner. He couldn't afford to waste any time. In the time that followed, Sheen began to delve into the Frost Finger technique, and time passed little by little. It wasn't until the next day that there was a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found someone sent by Luna, carrying a wooden box. It was precisely the fire elemental beast core he needed. Please thank Instructor Yang for me, Sheen said to the soldier who had delivered it. Luna acted quickly. She only mentioned it yesterday, and they arrived first thing this morning. He had to admit they were truly dedicated, and his mysterious master was quite helpful as well. I will. The soldier nodded and left. Sheen brought the wooden box inside and slowly opened it. 9. Sheen was slightly startled as he looked at the number of beast cores in the box. Based on the 4 million reward, there should have been 8. He carefully examined the 9 beast cores, all fire type, with no issues whatsoever. However, the one in the very center caught his attention. This is a level 2 beast core, Sheen exclaimed in surprise. He picked it up and discovered a small note tucked beneath it. After reading the note, Sheen wore a peculiar expression. It was left by Luna, and the message was simple: she had bought this beast core with her own money as a gift for Sheen's master, as a token of respect. Haha, Sheen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luna usually seems so cold and aloof, he never would have guessed she was such a big softie. But the system isn't showing any information about this level 2 beast core. Is it because my fire attribute is currently at 1 star, so I can't devour a 2-star one? Sheen wondered. He quickly set the beast core aside and picked up a level 1 one instead. The system immediately displayed a message indicating it could be devoured. Without further delay, he swallowed it in one gulp. Soon, that familiar sensation returned. Ding! Successfully devoured a level 1 beast core. Progress on your second fire element divine rune has reached 30%. As the system's voice rang out, Sheen felt a noticeable change in the markings within his body. Next, he began devouring the second, then the third. After devouring all 8 beast cores. Ding! Progress on your second fire element divine rune has reached perfection. Boom! At that moment, the clothes on Sheen's body seemed to billow as if blown by a powerful gust of wind. The entire room was filled with intense heat, and invisible fire elements danced through the air. Once everything had completely stabilized, Sheen felt a marked increase in his strength. Combat power, 3,800. Looking at the combat power information in the system, he was stunned. Although the fire element contributed the most to his combat power, the sudden increase of over 1,000, nearly 2,000, still took him by surprise. Based on this calculation, once the other elements were upgraded, even if their combat power didn't quite match that of a 4-star element, they would come incredibly close. While the wind element's contribution to combat power might not be obvious, its bonus to his agility also represented an intangible boost to his combat power. Immediately afterward, he turned his attention back to the level 2 beast core. As he held it in his hand, the system finally displayed information. Level 2 fire element beast core can be devoured. Without hesitation, he devoured it. Soon, the third divine pattern began to take shape on his fire element mark. Once all the beast core's energy had been absorbed, the progress reached 10%. My combat power has increased a bit again. I wonder if I can now kill Tianlong outright without using any martial arts techniques. Sheen thought to himself. Tianlong was stronger than Tian, who he had been a 3-star martial artist for nearly a year. However, for someone around 40 years old to have only just reached the 3-star level, his talent couldn't be all that great. After just 1 year, he probably didn't even qualify as an average 3-star martial artist. I'm about to head to the military district for the final selection. It's time to check out the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Sheen stepped out of his room, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Martial Arts Academy Street in Yancheng. Martial Arts Academy Street had almost no other so the street was usually very quiet. When the taxi reached the street corner, Sheen got out immediately. He walked down the street and glanced around on both sides. He saw signs for the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy. He didn't go inside right away but kept walking. The entire street was about 1 kilometer long, with roughly 30 martial arts academies in total, but only one didn't bear the Dragon Tiger name. That one was at the very end of the street, and they were in the process of putting up a new sign. It looked like the academy had just been raided. The previous sign had been smashed to pieces. Sheen walked up and looked at the sign being replaced, "Exterminate the Tiger Martial Arts School." "That's a good name," Sheen remarked. The man replacing the sign turned around upon hearing this. Chapter 49, Slay the Dragon, Exterminate the Tiger, Raid the School. Seeing that it was a teenager, the man smiled. "I just came up with that name myself. It wasn't called that before." "Are you the headmaster?" Sheen asked. The man nodded as he installed the sign. "Yes, but now I'm just a headmaster with no students." His tone sounded casual, but Sheen could detect a hint of resignation. It didn't take him long to figure it out. Every martial arts school on this street had been absorbed by the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School, but this one hadn't, so it was bound to be targeted by them. "I see that all the other martial arts schools on this street have already become part of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School. Why are you holding out?" Sheen asked curiously. Although the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School was domineering, even if they forcibly renamed other schools under their banner, they would still need martial arts instructors. Most of the original masters would likely stay on. So, even if they lost their position as headmaster, they could at least continue working as instructors. But if they refused to change, they'd end up like this man. Although the martial arts school still stood, it had no students left, and the sign was frequently vandalized, making it impossible to operate normally. Over time, he'd likely struggle to make ends meet. Upon hearing Chin's words, the man fell silent for a moment, as if he, too, wanted to voice the thoughts bottled up inside him. Then he spoke. This martial arts school was left to me by my father. And I was raised by my father from a young age. To be honest, I've thought about giving up, but whenever I remember how he asked me to carry on the legacy of this martial arts school before he passed away, I just can't bring myself to give it up. My martial arts skills may not be high, but I still have some pride left. As he said this, it finally dawned on him, are you here to learn martial arts? Yes. Qin nodded. You really want to learn? The man asked in surprise. It wasn't unusual to want to learn martial arts, but the fact that he'd come here instead of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall took him by surprise. People had come by over the past few days, but without exception, none of them returned the next day. He could only assume. After completing the registration, Shingang dangled a carrot in front of Qin. Qin smiled, not taking it seriously, and said, Master Shin, I think the name of our martial arts school isn't imposing enough. Oh? Shingang was taken aback. He felt that the name Tiger Slayer Martial Arts School was the result of careful deliberation. It symbolized the ability to defeat the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts School. Just daring to adopt that name required immense courage, and he believed the words Tiger Slayer were quite imposing. Then what do you think we should call it? Shingang asked. Slay the dragon, destroy the tiger. Qin said calmly. Shingang's expression changed slightly. Only now did he realize that Qin seemed even more determined than he was to destroy the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Alright, then let us go with slay the dragon, destroy the tiger, haha. Shingang suddenly burst into laughter, then said, I'll go change the sign right away. Qin hurriedly stopped him. I'll go. With that, he walked straight out of the martial arts hall. Shingang stared at his retreating figure, feeling that something wasn't quite right. After leaving the martial arts hall, Qin didn't go to have the sign made. Instead, he found a martial arts hall that made martial arts uniforms, got himself a full set, and then returned to the entrance of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall. He looked up at the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall sign, leaped lightly into the air, and instantly snatched it into his hand. Then, he walked through the entrance. As soon as he stepped inside, he hurled the sign out of his hand. Bang! The sign crashed into the front desk in the hall, shattering instantly. Instantly, everyone in the hall turned to look at him. A student from the Slay the Dragon, Exterminate the Tiger Martial Arts School has come to challenge your school. Silence. Qin scanned the room. Seeing no one react, he said calmly, no one is going to fight? As soon as he spoke, the crowd finally realized someone had come to challenge them, and their eyes instantly turned fierce. I'll do it. With a loud crash, a student charged straight at him without a word. The moment the opponent reached him, Qin threw a punch. With a thud, the man was sent flying backward, slamming into a table and passing out. Not good enough. Qin shook his head in contempt. The others' faces paled. They exchanged glances but dared not step forward. The student who just attacked was, like them, at the middle tempering stage and had been knocked unconscious with a single punch. Any one of them who stepped up would likely suffer the same fate. The Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall dominating martial arts street in Yancheng, even venturing to Chengdu to challenge other schools, and now this? Qin watched the crowd cowering and shook his head. I'll let you all come at me together. As he spoke, he advanced step by step toward the crowd. Go! All of you, one of them couldn't help but shout. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist struck him. Boom! His body slammed heavily to the ground, unable to move. The others' faces turned ashen just now. They hadn't even noticed how Qin had closed the distance. If you want to attack, I will. Qin charged straight at them, his fist already swinging. Stop! A loud shout rang out. Immediately afterward, 3 figures walked toward them, followed by more than 10 students. Master Luo, Master Zhang, Master Zhao, the students cried out as soon as they saw the trio.
The three merely nodded indifferently, then turned to Qin.
You're here to challenge our dojo? State your affiliation. The Slay the Dragon, Exterminate the Tiger Martial Arts Dojo. I'm just a new student who has just joined.
Qin looked at the three, his eyes as calm as still water.
The Slay the Dragon, Exterminate the Tiger Martial Arts Dojo?
The three martial arts masters' expressions darkened.
As far as they knew, no such dojo existed, and the name was clearly a direct jab at the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Dojo.
Master, I saw Shingang changing the sign earlier. It's called the Tiger Slaying Martial Arts Hall, one student whispered.
Whom?
The three martial arts masters looked at Qin.
One of them said coldly, Are you Shingang's new student?
I suppose so, Qin nodded.
Very well. You came on your own initiative, saving us the trouble of going to you. If you're here to challenge the hall, then come to the training ground.
With that, the three martial arts masters turned and walked toward the dojo's training ground.
Chapter 50, Exterminate the Tiger.
On the training ground of the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Dojo, Qin stood alone on one side, while dozens of people had already gathered on the other.
Yet his expression remained unchanged as he stood there, relaxed and at ease.
Are you coming at me one by one, or all at once? His voice was flat.
Arrogant.
The crowd was enraged. Master Luo let out a loud roar, his figure vanishing from his spot in an instant as he lunged at Qin first. His feet moved relentlessly forward as he extended one palm, slapping the air repeatedly. The crowd could even clearly hear the sound of the air being struck.
Today, this old man will see just what gives a little brat the nerve to challenge our school.
As he spoke, Master Luo had already closed in on Qin, and his palm instantly swept toward him. Qin fixed his gaze on the attack the moment it arrived. He flickered and vanished from where he stood.
Master Luo's pupils contracted, and immediately afterward, a voice rang out beside him, You're too slow. Smack!
A slap landed squarely on his face, instantly making his head buzz.
You martial artist! Luo staggered backward and finally collapsed with a thud.
At that moment, the expressions of those across from him changed completely, especially the two martial artists, who realized Qin wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface.
Are you Qin?
Martial artist Zhao suddenly asked in a startled voice. Some of the students might not know about the Tianhu incident, but these martial arts masters were well aware of it. To possess such strength at such a young age and to come specifically to challenge the dojo could only mean one person, Qin.
Seems you're not too slow on the uptake. Will you accept my challenge, or will you call the head of the dojo?
Qin said indifferently, looking at the remaining two martial arts masters.
No need to call them.
Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see two figures approaching from the distance.
Director Long, Director Hu.
As the two drew near, the students of the Longhu Martial Arts Hall, along with the two martial arts instructors, called out respectfully.
Tianlong and Tianhu merely nodded, then turned their gaze toward Qin. Tianhu's eyes were filled with hatred, while Tianlong wore an expression of keen interest. I never expected you'd actually show up. Qin's appearance truly took him by surprise.
Ever since that incident at the station, he'd assumed Qin had been taken away by the military and wouldn't be returning. He'd been prepared to swallow his pride and let it go after all, since the military had already intervened. Taking further action might have drawn their ire. But he never expected Qin to show up on his own, and to challenge the dojo at that. Now, if he intervened, the military would have no grounds to hold it against him. If I hadn't come, I was afraid that the next time you heard my name, you wouldn't dare show up, Qin said casually. Seeing that Qin still looked as calm as ever, Tianhu, who was standing next to Tianlong, couldn't help but speak up.
Qin, you're a genius, a terrifying genius. But it's precisely because of this talent that you've become so arrogant.
Have you ever considered that if you dare come here as a martial arts school student, you'll never be able to leave again?
Tianhu's eyes flashed with ferocity. Challenges between martial arts schools, even if they occasionally result in deaths, are quite normal. It's just that, usually, people don't take things to extremes.
But since Qin dared to come, they dared to make sure he stayed here for good. Even if Qin is highly regarded by the military department, they won't do anything to them when the time comes. The military department has its own rules, and martial arts schools have theirs. The military department's rules were established by the martial saint, but the rules of martial arts schools were also established by the martial saint. In Longhua, all martial arts schools fall under the jurisdiction of the Changxing Martial Arts School, and the founder of the Changxing Martial Arts School, just like the founder of the military department, is the martial saint. As for private martial arts schools, as long as the headmaster attains the rank of 4-star martial artist, the school can apply to become a member of the Changxing Martial Arts School. Even if they haven't yet reached the rank of 4-star martial artist, they are still provisional members of the Changxing Martial Arts School. Therefore, the military department would never come here to disrupt their school's rules just for the sake of one Qin. So, how do you propose to fight? Qin asked, his interest piqued. It's simple. Tian Hu said coldly. We'll settle who is superior and decide who lives and who dies. That suits me just fine. Attack! Without further ado, Tian Hu waved his hand, signaling the dozens of students to charge. He had no intention of fighting Qin one-on-one. If a group attack was possible, he would never choose a one-on-one duel. Upon hearing Tian Hu's words, the expressions of the dozens of students shifted. One of the trainees gritted his teeth and charged forward first. Qin, however, simply took a step forward and unleashed a punch. Boom! The man's body was sent reeling backward, his face turning pale in an instant. Spit! A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. His eyes bulged, revealing fear and resentment, as he slowly collapsed and drew his last breath. The other students were about to charge forward, but upon seeing the man's death, their expressions changed drastically, and they stopped instantly. Qin glared at them coldly. Since we're fighting to the death, be prepared to die. Now, whoever takes a single step forward will be considered my opponent in this challenge, a fight to the death. Hearing this, none of the students dared to step forward. They even began to back away continuously. They were only here to learn martial arts. They paid their tuition. Dying here simply wasn't worth it, and they had no obligation to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Bunch of good-for-nothings. Tian Long snorted coldly and took action himself. His feet darted back and forth as he closed in on Qin at lightning speed. Tian Hu, you join me too. As he shouted, his palms suddenly glowed red, as if they turned into 2 lumps of red-hot iron. Qin, I'll make you die under my innate skill, the blood iron palm. Whoosh! Tian Long's palm struck out, causing the air to explode with a loud crack. Tian Hu was slightly startled to see Tian Long directly unleash his innate skill and immediately struck back. Innate skills can be awakened after becoming a martial artist, and Tian Long had only awakened his at the 3-star martial artist level. However, using an innate skill always boosts one's combat power. Unlike martial arts techniques, which merely provide an instant burst of power and are extremely taxing when used repeatedly, innate skills maintain a terrifying combat state continuously. Therefore, seeing Tian Long unleash his innate skill, Tian Hu knew he was preparing to deliver a killing blow to Qin. Without holding back in the slightest, he circled around to Qin's side and attacked with all his might. Qin stared intently at the oncoming palm. In his eyes, it seemed to tear through the air, growing larger and larger, several times the size of a normal hand. He could feel the terrifying power radiating from it, and even sense a hint of overwhelming pressure, though it was only a hint. Boom! He clenched his fist, and flames blazed in everyone's eyes. He looked like a blazing sun, with terrifying power on the verge of erupting. At that moment, his combat power skyrocketed. The instant the palm reached him, his fist struck out. The next second, fist and palm collided. Qin's body wavered slightly, but his fist remained as steady as a mountain. Tian Long's expression changed drastically as cracks appeared in his palm, which was as red as iron. Bang! Suddenly, the massive palm shattered like glass. Ah! Tian Long let out a blood-curdling scream as he watched in horror as his palm vanished. Only then did Qin flash aside, dodging Tian Hu's attack, and move to his side. You're too slow. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin reached out and grabbed him. With a crack, Tian Hu's neck snapped. He was powerless to resist. After flinging the body aside, he turned to look at Tianlong, whose face was ashen.
Chapter 51, Slaying the Dragon, Heading to the Military District. Silence. Deadly silence.
Seeing Tianlong, his face deathly pale and his hand severed, everyone's hearts trembled.
Just watching was agonizing, the pain was unbearable. And when they looked at Qin, he seemed like a demon to them. A demon, was still so young.
Qin walked toward Tianlong step by step, his expression impassive.
Tianlong was shaking all over. Qin, spare me.
However, Qin shook his head. To determine the victor and decide life or death, these were the rules you set.
I don't like it when people go back on their word.
With that, he raised a finger and gently tapped the other man's forehead.
Tianlong's eyes widened instantly.
An extreme chill made his whole body go cold. This chill seeped into his body in an instant, coating his internal organs with a layer of frost.
You're an ice. Tianlong stared wide-eyed. Only now did he finally understand why Qin was so powerful.
Previously, he had investigated Qin, a dual-element genius, but those elements had been fire and wind. Yet now, as Qin struck him down with ice element martial arts, he realized Qin also possessed the ice element.
However, his eyes betrayed not only fear but also bewilderment. How could someone with 3 elements exist? Boom!
Before he could make sense of it, his entire body collapsed to the ground, dead.
Frost finger, one strike, and the dragon is slain.
Looking at the corpses of Tianlong and Tianhu, his eyes remained utterly impassive as he turned and walked toward the exit of the martial arts hall. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said, "You lot, take care of this."
Yes, yes, yes.
The students of the martial arts hall shuddered and nodded frantically. At the same time, at the Meihu martial arts hall, Shingang had been waiting for so long without seeing Qin return. Worried that Qin might not find the sign-making shop, he stepped outside the hall. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Qin emerging from the Longhu martial arts hall and heading in the
opposite direction.
He hurried forward, trying to catch up with Qin to tell him that the sign-making shop wasn't in that direction. But soon, he noticed something unusual about the Dragon Tiger martial arts hall. Puzzled, he approached the entrance and saw the students inside in a state of panic. Immediately afterward, he saw students carrying a corpse out. When he looked closely, his face turned pale. Glancing once more at Qin, who had already walked far away, he recalled what Qin had said. Slay the dragon, exterminate the tiger. He really did slay the dragon and exterminate the tiger. Shingang took a deep breath, turned around, and quickly made his way to a sign-making shop.
And this time, the sign he commissioned read, "Slay the dragon, destroy the tiger."
It didn't sound particularly imposing, it even seemed a bit juvenile, but he resolutely went with it anyway. What he didn't know was that it was precisely this sign that would bring him a booming business in the future and even make his name famous throughout the martial arts community. After leaving the martial arts district, Qin stopped by the energy mall, bought 3 top-grade earth element beast cores, and only then returned to his residence.
Inside the room.
After Qin swallowed the 3 beast cores, his earth element cultivation level continued to rise as he absorbed their energy. Soon, his earth element cultivation reached the peak tempering stage. It's a shame that condensing the mark takes time. Yangqing does have an earth element training chamber, but I'm not sure I'll have enough time and I can't afford it either, Qin said, shaking his head. Back then, it had taken him a full 12 hours to completely condense the mark in the fire element training chamber. And that was after he'd already cultivated the fire element. So, to fully condense the earth element mark would take at least 12 hours. Right now, Luna had told him to stand by at all times. He might have to set off at any moment to participate in the final star general selection. Most importantly, training in an elemental cultivation chamber was exorbitantly expensive. Unlike the training camp, which was free, the cost of a single visit was enough to buy him a level 1 beast core. The next day. Early in the morning, Qin heard a rumbling sound. He stepped outside and looked up to see a military helicopter hovering directly overhead. "Get in!" Luna leaned out and shouted to Qin. At the same time, a rope ladder dropped down from above. Qin leaped forward, grabbed the rope ladder, and climbed up. "This high tech?" Qin asked in surprise.
He was taken aback that they actually deployed a helicopter.
The military just sent word that the selection process will take place this afternoon, so we had to call in a helicopter. We won't have made it in time by car.
Luna explained. Sheen was startled. Is there a new development with the monster uprising?
Earlier, they said the schedule was moved up due to the monster uprising, but there was still some time left. Now that it's been moved up again, it was clear the uprising was imminent.
Luna nodded.
Barring any surprises, it'll happen within the next few days, so we have to hold your selection process first.
Can I go watch?
Sheen asked tentatively. If possible, he'd like to kill some monsters to boost his strength.
Of course not. Luna shot Sheen a glance.
Not only are you not an adult yet, but even if we did let you go, you'd have to train at the recruit camp first.
There's no precedent for sending someone straight to the battlefield. Don't even think about it.
Luna knew Sheen well enough to realize that he wasn't just asking out of curiosity. He must have had a specific plan in mind. That's why she was so firm.
Sheen nodded helplessly. All right, I was just asking. Luna smiled and didn't pursue the topic further.
Instead, she said, this time we're heading to the 9th sector, where you'll undergo your final assessment. Also, if you manage to place in the top 3, the rewards will be incredibly generous. Even I'd be tempted. And if you take first place, the reward is the highest of all. You'll also become the first star general of the Western Theater Command. Once you officially join the general staff, you'll be a major general, leading tens of millions of soldiers. At this point, Luna looked at Sheen.
Tempted? Pretty tempted. Sheen nodded. Luna looked at Sheen's nonchalant demeanor and said, I don't see you being tempted. You don't?
Sheen looked surprised. Then you must have missed it. Luna was momentarily at a loss for words. She really couldn't see any signs of excitement in Sheen. Shaking her head, she finally said, never mind.
Let me tell you about your opponents this time. This time, there are a total of 18 participants in the selection. Every single one is a martial artist, and some are even 2-star martial artists. As for their exact combat power, even I don't know.
After she finished speaking, she carefully observed Sheen's expression, only to find that he showed no change in his facial expression, not even the slightest flicker in his eyes. Sheen, let me tell you this, don't let your guard down for a second. I know both your elements have reached 1 star, and your strength has hit the threshold for 3-star. But the people here are all geniuses, especially those martial artists who reached 2-star. Their strength is likely already close to the 3-star threshold.
Luna warned him earnestly.
In this world, Sheen wasn't the only genius. From what she understood, some had already reached the 2-star level some time ago, and such geniuses were undoubtedly closing in on the 3-star threshold.
Chapter 52, Dual Element Genius Thunder Element. I know.
I'll take this very seriously, Sheen nodded. Seeing how nonchalant he was, Luna felt a bit exasperated, but in the end, she didn't bother saying anything more.
Which sub-war zone are we heading to this time? Sheen suddenly asked.
After the Great Cataclysm, void rifts appeared all over the world, and they had emerged in all 4 directions of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, what people commonly referred to as the front lines were not the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather the locations where these void rifts had appeared. In the Western War Zone, a total of 9 rifts had appeared, each in a different city. Consequently, the Western Theater of Operations was initially divided into 9 subsectors. However, after so many years of combat, 2 of the rifts had been completely eradicated by humans, so the Western Theater of Operations now consisted of 7 subsectors. Nevertheless, as a precaution, the areas where those 2 rifts had been cleared were still garrisoned by soldiers, because the rifts could not be repaired, and no one knew if any unexpected events might occur. Fortunately, over the years, no abnormalities have been detected. This time, we're heading to Bin City, Luna said, noticing Sheen's interest in their destination.
What kind of assessment could there possibly be there? Sheen asked, sounding a bit disappointed. One of the 2 completely eradicated rifts was in Bin City. You'll find out once we get there.
I can't go into detail, but this assessment is definitely related to the exotic beast.
Otherwise, there'd be no reason to send you to Bin City, Luna added. Sheen nodded. That made sense. Although the rift in Bin City had been cleared, it was still a former battlefield. At the very least, it would give them, as a group of prodigies, a chance to get a feel for the situation in advance. After an unknown amount of time, the helicopter began to slow down. Sheen looked down through the window and saw a massive city come into view. The city was surrounded by towering walls. At a glance, they appeared to be over 100 meters high and incredibly thick. Both inside and outside the city walls stood numerous buildings. The structures within the city were equally massive and imposing. Clearly, both the city walls and the buildings inside had been constructed using special materials. The structures outside the city were somewhat simpler, yet still far sturdier than the skyscrapers behind them. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Luna looked down as well and said matter-of-factly. It's definitely impressive. Sheen nodded. This was his first time seeing the military district, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. Do you see that crack in the city? Luna pointed to a spot in the center of the city. Sheen looked closely and indeed discovered a massive crack there, at least 100 meters long. However, the crack was nearly the same color as the surrounding space, so it was virtually impossible to spot without a careful look. How can it be this big? Sheen exclaimed in surprise. His academic courses hadn't provided a specific description of void fissures. He'd always assumed a fissure was simply a narrow crack. Now he realized this wasn't a fissure at all. It was practically a void cavern. What did you expect? Otherwise, we could just hold the fissure and kill the beasts as they emerged, one by one, Luna said, shaking her head. Only then did Sheen realize the gravity of the situation. If the rift were small, the beasts would emerge one by one. Even if they came in small groups, human warriors stationed outside the rift could gradually eliminate them all. But now, with a rift this massive, tens of thousands of beasts would pour out at once, making it nearly impossible to hold the entrance. This city was built at immense cost. Across the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are 40 such cities, and the Western Theater of Operations has a total of 9. They were built specifically to contain the beasts and prevent them from entering the cities behind the front lines. For all these years, we've successfully kept the beasts contained within these fortresses. Do you see those buildings over there? Those are where the soldiers rest during their off-duty hours, Luna explained to Sheen as they flew. Soon, the helicopter began its descent and finally landed within the fortress. The cabin door opened, and the two stepped out. Just then, Luobin walked toward them with a smile. You're finally here. Everyone else is already here. Luobin looked directly at Sheen. Before Sheen could speak, he continued, 3 brigadier generals, 2 major generals, and a lieutenant general have come to observe the assessment. Are you confident? I can't say for sure. Sheen shook his head. So humble? Luobin asked in surprise. Luna had already told him about Sheen's performance in Yangcheng with that kind of ability, and yet he still said he wasn't sure. What if there's a hidden boss? So, I don't think I'm 100% confident. Sheen shook his head. Luobin's eyes widened instantly. He felt like he'd been played. Less than 100% meant it was infinitely close. It all came down to the final match result. Forget it. Talking to you is enough to drive a person crazy, Luobin said helplessly, turning to Luna. The generals want you to go to the command center to discuss the assessment. I'll take him to the rest area. Soon, Luobin led Sheen toward a rest area within the city. Hey, Lieutenant Colonel Luo, is this the genius you brought from Jiang province this time? As the two were walking, a man dressed in a lieutenant colonel's uniform, accompanied by a teenager, came toward them from the opposite direction. Song Big Cannon, your voice is still as loud as ever, and you're still being sarcastic, Luobin said bluntly, looking at the man. Songli laughed unconcernedly, a loud voice that's what befits a soldier's demeanor. He then turned to Sheen. This genius from Jiang province isn't half bad. He looks rather frail, just like a bookish scholar. Hearing this, Luobin's face darkened, but he quickly regained his composure and turned to look at the teenager behind him. So this is your genius from Chongshan province?
From the looks of it, he is not all that impressive,
Luo Bin retorted.
The youth looked impassive. He wasn't particularly tall, and there was nothing special about him at first glance.
Song Li didn't argue, he simply looked at the youth.
Yulu, come on, show Lieutenant Colonel Luo here what you're capable of. Upon hearing this, the youth stepped forward and held out both hands.
Boom! Boom!
In an instant, flames appeared on one palm, and a streak of lightning on the other. Seeing this, Luo Bin's pupils contracted. Only after the boy withdrew his hands did Luo Bin say with a sour expression, Song Big Cannon, are you playing dirty? This time, the information on the geniuses participating in the selection from each province in the Western Theater Command had been submitted here and shared among them. Therefore, everyone had reviewed the profiles of the other provinces' geniuses. He had, of course, the information on the geniuses from Chongshan province, but it hadn't mentioned that the boy was dual element.
Haha, who was playing dirty?
The report I submitted clearly stated that Yulu is a one-star martial artist, and that's exactly what he is.
Song Li burst into laughter and then led Song Li away. Luo Bin's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot.
Shin also turned his head in surprise to look at Yulu's retreating figure. The other guy was actually dual element and had broken through to one star in both.
That kind of talent was already terrifying. Interesting. Interesting? Luo Bin's eyes widened.
The information he received from Luna indicated that Shin was also dual element, and had broken through to one star in both.
However, there was still a huge difference between the two.
Setting aside the fire element which everyone shared, Yulu's lightning element was an offensive type element, even more powerful than fire attacks. Shin's wind element, on the other hand, was an agility type in terms of actual combat power. He was no match for Yulu.
Chapter 53, Initial Ranking 11th. So, how confident are you now? Luo Bin asked curiously. Still not 100%. Shin smiled. Dual elements?
As long as the assessment allowed one-on-one combat, he'd be confident enough to knock him out with a single punch.
Never mind. Just keep an eye on him when the time comes.
Also, there is another 2-star candidate named Zhang Chang. He is the strongest among the 2 stars this time around. I heard that just a few days after entering the training camp, he had everyone else eating out of his hand, Luo Bin continued. As they spoke, the two arrived in front of a building.
This is your room. Get yourself ready.
After saying that, he turned and hurried away, clearly intent on telling Luna about what had just happened. Shin carefully examined the room. On the walls, he saw countless claw marks, all caused by exotic beasts that had escaped and attacked when the fissure hadn't yet been cleared. Upon entering the room, he saw several bunk beds, a table, and a cabinet divided into several compartments. There was nothing else. He walked over to one wall and punched it, but the wall remained completely undamaged, not even a scratch. Judging by the room's sturdiness, Shin estimated it could withstand an attack from a level 6 beast. Although the room was sturdy, he could imagine that the soldiers who had slept there back then certainly hadn't slept soundly. After looking around, he picked a random bunk and lay down.
Thump! Thump! Thump!
No sooner had he lain down than there was a knock at the door. He got up to open it and found a teenager standing there about his age and looking very energetic.
Hello.
The instructor told me to rest in this room, Li Yun said, looking at Shin with a hint of embarrassment.
He didn't understand why there were clearly plenty of rooms here, more than enough for everyone to have their own, yet they'd still been assigned to share a room. Come in. Shin turned around.
Li Yun hurriedly stepped inside and looked at Shin. Feeling a bit nervous, he asked, classmate, my name is
Li Yun. What is your name?
Shin seemed a bit aloof, and Li Yun felt an inexplicable sense of pressure coming from him, which inevitably made him feel nervous.
Shin. Shin replied casually. Shin? Li Yun thought for a moment. You're ranked 11th.
Shin turned his head, looking puzzled. Li Yun explained, all the information on everyone participating in this assessment, including our respective instructors, has been submitted. Based on that data, they've come up with an initial ranking for the 18 of us.
I just checked it. Your name seems to be 11th, while I'm 16th. 11th, huh? Not bad. Qin nodded. It is pretty good. You're a 1-star martial artist, right? Among the 18 of us, 9 are 2-star martial artists, and they're all ranked in the top 9. The 10th ranked person is someone named Yulu. I heard he specializes in lightning. Since you're ranked 11th, you're already the second strongest among the 1-star martial artists. Li Yun looked at Qin, a hint of admiration still in his eyes. He, too, was a 1-star martial artist and the strongest in their province, with strength approaching that of a 2-star martial artist. He had originally thought he'd be unbeatable among 1-star martial artists. But he never expected that after coming here, he'd only rank 16th, with 6 other 1-star martial artists ahead of him who were stronger than him. Who's south in first place? Qin asked curiously. Li Yun didn't answer directly. Instead, he took out his phone, opened the photo album, found a picture, and smiled. I took a picture of the rankings. Take a look. Qin took the phone and looked at the rankings in the photo. First place, Zheng Chang, Fire Element, 2-star martial artist. Second place, Bai Tao, Ice Element, 2-star martial artist. Qin glanced over the list. Sure enough, his ranking was 11th, Fire Type, 1-star martial artist. Pretty accurate. Qin handed the phone back to Li Yun and nodded. Yeah, I think it's pretty accurate too. I even made a point of asking around about this Zheng Chang. I heard he's about to break through to 3 stars. His strength is incredibly close to the 3-star mark. Combined with his martial arts, his combat power has definitely surpassed the 3-star threshold. Li Yun's face betrayed his astonishment as he continued, 3-star, huh? That's absolutely insane. He'll definitely break through before he even enters college. By the time he does, he'll start out as a 3-star. Even some sophomores won't be able to match him. He's definitely pretty strong, Qin nodded. Ah, don't get discouraged. Zheng Chang is strong, but we're not bad either. At the very least, we're already among the most talented in the province. Li Yun consoled Qin. Smiled slightly, then lay down to rest. Li Yun shook his head, then began to rest as well. Time flew by, and it was soon 1:30 p.m. Qin and Li Yun walked out of the room, and 10 minutes later, they arrived at the massive fissure. Qin looked at the fissure ahead with a solemn expression. It wasn't until he reached the spot that he truly realized just how awe-inspiring it was. Inside the fissure, it was pitch black, as if a dark mist were swirling within. Even a single glance was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. A sense of fear toward the unknown welled up spontaneously. When all 18 had gathered, they sized each other up. Only one person dressed in white and standing at the very front of the group remained completely calm. He simply looked up at the void fissure, showing no interest in the others at all. That's Zheng Chang, Li Yun said, speaking from beside Qin. Just then, a female officer in military uniform walked over. Holding a list in her hand, she stepped in front of the group and scanned them with a glance. I'll explain the rules for this assessment. For this assessment, you must enter the rift. Inside, there are strange beasts we've placed there. The time limit is 3 hours. Also, once you're inside, if you feel you're outmatched, run back out that way. You can save your lives. Next, those whose names I call should step forward and enter the rift. Once you're inside, your assessment will officially begin. The female officer looked down at the list in her hand and was about to speak when, then, a cadet raised his hand and called out loudly. Instructor, I have a question. Why aren't we all entering together? If we go in one by one, won't the first ones to enter start the assessment first? That way, the ones who go later will be at a disadvantage. The cadet spoke with great seriousness. The others nodded in agreement. Although the time difference between entering the rift might be brief, perhaps only a few minutes between the first and the last to enter for these prodigies, even a few minutes could determine their rankings. Although only the top 3 would receive rewards this time, even those who didn't stand to gain anything still wanted to compete against one another. Upon hearing this, the female officer nodded. I'm glad you've thought of this. However, there's no need to worry.
This void fissure has been modified by the military god. Although you'll all enter the same fissure, you 1T encounter one another. Each of you will have your own separate assessment space. Finally, after we've discussed your results, we'll announce the final rankings. Also, if anyone has any objections to their ranking, they may voice them. Upon hearing that last remark, the group had no further questions.
Alright, now I'll call out the names, and you'll enter the rift. Zhang Chang.
The white-clad youth at the very front immediately walked toward the rift. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped right into it. The whole process was swift and decisive. At the same time, in a massive command room at the military base, there were 4 screens, 1 large screen and 3 smaller ones. The large screen was currently displaying the live feed from inside the rift.
How are the safety measures this time?
A man with 3 stars on his shoulder, seated at the very front, asked softly.
Reporting to Commander, there shouldn't be any major safety issues.
If anyone is in danger, they just need to run back out of the current space, and the beasts 1T pursue them any further.
Additionally, we've stationed personnel there. Should any abnormalities arise, they'll enter the rift immediately to minimize casualties, a lieutenant colonel hurriedly replied.
The man nodded. Just then, Zhang Chang appeared on the screen, and everyone fell silent.
Chapter 54, Who is this?
Inside the rift, as soon as Qin entered, he saw 3 peak tempering stage
ahead of him.
However, the 3 beasts did not charge immediately. Instead, they watched Qin warily.
Qin, however, paid them no mind and instead began surveying his surroundings.
He discovered that this place was essentially a small, enclosed space. Originally, the spatial fissure had been a passageway. He surmised that on the other side of the passage lay another unknown world. Back then, the beasts had come from that other world through this passage into their own. Now, however, the spatial passage seemed to have been partitioned into separate small spaces. After entering, he saw no one else. Clearly, the female officer had them enter one by one so that they would end up in separate small spaces. At the same time, he was astonished that a Marshal Saint-level expert could actually alter the passage within the spatial rift. If that military god from the Ministry of Military Affairs didn't master spatial elements, Qin couldn't even begin to imagine just how powerful a Marshal Saint truly was.
Roar!
Just then, 3 beasts, seeing Qin standing there in a daze, charged straight at him.
Qin merely smiled slightly.
Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, took a few strides, and unleashed a simultaneous double punch.
In the blink of an eye, the 3 beasts were already lying on the ground.
He inspected the beasts' corpses. Upon finding no beast cores, he walked toward the spatial wall ahead. Upon reaching the wall, he charged straight into it, but his figure merely flickered and vanished from that spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in yet another small space. I wonder how many sections Xianantian has divided this spatial passage into.
If I clear them all, will I be able to see the world on the other side? Qin wondered.
Of course, he didn't harbor any high hopes. After all, this was a test, not a suicide mission.
3 peak tempering stage beasts and 1 level 1 magic beast. Qin looked at the 4 beasts in the second level space, slightly surprised.
A level 1 magic beast and 3 peak tempering stage dire beasts appearing on the second level. An ordinary 1-star martial artist wouldn't stand a chance. The moment the 4 beasts spotted Qin, they charged at him in unison. Qin remained completely calm. In less than a minute, all 4 beasts lay dead at his feet. In the command center, numerous officers were intently watching the large screen in front of them. The screen was divided into 18 segments, each corresponding to the footage of one of the 18 trainees undergoing the assessment. The 3 smaller screens beside it, however, remained blank. Suddenly, one of the segments on the main screen disappeared, and immediately afterward, one of the 3 smaller screens lit up. The footage from the segment that had vanished appeared on that screen. Someone has cleared the 3rd level space. As soon as someone cleared the 3rd level, the footage would automatically appear on the 3 small screens beside it. This feature was specifically designed for the top 3 candidates. It also allowed the instructors to better observe the performance of the top 3 trainees. Admiral Su, this is Zhang Chang, a 2-star martial artist who was not far from reaching 3 stars. His strength has fully met the 3-star threshold. He is one of the most outstanding trainees I've ever instructed. One of the lieutenant colonels spoke up. He was the instructor at the genius training camp where Zhang Chang was enrolled.
Fire element. And his attacks are very decisive, not bad. Su nodded. Just then, another split screen vanished, and a new small screen lit up.
Everyone looked over to see a teenager dressed in black, his palms striking out repeatedly. With each strike that landed on a beast, its body would freeze solid as if frozen in place, instantly becoming rigid. Seizing this opportunity, the teenager would deliver a powerful punch, completely finishing off the beast.
Dongning Province, Bai Tao, a 2-star ice element martial artist. His cultivation is also approaching 3-star level, another lieutenant colonel said. He was none other than the instructor for this Dongning Province genius training camp.
Su's gaze lingered on Bai Tao for a moment, then he nodded. Suddenly, before the crowd could take their eyes off Bai Tao, a figure appeared on the third small screen. He unleashed fire element attacks with one hand and lightning element attacks with the other, instantly drawing everyone's attention.
A dual element 1-star martial artist.
Seeing Yu Lu's display, many immediately looked surprised. Having broken through to 1-star in both elements, such talent was no less impressive than that of Zhang Chang or Bai Tao.
Suddenly, Song DePeo burst out laughing. This is my trainee. I never expected this kid to be dual element, he even fooled me.
Hearing this, everyone exchanged looks of disdain. No one would believe that for a second Song DePeo had clearly been withholding information.
Not bad.
Su nodded and remarked.
Song DePeo said smugly, Commander, the top 3 this time should be these 3.
Now, it's just a matter of seeing who can earn the title of Star General. Su nodded, and most of the crowd's attention shifted to the 3 small screens. At that moment, numbers appeared in the upper right corners of the small screens, a 1 on Zhang Chang's screen, a 2 on Bai Tao's, and a 3 on Yu Lu's. These represented their respective rankings in terms of progress through the levels.
Although all 3 were currently in the 4th layer space, big data analysis had provided them with specific rankings.
A minute later, the 3 players on the screens cleared the 4th layer space and advanced to the 5th layer. Suddenly, on Yu Lu's screen, the number representing his ranking changed to 2, while Bai Tao's jumped directly to 3. Yu Lu's fire element attacks are stronger than his lightning element ones. Is he about to break through to 2 stars? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Both fire and lightning elements are purely offensive, but under normal circumstances, lightning element attacks are stronger. Yet now, Yu Lu's fire element attacks were stronger than his lightning element ones. The only explanation was that his fire type was on the verge of a breakthrough. And because of this, his strength was a notch above Bai Tao's. This young man is quite promising. If he can, a Star General, the military department can fully cultivate his dual element abilities. Even if he doesn't become a Star General, as long as he joins the military department, we can do our best to provide him with resources, said a lieutenant general. The military god was the best example of the power of dual element abilities. Therefore, they wanted to cultivate another military god. Only then would the military department become truly powerful. Don't be fooled by the military department's current strength without a martial saint. Even though military god Xia currently possesses the strength of a martial saint, no one knows exactly how powerful he is. The military department has always wanted to cultivate a true martial saint. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about falling short of other factions.
However, attaining the rank of martial saint is extremely difficult. That final step is practically an insurmountable chasm.
On the other hand, reaching the 9-star level in dual element cultivation can be achieved much faster with sufficient resources. After all, reaching 9-star whether in single element or dual element cultivation is merely a matter of time. As for the realm beyond 9-star, that is a level that can only be attained by sheer luck. The others nodded in agreement, and one of the lieutenant generals spoke up.
Indeed.
Of these 2, Zhang Chang is slightly stronger, but judging by his current performance, there is absolutely no chance he'll become a martial saint. As for Yu Lu, he does have the potential to become a dual element 9-star. Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, the screen showing Bai Tao flickered, and his figure vanished instantly, replaced by the silhouette of another youth. The youth was seen in the 5th layer space, completely surrounded by strange beasts, yet he showed not the slightest sign of panic, weaving effortlessly among them. Throughout the battle, he unleashed a steady stream of punches. With each strike, a strange beast fell. He never landed a second punch on the same beast, whether it was a body-refining dire beast or a magic beast. The rule held true.
Who is this? Su looked on, deeply impressed by the boy's domineering punches and exquisite footwork. Chapter 55, Let You Witness History. Who is this?
It wasn't just Su who was puzzled. The others asked the same question in confusion. They had reviewed the records, but their primary focus had been on the top contenders. Yu Lu's sudden appearance had already taken them by surprise, and now another contender had emerged. Moreover, the boy's attacks on the screen were so razor-sharp that they couldn't help but be astonished.
That footwork, it's at the subtle realm, exclaimed the lieutenant general in amazement.
Only footwork at the subtle realm would dare to move so freely among these beasts.
It's not just that. This boy's footwork incorporates the wind element, and did you see his attack?
It's also fire-based, but even more powerful, another lieutenant general said, staring intently at the teenager's moves as he analyzed them carefully.
Everyone looked on and couldn't help but compare him to Yu Lu.
Clearly, Shin's fire-based attack was stronger even without using martial arts techniques. Its power was entirely different.
A 2-star fire martial artist.
Su suddenly exclaimed, his tone tinged with surprise. He could clearly see that the teenager's wind element had already surpassed the 1-star level, while his fire element had reached 2-star.
Though both were dual-element practitioners, Shin's cultivation level was higher than Yu Lu's. A 2-star fire martial artist. Even Luna was stunned. Hadn't he been only 1-star back in Yang City?
Song DePeo immediately turned to look at Luo Bin beside him. Damn it, you've been hiding this trainee's information too, and on such a massive scale, he cursed. Shin's information had been listed as only 1-star, but it turned out he wasn't just 2-star, he was dual element. This was even more outrageous than when he deconcealed Yu Lu's information. Luo Bin was stunned for a moment, but quickly snapped out of it.
Ha, so you're allowed to hide things, but I'm not?
He turned to Su.
Commander, this person is from Rongcheng.
He is a student of mine and instructor Yang. His name is Qin. He quickly added, the very next day after reaching 1-star martial artist, he was certified as a 2-star martial artist. Everyone was staring at Qin on the screen, and upon hearing Luo Bin's words, they looked astonished. Just then, the image of Qin changed again. The number on his screen changed to 2, and immediately afterward, the number on Yu Lu's screen changed to 3.
On screen, both Zhang Chang and Qin had entered the 6th layer space.
They were each facing 5 peak tempering stage opponents, 3 level 1 magic beasts, and 1 level 2 magic beast. Facing these magic beasts, Zhang Chang's attacks grew more cautious. He no longer fought with the sweeping, all-out style he'd used before. This Zhang Chang is actually quite smart, Zhang Chang's instructor remarked. However, no one responded to him, because at that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin's screen. Qin remained calm, as if the magic beasts before him were no different from the ones he'd faced before. He walked forward at a steady pace, letting them charge at him. Boom! Boom! It was still that overwhelming fist, 1 punch, 1 kill. Even when the level 2 magic beast charged at him in the end, he didn't alter his attack pattern in the slightest. Buzz! The screen flickered, and Qin's ranking jumped to 1st place. He then continued on to the next level. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang had only just finished slaying a peak tempering stage magic beast. RIP! In the command room, a series of gasps echoed through the air. It was too fast. Qin was dispatching these beasts as if he were squashing ants. That level 2 magic beast hadn't even had a chance to put up a fight. Is the fire element really this powerful after breaking through to 2 stars? Someone asked. Yu Lu was also a dual element user. Although he hadn't broken through to 2-star yet, he specialized in dual offensive elements, and his fire element was close to 2-star, yet the gap between them was simply too vast. Su furrowed his brow. He couldn't make a definitive judgment, but his thoughts differed from those of the old instructor earlier. As an 8-star martial artist, he knew just how difficult it was to advance to the higher cultivation realms, and he understood all too well that the increase in strength with each level was truly staggering. Therefore, while he believed it was possible for a dual 9-star practitioner to rival a martial saint, he found it highly unlikely that a dual 1-star practitioner could match a 3-star martial saint. Could it be that the wind element is also at the 2-star level, he wondered to himself, scrutinizing Qin's image even more closely. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Qin, while Yulu and Zheng Chang had been completely overlooked. Inside the rift space. After Qin entered the 7th layer, 3 magic beasts appeared before him, 2 level 1, 2 level 2, and 1 level 3. The 7th layer is a massive hurdle. The examiners must be trying to make sure all participants come to a halt right here. Too bad, he suddenly smiled. The level 2 magic beast in the 6th layer had reached the strong level 2 tier. An average 2-star martial artist would be completely unable to kill it. Add to that the level 1 magic beast and several peak tempering stage practitioners. He felt that even for Zheng Chang, passing this stage would be extremely difficult. Yet for him, it was incredibly easy. He had instantly killed them without using any martial arts at all. But this 7th level was a chasm. It was simply impossible to proceed without martial arts. The faint aura emanating from the level 3 magic beast across from him indicated it was at least a powerful specimen within the mid-level 3 range in terms of combat power. It was likely already over 5,000. Looking at the several ferocious beasts ahead, he suddenly looked up and gave a faint smile toward the special surveillance screen. Now, my real battle has only just begun. At that moment, he no longer intended to hide his 3rd element ice. Earlier, he dropped hints to Luna specifically for this moment. He wanted the military to truly recognize his value. Only then could he secure greater rewards after attaining the rank of Star General. He had no choice. Mastering multiple elements was too difficult. Even with the system's help, he felt he simply didn't have enough time. Since he couldn't go directly to the front lines right now, this was his best chance to secure more beast cores from the military headquarters. Now, let me show you a piece of history. At that moment, Qin seemed like a completely different person. His aura had never been so intense. In the command room, everyone's expressions grew serious as they watched Qin look up. Luna, in particular, had never seen Qin take anything this seriously before. Boom! Suddenly, on the small screen, it seemed as though a layer of flame had appeared around Qin in an instant, and a gust of wind swirled around the outer edge of the flames. Immediately afterward, something astonishing happened. Frost gradually began to form on the outer edge of the wind. Whether it was fire, wind, or ice, none of it was the tangible form they were accustomed to seeing. Instead, it appeared in a visible elemental state. Yet this was the hallmark of a martial artist. Fire represented a fire martial artist, while ice signified an ice martial artist. 3 elements. In the command room, one officer after another stood up, staring at Qin on the screen in disbelief. Even Su, in an instant, stood ramrod straight, his hands clenching involuntarily. 3 elements? How could it be 3 elements? And a 1-star 3-element practitioner at that, he said slowly. Commander, should we halt the assessment immediately? A major general asked at once. Stop what? Forget all about the 3 elements right now. Keep watching the assessment. Su snapped. Everyone's expressions turned solemn. No one raised any objections. Just then, Qin on the screen moved. Like a ferocious beast, he charged forward first. Then, the blazing sun fist. With just a single punch, he obliterated the 3 level 1 magic beasts at the very front. Then everyone saw Qin raise one hand high and extend a single finger, as if to tell everyone that he truly possessed 3 elements. Immediately afterward, his finger turned to ice. He flicked it left and right in an instant, striking 2 level 2 magic beasts directly. Accompanied by 2 agonized screams, the 2 level 2 magic beasts trembled violently and collapsed. Instantly, the entire scene was reduced to a single man and a single beast facing off against each other. Chapter 56, Hidden Motives, The War Goddess Trial. Magical beasts come in all shapes and forms. There are countless varieties, but in terms of abilities, they are classified into several categories just like humans: offensive, defensive, agile, and so on. The level 3 magic beast facing Qin was covered in black fur, with blood-red eyes and powerful limbs. It was the Black Shadow Panther, a well-known species among magic beasts, renowned for its terrifying attack power and agility. Even among level 3 magic beasts, an ordinary human martial artist would find themselves in extreme trouble if they encountered such a creature. One misstep could result in being torn to shreds. However, at this moment, though the Shadow Panther's gaze toward Qin was fierce, it did not charge immediately. In fact, its body instinctively began to retreat. A level 3 magic beast has already developed a hint of sentience. It knows how terrifying I am, Qin said calmly. Suddenly, he took a step forward, and the Shadow Panther instantly retreated. And so, man and beast, one advancing, one retreating, continued in this manner. After retreating a certain distance, the Shadow Panther had nowhere left to go. Unable to pass through the spatial barrier and knowing it had to kill the person before it to survive, it had no choice but to charge at Qin. However, at that moment, the speed it prided itself on failed to secure a hit. Qin dodged it with ease. Even more terrifying was that the young man actually dared to go head-to-head with it. Its invincible claws collided with the boy's attack, yet failed to inflict even a scratch. I've got a rough idea of a level 3 magic beast's power. Now, I'll send you to the afterlife. At that moment, Qin unleashed the blazing sun fist. Boom! His fist struck the Shadow Panther's claw head-on, sending it flying backward. Before the Shadow Leopard's body had even hit the ground, Qin took several quick steps forward and jabbed a finger into its abdomen. Put! A surge of icy coldness rushed into its body, stiffening it and instantly freezing its internal organs solid. Thud! The corpse hit the ground. Qin crouched down with a calm expression and began examining the beast's corpse. In the command room, it was dead silent. So this is what a triple element user is like. Watching Qin virtually instantly kill every beast, everyone was stunned. Some officers even wore expressions of sheer horror, unable to recover for a long time. Luna watched Qin as the beast's corpse. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. My master's research focuses on the triple element system. She recalled Qin's words and finally understood why he was so powerful and why he'd been so confident about this assessment. She'd been wrong all along. Qin wasn't a dual element user, he was a triple element user. Moreover, all three elements had reached the martial artist realm, with the fire element even at the 2-star level. Is he some kind of monster? A brigadier general finally blurted out, unable to hold back his thoughts any longer. All three elements had broken through to the martial artist realm, with one even reaching 2-star, and the fact that this had happened to someone not yet 18 was beyond his comprehension. The time required for such cultivation simply wasn't enough. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh rang out as Luobin spoke up. You have no idea just how hard this kid has worked. Back at the training camp, I practically watched him train. Aside from his time in the training room, he never rested even in the lounge. Except for meals and basic rest, I doubt he wasted a single moment. His genius is the result of his hard work. After hearing Luobin's words, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Luobin looked at everyone's expressions, sighed inwardly with relief, and turned his gaze to the screen. Kid, this is as far as I can help you. He didn't know how Qin cultivated either, but this was the only explanation. He spoke up precisely to prevent people from jumping to conclusions, which could end up hurting Qin. Even if the military department remained united and didn't harbor any ill will toward Qin, he feared that someone's overwhelming curiosity might lead them to pester Qin with endless questions which would inevitably disrupt his cultivation. We're taking this boy no matter the cost, we're bringing him into our ranks, Su finally declared. Dual element cultivation is difficult, triple element cultivation is even harder, but so what? If Qin could become a triple element 9-star cultivator, the military department would undoubtedly become number 1 in Dragon Nation. Hearing Su's words, Luna and Luobin both laughed, while Song Depeo's face turned ashen. He looked once more at Lu on the screen and suddenly felt that this kid was so ordinary. On screen too. Zhang Chang had finally slain that level 2 magic beast. Though several wounds had appeared on his body, they could not dampen his excitement. Who could possibly snatch the title of Star General from me this time, he thought arrogantly. To slay a level 2 magic beast while being disrupted by 3 peak tempering stage dire beasts and 2 level 1 magic beasts was simply impossible without strength approaching the 3-star threshold. In fact, his burst damage alone had to surpass the 3-star threshold. On screen 3. With a fire fist in one hand and lightning in the other, Yula finally managed to completely eliminate that last level 2 magic beast. His face was pale, and his injuries were even more severe than Zhang Chang as he was barely able to stand, his body swaying slightly. However, he was still very satisfied with his performance. Although passing this stage was a bit of a struggle, I made it through in the end. Judging by his strength, Zhang Chang might make it. And as for Bai Tao, as long as he is cautious, he might make it too, though even if he does, he'll lose half his life. In any case, I have a shot at first place, and even if I don't, I'll still be second at worst. With that thought, he looked up at the special monitor and smiled faintly. On the big screen, in front of Bai Tao, all the magic beasts had been eliminated, but he himself was kneeling on one knee, his face pale, with blood still streaming down his body. Although I've cleared this stage, I'm no longer able to proceed to the next one. He looked at the spatial wall ahead with a hint of regret, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the pain as he turned and walked toward the fissure. He had to get medical treatment as soon as possible, otherwise, he would die right there. Still, he was very satisfied with his performance. This time, I might be able to compete for first place. Second place is a sure thing. Every participant in the assessment had their own thoughts. Those in the top ranks were all thinking about securing a spot in the top 3 or even first place. Meanwhile, those who had originally been trailing were focused on their rankings, hoping to move up even a little, unwilling to fall behind anyone else. But in the command room, no one was interested in watching the others' performances. Instead, they were all staring intently at the feed showing Qin, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. The 7th layer of space. There doesn't seem to be anything here at all. People saw that after Qin entered the 7th layer of space, there was nothing where he stood, only himself. Wait, there's a painting over there, someone suddenly pointed to a corner of the screen. The crowd immediately saw that there was indeed a painting floating in the air on the screen, but it was very strange. It appeared and disappeared intermittently, and unless you looked closely, you couldn't make it out at all. This is the final challenge set specifically by the war god. Su looked at the painting and said slowly. Set by the war god? The crowd was instantly taken aback upon hearing this. The war god hasn't been seen in a long time and rarely interferes with military affairs. The last time he intervened was decades ago, during the level 10 beast uprising. Who would have thought that a star general selection process would actually prompt him to personally set up a challenge? Chapter 57, The Young War God. This final challenge is both a test and an opportunity. Su looked at the faintly visible painting and said, originally, the military god, but at that moment, the painting fell silent, no longer launching any attacks. Just then, the old man in the painting seemed to stir. Qin looked closely and suddenly realized that his consciousness had, as if by magic, entered another space. Before him stood the ethereal figure of a young boy. The boy was dressed casually and appeared carefree, yet Qin sensed a hint of pressure emanating from him. This is the war god in his youth. Qin looked at the youth and noticed that his features bore a strong resemblance to the war goddess, though he appeared a bit more youthful and lacked some of the war goddess' reserved demeanor. Whoosh! Suddenly, the young war god charged toward Qin, appearing right in front of him in an instant as his fist swung toward him. Qin darted aside and simultaneously jabbed a finger forward. Boom! Both of them were sent reeling backwards simultaneously. The youth looked at Qin with surprise. He flicked his hand, as if flinging the icy cold that had seeped into his body right out. Qin, meanwhile, stared back at him in equal astonishment. 3-star. This was the phantom form of the youthful war god, a 3-star martial artist, and not a dual elemental one, but a 3-star practitioner specializing solely in the fire element. Just how powerful is a double 9-star martial artist, or rather, how powerful is a martial saint to have specifically left his own youthful phantom here? Qin gained a new appreciation for the martial saint's power. Moreover, the opponent had left only a fire element phantom here, the other element was absent. Boom! Just then, the youth's phantom charged forward once more. Qin, showing no sign of retreat, stepped forward as well. He wanted to see just how powerful a single elemental war god could be at the 3-star level. Just as the two close to within 2 meters of each other, Qin suddenly sensed the air around him filling with explosive fire elements. His entire body felt as if it were bathed in flames, and these fire elements were frantically corroding his flesh. Domain!
Qin's expression changed. The young war god had actually mastered the fire domain while still at the 3-star level. At that moment, Qin finally understood why this war god had become a dual-element 9-star master. Such talent was likely extremely rare even among all of humanity. The fire domain is something one typically begins to master only breaking through to the 4-star level. This is also why the gap between 4-star and 3-star is so vast. At the 4-star level, one masters elemental domains, while 7-star grandmasters attain elemental essence. To have grasped an elemental domain at the 3-star level, this left Qin utterly astonished. Boom! Qin unleashed a punch. But with a wave of his hand, the young war god sent countless invisible fire elements surging toward Qin, causing his body to writhe in discomfort and his fist to falter slightly. Within my domain, I am invincible. The young military god spoke for the first time, his voice devoid of any emotion, as if he were a program. Invincible? Did you ask me first? Qin smiled and gave a light command, ice. It was as if the ice elements within his body had been instantly activated, colliding with his opponent's fire elements. Wind. At the same time, the wind element began to rage. In that moment, the sensation of being ravaged by fire within Qin's body eased considerably. Today, I will defeat the young military god. Qin surged forward, closing in on his opponent. Although the young military god was a 3-star cultivator, he possessed only one element, whereas Qin now commanded 4 with his fire element having broken through to 2 stars. Between the two of them, it was impossible to say who held the advantage. The two figures collided in an instant. In the command room, everyone could only see Qin standing motionless in the 7th layer space. What is he doing? An officer asked in confusion. No one answered him, because no one knew what was actually happening to Qin, nor did they understand the situation in this stage. Even Su had his brows furrowed. Earlier, when he saw Qin hold his ground, he assumed Qin had passed the war god's trial. But now, he was at a loss to understand what was happening. Zhang Chang and Yula have both failed. At that moment, on the other 2 screens, Zhang Chang and Yulu were completely knocked out of the 7th layer space by the first strike as the painting emitted a powerful aura, sending them back to the 6th layer. Moreover, when they tried to return to the 7th layer, they found they couldn't get back in at all and had no choice but to end the trial. Outside the fissure, Zhang Chang and Yulu emerged almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, and Zhang Chang smiled. Yu Lu, however, looked slightly taken aback. The other man's injuries were clearly less severe than his own, which proved that Zhang Chang had likely had an easier time than him in the 6th layer. Is everyone out? Zhang Chang looked at the group ahead of him. He gave Bai Tao a particularly close look and noticed that the other man's face was pale, and his wounds had already been treated clearly, he'd been seriously injured. He shook his head to himself. Previously, he believed that Bai Tao was the only one who could pose any real threat to him. But now he knew that Bai Tao was still some distance behind him. It was Yu Lu, on the other hand, who had caught him off guard, though even so, the other man was still no match for him. Soon, he stood at the front of the group, lining them up in formation. Yu Lu also noticed Bai Tao's condition. His eyes held both regret and delight. He was delighted because he was certain he was stronger than Bai Tao, but he regretted that this opportunity to become a star general would likely slip through his fingers. Chapter 58, Realm of Fire. In the 7th layer, Qin wielded a fiery fist in one hand and an icy finger in the other, while his form flickered ceaselessly under the influence of the wind element. Boom! Put! A fist slammed into the young military god's body, and a finger tapped his forehead. In the end, the young military god was still no match for Qin and slowly faded away. Just as he vanished, the phantom suddenly seemed to transform into a stream of energy, surging into Qin's body. What is this? Qin was instantly startled. This was no mere stream of energy, but a vast amount of information. He quickly sat down in the lotus position. As he processed this information, his comprehension of the fire element began to accelerate. Strictly speaking, this so-called information was actually the military goddess' understanding of the fire element during his 3-star martial artist period. One of the military goddess specializations was the fire element. This insight was meant to be a stroke of good fortune for him, precious cultivation experience, and now, Qin had acquired it in this miraculous way. It was much like the transmission of martial arts in wuxia movies, except that, whereas those transmissions involved martial arts techniques, this one conveyed experience, the war goddess insights into the fire element from his time as a 3-star martial artist. The realm of fire! Qin exclaimed in delight. The most crucial part of this information was the realm of fire that the war god had mastered during his time as a 3-star martial artist. Does this mean I'll be able to master the realm of fire while still at the 2-star level? Qin asked, somewhat excited. With this experience, he could quickly master the realm of fire. And once he possessed the realm, his strength would rise to a whole new level. He immediately began to focus intently on assimilating this information. Outside the fissure, everyone had already lined up, waiting for the upcoming announcement of the rankings. The rankings for this Star General selection would be announced very soon, so everyone was both eagerly anticipating and feeling nervous. At that moment, Bai Tao, standing in the crowd, was secretly watching Zheng Chang and Yu Lu. When he noticed the condition of the two, his expression darkened slightly. Their injuries were clearly less severe than his, especially Zheng Chang's. His original ranking was already higher than Bai Tao's, and now that he de-emerged from the fissure after Bai Tao, he had naturally passed the 6th trial. This time, it seemed the title of Star General would no longer be his. 2nd place? Or 3rd? He began speculating about his own ranking. As for Yu Lu, he couldn't tell whether the other had passed the 6th stage or dropped out midway through. After all, Yu Lu's original ranking had been far too low. Just then, the female officer from earlier walked over from the direction of the command room. Everyone saw that she was holding a new list in her hand. Here it comes, the rankings are probably out. This time, they were determined by several generals. Given their expertise, these rankings reflect our true strength. Who is strong and who is weak? It's been settled. Guess who the Star General is? Someone suddenly asked in a low voice. No one answered him, because many had given up hope on the Star General. Instead, they were more concerned with whether their own rankings had improved from before. The female officer stepped in front of the crowd and scanned the room. The rankings are now and I have them right here. Overall, your performance was solid, truly befitting your status as geniuses. So, I hope that from here on out, regardless of your ranking, you won't become arrogant, nor will you lose heart. Now, I will announce your rankings for this assessment. Everyone fell silent, their expressions tinged with tension. Even Zheng Chang, though he was certain in his heart that he had come in first, could not remain completely calm. Report! Suddenly, a voice rang out. The tension that had just built up among the crowd was instantly deflated by that voice, and they all turned to look in that direction with disapproving glances. Li Yun felt the stares upon him, and his face flushed red. Speak! The female officer turned to face him as well. Commander, there is still one person missing. Li Yun replied. Upon hearing this, everyone froze for a moment. They silently counted the heads and realized there was indeed one person missing. Only 17 remained. Who is it? Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Although there was still plenty of time left before the assessment deadline, those who had truly passed had already done so, and those who hadn't had mostly withdrawn on their own. This guy isn't going to pull the same trick he used on the written exam, is he? Someone grumbled. On the written exam, you can take the full allotted time to answer questions. After all, with some questions, you can keep thinking about them until the answer suddenly clicks, and you can review your work after finishing. But the martial arts exam was different. If you couldn't win, you simply couldn't win. There was no such thing as getting a second chance. Zheng Chang, Yu Lu, and Bai Tao all felt a pang of anxiety. It seems to be someone ranked 11th named Qin. Someone suddenly spoke up. Ranked 11th? What is he doing? Did he die in there? Hearing 11th place, no one paid it much mind, and Zheng Chang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. 11th place posed no threat. Li Yun, however, felt a twinge of worry. He recalled how he previously encouraged Qin, telling him he might make it into the top 10. He didn't really die in there just to make the top 10, did he?
Li Yun looked toward the fissure, a pang of guilt welling up inside him.
Quiet! The female officer barked.
The rankings are now official. There is one more person left, but there is no need to wait at 1T affect the rankings.
18th, Li Liang. 17th, Wang Chun. The female officer read the names quickly. Upon hearing their rankings, some rejoiced while others despaired.
The closer they got to the end of the list, the more tense everyone's expressions became.
4th, Bai Tao. Boom!
The moment Bai Tao's name was called, everyone looked surprised and turned to stare at him almost simultaneously.
Bai Tao's already pale face instantly drained of all color. How is that possible? How could I possibly be fourth? He couldn't comprehend it. His lowest expectation had been third. Fourth was the last thing he'd ever imagined. Even Yu Lu and Zhang Chang's pupils contracted. Bai Tao in fourth? Who else is in the top 3? Could it be?
Suddenly, everyone realized there was one person who hadn't come forward yet.
Impossible. That was the thought that instantly popped into everyone's mind. Third.
Just then, the female officer's voice rang out like a curse, startling everyone, especially Yu Lu and Zhang Chang, who shuddered from head to toe.
Yu Lu. Whoosh. Yu Lu's mind went completely blank. Second place, Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang's face turned ashen in an instant.
Impossible, impossible, he muttered repeatedly.
Quiet, the female officer said coldly. This is the ranking jointly determined by the senior officers in the command center.
If anyone has any objections, you may wait until the last person has come out before raising your concerns.
The female officer's words silenced everyone.
Zhang Chang, Yu Lu, and Bai Tao all wore looks of defiance. As for Li Yun, he was still completely bewildered. He had thought Qin had died inside while trying to make the top 10, but it turned out he had come in first.
Chapter 59, The 2-meter no-go zone, Dragon's Blood. Why hasn't he come out yet? The assessment time is almost up. At first, everyone had been eagerly waiting to see what was going on with Qin while he was still inside.
But as time went on, they began to grow impatient. It had been far too long. Of the 3-hour assessment period, more than 2 hours had already passed.
Was he really working his way through the trial? Zhang Chang kept his gaze fixed on the fissure, his expression grave.
This was supposed to be his star general, yet now he'd been relegated to second place. He wanted to see just what kind of abilities this person who had outshone even him possessed. Just then, a figure emerged from the fissure. The moment they saw him, everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. Even the female officer's gaze suddenly sharpened. He looks like a ball of fire, someone whispered. Just now, he had been testing the unique properties of this domain, and it certainly didn't disappoint him. Even Zhang Chang, a powerhouse among 2-star cultivators, couldn't withstand it. After retracting his domain, Qin walked straight into the crowd.
As he passed by Zhang Chang, the latter showed no reaction whatsoever.
Qin didn't stop until he reached Li Yun's side.
Qin, are you first? Li Yun looked at Qin and asked in confusion. If I'm not mistaken, I should be.
You guys won't be able to take that spot from me.
Qin nodded calmly.
Well, you were 11th before.
Did you intentionally hide your strength? Li Yun asked.
Qin shook his head.
Not intentionally, it was just the instructor's doing.
With a group like this, it's not even worth my while to hide my strength or catch them off guard, is it?
Li Yun's body jerked suddenly.
Since he was among this group, those words felt like a direct hit, a devastating blow to his pride. At that moment, the female officer, seeing that Qin had come to a stop, spoke up loudly.
First place in the military department's first ever star general Qin.
After the female officer finished her announcement, she looked around at the crowd and realized no one was speaking. Everyone stood there, and for a moment, silence fell. If anyone has any objections, now is the time to raise them, she asked loudly. Still, no one spoke. Some people glanced furtively at Zhang Chang, especially Yu Lu and Bai Tao, who were both hoping he would say something. But they were disappointed. Zhang Chang just stood there, showing no reaction whatsoever.
They weren't fools.
Zhang Chang's behavior just now had been far too strange. Since he had no objections, they naturally wouldn't raise any either. After all, the Star General title wasn't theirs to begin with.
Since there are no questions, the assembly is dismissed.
Someone will arrange your rewards later, the female officer said, waving her hand. Although she had stated that only the top 3 would receive rewards, there were still some consolation prizes for those who placed lower.
The crowd dispersed, and the female officer walked straight up to Qin. "Come with me, the commander wants to see you."
Soon, Qin followed her to a room, and the female officer left shortly afterward. Qin pushed open the door and saw Su sitting inside.
Su saw Qin and beckoned him over. "Find a seat wherever you like."
Once Qin sat down, he got straight to the point.
"Are you a triple element?" Qin nodded. "Yes." "How did you do it?" "I have a master."
Before he could finish, Su raised her hand to cut him off.
"Luna told me about your master." "Did your master succeed?" Hearing this, Qin breathed a sigh of relief.
Luna really was a good person. He'd been worried Su wouldn't believe him, but it seemed that after Luna mentioned it, Su hadn't harbored any doubts.
"Yes, but not exactly."
Before Su could ask, he continued, "The potion my master developed only worked on me. He tried it on quite a few other people, but it failed every time, so he is still working on it."
Su nodded.
"Since it's worked before, I'm sure it won't be long before we see real results."
"Maybe so."
Qin could only nod in agreement.
"You're the first person to master 3 elements. That's impressive."
"You must make the most of this opportunity," Su said suddenly, with a serious expression.
Qin asked in confusion, "Don't you think mastering 3 elements is a waste of time, Commander?"
Back in high school, if a student had dual element potential, teachers would usually advise them to focus on one element first, and only switch to the other once they hit a plateau and couldn't break through.
But Su took the exact opposite approach. Su smiled. "What do you mean, wasting time? With dual element potential or even your triple element talent, why would you give up training? Isn't that a waste of your talent?"
Those who tell people to temporarily set aside one discipline are either foolish or malicious. The path of a martial artist is all about overcoming every obstacle, and besides, having multiple disciplines isn't an obstacle, it's an opportunity. We in the military headquarters never consider having multiple disciplines a burden. His words were spoken with utmost sincerity and gravity, causing Qin to gain a new perspective on the military headquarters. "All right, you don't need to worry about the multiple disciplines anymore." Su waved his hand and continued, "You are this cycle's Star General, and you've passed the military goddess 7th tier trial. Therefore, in addition to the standard Star General rewards, I can grant you one request."
"Tell me, what do you need?"
Qin's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected an extra reward. He hurriedly replied, "Commander, I'd like to know first what the Star General rewards are this time." He had to know, otherwise, if his request overlapped with the reward, he'd be missing out big time.
Su chuckled. Dragoness Blood. Chapter 60, Star General, a generous reward. Dragoness Blood?
Qin didn't know exactly what the other man meant by dragoness blood. His first thought was the blood of dragons from myths and legends, but that was clearly impossible.
However, the name alone suggested that this dragoness blood was certainly no ordinary substance.
It's not the kind of dragon people imagine, but the blood of a peak level 9 magic beast, the Black Earth Dragon, Su explained.
Peak level 9?
Qin was instantly startled. You should know that the most precious part of any exotic beast is its beast core, Su said, looking at Qin.
Qin nodded.
Beast cores had countless uses. They could be used to craft various weapons and equipment, as well as for research.
Some modern martial arts were even inspired by beast cores, and research into them could transform human cultivation methods. For example, some people could become dual-element cultivators as a result.
But not every magic beast has a beast core. That's why they're so precious. And the blood of magic beasts is, in fact, just as precious. Of course, when I say magic beasts, I'm referring to those of level 4 or higher. Those below level 4 aren't worth much. But you should know that every magic beast has blood.
The greatest benefit of magic beast blood is that it can strengthen a martial artist's physical body.
Sheen nodded. He could understand that. The greatest advantage of magic beasts is their physical strength, which surpasses that of human martial artists. For human martial artists, the primary focus is on body refining martial arts, but such arts are not only scarce but also extremely difficult to master. Sheen had obtained that star tempering skill some time ago, yet his progress had been minimal.
Commander, blood from a peak level 9 magic beast is quite rare, isn't it? Why bring it out now? Sheen asked curiously.
The extent of the military's losses this time could literally be described as rivers of blood.
How many 9-star martial artists are there in the entire Dragon Kingdom?
Magic beasts are equally scarce, otherwise, humanity would have been defeated long ago. Blood from a peak level 9 magic beast is indeed rare, and that of an earth-black dragon like this is even rarer. It's safe to say that right now, the military and indeed the entire Dragon Kingdom possesses the blood of only one such creature. And let me tell you, earth-black dragon blood is one of the most potent among all magic beast bloods, Sue said earnestly. Sheen was even more surprised. If that was the case, why was it being offered as a reward this time? Sue sensed his confusion. Because this is the military department's first ever star general selection. Also, originally, if Yuan Ti shown up and Zhang Chang had taken first place, the reward would have been only a very small portion of dragon blood. But now, I can tell you, you can absorb as much as you can.
That good?
Sheen was astonished. The difference in treatment was enormous.
This is the military goddess will. You've obtained the opportunity he left behind, so why not let you receive an even greater opportunity?
Sue looked at Sheen, and even he felt a twinge of envy. After all, he was now an 8-star martial artist, yet he hadn't received such an opportunity from the military god.
You're very lucky, or rather, your talent has earned you this treatment.
You must understand that this dragoness blood doesn't come from an ordinary black earth dragon, it's from a magic beast on the verge of breaking through to the martial saint realm. Back then, the war god paid a heavy price to slay it. So, I hope you'll join the military department in the future. That way, you won't disappoint the war goddess' trust in you.
To be honest, Sue felt a twinge of regret at giving away such a tremendous opportunity.
If it were up to him, he certainly wouldn't have done this. After all, Sheen hadn't joined the military department yet, and no one could say for sure what choice he might make in the future.
I'll give it some serious thought.
Sheen nodded, without immediately revealing his stance.
Sue nodded. By the way, I mentioned earlier that I'd grant you one more request. Go ahead, what do you want?
This so-called request was, of course, a reward.
I want beast cores. The more, the better. Sheen said bluntly. You sure have a big mouth, not a bit shy. Sue said with a smile, is it because of your master's research?
He also heard from Luna that Sheen's mysterious master had always needed beast cores, so there was nothing strange about it. However, the fact that Sheen always put his master first did give him some comfort. At least he wasn't an ungrateful person.
Even if Sheen didn't join the military in the future, the debt of gratitude would remain. Yes, my master means a lot to me.
Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today, so I take his research very seriously.
Sheen said without batting an eye. Tell me, what kind of beast cores do you need? Sue cut straight to the point.
Sheen's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled out a list he'd prepared long ago. Sue took the list and, upon glancing at it, his eyes widened in shock. The list was very simple. Earth, wind, ice, and fire beast cores, the more, the better.
What do you think? Not too much to ask, right?
Sheen said with a smile.
Not too much to ask? Do you think beast cores are as common as cabbages?
Sue was speechless upon hearing Sheen's words. The military department did indeed possess the largest stockpile of beast cores among all Dragon Nation factions, but it also had the highest consumption rate. Many beast cores had already been used to craft various pieces of equipment. While there was some inventory, it wasn't as if they had an unlimited supply. Here's the deal, I can agree to your terms, a reward of 50 million. This is the highest reward the Western Theater Command can offer you, and you can convert it into beast cores. For level 1 beast cores regardless of type I'll pay you 500,000 per piece, for level 2 beast cores, 1 million, and for level 3 beast cores, 2 million. You can draw up a detailed list based on these prices. As for beast cores above level 3, I can't provide them to you right now because the process takes quite some time to complete. If you're willing to wait, that is fine too, Sue explained to Qin. Qin nodded and began drafting the list, silently calculating his needs. A few minutes later, he had compiled a detailed inventory. As for beast cores of level 3 or higher, he did not include them on the list. A single level 3 core costs 2 million, a level 4 would likely double that price. It was completely unnecessary. At his current cultivation level, he couldn't even make full use of them anyway. Sue picked up the list and glanced at it. Just these 4 elements? The beast cores on the list were all fire, wind, ice, and earth, no other elemental types. Qin nodded. That's all. I only have 50 million, and my master wants me to master 3 elements. His main focus right now is wind, fire, and ice. As for earth, he said I could occasionally try researching it, so I'll need some of those too. Sue didn't think much of it after all, he didn't know much about research. Alright, I'll get the items ready as soon as possible. Also, he took out a medal from his person. This is the Star General Medal. With it, you're a Star General in the military department, equivalent to the rank of Brigadier General. If you officially join the military department in the future, your rank will be Brigadier General. Qin took the medal. Ding, you have completed the 3rd stage of the Star General quest. Ding, your rewards have been distributed. All Star General quests completed. Bonus reward, 1 martial art manual. Chapter 61, 1 star earth element, stellar hide. After Sue left, Qin looked at the system rewards from this quest. He first took out the 3 earth element mark fragments and swallowed them in one go. The element marks began to be digested rapidly. Ding, devour earth element mark fragments successful. Your earth element seal has reached perfection. Boom. At that moment, Qin clearly felt his body grow significantly stronger under the influence of the earth element. His combat power also broke through the 6,000 mark at that very moment, bringing him one step closer to the 4-star threshold. Name, Qin. Fire element realm, 2-star 3rd divine rune progress, 10%. Wind realm, 1-star 2nd divine rune progress, 0%. Ice realm, 1-star 2nd divine rune progress, 0%. Earth realm, 1-star 2nd divine rune progress, 0%. Combat power, 6,300. He then turned his attention to the additional reward. I wonder what martial art this is. With a flick of his thoughts, the martial artist information was quickly received and surged into his mind. Martial art description, Earth Armor skill, a 7th rank martial art, exclusive to Earth martial artists. He quickly processed the information. Yet another 7th rank martial art. This was a defensive martial art. Once mastered, it could instantly form a layer of hard earth elemental armor on the surface of his body. With the star tempering skill and the earth armor skill combined, I feel like a freak. Qin couldn't help but think to himself. There was simply no way to keep a low profile. The star tempering skill was a 9th rank martial art that strengthened one's physical body. The earth armor skill, on the other hand, formed a defensive barrier on the body's exterior. With this dual defense, even a true 4-star martial artist would likely be unable to break through his defenses. Next up is the Dragon's Blood. Qin felt a sense of anticipation. Dragon's Blood also increased physical strength and complemented the star tempering skill perfectly. He surmised that absorbing the Dragon's Blood would likely accelerate his progress in the star tempering skill. The first volume of the star tempering skill, Star Body, was divided into Star Skin, Star Bones, and Star Blood, and right now, he hadn't even fully mastered Star Skin yet. Therefore, he was eagerly anticipating the tremendous benefits the Dragon's Blood would bring him. That night, Qin did not practice cultivation. Instead, he fell fast asleep. Early the next morning, led by a soldier, he arrived at the command center. At that moment, 3 brigadier generals, 2 lieutenant generals, and Sue were all present in the command center.
In addition, there were 3 instructors, one of whom was Luna.
After Qin took his place between Yu Lu and Zhang Chang, Su spoke up. This time, your rewards are all the blood of exotic beasts. You all learned yesterday exactly which beast's blood it is.
Now, your instructors will take you to soak in it. How much you're able to absorb is entirely up to you.
After saying this, the 3 brigadier generals each pulled a small vial from their pockets. These vials contain the blood of exotic beasts. Simply pour it out and use it.
The vials were handed to Luna and the other 2.
Qin stared at the vial, looking surprised. This must be one of those magical spatial vials, seemingly small, yet capable of holding several cubic meters of space inside. Qin had learned about these vials in his academic classes. Humans had been researching them for a long time. They were called spatial vials, or sometimes spatial bags. They were the latest achievement in human research, though even the largest ones available so far were only 5 cubic meters in capacity. Of course, martial saints had their own spatial storage devices. These were intended for martial artists below the martial saint rank.
Let us go.
After receiving the dragoness blood, Luna said to Qin, then turned and walked out of the command room. Seeing this, Qin hurried after her. Soon, the 2 arrived at a room containing a wooden barrel that had been prepared in advance. Luna walked straight to the barrel, opened the small vial, and poured the dragoness blood into it. Qin watched as the dragoness blood kept pouring into the barrel. When it reached 1/3 full, Luna put the vial away. Don't be so stingy, fill it up, Qin said when he saw it was only 1/3 full. Fill it up? Do you think this is boiling water? Luna retorted irritably. This is the blood of a level 9 exotic beast. A single one yields quite a bit, but this wooden barrel is about all it can hold. Then that is fine. The commander said I can absorb as much as I can. Fill it up at LL fine. Qin reached out to grab the vial. Luna quickly took 2 steps back. Finish absorbing it first. This level 9 exotic beast's blood is extremely violent. One slip up and it could burst your body apart. Besides, there is too much of it. If you can't absorb it all, it'll just go to waste. Seeing how stubborn Luna was, Qin felt a bit helpless. He suddenly glared at her. I'm ordering you right now to fill it up. After all, he was now a star general, holding the rank of junior general, while Luna was merely a colonel. However, Luna just rolled her eyes at him, then turned and walked away. Qin shook his head in exasperation, then walked over to the wooden tub and reached in. The system isn't responding. It seems that even Devour has no effect on this dragoness blood. Realizing that Devour was useless, he stripped off his clothes and stepped into the wooden tub. The moment he entered, Qin felt a surge of energy seeping into his body through every pore. How amazing! Such pure energy! Qin was somewhat awestruck. At that moment, he also understood why so many human researchers were currently studying the beast cores of exotic beasts. If the blood of exotic beasts was this miraculous, then the beast cores were undoubtedly the most valuable subjects of research. As Qin soaked in the blood for longer and longer, he felt his body growing stronger and stronger. But just as he reached his limit, suddenly, the star tempering skill began to activate on its own. The energy in the blood began to frantically fortify his skin. In just a few minutes, his skin underwent transformation after transformation. He couldn't resist touching it. It felt as if he were touching a layer of iron. Soon, the energy in the blood within the wooden tub began to dwindle, and before long, it was completely depleted. His skin, however, had become stronger than he could ever have imagined. Star Tempering Skill, Volume 1, Stellar Skin still a little short. He was somewhat shocked. This star tempering skill was so terrifying, and yet, even with skin this strong, the star skin hadn't yet reached perfection. Instructor Yang! Qin shouted. What is it? Luna pushed open the door and asked impatiently. Add dragon blood. Why add anything? Absorb it first. It's gone. Qin spread his hands. Luna frowned, but still walked over to the wooden tub. Only then did she realize that the dragoness blood had completely changed. She couldn't sense a single trace of spiritual energy in it. It's really all gone, she exclaimed in shock.
That was way too fast, it had only been a few minutes. Earlier, Su had told her that this dragoness blood was extremely potent. For an ordinary martial artist, someone like Zheng Chang, applying it would only require rubbing a small amount onto the body. Qin was special, but even so, Su had only instructed her to pour out 1/3 of the blood. Su believed that 1/3 would be more than enough for Qin to soak in for several hours and fully push his body to its current limits. But now, she suspected Su was trying to conserve the dragoness blood. Chapter 62, Star Bonus Single Punch Shatters 10,000. Wait a moment. Luna turned and walked away. She had no choice. Su had told her to use only 1/3, and she didn't dare act on her own. If she used this substance without authorization, the consequences would be too severe to bear. Command room. What did you say? It's all used up? Su shot to his feet. Yes, it's all used up, Luna nodded. Then refill it. He looks so fierce. Su said fiercely. There was no other choice. He already boasted earlier that Qin could absorb as much as he possibly could. Now that Qin was still absorbing and there was still dragon blood left, he couldn't go back on his word. All right. With Su's approval, Luna nodded. Wait, I'm going to take a look too. I don't believe he can really absorb that much, Su said. The two quickly arrived at Qin's room. Luna didn't waste any time and immediately began draining the blood now devoid of spiritual energy from the wooden tub. Instructor Yang, why don't we let Commander Su come over? Qin lowered his head, glanced at his own body, and whispered. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Luna snapped. But her heart was pounding wildly. This was the first time she ever looked at a man like this. Still, to maintain her authority, she put on a nonchalant facade. Qin had no choice but to keep quiet. Soon, the dragon blood that had been drained of its energy was completely emptied, and Luna took out a small vial to pour in more dragon blood. This time, it was still 1/3. Qin said nothing more and began absorbing it once again. Boom! When half of the dragon blood's energy had been absorbed, he felt his skin reach its limit. The star tempering skill began to run wild, and this time, it channeled the remaining energy into his bones, continuously forging them. A few more minutes passed, and the energy from the dragoness blood in the wooden barrel was once again completely absorbed. Instructor Yang, continue, Qin called out again. At that moment, Su couldn't hold back any longer. He walked straight up to the wooden barrel and, upon seeing the dragoness blood that had completely lost its spiritual essence, his face instantly darkened. Are you a gold-devouring beast? He said irritably. Just the dragon blood Qin had absorbed moments ago was worth at least hundreds of millions. Moreover, it was priceless, the only one of its kind in the entire country. Even if there were other exotic beast bloods of equal value, their effects might be different. The commander isn't going to change his mind, is he? Qin hurriedly asked. He had no choice. Only now did he realize just how staggering the value of this dragon blood truly was. In just the past 10 or so minutes, he had saved an immeasurable amount of cultivation time. The star tempering skill was difficult, extremely difficult to master. If he had to cultivate it on his own, reaching the star bone stage would take an unknown amount of time. Now, of course, he didn't want to miss this chance. Since there was still some left, he had to make the most of it. There wouldn't be another opportunity this good. Back out? Am I, Su, the kind of person who goes back on my word? Su felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart, but he spoke nonetheless. Kid, if you don't join the military department in the future, just wait and see what I'll do to you. With that, he snatched the small vial from Luna's hand and drained it in one swift, decisive gulp. Suck it up, suck until you drop. He. Qin chuckled, then continued absorbing the blood. At the same time, in another room, Zheng Chang was also absorbing the blood of a strange beast, though his was from a 7th-rank strange beast. At that moment, Zheng Chang, submerged in the wooden tub, was gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain caused by the blood, while his physical strength kept rising. Boom! Suddenly, the wooden tub exploded, and the lifeless blood splattered everywhere. Zheng Chang got dressed, his eyes brimming with delight.
Although I didn't break through to 3 stars, my current strength means a single ordinary punch now exceeds 2000 combat power. Filled with immense confidence, he couldn't help but think of Qin.
Am I his match now?
He quickly shook his head the moment the thought crossed his mind. He knew deep down that he was still no match for Qin. Recalling the overwhelming sense of pressure Qin had exerted when he approached him earlier, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of despair.
Instructor.
Zhang Chang turned to Song Li. Which room is Qin in? Song Li looked at him, realizing the young man still wanted to secretly test himself against Qin, and replied, right next door. Zhang Chang nodded, then stepped out of the room and stopped outside the door to Qin's room. At that moment, Yu Lu was also there, and they both looked at Qin inside the room. Boom! Just then, Qin finished absorbing the last of the dragon blood energy. He stood up from the wooden tub, which then burst open on its own. What a pity the star bone is still just a hair's breadth away from perfection. He felt a twinge of regret, but upon reflection, he realized that the star bone was inherently even harder to cultivate than the star skin. Reaching this level was already quite an achievement. After getting dressed, he looked up at Luna. Instructor Yang, take this punch. With that, he charged at Luna like a human tyrannosaurus, delivering a thunderous punch. His fist was engulfed in terrifying flames, as if he were unleashing a sun itself. Luna's expression shifted slightly, and she immediately countered with a punch of her own. Boom! The immense forces collided, sending Qin's body flying backward. Luna, however, remained standing in place, though her face betrayed an unprecedented look of astonishment. Instructor Yang, you really are impressive. After regaining his balance, Qin spoke up. Impressive? You're just a freak. Luna blurted out. Su, standing nearby, voiced his confusion. He only made a rough assessment of their exchange just now, but the details were best understood by those directly involved. Commander, that punch of his just now has already reached the 4-star threshold. Luna explained. What? Zhang Chang and Yu Lu, standing by the door, cried out in shock. The 4-star threshold meant 10,000 combat power. Just moments ago, Zhang Chang had been wondering if he stood a chance against Qin. Now he realized how naive that thought had been. As for Yu Lu, he hadn't known just how terrifying Qin was before. It was only Zhang Chang's attitude that had piqued his curiosity, but now his whole body was trembling. The 4-star threshold. Even Su was stunned. He could tell that Qin hadn't made a breakthrough in his cultivation. His fire element was still at 2 stars. Even if he had 3 elements and his combat power had broken through to 3 stars, he could understand that. Alternatively, if Qin had broken through to 3 stars in fire element and surpassed 4 stars in combat power, he would have understood, but for him to break the 4-star threshold at just 2 stars still seemed unbelievable. After all, the gap between 3 and 4 stars is huge, not to mention leaping 2 levels at once from 2 stars. I guess that's worth the whole bottle of dragon blood I gave him. Su finally nodded. He has already left us far behind. Zhang Chang muttered. Yu Lu nodded in agreement. It wasn't he just behind. They could barely even see his taillights anymore. They were geniuses in their own right, but compared to Qin, the thought alone was enough to make them feel hopeless. Did you hear that just now? The commander said he absorbed an entire bottle of blood. Yu Lu whispered. Zhang Chang nodded. Everyone gets their chance. Even though our beast blood isn't as good as his, what's even more infuriating is that we didn't absorb as much as he did. The two realized with a sense of despair that, even though the situation was already hopeless, what was even more disheartening was that when opportunity presented itself, others were able to seize it in its entirety, while they had only managed to grasp half of it. Chapter 63, Sudden Surge in Strength. 5-star Combat Power. When Qin returned to the dorm, he saw Li Yun and immediately sat up from his bed. You seem pretty scared of me? Qin asked, observing Li Yun's expression. It's not that I'm afraid, I'm just a little nervous. Li Yun dared not look at Qin. Qin smiled. Li Yun had an introverted and shy personality, and given how terrifying Qin had appeared just moments ago, his reaction was understandable. I'm not some monster. Relax, and get some rest. Sheen walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and said. Li Yun let out a sigh of relief, nodded quickly, and then fell back asleep. The assessment he'd just gone through had indeed taken a huge toll on him. Now they were going to rest before being taken back to their respective cities by their instructors.
Sheen was about to rest as well when his phone rang.
He answered it, and Sue told him that the beast core he'd requested had arrived and that he should go to the command room to pick it up. A few minutes later, he arrived at the command room. Sue was sitting there, and on the desk in front of him was a briefcase. The beast cores you requested are all right here, Sue said, patting the case.
Sheen couldn't wait to get to the desk.
With a click, the case opened. He immediately saw that the beast cores were neatly arranged inside.
10 level 1 wind, ice, and earth beast cores each worth 15 million.
10 level 2 beast cores of each element as well worth 30 million. Plus, 9 level 2 fire beast cores worth 9 million.
Total value, 54 million. Kid, you owe me 4 million.
Sue looked at Sheen and said with a smile. This reward had been provided by the Western Theater Command, valued at 50 million, but Sheen had previously told him to try his best to come up with the full amount. He had no choice, he really liked Sheen, so he obliged and covered the difference out of his own pocket.
Commander, are you short this much money?
Sheen closed the box and said with a smile.
Of course. 4 million, do you think it's 400 yuan? Sue snapped.
Although he was a general, 4 million wasn't exactly easy to come by. Most importantly, he'd already used up all the beast cores he'd obtained from the magic beasts he'd slain in the past. Cultivating as a martial artist consumed an enormous amount of resources. And this 4 million was practically all he had left.
Commander, don't be so stingy.
Sheen picked up the box and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back and said, "Thank you, Commander." "You little rascal, get out of here."
Sue waved his hand, scolding him with a laugh. When Sheen returned to the dormitory, Li Yun was already snoring.
Getting into bed, Sheen opened the box and first picked up a level 1 wind element beast core. Level 1 wind element beast core can be devoured for wind martial artists only.
Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole.
As his body digested the beast core, he could clearly sense the second divine rune on his wind element mark rapidly taking shape. After that, he picked them up one by one and devoured them.
Ding!
The second divine pattern of your wind element mark has reached full completion.
Boom!
Power surged wildly within his body. It felt as though countless gentle breezes were blowing through the entire dormitory, only to quickly settle back into calm. Sheen glanced at Li Yun, who was fast asleep, and smiled. Wind Realm, 2 stars. After briefly sensing his enhanced power, he continued picking up level 2 wind elemental beast cores. Before long, his wind elemental realm naturally broke through to 3 stars. Next, he picked up an ice elemental beast core. Soon, his ice elemental realm broke through repeatedly until reaching 2 stars, causing the temperature in the entire dormitory to drop sharply. Li Yun immediately rolled over. Just as Sheen thought he might wake up, he heard snoring again.
He sure is sleeping soundly.
Seeing that Li Yun hadn't woken up, Sheen didn't waste any time and began devouring the earth element beast core once more. Soon, the dorm was filled with earth elements, and a suffocating sensation appeared instantly. Li Yun's snoring stopped immediately, but the suffocating sensation quickly faded, and he went right back to sleep. Sheen shook his head. He'd never seen anyone sleep so soundly before. A level 2 fire element beast core. Sheen picked up the fire element beast core. Then, he swallowed them one by one, and the third divine rune on the fire element mark began to rapidly condense. Boom! When the divine pattern's progress reached perfection, the temperature in the entire dormitory surged suddenly. The oxygen in the air seemed to have been completely burned away, and a suffocating sensation even more intense than the earth element's earlier instantly swept over him.
What's going on?
Li Yun sat up abruptly from his bed, looking around in shock and confusion. His face was pale. Just a moment ago, it felt as if someone had grabbed him by the throat, leaving him unable to breathe.
It's nothing, you were just dreaming. Sheen instantly withdrew the fire element that had been released during the breakthrough. A dream? Li Yun asked, puzzled. But he was clearly having a pleasant dream. Moreover, that sensation just now had felt far too real. He even thought he was about to die, and he was still shaken by the experience. Just now you missed witnessing the rise of a super freak. Sheen added. What do you mean? Li Yun asked, puzzled. Sheen smiled but didn't speak. Instead, he looked at his system. Name, Sheen. Fire Element Realm, 3 stars 4th Divine Rune Progress, 0. Wind Element Realm, 3 stars 4th Divine Rune Progress, 0. Ice Element Realm, 3 stars 4th Divine Rune Progress, 0. Earth Element Realm, 3 star 4th Divine Rune Progress, 0. Combat Power, 83,000. Looking at his combat power, Sheen was stunned himself. It had already surpassed the threshold for the martial star realm. For martial artists, the leap in combat power after reaching 4-star is enormous, and by the time one reaches the Grandmaster realm, it becomes truly terrifying. Therefore, the further one progresses, the more difficult it becomes for a martial artist who has just broken through a realm to fight opponents of higher levels. Even in battles against opponents of the same level, it's equally challenging for a newly advanced martial artist to defeat those who have been at that level for a long time. Yet now, having just broken through to 3-star, Sheen could not only fight opponents of a higher level but had leaped 2 levels ahead. With breakthroughs in all 4 elements, plus the effects of the star tempering skill manifesting after my cultivation breakthrough, it's actually no surprise that I've reached the threshold for 5-star. Sheen pondered for a moment. The true absurdity of the star tempering skill lies in the fact that the higher your cultivation, the more pronounced its effects become. Right now, his thoughts were focused more on that military god from the military department. Given the vast gap in combat power between 4-star and 5-star, one can only imagine just how terrifying the gap between 9-star and Martial Saint must be. However, the fact that his opponent possessed dual 9-star ranks equivalent to a Martial Saint was what was truly terrifying. He either has a special trump card, or he is already at the peak of 9-star or even infinitely close to Martial Saint. Otherwise, it's impossible. Sheen thought firmly. Sheen, what's wrong? Li Yun saw Sheen staring off into space and asked. Sheen snapped out of his daze and shook his head. Nothing. By the way, Li Yun, do you want to get a sense of my strength? Sheen suddenly asked. How? Li Yun asked. To be honest, he was genuinely curious about Sheen's strength. Although Sheen had taken first place this time, aside from the officers, no one had actually seen his specific performance. It's simple. Come on, hit me with your strongest punch. Sheen said. Huh? Li Yun looked completely bewildered. Go ahead. Seriously? Seriously. Go ahead. Sheen nodded. Li Yun immediately felt nervous, but he still nodded. Watch out. With that, he charged at Sheen and aimed a punch straight at his chest. Hit me. Li Yun shouted when he saw Sheen standing still, but it was too late to pull his fist back. Boom. The punch landed squarely on Sheen's chest. Li Yun's face turned pale. It felt as if his fist had slammed into a block of iron. Then he saw Sheen's body tremble slightly, and in an instant, his own body was flung out the door. Thud. Li Yun's head lolled to one side, and with a look of terror in his eyes, he passed out. Chapter 64, The 9 Great Saint Academies, Yu Yang's Request. The next day. What are your plans from here on out? On the helicopter, Luna looked at Sheen and asked. What else is there to do? Of course, I'm preparing for the college entrance exams. They're coming up soon, so for now, I'll just stay home and spend some quality time with my parents. Sheen replied without a moment's hesitation. The college entrance exams were fast approaching, and after they were over, though he hadn't yet decided which university to attend, it certainly wouldn't be in Rongqing. Once he left, he likely wouldn't be able to return for a very long time. Besides, it was time to pay a visit to the Zhao family. Ever since he killed Quan and Zhao Liang, the Zhao household had been very quiet. But he knew that Zhao Wanshi would never simply give up on taking revenge on him, and he, for his part, would never let such an adversary live. After the college entrance exams, which martial arts academy are you planning to attend? Luna asked curiously.
With Qin's current abilities, he could get into any martial arts academy in Longwa.
Do you have any suggestions, Instructor Yang? Qin asked. Luna paused for a moment. That's up to you. Let me tell you about the martial arts academies in Longwa.
Before Qin could speak, she continued, there are many martial arts academies in Longwa, large and small, but there are 9 that are considered the very best.
Qin nodded, he was already aware of this.
These 9 martial arts academies in Longwa are known as the Saint Academies and were founded by Su Jin, one of Longwa's martial saints, the martial Saint Su.
The names of the academies are straightforward, 1st Saint Academy through 9th Saint Academy.
According to Qin's understanding, the deans of these 9 Saint Academies are all 8-star Grandmaster martial artists, and the chief dean is none other than the martial Saint Su. Of these, the first 5 Saint Academies are located in the capital, while the latter 4 are in Magic City. Among these 9 Saint Academies, the one with the strongest admissions each year is the 9th Saint Academy. Nearly half of the provincial top scorers attend the 9th Saint Academy. The weakest, on the other hand, is the 1st Saint Academy. As far as I know, they haven't admitted a single provincial top scorer in 10 years. The best they've managed is a city-level top scorer.
Luna merely gave a general overview of the annual admission situation.
In fact, the quality of a Saint Academy can be gauged by its admissions. Of course, since they are all among the 9 great Saint Academies, even the worst one isn't that bad after all. Each Saint Academy only admits a little over 1,000 students each year. Therefore, with the 9 Saint Academies recruiting across the entire Dragon Kingdom, they admit only about 10,000 students annually. It's safe to say that every one of them is an elite.
If I were to attend the worst of the 9 great Saint Academies, the 1st Saint Academy, would I still be eligible for a scholarship? Qin asked tentatively. It's unlikely, Luna shook her head. The 9 great Saint Academies don't actively recruit students.
After all, they only admit a limited number each year. Even if you were the national top scorer, they wouldn't be impressed. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. At worst, they lose one genius.
You have to remember, the Saint Academies are different from our military department.
We need geniuses, but the Saint Academies don't need them as much. After all, they're just there to teach martial arts and educate students. They don't need that many teachers.
All right. She nodded, though he still hadn't given up and was determined to give it a try.
Actually, the Saint Academies and even the martial arts academies across the entire Dragon Kingdom have good relations with our military department. Many people in the military department are graduates of those martial arts academies. So, it doesn't really matter which Saint Academy you attend.
However, if you want to put some pressure on yourself, go to the 9th Saint Academy in Magic City.
There, you'll find a gathering of geniuses.
Luna offered her suggestion, but she didn't push the issue, because Qin had his own way of training.
Whether he chose the 9th Saint Academy for the pressure or the 1st Saint Academy for an easier time, it was entirely up to Qin.
Qin nodded, instantly forming a plan in his mind.
As they spoke, the helicopter arrived at the summit of Ming Mountain. The genius training camp hadn't ended yet, but Luobin had returned early.
Upon hearing the roar of the helicopter, he ran out. Oh, the Star General has arrived too. Luobin said sarcastically upon seeing Qin. Attention!
Qin shouted at Luobin after stepping off the helicopter. Luobin instinctively snapped to attention, but quickly realized what was happening, and his face instantly darkened.
How humiliating!
Qin might hold the rank of Major General, but right now, he hadn't officially entered the barracks yet and held no real authority. It was essentially just a nominal title.
Qin laughed heartily. He is a good soldier, unlike certain people. He glanced at Luna, only to find she showed no reaction whatsoever.
Just then, the rest of the genius training camp participants, hearing the commotion, all ran over.
Boss!
Zhou Lei's eyes welled up with tears when he saw Qin.
He ran over quickly, spreading his arms wide to give Qin a hug. However, Qin kicked him back with a single kick. Everyone, it's been a long time. Qin looked at the others.
He could see that almost all of them had changed. They tanned, but they also grown stronger.
Qin, congratulations. Congratulations.
One by one, they stepped forward to greet him. In the end, only one person remained, Yu Yang. He stood at a distance, watching Qin, hesitating as if he wanted to speak but couldn't bring himself to do so.
Finally, he walked up to Qin. Qin, may I follow you?
As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at Yu Yang in surprise.
Qin furrowed his brow.
He knew Yu Yang fairly well. The man was very proud.
Back when Zhao Liang had asked him for help even with the Zhao family's influence at the time, he turned him down.
Yet now, here he was, offering to follow Qin and doing so openly in front of everyone, without the slightest hesitation.
It was truly unbelievable. Yu Yang, what is going on? Even Luo Bin and Luna looked at him in confusion.
It's nothing, Yu Yang shook his head and explained. Qin is a star general now. Following him isn't a disgrace. His words didn't make sense to the others. Even if Qin was a star general, he was still a student under 18, and his cultivation level was only 2 stars.
A genius wouldn't follow just anyone, even someone with immense potential, and this was simply incomprehensible. Can we talk in private? Qin asked. He sensed that Yu Yang must have something else on his mind.
Sure. The two quickly made their way to a secluded spot. The others saw them go but didn't follow, though each was secretly speculating.
Go ahead, why? Qin asked.
At that moment, Yu Yang's expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with intense hatred.
He said slowly, my dad is dead. Huh? Qin's expression changed. You remember when Zhao Liang called me last time, right? Yu Yang asked. Qin immediately caught on. The Zhao family?
Yu Yang nodded. That very day, I warned my dad to be careful of the Zhao family.
I never expected something like this to happen.
You're a martial artist, your family should be safe.
Qin said.
Back then, he had worked hard to become a martial artist precisely to prevent the Zhao family from taking revenge on his family. And Yu Yang was also a martial artist. While his residence might not compare to Qinghai Garden, it was certainly safe. It would be nearly impossible for the Zhao family to strike.
Yu Yang shook his head.
My dad and Zhao Wanshi knew each other. Plus, he was a businessman who traveled frequently, so Zhao Wanshi always had a chance to go after him. Qin's expression darkened. After all, this matter was ultimately connected to him. He didn't ask Yu Yang how his father had been killed, but simply said, have the City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Guild been informed? The City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Guild were under the same authority, and in a case like this, the City Lord's Mansion would certainly send people to investigate. They investigated, but found no evidence. However, I know for a fact that Zhao Wanshi was behind it.
Yu Yang stated with certainty.
Qin nodded. Yu Yang wasn't the type to speak recklessly, and he, too, believed Zhao Wanshi was behind it. I'll pay a visit to the Zhao family.
Qin patted Yu Yang on the shoulder.
As for the offer to follow him, he didn't agree. He didn't need any underlings. Zhou Lei, that was just for fun. It wasn't a real commitment. Chapter 65, Preparations before visiting the Zhao family.
Yu Yang's expression changed.
He brought this up with Qin to have him rush over to the Zhao family right away. After all, Zhao Wanshi was still a 4-star martial artist, and there was no point in Qin going there now. Besides, without evidence, even if he went, there was nothing he could do. Openly killing someone in the city, even if Qin were a star general, that wouldn't be allowed. If you want revenge, go get ready. I can wait until tomorrow, and we'll head down the mountain together, Qin said calmly, offering no further explanation.
All right. Yu Yang said nothing more. He knew Qin well. He wouldn't do anything pointless without a solid plan.
Since he was going, even if he couldn't kill Zhao Wanshi, he must have another purpose. After Yu Yang left to prepare, Luna found Qin.
Is this about the Zhao family?
Qin looked at her in surprise.
Instructor Yang, you really are sharp as a tack.
Luna knew about the incident involving Zhao Liang back then, and she knew Yu Yang was involved as well, but the fact that she figured it out so quickly still took Qin by surprise.
I know Yu Yang well.
For him to say he'll follow you, something major must have happened. But I must warn you, Zhao Wancher's 4-star cultivation isn't something he has built up with drugs. It's best to wait until your own cultivation has improved before making any plans, Luna cautioned. After Zhao Liang's death, she had investigated the Zhao family and was quite familiar with Zhao Wancher's situation.
Qin nodded superficially but offered no explanation. He wondered if he could take down a 4-star cultivator like Zhao Wancher with a single punch. Early the next morning, Yu Yang withdrew from the genius training camp and headed down the mountain with Qin. Go back home first, have a meal with your family, and comfort them. Just tell them that, barring any surprises, Zhao Wancher will die today. Qin said to Yu Yang as he stepped out of the taxi upon arriving in the city. Yu Yang stared at Qin in shock. He didn't understand where Qin's confidence was coming from. He had originally thought Qin might ask the military for help to secretly eliminate Zhao Wancher, but now he hadn't even seen Qin approach anyone. Instead, he was heading straight to the Zhao family residence. Clearly, he intended to take him out in the open. But the only way to do that openly was through a martial artist's challenge. However, Zhao Wancher might refuse, and even if he accepted, how would Qin handle it? By the way, meet at the Zhao residence at noon. Don't be late. Qin reminded him, then walked into the Qinghayuan residential complex. Yu Yang watched Qin's retreating figure. I won't be late. When Qin returned home, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa watching TV. The elderly couple now led a very leisurely life, but recently, Qin had advised them to stay within the complex as much as possible. Even for grocery shopping, they had hired someone specifically to do it for them. He had originally wanted to hire a housekeeper, but a retired soldier in Xiofan, who was used to a frugal lifestyle, couldn't adjust to the idea right away. The housekeeper was let go after only 2 days. Xiaochen, why are you back? Seeing Qin walk in, the couple was both surprised and delighted. Yeah, I'm back. The Star General selection is over, and I'm back to prepare for the college entrance exams. Qin nodded. It's over? How did it go? Day asked eagerly. Qin had mentioned the Star General selection during their phone calls, and Day was very concerned about the outcome. Of course I was selected, Qin smiled, pulling out the medal. Just as Xiofan was about to reach for it, Dave quickly said, don't touch it. What's the matter? Xiofan asked, displeased. Dave stood up and carefully took the medal in his hands. This is the first ever Star General medal from the General Staff. Although it's only symbolic, its significance is immense. In the future, when our son joins the military, with this, he'll be a full-fledged brigadier general. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. You know, in all my years in the military, I only saw a brigadier general once. Dave said, somewhat excited, turning the medal over and over as if it were a priceless treasure. I don't get it, but you sure do. Xiofan retorted irritably. Dave ignored her and turned to Qin. You're going to join the military department, right? Join the military? What's that about? Xiofan interjected. With our son's grades, he could land a good position at the Rongqing Martial Guild. What do you know? Any real man should join the military. Day shouted. Qin quickly stepped in to stop them. It's too early to talk about that. Let us wait until after graduation. By the way, where's the evidence that the Zhao family framed Dad? Xiaochen, do you want it? Day suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin in surprise. Yes. It's time for the Zhao family to pay the full price. Over the past year or so, in order to see the Zhao family punished, Xiofan had frequently gathered evidence. However, this evidence wasn't yet sufficient to truly hurt them, which was why she kept it hidden all this time. But? Dad, there's no but. I know the evidence isn't enough. What I want isn't for them to face official punishment. I want to take matters into my own hands. Qin cut him off. Dave and Xiofan were both honest, law-abiding people. In their view, even if the Zhao family were to pay a price, it should come through the rules of society. But that wasn't what Qin wanted. Having attempted to kill him several times,
they deserved to be punished by his own hand.
All right. Dave finally nodded, deciding to leave the matter to Qin.
Qin's behavior over the past year had proven that he was not a reckless person. Xiaofan didn't quite understand, but she knew her son was preparing to take action against the Zhao family. She hated the Zhao family with a passion, so she didn't say anything else. Soon, they brought out the evidence they gathered over the past year or so.
It was all fairly straightforward evidence.
As soon as Qin received it, he wasted no time and headed straight out the door, then pulled out his phone.
Qin, what made you think to call me?
The moment the call connected, Su Hua's voice came through on the other end.
I'm back, Director Su. Could you please give me Mayor Zhou's number? I need to discuss something with him. Qin got straight to the point, without any small talk. Mayor Zhou? Su Hua's voice sounded puzzled, but he didn't ask for clarification.
Instead, he said, "All right, write this down." After hanging up, Qin dialed the number immediately.
Hello?
Mayor Zhou's voice came through right away. This was his private number.
Mayor Zhou, it's Qin. Qin's tone was calm. Qin? You're back?
On the other end of the line, Qin could hear the surprise and delight in the other person's voice. As the mayor and a prodigy of Rongqing, he had always kept a close eye on Qin. He was well aware of Qin's time at the prodigy training camp and even his participation in the Star General selection process. However, he hadn't expected Qin to return so soon.
Yes, City Lord.
I'd like to ask for your help, Qin said, getting straight to the point. Over the phone, City Lord Zhou's voice carried a smile. Rongqing's top prodigy, the first Star General from the military department. I'm afraid not many could ask for a favor like this. Go ahead, as long as it's within my power, I'll do my best.
Qin smiled.
In the eyes of many in Rongqing, City Lord Zhou was an unapproachable figure, one of the city's few six-star powerhouses. In the past, Qin had also considered him unapproachable, but as his own fame grew, he realized that such figures weren't actually as unapproachable as people imagined. I'd like to visit the Rongqing prison to see Yuan Hao,
Qin said.
Chapter 66, One day, I will trample these rules underfoot.
Yuan Hao. A year ago,
he was bribed by Quan and then deliberately rammed Dave with his car. Logically speaking, a family like the Zhao clan wouldn't take such a risk for a single beast core. However, once he learned that both Quan and Zhao Liang had been using drugs to artificially boost their cultivation levels, everything became clear to him. Quan had likely been doing this for a long time. His humanity had become twisted.
He must have committed countless acts of extortion and plunder like this in the past. After Dae's accident, Yuan Hao was arrested.
He was sentenced to life imprisonment, and in this parallel world, life truly meant life. There was no such thing as a commuted sentence. Therefore, with no hope of release and hoping to rely on the Zhao family's covert support, Yuan Hao had consistently refused to admit that Quan had instigated the crime. Half an hour later, Qin arrived at the entrance of Rongqing prison. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a man in a police uniform waiting at the gate. Upon seeing Qin get out, the man approached him.
Qin? Qin nodded. The man immediately became friendly.
The city lord called to say you were coming and told me to wait for you here. Also, Yuan Hao has already been brought out.
By the way, my name is Zhou Kai. I'm the warden here. Thank you, Warden Zhou, Qin nodded.
Soon, the two walked into the prison.
Along the way, several prison guards were surprised to see the warden personally escorting a visitor.
A few minutes later, the two arrived at a visiting room. It's right inside, the warden said. Qin nodded, pushed open the door, and saw a man in a prison uniform sitting inside.
When the man looked up, Qin spoke directly. Do you remember me?
Yuan Hao stared at Qin.
Dae's son. How could he not remember Qin?
The first time he tried to harm someone, it was Qin's father, and back then, Qin had already sought him out.
Glad you remember.
You should know why I'm here to see you today, right?
Qin walked straight up to him and sat down. Yuan Hao's expression shifted between anger and resignation.
He already made his guesses, but he didn't speak up.
Qin smiled.
For over a year now, Yu Haven T ratted out the person pulling the strings behind the scenes.
You've done quite well. Do you know who this man here with me is? Hearing this, Yuan Hao finally looked up. When he recognized Zhou Kai, he immediately stood up. Warden.
Although Yi never spoken to Zhou Kai in prison, that didn't prevent him from recognizing him. At that moment, when he looked back at Qin, his expression had completely changed, now tinged with a hint of terror.
Now, are you ready to talk? Qin asked flatly. Yuan Hao's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally spoke up. If I tell you, will I have a chance to get out?
In prison, the Zhao family had usually used certain means to ensure his life here was tolerable at the very least. He'd never been singled out, and in fact, he'd lived better than many others. However, if Zhou Kai decided to take action, Yuan Hao would suffer terribly. Even the Zhao family's influence wouldn't help, because in this place, Zhou Kai was the one calling the shots.
He could even have him secretly released without any trouble. No.
Qin replied without a moment's hesitation. Not only is there no way out, but if you tell me, your sentence will be commuted to death.
What? Yuan Hao's expression shifted. He looked at Qin with disbelief. Then why on earth should I tell you? Qin smiled. Because if you don't, you'll wish you were dead. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuan Hao instantly felt a chill run straight up the back of his neck. He looked at Zhou Kai, hoping to see some sign of disagreement with Qin's words. However, he was disappointed. Zhou Kai's face remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard a thing. I'll give you 3 seconds. Qin's voice turned cold. I'll tell you, Zhou Kai said without further hesitation. Back then, it was indeed Quan. No, Qin cut him off immediately, shaking his head. It wasn't Quan, it was Zhao Wanshi. Quan was already dead and of no consequence. Now, to take down Zhao Wanshi, they needed to pin the blame on him. Yuan Hao stared at Qin in shock, then turned to look at Zhou Kai. This was a blatant attempt to shift the blame, yet he noticed that Zhou Kai still remained silent. Only then did he realize just how formidable Qin truly was to have a prison warden step forward personally, and for Qin's word to be law. In this regard, the Zhao family was no match at all. Yes, it was Zhao Wanshi, Yuan Hao said, completely deflated, his voice strained. Qin stood up. Very good. He then turned to Zhou Kai, produced the prepared evidence, and said with a smile, Warden Zhou, with his confession and this evidence, can we finally settle the matter of Zhao Wanshi's involvement in what happened to my father? Zhou Kai merely glanced at it and nodded. Irrefutable evidence. Qin nodded. The reality was that back when he hadn't yet risen to power, the evidence he'd prepared would have been utterly useless. Even if Zhou Kai had admitted to it, it likely wouldn't have been of much use. But now, this evidence had proven invaluable, it had even become irrefutable proof. Such were the benefits of status. This wasn't Zhou Kai's fault, nor could anyone else be blamed. That's just how the world works. Now, I'll call the city lord's mansion and have them arrest Zhao Wanshi, Zhou Kai said. He could tell that Qin was already eager to make Zhao Wanshi pay the price. Qin smiled. Arrest? Why arrest him? We're all martial artists, we should settle this by martial artists' rules. Martial artists' rules? Zhou Kai was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. In the Dragon Kingdom, there's a rule: martial artists cannot kill at will. If caught, there are 2 ways to resolve the matter. First, the authorities could arrest the perpetrator, and the authorities would then determine the appropriate punishment. Second, the victim could challenge the perpetrator in the manner of martial artists, a challenge with no rules, where life or death was at stake. The first method was primarily intended for cases where the victim was an ordinary person. Since ordinary people couldn't use the second method, this served as a form of protection for them. The second method, however, is intended for martial artists themselves. It is a mark of respect granted to them, allowing them to seek revenge on their own. Furthermore, the victim may ask someone else to act on their behalf. As long as you can persuade someone, even a grandmaster, they must accept, and the other party cannot refuse. This rule was jointly established by the 4 great martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom, and only these 4 have the authority to break it.
This is why Qin went to such great lengths to come to the prison and why he waited until after becoming a star general to do so. Only then would Zhou Kai, and even the city lord's mansion, show him such deference. And only when Zhou Kai showed him deference and personally accompanied him would Yuan Hao abandon his final resistance. If this rule didn't exist, Qin could have simply gone straight to the Zhao family. One day, I will trample this rule underfoot, Qin thought to himself. On his path as a martial artist, as far as he could see, there were no bottlenecks below the rank of martial saint as long as he didn't die. Reaching 9 stars was merely a matter of time. The only uncertainty lay in becoming a martial saint, for that path was far too mysterious. However, as a practitioner of multiple martial arts styles, once he reached the 9-star level, he would be on par with a martial saint just like Xian Antian and would naturally be able to disregard the rules. I'm free anyway, so I'll go take a look too, Zhou Kai said with a smile. He wanted to see exactly who Qin had invited to deal with Zhao Wanshi this time. If a grandmaster from the military department were to step in, then this trip would be well worth it. Chanshan novels. Even if a grandmaster were merely observing the battle, he would still benefit immensely. Chapter 67, The Bigwigs of Rongqing Gather. After leaving Rongqing prison, Qin got into Zhou Kai's car and headed for the Zhao family compound. At the Zhao residence, Yu Yang had already arrived. He was standing in the courtyard, holding a box in his hands, while several of the Zhao family's tempering stage bodyguards lay on the ground. However, a second-rank martial artist was now blocking his path, preventing him from advancing even a single step. In the villa's grand hall, an elderly man and a young man were seated. "Aren't you going to handle this?" the elderly man asked Zhao Wanshi, furrowing his brow. Zhao Wanshi shook his head. "No need. Let him make a scene. It'd be best if he can't resist killing someone that way. I can kill him outright." He had indeed killed Yu Yang's father, and since Yu Yang possessed considerable talent, he remained a potential threat. Zhao Wanshi wanted Yu Yang to cause as much trouble as possible, ideally, to kill someone. Otherwise, even if he intervened now, he couldn't kill Yu Yang outright. Since he couldn't kill him, he naturally wouldn't intervene. "Did you invite me here today just to watch him?" the old man asked calmly. "Old Master Meng, do you know Qin?" Zhao Wanshi asked. Of course, he wasn't here for Yu Yang, he was here for Qin. Old Master Meng nodded. "Of course. I heard the city announcement last time." "What, is this all just for a 2-star martial artist?" Zhao Wanshi shook his head helplessly. He knew the old man rarely paid attention to such matters, so it was only natural that he wasn't aware of what had happened to Qin afterward. He explained, "Qin being a 2-star martial artist, that was a while ago. Later, he entered the Rongqing Genius Training Camp. My son Quan and Zhao Liang were both killed by him. After that, he participated in the military department's Star General selection. Just yesterday, he returned." He quickly went on to recount the details of the Star General selection. Ever since he learned that Qin had killed Quan, he'd been keeping a close eye on Qin. After Zhao Liang was killed, he went to great lengths to gather intelligence on Qin and had his parents placed under surveillance. However, he couldn't take action against Qinghe Garden, so during this time, he defocused his attention entirely on Qin himself. When Qin returned to the Genius Training Camp yesterday, he suspected that Qin would certainly try to take him down, so today, he had invited Old Master Meng. "So what if he is back? You're a 4-star general, are you afraid of him?" Old Master Meng spoke softly, a hint of disdain in his eyes, disdain for Zhao Wanshi's excessive caution. He knew that Zhao Wanshi had risen to his current position precisely because of his caution. Moreover, it was this very caution and his fear that the Zhao family would lose its power that had led him to use drugs to artificially boost his 2 sons' abilities. But in his view, for a 4-star martial artist to be so cautious when facing someone who wasn't even of legal age, that wasn't a matter of caution, it was cowardice. "I'm not afraid of him," Zhao Wanshi shook his head. "Qin is now highly regarded by the Ministry of Defense. I'm afraid the ministry will intervene on his behalf." "Is that your true motive for joining my Chongqing Martial Arts Academy?" Old Master Meng looked at Zhao Wanshi, his tone suddenly turning cold. He was the head of the Changshang Martial Arts Academy's Rongqing branch, and he had previously welcomed Zhao Wancher's membership with open arms. But now, it seemed the other man was using the academy as his own source of support. Zhao Wancher felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly said, "Master Meng, you've misunderstood. I joined the Changsheng Martial Arts Academy primarily for my own sake. Now that my 2 sons are dead and my wife has left me, I am the sole remaining member of the Zhao family. Joining the academy was my own decision. It's just that, with this matter involving Qin, I had no choice but to ask you to intervene." Old Master Meng looked at him, naturally not fully believing his words. "Nevertheless," he said, "since I've agreed to let you join, if Qin hires powerful fighters, I'll step in. But remember, after this, your life belongs to the Changsheng Martial Arts Academy. The academy can smooth things over for you, but you must also be prepared to die for it."
"Thank you, Elder Meng."
Zhao Wancher breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Qin might have obtained evidence that would allow him to hire someone to take him down, but Zhao also had evidence Qin had killed his son, so he, too, could hire someone. Meng Changqing was now a 6-star martial artist. As long as Qin didn't hire a grandmaster, he could handle anyone. Unless, of course, Qin decided to challenge him personally. I must find a way to make him take the initiative himself. That way, I can personally eliminate a major threat. In his mind, Zhao Wancher was already plotting how to get Qin to make the first move.
Bang!
Just then, a figure flew through the air, smashing straight through the window and landing right in front of the 2 men. "Head of the Zhao family, Qin is here to see you," a voice called out from outside. Zhao Wancher's expression changed. He hurriedly stood up and walked toward the entrance.
Meng Changqing frowned and stood up as well.
When Zhao Wancher reached the villa courtyard, he saw Qin and Yu Yang standing together, flanked by a man in a police uniform.
"Warden Zhou, you're here too." Zhao Wancher looked at Zhou Kai and instantly understood what was going on.
Qin had likely done exactly what he suspected, found evidence and pinned the crime on him.
"Come and see." Zhou Kai smiled.
Zhao Wancher ignored him and turned to Qin.
"You're quite bold to show up without anyone from the military department."
Qin had brought only Zhou Kai, which surprised him. If Qin had merely asked Zhou Kai to intervene, he would certainly have stayed here today.
"If you aren't bold, how can you become a true powerhouse?"
Qin said casually. "Young man, you're right, but being bold can also lead to death." Just then, Meng Changqing stepped out.
"Director Meng?"
Zhou Kai frowned when he saw Meng Changqing emerge.
Qin also looked over.
He hadn't met Meng Changqing before, but upon hearing Zhou Kai's title, he guessed the man's identity. "Warden Zhou, just a reminder, Zhao Wancher is now part of the Changsheng Martial Arts Hall.
Are you going to intervene?"
Meng Changqing glanced at Zhou Kai and spoke in a calm tone.
Zhou Kai's expression changed.
He was only a 5-star martial artist, and when he arrived, he hadn't expected that Qin hadn't called for backup. This put him in a difficult position. Qin was highly regarded by the city lord and certainly couldn't be allowed to die here, but he was no match for Meng Changqing.
What a commotion!
Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Immediately afterward, a burly man with a square face strode in. Each of his steps seemed incredibly solid.
City Lord Zhou.
Zhao Wancher's pupils contracted. The city lord of Rongqing had actually come in person.
Meng Changqing's expression darkened.
Zhou Taiquan was renowned throughout Longwei for his iron fists. Even he felt a certain apprehension toward the man.
"Director Meng, it's been a long time."
"Last time, I'm sorry I accidentally beat you until you coughed up blood," haha. Zhou Taiquan roared with laughter.
Meng Changqing's face turned ashen.
The last time the other man was referring to was the Rongqing martial arts tournament several years ago. Qin looked at City Lord Zhou in surprise. He hadn't expected something like this to happen.
Zhou Taiquan walked up to Qin and whispered, "Why didn't you invite anyone?"
He always assumed Qin had invited people from the military department, and that he'd come merely to watch the spectacle. He never expected Qin to show up on his own. That was incredibly bold. Just as Qin was about to speak, another voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Young Zhou, it's unethical of you to bring up Director Meng's painful memories like that." As the words fell, an elderly man dressed in a long robe walked in.
"Zhu Yuan."
Meng Changqing's expression changed completely upon seeing him. Zhao Wanshi, meanwhile, wore a grim look. The head of the Rongqing Martial Guild had also come in person. Seeing Zhu Yuan arrive, Qin was at a loss for words. He had clearly been prepared to take matters into his own hands, but now that all 3 6-star martial artists from Rongqing had appeared, the situation seemed to have become rather complicated. Chapter 68, The Icy Finger Sending the Zhao family head to the afterlife. Zhu Yuan walked straight up to Qin. Didn't you ask the military department to intervene? Like Zhou Taiquan, he was just there to watch the spectacle. As 6-star martial artists who had reached that rank quite some time ago, perhaps witnessing a grandmaster in action would help them grasp the essence of the grandmaster's path and maybe even achieve a breakthrough. No, I didn't, Qin said, spreading his hands. Never mind. Zhu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He didn't know what trump cards Qin had up his sleeve. Perhaps the military department had provided some powerful weapons or something of the sort. However, no matter how powerful a weapon might be, it was ultimately an external tool. Moreover, the more powerful the weapon, the harder it was to control if one's cultivation was too low. Therefore, if Qin intended to rely on external tools to kill Zhao Wanshi, he'd likely need a good dose of luck. One misstep, and he'd be killed in return. Choose between me and that kid Zhou. Will beat the crap out of him, Zhu Yuan said. Although he deliberately lowered his voice, it was still loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Zhu Yuan. Meng Changqing's face was contorted with rage. Zhu Yuan looked at Meng Changqing. What? Do you doubt my strength? To be honest, the only reason I'm willing to step in is because I can't stand your Changqing Martial Arts Academy. What's the problem? That's how the rules are set. As long as Qin needs it, I can beat the shit out of you and then kill Zhao Wanshi. At that moment, Zhu Yuan seemed like a completely different person, no longer the reserved man Qin had seen when he first visited his home. It seemed he really couldn't stand the people from the Changqing Martial Arts Academy. Qin thought about it for a moment. Actually, he could understand. Among the 4 major powers in Longwa, the military department fights on the front lines to ensure peace and stability in the rear. Meanwhile, the Martial Artists Association and the City Lord's Mansion serve and regulate martial artists, preventing them from killing indiscriminately and ensuring the normal functioning of social order. As for the Martial Academy, it has trained generation after generation of talented individuals for humanity, making a tremendous contribution to the survival of martial artists in Dragon Nation. Only the Changqing Martial Arts Hall operates primarily for private gain. Although they have also trained quite a few martial artists, these individuals were all funded by others to study there. Even if some eventually stay at the hall, they still act in their own self-interest. It can be said that if the military department, the Martial Guild, or the Martial Academy were to disappear, Dragon Nation would likely face serious problems. Only the absence of a martial arts school would have minimal impact. Well, who do you choose? Zhu Yuan looked at Qin. Zhou Taiquan also turned to look, waiting for Qin's decision. Although he wouldn't get to see a grandmaster in action this time, taking matters into his own hands and earning a favor in the process wasn't a bad outcome either. Qin didn't speak, but took a step forward. Everyone, my purpose in coming here today is very clear: to kill Zhao Wanshi. Now, I have more than enough evidence that Zhao Wanshi harmed my father. Furthermore, Quan and Zhao Liang were also involved in what happened to my father, so I admitted I killed them both. Upon hearing this, the crowd remained silent, simply listening intently. The feud between Qin and Zhao Wanshi was irreconcilable. No one could intervene. But as for how I will kill him, I've already made up my mind, Qin said with great seriousness. This is my path as a martial artist. Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan's expressions changed simultaneously. What is he planning to do? Zhou Taiquan frowned. Zhu Yuan shook his head. At that moment, he saw a resolute determination in Qin's eyes. It seemed that even if they tried to dissuade him, it would be futile. Sighing inwardly, he could only wait and see how the situation would unfold. At that moment, Qin turned to look at Meng Changqing. Director Meng, I intend to take action myself today. Do you plan to stop me? Meng Changqing looked at Qin with an expression of unprecedented gravity. Only now did he realize that Qin's true terror lay not in his cultivation level, but in that unwavering resolve the intangible aura he exuded. This young man actually possesses the bearing of a grandmaster, he thought, shaken to the core. At that moment, he desperately wanted to strike and kill Qin himself, but he couldn't. With Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan present, if he made a move, the other two would surely intervene. Why should I stop him? Meng Changqing said softly, gazing at Qin. Then, he quietly murmured into Zhao Wanchu's ear, kill him. Zhao Wanchu's heart leapt with joy. Qin had actually grown so arrogant as to challenge a 4-star cultivator with only a 2-star cultivation base. Boy, I'll grant you your wish. Zhao Wanchu took a few steps forward, facing Qin, and spoke slowly. His heart was brimming with excitement he could barely contain. Killing Qin wasn't just about avenging his 2 sons. He would also be the first person to kill Rongqing's #1 prodigy, a feat that would be remembered by the world for a very long time. I hope head of the Zhao clan will truly grant me this favor. Qin stood where he was, calmly watching his opponent approach step by step. So you're that eager to die? Seeing that Qin hadn't moved, Zhao Wanchu spoke softly, do you feel the pressure of a 4-star cultivator? Yet Qin remained rooted to the spot, his expression utterly calm. He even gave a faint smile. I don't feel the pressure of a 4-star cultivator, but I do feel the excitement of the impending kill. No, I don't consider you human. To be precise, it's the excitement of taking a life. Ha! Zhao Wanchu roared with laughter. Are you ready? I'm ready. I wonder, head of the Zhao clan, are you ready to meet your end? Zhao Wanchu's expression turned icy. Meet my end? I'm already prepared. Good. Before his opponent could finish speaking, Qin's body suddenly seemed to radiate boundless cold energy. The temperature around him seemed to turn bone-chilling in an instant. At the same time, his body appeared to grow a size larger, and his skin, in that moment, hardened like iron. His bones instantly took on a pale golden hue, and a ferocious power surged through him, as if it were about to shatter his body. Ice element. Star body tempering. At that moment, the terrifying power radiating from Qin swept across the entire arena. Yu Yang, his face etched with terror, kept backing away. Even Zhou Kai's expression changed drastically as he also took a few steps back. The 3 6-star cultivators' expression shifted from shock to bewilderment, then to horror and disbelief. Frost finger. Qin raised his finger, which instantly turned to ice. Send Zhao family head to the afterlife. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin thrust his finger forward. At the same time, he finally took a step forward, closing in on Zhao Wanchu. Zhao Wanchu sensed the intense threat of death. His face paled, and his body instinctively tried to retreat. However, before he could take a single step back, Qin had already appeared beside him. The next second, his finger struck Zhao Wanchu's forehead. Boom! His body was sent flying by an irresistible force. As he flew backward, an extreme chill surged into his body, instantly freezing his blood and internal organs. He tried frantically to scream, but no sound came out. His eyes were filled with nothing but terror. Immediately afterward, a layer of frost appeared on his skin. Boom! His body hit the ground with a crack, as if a block of ice had shattered, and immediately afterward, his body shattered into fragments. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Chapter 69, The ace up your sleeve is your own strength. Several people stared into the distance. As the ice melted, Zhao Wanchu's body turned into a pile of flesh and bone, with blood slowly seeping out, a sight that sent a chill down their spines. Ugh! Yu Yang retched. Even though he'd slain monstrous beasts before, he simply couldn't hold it in this time. It was too gruesome. Meng Changqing looked at Qin, his expression completely transformed. A teenager not yet 18 had actually killed the 4-star Zhao Wanchu with a single move. Even more terrifying was the method, cruel and bloodthirsty, yet the boy's face remained utterly calm. Director Meng, you seem quite angry, Qin said, looking at him and speaking slowly. He knew a thing or two about Meng Changqing. The man lacked magnanimity. Today, Meng likely harbored some resentment toward him. After all, Zhao Wanchu had just joined the Changsheng Martial Arts Academy. And he had killed him right there on the spot. Even if there were past grievances between them, given Meng Changqing's temperament, he couldn't possibly let this slide.
Humph.
Meng Changqing snorted coldly, flicked his wrist, glanced at Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan, and walked out of the villa compound.
Goodbye, Director Meng. Qin called out loudly.
It was only his voice that snapped the two bigwigs of Rongqing out of their shock. They looked at Qin as if he were a freak. This was beyond what could be described as mere genius.
Another Xia Junsheng? That was the first thought that sprang to both their minds.
It's extremely difficult for a martial artist to break through to a higher tier, but Xia Nantian had done it, and so had Qin.
Qin, what is your cultivation level? Zhou Taiquan was completely dumbfounded.
He knew that when Qin went to the Star General Selection, he had broken through to 2-star and possessed 3 elements. But even that wouldn't have been enough to defeat Zhao Wanshi, let alone take him out in an instant.
Qin smiled.
On my way back, I accidentally broke through to 3-star. That's why I dared to come to the Zhao family without an escort. He didn't say he'd fully broken through to 3-star. He was being vague, but he wasn't lying either.
3-star? And by chance? Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this some kind of joke? Breaking through just like that? What a load of nonsense. Forget it. He is just an incomprehensible freak. Zhu Yuan waved his hand dismissively.
He couldn't be bothered to speculate. He'd seen it with his own eyes. The facts were right there. Qin had instantly defeated a 4-star cultivator. Moreover, Zhao Wanshi hadn't just reached the 4-star level in terms of combat power, he was at least at 30,000. A trump card, so this was his trump card all along. Zhu Yuan was at a loss for words. The concerns he and Zhou Taiquan had just had were truly unnecessary.
Qin hadn't relied on any powerful weapons provided by the military or anything of the sort.
Instead, it was his own strength, something no one had even considered.
All right, let us go.
Someone will handle the Zhao family here.
This matter is completely over, Zhou Taiquan said.
Both he and Zhu Yuan knew that a heavy burden had long weighed on Qin's mind, the Zhao family. Now, with Zhao Wanshi's death, the matter of the Zhao family was finally resolved.
Qin nodded, but deep down, he wasn't as calm as he appeared on the surface.
Zhao Wanshi was dead, but there was still one person from the Zhao family he hadn't seen. That was Zhao Wanshi's wife, Huang Lingsu. She was just an ordinary person who had left the Zhao family. Perhaps in others' eyes, she posed no threat at all, but Qin didn't see it that way. Even if she wasn't a threat, having lost 2 sons and her husband, she would undoubtedly harbor an overwhelming hatred toward him.
Who knows what might happen in the future?
So, as far as he was concerned, it was best to uproot the problem completely.
He walked up to Yu Yang and whispered in his ear, Zhao Wanshi is dead.
Although you didn't do it yourself, you've still avenged yourself. Also, Huang Lingsu, you need to investigate her. Whether you kill her yourself or report back to me, just make sure you find her. Qin patted him on the shoulder and walked out of the villa with Zhu Yuan, Zhou Taiquan, and Zhou Kai.
Yu Yang watched Qin's retreating figure and nodded imperceptibly.
Earlier, he had wanted to follow Qin, but since Qin hadn't brought it up, he knew the other man hadn't agreed.
Perhaps it was because he wasn't good enough yet.
He decided he would definitely find Huang Lingsu and prove his worth. Only then did he turn and look at Zhao Wanshi's mangled corpse. Clutching the box, he approached the remains and set it down. Dad, Zhao Wanshi is dead. Your revenge has been avenged.
From now on, I will embark on my own martial path.
From this day forward, the Yu family will no longer engage in business. We will devote ourselves solely to martial arts.
Yu Yang's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented resolve.
Merchants, especially families with large business empires, may seem to hold high status in this society, but compared to martial artists, they're nothing. Even though the Dragon Kingdom has order and rules, martial artists are still a cut above the rest. Killing someone is really no big deal. So, what do you say?
Want to head over to the city lord's mansion for a banquet?
As the 4 of them stepped out of the villa, Zhou Taiquan said with a smile to the other 3.
Zhao Wanshi's dead. What kind of banquet are you throwing?
Zhu Yuan retorted irritably, then turned to Qin.
Your family must be waiting for you. Hurry home and let them know you're safe.
Zhu Yuan, true to his seniority, handled people and situations in a way Zhou Taekwon couldn't match. He could tell that Qin wanted to go straight home. Zhou Kai hadn't backed down when Meng Changqing had appeared. And the arrival of Zhou Taekwon and Zhu Yuan had given him even more confidence. Meng Changqing's appearance this time had taken him by surprise. If it hadn't been for these few people, and if Meng Changqing had acted without regard for the consequences, the outcome of this situation would have been far from certain. Of course, that probability was very low as long as his true strength remained undisclosed. Zhao Wancher wouldn't have asked Meng Changqing to intervene personally. And after he had suddenly killed Zhao Wancher, Meng Changqing wouldn't dare break the rules to intervene either. But that possibility still existed. At that moment, he thought of Zhou Lei. Given that kid's style, he'd likely seek out a whole bunch of experts for help first. But that's not my way. Qin shook his head. Everyone has their own path in martial arts. Some are cautious and even choose to lie low. As for him, he wasn't reckless, but he wouldn't lie low just to become invincible either. There's no right or wrong, only what suits you. By the way, Chairman Zhu, I'd like to get my martial artist certification updated. Qin said suddenly. Currently, his certification was only at 2 stars. If he didn't update it, it would be like losing money every month. Certification? Why bother? I'll just give you 4 stars right away. Someone will deliver the certificate to you. Zhu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Since he could already take down 4-star opponents in an instant, there was no need to go through all that trouble. 4 stars? Isn't that a bit low? What? As soon as Qin spoke, all three turned to look at him in shock. Do you have 5-star combat power? Zhu Yuan couldn't help but ask. The punch Qin had just used to kill Zhao Wancher did indeed carry the aura of 5-star combat power, but it was impossible to tell the exact figure. Besides, Qin had used a martial art technique, a burst of power, which wasn't the same as the standard combat power tested by the Martial Guild. And now, Qin was saying that 4 stars wasn't enough. He didn't think Qin was bragging, because there was absolutely no need for it. Just now, I could have killed Zhao Wancher with a single, casual punch, Qin said calmly. The reason he used his martial arts technique was simply to test just how strong his burst power really was. After all, the system had already provided an assessment of his regular combat power. Well, the three of them, whose minds had only just calmed down, were instantly shaken once more. I'll give you 5 stars. Zhu Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave immediately. He really didn't want to stay with Qin any longer. Even 6 stars had their limits. Zhou Taekwon roared with laughter, patting Qin on the shoulder. That's just like you, brother Qin. With that, he turned and walked away as well, glancing at Zhou Kai as he went. You see him off. Chapter 70, bragging about an idol in front of his son's idol. In the end, it was Zhou Kai who drove him back to Qinghe Garden. Throughout the ride, Zhou Kai was completely different from before. He didn't know what to talk about, even though he himself was a 5-star martial artist, but he felt inexplicably nervous. Qin, on the other hand, was unfazed. He took the initiative to strike up a conversation and even gave Zhou Kai his phone number, which helped bridge the gap between them a bit. When they got home, Day and Xiufen were both sitting on the couch. This time, they weren't watching TV. Instead, they'd been anxiously waiting for Qin. Seeing Qin return, they both stood up at the same time. Are you okay? Xiufen stepped in front of Qin and asked with concern. Day didn't say anything, but the worry on his face was plain to see. Qin shook his head. I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. Xiufen breathed a sigh of relief. Day kept staring at Qin. Qin smiled. Don't worry. It's settled. From now on, there won't be a Zhao family, Zhao Wancher's family in Rongqing anymore. But Mom and Dad, you should still try to stay within the complex from now on. Qin added. As long as the situation with Huang Lingsu remained uncertain, there was no guarantee she wouldn't pull some kind of stunt. There's nothing much to go out for anyway. Qinghe Garden is big enough for us to explore, Day nodded. He used to be injured and rarely even left the house. Shofen was the same. Now that they were feeling better, they'd grown accustomed to staying put. Besides, Qinghe Garden was enormous. The two of them still hadn't managed to explore every corner. After the college entrance exams are over, I'll take you two on a trip, Xin said suddenly. The two were taken aback. Shofen asked, what kind of trip? Although she said that, it was clear she was very happy. Where are we going? Day asked bluntly. First to Magic City. Depending on how things go, then to Kyoto. Xin replied without hesitation. A trip, of course, it wasn't just a trip. He needed to see for himself what the Saint Academy in Magic City was really like, and he also needed to have a talk there. If, by then, they decided not to enroll in that Saint Academy, they'd go check out Kyoto. Sounds good. Dade nodded. He knew that once Qin finished the college entrance exams and enrolled in the martial arts academy, he'd rarely come back. And given Qin's current potential, if he joined the military in the future, he'd probably come back even less often. In the days that followed, Qin rarely went out, spending almost all his time at home, with only one visit to the Shanghai Martial Arts Hall in between. Business at the Shanghai Martial Arts Hall was now so booming it could only be described as outrageous. Jack had already taken over half of the entire martial arts hall street. And it wasn't a forced takeover. Those martial arts halls had joined voluntarily. Before long, it was June. June, aside from Children's Day, also marked several major events, chief among them the college entrance exams affecting tens of millions of people. In Longwa, the college entrance exams are divided into martial arts and academic exams. The martial arts exam comes first and lasts only one day, while the academic exam follows and spans a total of 3 days. This arrangement is designed so that those who fail the martial arts exam or who are dissatisfied with their performance and feel they have no future in martial arts can still take the academic exam. If they do well on the academic exam, they can find a stable job after graduation and lead a decent life, perhaps uneventful, but secure. On June 5, Qin went to school to pick up his admission ticket. At the same time, he received a text message on his phone informing him of the martial arts exam location and his exam number. Time really flies. Qin glanced at the system and shook his head. During this time, he hadn't neglected his cultivation, but the results were minimal. Although he possessed top-tier talent in all 4 elements, cultivating them simultaneously significantly slowed his progress in relative terms. It was roughly equivalent to someone else's SSS-ranked talent in a single element. June 6. He got up early that morning. Dade and Shofen offered to drive him to the exam venue, but he declined. In his words, only children let adults drive them around. After stepping out, Qin first found a breakfast shop, had a bite to eat, and only then calmly hailed a taxi to head to the exam venue. The martial arts exam venues were all concentrated at the Rongqing Sports Center. Rongqing had 2 sports centers in total, and his was at Sports Center number 1. Young man, are you here for the martial arts exam too? The taxi driver asked warmly. Yes, Qin nodded. The driver glanced at Qin. You don't seem nervous at all. You must be very confident, right? My son is taking the martial arts exam today too. Yes, just like you, not nervous at all. He even told me there's absolutely no problem with him getting into a martial arts school. As the driver said this, his voice was filled with relief and pride. If his son got into a martial arts school, his future might be completely transformed. Your son is really impressive. Yes, not bad. As long as he gets into the martial arts school, he'll bring honor to our family, the driver said with a smile. Although he put it that way, he was actually very proud of his son. Throughout the ride, Qin heard the driver talk non-stop about how outstanding his son was. He was even ranked in the top 10 at First High School. Is your son Liao Yon? Qin was taken aback when the driver mentioned his son's name. You're from First High School too, aren't you? Looks like you know him, the driver said with a smile. He continued, he's waiting for me just up ahead. I'll have him introduce himself to you when we get there. About 10 minutes later, sure enough, a teenager appeared by the roadside up ahead. The taxi slowed to a stop. Dad, what took you so long? The teenager yanked open the passenger door and, after getting in, said with a hint of annoyance. I was on my way anyway, so I picked up a passenger. By the way, he's from your school too, and I think he knows you, the driver said with a smile. The teenager turned his head in surprise toward the back seat, and when he got a clear look, his expression changed.
Sheen? It's you? Liao Yang almost blurted out.
He still remembered the moment during that live-action training session when he'd been knocked flying by a single punch.
What? He asked Sheen?
The driver was startled and nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel. Of course he knew Qin. He'd heard about him in the city announcements, and Liao Yang often talked about him. Every time he mentioned him, a sense of admiration shone through his words. Bragging about his own son in front of his son's idol. Thinking back to what he'd just said to Qin, he couldn't help but step on the gas and speed up.
Liao, it's been a long time,
Qin said with a smile. It's been a long time, Liao Yang replied, then fell silent for a moment, feeling a bit nervous. He hadn't really taken the beating he'd received to heart after all. It was a combat training class. Moreover, as news of Qin's heroic deeds kept spreading back to school time and again, he'd even come to feel that it had been an honor to participate in that combat training class alongside Qin. Now, at First High School, Qin had become a legend among the students, someone who was hard to even catch a glimpse of.
Before long, the taxi pulled up not far from Sports Center number 1. How much is it? Qin asked.
No charge, no charge, the driver hurriedly refused. Qin pulled out a 50 yuan bill, placed it on the back seat, and only then got out of the car.
Qin, what's your number? As the two walked toward the entrance of the sports center, Liao Yang asked. Number 78. Mine is 935. I heard from the teacher that they're grouping 100 people together this time. I'm going to find my group first. Okay, Qin nodded. After Liao Yang left, Qin arrived at the entrance to the sports center. At a glance, it was a sea of people. Surprisingly, there were even more parents than students. Son, do your best on the exam. Mom and Dad have a surprise for you this time. Sweetheart, don't be nervous. You have to do well on the exam. Mom believes in you. What? I forgot my admission ticket. What are you doing?
A constant din of voices rang in Qin's ears. Shaking his head, he walked straight up to a staff member, showed his admission ticket, and entered the sports center.
Chapter 71, That place was strange. I proctored a freak.
Once inside the exam hall, he saw numerous directional signs and plenty of staff members available to answer questions at any time.
Qin easily found his assigned group.
Upon arriving, he saw that quite a few people had already lined up. At the front of the crowd was a room with 100 written on the door, indicating that candidates numbered 1 through 100 would be tested there. The martial arts exam was simple, covering only 2 aspects, regular combat power and explosive power. Of these two, regular combat power carried greater weight. The Martial Arts Academy placed greater emphasis on it during admissions. After all, it represented a person's potential, whereas explosive power was related to martial arts techniques. Therefore, although it was tested, it carried less weight. At that moment, 2 examiners stood in front of the crowd, along with 2 security guards maintaining order. Stop whispering to each other. The exam officially begins in 20 minutes. Get yourselves ready and try to calm your nerves, one of the examiners said loudly, addressing the crowd. Also, starting now, form groups of candidates numbered 1 through 10, and so on. Once the exam begins, we'll lead you into the testing room in batches. Immediately, the candidates began lining up according to their numbers. Whether it was because everyone was too nervous or something else, the scene suddenly became somewhat chaotic. Qin stood in the crowd, getting jostled again and again, causing him to frown. Suddenly, his fire domain activated. The next second, anyone who came within 2 meters of Qin instantly felt a searing, unbearable pain. Soon, the area around him was completely empty, and the way people looked at Qin had changed.
What's going on over there?
The examiner frowned upon seeing the empty space around Qin. He immediately stepped forward, grabbing a candidate standing next to Qin.
With all this open space, don't you know where to stand? And you.
He pointed at the candidates one by one, his expression grim. He served as an examiner for several sessions, but he never encountered candidates this clueless.
Ex-examiner, it's not that I don't want to go, it's just that spot feels strange.
The others hurriedly nodded. They, too, found it strange.
The moment they got close, they felt as if they'd been thrown into a furnace, roasting from the inside out. The examiner frowned. What's so strange about it? He spoke, then approached Sheen.
But the moment he got within 2 meters, his expression changed drastically.
A domain. He looked at Sheen in astonishment.
As a 4-star, though he hadn't yet fully mastered a domain, he knew clearly that this was a domain, the domain of fire.
A freak.
I've been proctoring a freak, he said politely to Sheen, forcing himself to suppress his shaken emotions.
Student, retract it. Sheen glanced around. Only after everyone had lined up did he withdraw his domain.
Only then did the examiner breathe a sigh of relief, his mind already buzzing with curiosity about Sheen's identity. All right, everyone, step forward and line up, he called out to the candidates. The group slowly stepped forward, and only after confirming that the strange sensation had truly vanished did they relax.
Time ticked by, bit by bit. 20 minutes later, all 100 candidates had arrived and were lined up in 10 rows.
First row, follow me inside, the examiner called out loudly. Soon, the 10 candidates in the first row followed 2 examiners into the testing room up ahead. The remaining candidates remained silent, the atmosphere completely still, yet a wave of tension spread through the room in an instant. Unlike academic exams, where results take time to be released, and unlike the annual academic exams where the difficulty of the questions fluctuates. Therefore, results were available on the spot, and since the Martial Arts Academy's admission standards had never changed, it would immediately become clear whether candidates had been accepted and, if so, to which school. About 10 minutes later, the first group of candidates emerged from the testing room. Sheen observed that among these 10, some were elated while others were dejected. Clearly, some had performed exceptionally well, while others, likely due to nerves, had failed to meet their own expectations.
Group 2. The examiner glanced at the second line of candidates and called out. Shortly after, the second group entered.
The exam concluded in about 10 minutes, without a hitch.
Next came Group 3, then Group 4. The process moved very quickly, and everything went smoothly.
Finally, the examiner stepped out and turned to Group 8.
Group 8. Instantly, Sheen and the rest of his group filed into the exam room one by one.
Once inside, Sheen first surveyed the room. There was nothing unusual about it. In front of everyone stood only a combat power tester.
Next to the tester sat an examiner tasked with recording the results.
The exam room was about the same size as a regular classroom, but with only a dozen or so people inside, it felt quite spacious.
Now, take out your admission tickets. An examiner began collecting everyone's admission tickets.
After collecting them, he started reading the names aloud from the tickets.
The exam begins now. First up, Zhang Ye. The girl at the top of the list stepped forward immediately upon hearing her name.
The examiner looked at her and said, "Don't be nervous.
Just show what you're capable of.
Now, without using any martial arts or techniques, throw your strongest punch," the examiner said, pointing to the combat power tester in front of her. She hadn't reached the rank of 1-star martial artist yet, so she didn't have any martial arts skills. However, in high school, she had taken practical combat classes where she learned various techniques for generating power. For this first test, though, she wasn't allowed to use any techniques. It was purely a basic combat power test. The girl nodded, took a deep breath, and then threw a punch.
Boom!
The combat power tester emitted a series of sounds, and a number on the display flashed repeatedly before finally settling. 76, the examiner said to the recorder, then turned back to the girl and added, "Now, use your techniques and throw your strongest punch." 76 combat power clearly not high enough to reach the martial artist tier, so she had no choice but to rely on technique. The girl nodded, gathered her strength for 2 seconds, and then threw a punch.
122. The examiner called out again. All right, wait over there.
He pointed to an empty spot nearby, then addressed the people waiting in line. Next.
And so, one after another, they stepped forward for the test.
Almost everyone's normal combat power was below 100, not a single person was at the peak tempering stage. At that moment, Sheen clearly felt just how vast the gap between himself and them really was. Lately, he'd either been with geniuses or influential figures, but now that he was suddenly back among ordinary students, the disparity became immediately apparent.
Number 8, Sheen.
When the examiner called out Sheen's name, he looked up.
The examiners weren't locals, they'd been transferred from other cities to avoid any bias from encountering acquaintances. As a result, they didn't know Sheen. However, having witnessed Sheen's domain before, the examiner now felt an inexplicable mix of nervousness and excitement.
Sheen walked straight up to the combat power tester and came to a stop.
You heard what I just said.
Just throw a punch using your usual combat power, the examiner reminded him again.
Chapter 72, We Smashed It, What Do We Do Now?
Sheen looked at the combat power tester in front of him and said, I suggest we switch to a different one. This tester was brand new and in perfect working order, but it was a level 1 tester capable of measuring only up to 4 stars, with a maximum combat power of 10,000. If the reading exceeded 10,000, it wouldn't be able to display the exact value.
Replace it?
The examiner froze, inwardly startled. Meanwhile, the examiner standing nearby, who was maintaining order and taking notes, furrowed his brow.
Right, replace it.
I'm afraid this machine won't be able to measure my combat power, Sheen explained. However, as soon as he said this, before the examiner could respond, the student behind him couldn't hold back any longer.
Classmate, hurry up and take the test.
It was almost his turn, but Sheen's outburst had thrown him off. He'd been mentally prepared to get it over with as quickly as possible, but now he was suddenly incredibly nervous. Sheen could brag, but this kind of bragging would clearly affect his performance. The examiner in charge of maintaining order snapped, quiet. Then he turned to Sheen, hurry up with the test, don't waste time. There are still quite a few people waiting behind you. Although there were only 2 groups left behind him at the moment, there were still quite a few people waiting on the sports center grounds. The workload was enormous. At the same time, he felt a bit annoyed with Sheen. He had proctored 7 or 8 cohorts of students and had seen his share of braggarts. But he'd never seen anyone as skilled at bragging as Sheen, and usually, those who bragged the most ended up with the worst scores.
Let the test begin. The chief examiner knew Sheen possessed a domain and was a formidable genius.
However, mastering a domain didn't increase combat power, it merely turned a certain radius around him into his own territory. So even if Sheen was a 3-star student who had mastered a domain, this combat power tester would still be able to handle him.
Fine. Sheen couldn't be bothered to explain any further.
He stood in front of the combat power tester and casually threw a punch. Several examiners watched his punch, which looked weak and limp, and shook their heads inwardly. Here was yet another braggart with his head in the clouds. Just as they thought this, Sheen's fist struck the combat power tester.
Boom! An unprecedented deafening roar startled everyone present.
By the time they recovered, they saw the numbers on the tester skyrocketing.
100, 1,000, 3,000.
Seeing the numbers jump so wildly, the chief examiner, who was standing closest, felt a sharp pang of dread.
8,000, 10,000.
Once it reached 10,000, the tester seemed to malfunction and stopped updating.
Just as everyone stood in shock. Boom! An explosion rang out.
The combat power tester blew apart, spewing a cloud of white smoke. It beeped a few times before going completely silent.
Holy shit! The 2 students behind Sheen jumped in fright.
The other students who had already finished their tests weren't about to stand quietly on the sidelines. They all rushed to the front of the tester, their faces filled with horror. The chief examiner stood there dumbfounded. I knew what I should have known. Meanwhile, the examiner in charge of maintaining order fell completely silent, staring at Sheen as if he were a monster. As for the examiner in charge of recording the results, his hand froze mid-stroke on the keyboard, motionless.
I told you to replace it.
Sheen spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He hadn't wanted to waste time, but now, of course, even more time had been wasted.
Damn it!
The chief examiner snapped out of it, silently regretting that he hadn't listened to Chin.
Examiner, what do we do now?
After getting over their initial shock, the two students at the back looked completely bewildered.
Without the tester, how could the exam continue? Everyone, quiet down.
Line up, you all, go stand over there, the chief examiner shouted. Once everything had settled down, he turned to the examiner in charge of maintaining order. Go to the equipment room and bring back a level 2 tester as fast as you can.
Time was now truly running out.
As examiners, they had a mission to fulfill. The martial arts exam had to be completed in a single day, so they had to make every second count.
Got it,
the orderly examiner nodded hurriedly. Outside the exam room, the remaining two groups waiting were all staring at the door, looking completely bewildered.
It exploded. What on earth happened? Could someone have died? Someone's expression shifted slightly. If someone were to die during the martial arts exam, that would be unprecedented.
Just then, they saw an examiner open the door and step out.
Examiner, what happened? Someone asked urgently. The examiner looked their way. Line up properly.
It's nothing serious, the exam will resume shortly.
After saying that, he ran without delay toward the equipment room at the sports center.
About 20 minutes later, the examiner returned, followed by several staff members carrying two brand new testing devices.
They're replacing the testing devices.
The two groups of students waiting for their exams looked on in surprise.
Did someone blow up the testing device?
Only now did it occur to them that the explosion they heard moments ago was most likely caused by one of the testers blowing up.
It's true, look, someone said, pointing to one of them.
Everyone noticed that the two testers were slightly different. One of them was clearly a higher-end model at first glance.
Holy crap, this is insane. Inside the testing room,
the two testers had already been set up, and Chin stepped up to the level 2 tester.
Can we begin? He asked.
The examiner quickly nodded.
Yes, go ahead.
After saying that, he unconsciously took a step back. Chin stared at the combat power tester and clenched his fist. This time, he was taking it seriously. The level 2 tester could measure combat power up to 7 stars, so it was more than sufficient.
Boom!
He threw a punch, and numbers instantly appeared on the tester. The crowd watched nervously as the number jumped to 10,000 almost instantly. Then 20,000, 30,000. It jumped in increments of 10,000. At that moment, the only sounds in the entire testing room were the heavy breathing of the crowd and the beeps emitted by the tester as the numbers kept jumping.
85,000. When the final number finally settled, the two students standing behind Chin let out a gasp. Quiet. Stand at attention.
The chief examiner shot the two a displeased glance. They actually interrupted him. 85,000, he said, turning to report the figure to the recording examiner. Only then did the recording examiner snap to attention, entering Chin's usual combat power into the computer with the utmost care. The chief examiner looked at Chin and swallowed hard. With a combat power of 85,000, a single punch from him could kill him. Student Chin, now, deliver your strongest punch, he said solemnly. At the same time, he took a step back, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chin nodded, and his breathing instantly changed.
Flame breathing technique.
His fist gradually turned crimson, as if it were being forged in a furnace.
Blazing sun fist.
His skin hardened like iron, and his bones began to transform, taking on a faint golden hue.
Golden bones from the star body tempering technique. Boom!
A terrifying force struck the testing device, producing a deafening roar. The faces of the students taking the exam paled, and they couldn't help but cover their ears. The testing device, which had just been installed, actually began to shake.
Everyone stared intently at the device, not even blinking.
Chapter 73, Farewell to Youth, Welcome to Adulthood.
More than double.
Seeing the number fluctuate wildly before finally settling at 180,000, everyone's eyes widened in shock. This figure was more than double his usual combat power.
How is that possible? The three examiners were dumbfounded. The examiner in charge of data recording had already stood up and walked to the front of the tester. For an ordinary person, even with martial arts training, burst power is usually only a slight increase over the baseline. Reaching double is practically the limit. Yet Qin had surpassed double. He is approaching 6 stars. The crowd turned their gaze back to Qin, too stunned for words. 6-star combat power is 200,000. Of course, he was still far from 6 stars after all. 200,000 combat power at the 6-star level is merely the threshold and the baseline combat power that can be sustained for a long time. Burst power, on the other hand, depletes extremely quickly. But how old was Qin, anyway? He was just taking his college entrance exams. That's fucking insane. That was what everyone was thinking. Qin looked at his combat power and nodded with satisfaction. He had broken through to 3-star in all 4 elements and achieved partial golden bone in the starry sky body tempering technique, but he hadn't specifically tested his burst power yet. When he killed Zhao Wanshi, although he had used martial arts, it was an ice element technique. In terms of raw power alone, it was inferior to fire element techniques. So, while 180,000 in burst power was a pleasant surprise, it was also within his expectations. There is still quite a gap compared to 6 stars. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. However, when others saw this gesture, they completely lost their composure. He is not satisfied. Do you want to try again?" the chief examiner suddenly asked. At that moment, he didn't give a second thought to the issue of wasting time. The examiner in charge of maintaining order also nodded. "Do it again." Proctoring such a prodigy, if word got out, he'd have something to brag about for the rest of his life. Qin shook his head. "No need. It'll waste time." The examiner's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "It won't waste time." Earlier, relying on his status as an examiner, he could have accused Qin of wasting time. But now, with a genius like Qin, not to mention his potential, but even in terms of raw ability alone, he was already far superior to the examiner. The examiner's position was nothing but a joke. Strength reigns supreme. Even as an examiner, he had to show respect and awe. "It's fine, no need." Qin waved his hand. His burst of power was limited. No matter how many times they tested it, it would only show a slight fluctuation at most. There was simply no need. As for what the examiner was thinking, he didn't really care. "All right, then. You can rest over there for now." "It'll be over soon," said the chief examiner. He had a duty to fulfill and couldn't let Qin leave early. Qin nodded. "Next." The chief examiner continued calling out names, but it was clear his interest had waned. The next 2 candidates performed without incident. Their abilities were quite ordinary, with the highest reaching only the late stage of physical cultivation, with combat power and burst power at 82 and 135, respectively. When these figures were compared to Qin's, everyone realized just how staggering the gap was. It was almost unbearable to look at. Once everything was over, the chief examiner looked at everyone. "Your scores have already been uploaded to the internet. The official authorities will release a detailed national ranking in half a month. At that time, you'll just need to enter your exam ID to see where you rank. Also, now that you know your scores, you can go back and carefully consider which martial arts academy you want to attend. I wish you all a bright future." After saying this, he glanced at Qin. His words were meant for the others. As for Qin, he could attend any martial arts academy he chose. His future was already boundless. Soon, the chief examiner led everyone out of the exam room. Qin didn't linger. As soon as he stepped out, he headed straight for the main entrance of the sports center. Meanwhile, the scene grew lively. As the members of Group 9 were called into the exam room, those in Group 10 turned their attention to the student who had just taken the exam alongside Qin. "What just happened?" "Yeah, that explosion, was it really caused by the equipment being shattered?" Although they had all guessed what had happened, not having seen it with their own eyes, they were still very curious and asked. The student who had just taken the exam alongside Qin watched Qin's retreating figure and said slowly, "We've witnessed the birth of the national martial arts champion." The speaker couldn't help but let a hint of pride show. Thinking of that staggering title, national martial arts champion, it was a foregone conclusion.
Having taken the exam alongside Sheen, they all felt a sense of shared honor.
National martial arts champion? Hearing their words, the students from the last group looked completely bewildered. Dad, Mom, why are you here?
As soon as Sheen stepped out of the sports center, he saw Date and Xiofan standing outside the main gate.
Well, even though you told us not to come, the martial arts exam is such a big deal we just couldn't rest easy if we didn't come. Dade said. Son, how did it go? Xiofan asked eagerly. Sheen smiled. I'm already a star general, what's so hard about a martial arts exam? Come on, let us go home. That evening, Xiofan prepared a table full of dishes.
Dade had originally suggested eating out at a restaurant, but Xiofan refused, and Sheen didn't think it was necessary either. Xiofan had been cooking her whole life. While her dishes might not be as refined as those at a restaurant, Sheen thought they tasted even better. During the meal, Dade drank alcohol, something he rarely did, and Xiofan didn't try to stop him. It wasn't until after dinner, when Sheen had returned to his room, that he received a call from Jack.
Sheen, the college entrance exams are over. How about we find some time to get together with our close friends?
Jack said on the other end of the line.
Forget it. There's no point in getting together. Sheen thought about it for a moment but ultimately declined. He hadn't had many close friends at school to begin with.
Now, the only one he still kept in touch with occasionally was Jack. He had almost no contact with the others. Perhaps it was his current status as a genius that caused others to distance themselves from him, but whatever the reason, that was now a fact. Although Sheen felt a bit regretful, there was nothing he could do about it. That was just the reality. He couldn't very well take the initiative to reach out to others all the time.
All right, then.
On the other end of the line, Jack's tone turned resigned. Clearly, he understood this as well.
By the way, how did your exam go today?
I'll tell you, I actually did way better than expected. Too bad I'll still only be able to attend a regular martial arts academy.
I've decided to manage the martial arts hall instead.
Jack sounded quite pleased with himself as he talked about his martial arts exam. He hadn't planned on attending a martial arts academy in the first place, so he felt no pressure, and as a result, he performed exceptionally well.
I did okay, Sheen said with a laugh. Okay, that means one of the 9 great Saint academies, right? Don't read too much into it. The martial arts school has a bright future too.
I'm still a nominal martial arts master at the Shanghai Martial Arts School. Don't let me down,
Sheen said earnestly.
Of course.
Don't worry.
Right now, the Shanghai Martial Arts School is swamped with applicants.
It's truly lived up to its name.
By the way, if you pull off an incredible score this time, I'm probably going to strike it rich, huh? Jack roared with laughter. Sheen shook his head, hung up the phone, and fell fast asleep. Today, he planned to sleep in, using it to bid farewell to his high school years and youth, and welcome his young adulthood.
Chapter 74, What are these two up to? Early the next morning. The City Lord's mansion. In the City Lord's office, Zhou Taiquan had just arrived for work when a subordinate rushed in. City Lord! City Lord! The subordinate barged straight into the office, forgetting even to knock. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Zhou Taiquan frowned.
Although he had appeared rough and burly back at the Zhao family villa, he was usually very serious while working at the City Lord's mansion, and everyone under him had to behave properly. However, at that moment, this subordinate couldn't care less about that. City Lord, the martial arts exam has ended, and one of the examiners just called, the subordinate said hurriedly. Although the martial arts exam was supposed to be completed in a single day, it ultimately took a full day and night, finally wrapping up this morning.
The martial arts exam is over. Why are you calling now? Zhou Taiquan asked in confusion. It's off the charts. The scores are off the charts, his subordinate exclaimed excitedly.
Before Zhou Taiquan could ask, the subordinate blurted out, Sheen's scores are off the charts. He even blew up the testing device. His combat power is 85,000, and his burst power is 180,000.
The subordinate's voice was trembling. 85,000, 18,000? Zhou Taiquan was utterly stunned upon hearing those numbers. Lord, you heard correctly. I've double-checked several times, it's definitely that high. The examiner who called was even trembling as he spoke. Seeing Zhou Taiquan as shocked, the subordinate hurriedly explained, completely unaware that his own voice was trembling as well. 180,000 in burst power, haha. Zhou Taiquan burst out laughing. So that's why he dared to go to the Zhao family alone. Back then, when Qin went to the Zhao family without bringing anyone along, it was likely because he was confident in his own strength. Even if Meng Changqing had personally attacked him, with that level of power, there would have been no way to stop him from escaping. 6-star is powerful, even much stronger than Qin is right now, but the Zhao family villa isn't in a remote location. When Meng Changqing attacked, it was entirely possible for Qin to make a clean escape from the villa. Once he was outside the villa, Meng Changqing would have had second thoughts about attacking him. So, even if he and Zhu Yuan hadn't gone that day, Qin might not have been able to kill Zhou Wanshi, but he certainly wouldn't have been left behind there. Prepare the car. Zhou Taiquan ordered his subordinate. Where is the city lord heading? The subordinate asked, puzzled. To pay a visit to the national martial arts champion, of course. Zhou Taiquan exclaimed. City lord, the national rankings haven't been released yet, the subordinate reminded him. The rankings were first compiled at the city level, then the provincial level, followed by the national level. Only then would the Martial Guild headquarters confirm them, issue the specific rankings, and determine the national champion. Zhou Taiquan glanced at his subordinate. Rankings? With a score like that, do we really need to wait? This isn't just the champion of this year's competition, he has shattered every record in history. If he is not the top scorer, I'll write my name backwards. What are you standing there for? Get the car ready. As he finished speaking, he barked an order. Yes, sir. The subordinate dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately turned to prepare the car. Just as Zhou Taiquan was about to leave, he suddenly glanced back at the office. I can't go empty-handed, I need to bring a gift. I heard this kid has a mysterious master who likes beast cores. I happen to have a level 3 wind-type beast core, let us go with this one. He walked over to a cabinet, took out an exquisite little wooden box, and only then stepped out of the office. Although the beast core was only level 3, it was still worth 2 million, a perfectly acceptable gift for a private occasion. Martial Guild. Su Hua had arrived at his office early that morning. Just then, the phone rang, and he furrowed his brow. At this hour, whoever was calling seemed to have timed it perfectly. Hello, Su Hua answered the phone, his tone tinged with impatience, a common symptom of the morning-at-work syndrome he often experienced when starting his day. Director Su, is that you? I'm the chief examiner for this year's Rongqing martial arts exam. There's been an incident, and I need to inform the Martial Guild here in Rongqing, a voice said on the other end of the line. Generally, if a major incident occurs during the martial arts exam, it's reported to the city lord's mansion and the Martial Guild. What is going on? Su Hua's heart skipped a beat, it seemed he had a hunch. Then, when he heard those two sets of numbers, he jumped right out of his chair. He turned and ran straight toward the Guildmaster's office. Guildmaster, Qin's martial arts exam results are in, he shouted as he burst into the office. Just get to the point. Zhu Yuan snapped impatiently. He already knew Qin's approximate strength and had mentally prepared himself, which was why he hadn't called Qin directly yesterday. So, Su Hua's astonishment didn't surprise him in the least. Su Hua took a deep breath before saying, 85,000 and 180,000. What? Zhu Yuan's previously calm expression suddenly changed, he whipped his head around. What did you say? Chairman, Qin's scores are 85,000 and 180,000. But I suspect there might be a mistake, Su Hua said doubtfully. Zhu Yuan ignored him. That kind of burst power, is this kid some kind of transformed beast? Earlier, Qin had asked him for a 5-star certification, so he could accept a regular combat power of 85,000. But this burst power was completely unexpected, it far exceeded his expectations. Quick, get the car ready. Zhou Taiquan must have found out by now, we can't let him beat us to it, Zhu Yuan hurriedly ordered. Then he glanced around his office. I need to find a gift. That's right, I have a level 3 ice-type beast core. Perfect. I've heard that Kid is very devoted to his master and has always been in need of beast cores. He quickly retrieved the wrapped beast core and headed out. Sheen might not necessarily join the martial guild in the future, but since they were both from Rongqing, neither he nor Zhou Taiquan could afford to miss this opportunity to befriend someone who was bound to become a grandmaster one day. In Rongqing, while the city lord's mansion and the martial guild might be the most famous institutions, the provincial capital of Jiang province was the place that commanded the greatest awe. This is because it is home to Rongqing's strongest fighter and the strongest figure in all of Jiang province, the provincial governor of Jiang province, 7-star Grandmaster Jiang Qingshan. Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan left their usual workplaces at the same time, making a big show of it by taking official vehicles, which drew attention within the provincial government compound. What on earth are those two up to? Jiang Qingshan sat in his office, listening to his subordinate's report, a look of puzzlement on his face. The fact that two 6-star martial artists had set off in such a hurry at the same time struck him as odd. Look into it. See if something major has happened here in Rongqing. Jiang Qingshan waved his hand and instructed his subordinate. As the provincial governor, he was usually very busy. Although his main office was in Rongqing, he frequently traveled throughout the various cities of Jiang province. He actually knew very little about many of the affairs in Rongqing, let alone so-called teenage prodigies. He had paid them virtually no attention. Although this martial arts examination was a major event, it wasn't something that warranted his constant attention. Chapter 75, Important Figures One After Another. Xinghe Garden. At the Qin family's home, there was a small plaza right outside the front door, surrounded by various exercise equipment. Dade had mostly recovered, so Xiufan now came here every day to exercise with him. Many families of martial artists also gathered here daily to relax and work out. Over the past few days, the elderly couple had gotten to know quite a few people and often chatted with them. At that moment, Dade was on a leg press machine, pushing with his legs non-stop. Meanwhile, Xiufan was chatting with a few women nearby. Oh well, my son took the martial arts exam yesterday. He said he did just so. It looks like his chances of getting into Saint Academy aren't very good, said a plump woman, shaking her head as she spoke of her son. However, there wasn't much disappointment in her tone. If there's not much hope, then there's still hope. Why are you sighing? With a son like that, how many parents in all of Rongqing envy you? I'm the one who should be sighing, another thin woman said unhappily. What's wrong with you? Everyone turned to look at her. My son told me he didn't get the score he wanted on this martial arts exam. He was too nervous. I'm afraid his future success will have to depend on his dad. Who knows? Once his father retires, we might have to move out of Xinghe Garden, the slender woman added. Move out? Xiufan, who had been listening nearby, asked in surprise. The slender woman looked at her and explained, You've only moved in recently, so you might not know this, but Xinghe Garden is one of Rongqing's top official housing complexes. If no one in your family holds an important position, you're not eligible to live here. However, as long as you've made significant contributions, even if you have to move out, the authorities will make alternative arrangements. You won't have to worry about having nowhere to live, it's just that it won't be as nice as Xinghe Garden. Right now, I'm worried about my son. If he doesn't work harder, he'll end up living in the neighborhood next door. Upon hearing this, Xiufan silently curled her lip. The neighborhood next door was also one of Rongqing's top residential areas. The woman wasn't belittling her son at all, she was clearly praising him in a roundabout way. My daughter's the same. Sigh. The few women present all began talking about their own sons and daughters. They all claimed things weren't going well, but even a fool could tell what they really meant. For a moment, the gathering had turned into a full-fledged session of bragging about their children. Xiufan and Dai, being honest people after all and having only recently moved in, usually just listened to others talk. They never once mentioned their own son. By the way, Sister Xiufan, your son took the martial arts exam yesterday too, right? How did he do? Several women turned to look at Xiufan at the same time.
They knew that Xiofan and Day had moved in thanks to their son, but they never heard who their son actually was. Sister Xiofan and brother Day, since you moved into Qinghe Garden because of your son, he must be pretty good. He should have no problem getting into Saint Academy, right? The plump woman said with a smile. I don't know, Xiofan said honestly, shaking her head. She really had no idea what Saint Academy was. She only knew that Qin had said he did well on the exam. My son will get into Saint Academy no problem at all. Day, who had been working out nearby, stopped and spoke up. Xiofan didn't understand, but as a former soldier, he knew just how difficult it was to become a star general and that getting into Saint Academy wasn't something anyone could do just like that. He. Upon hearing this, the women simply smiled. They'd only been making polite small talk earlier. As for the Saint Academy, it certainly wasn't that easy to get into. Xiofan and Day had indeed gained entry to Qinghe Garden thanks to their son, so he must be quite talented. However, the Saint Academy only admitted about 10,000 students nationwide each year, a ratio that Qinghe Garden couldn't even begin to compare to. Day's remark made them seem like ordinary townspeople, lacking any sense of perspective. By the way, Sister Xiofan, what is your son's name? The plump woman suddenly asked with a smile. A son who was being hyped up so much must surely be quite famous. His name is Qin. Beep. Before Xiofan could finish her sentence, a car horn blared. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked over in surprise. A car had actually driven right in and honked its horn. That's a car from the city lord's mansion, someone exclaimed in shock upon seeing the approaching vehicle. As family members of martial artists, they were, of course, well aware of such matters. But what was a car from the city lord's mansion doing here? The Martial Guild's car is here too. Before anyone could react, another vehicle drove in right after. Could something major have happened? Sister Lu, didn't you say earlier that your husband quit his job at the city lord's mansion to join the military department? Did he distinguish himself on the front lines? The slender woman suddenly turned to the plump woman and asked. Distinguished himself? But he has only been there for 2 days, the plump woman said uncertainly. It's possible to distinguish oneself in just 2 days. Otherwise, why would the city lord's mansion and the martial guild be here? The slender woman replied. If he distinguished himself on the front lines, it was entirely possible that the Ministry of Defense had commissioned the city lord's mansion and the martial guild to come here to the family's home to present an award. Moreover, since her husband had also come from the city lord's mansion, this made perfect sense. The plump woman's heart leapt with joy, and at the same time, she couldn't help but let a hint of pride show on her face. Soon, one person stepped out of each carriage. One had a square face and an air of authority, the other wore a long robe and appeared to be an elderly man, yet his bearing was far beyond that of an ordinary person. It's the city lord and chairman Zhu. The crowd gasped in surprise upon seeing the two. Just then, they saw the two dignitaries simultaneously glance in their direction, and then to their surprise start walking toward them. Sister Lu, quick, they're coming! Several women pushed the plump woman to the front. At the same time, the slender woman tugged at Xiofan, pulling her back. Beep! Suddenly, another car horn blared. The crowd looked over in astonishment. Even Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan stopped in their tracks. Upon seeing the vehicle, the two of them simultaneously turned aside and stepped to the side. The women were utterly stunned. The provincial governor is here. The slender woman's voice trembled slightly. The provincial governor's car was unmistakable. The string of zeros on the license plate stood out strikingly. What kind of extraordinary achievements must he have made? Even with their limited experience, they couldn't begin to imagine it. Before long, the car came to a stop, and a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit slowly stepped out. The moment the crowd caught sight of him, they instinctively flinched. The aura of a grandmaster he exuded subconsciously stunned everyone instantly. The man spotted Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan and began walking slowly toward them. Each step seemed to resonate with the crowd's heartbeats. I heard that Provincial Governor Jiang is actually older than Chairman Zhu, but he looks even younger than City Lord Zhou, someone whispered. Zhang Qingshan walked up to Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan. If I hadn't investigated your intentions, you two would have beaten me to it today, and the provincial governor would have lost all face. Heh, you're so busy these days you really didn't need to come here personally for this.
It's not worth it. Zhou Taiquan chuckled.
He still felt a certain amount of fear toward Jiang Qingshan. The title grandmaster alone was enough to make him hold back a little.
Not worth it? Jiang Qingshan glared at him.
He had just had his subordinates look into what had happened and only then learned that Rongqing had produced such a prodigiously talented individual. When he heard the martial arts exam results, he was utterly stunned and set out immediately, without a moment's delay, afraid of being even a step too late. How long had it been since Jiang Province had produced a national martial arts champion, one who had shattered every historical record in the martial arts exams? As the provincial governor, he naturally had to be there, and he couldn't arrive later than anyone else, otherwise, it would appear he wasn't taking it seriously enough.
Which house? Jiang Qingshan glanced at the residential complex. Let us go meet the family first. Xu Yuan looked ahead toward where Xiufan and the others were standing. Jiang Qingshan nodded and walked straight to the front of the group.
However, before they had taken more than a few steps, another horn blared. Everyone looked in that direction, their expressions shifting. Chapter 76, The Undisputed Champion.
People from the military headquarters are here too?
Jiang Qingshan was surprised, even he was taken aback when he saw the military vehicle.
Who could it be?
Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan also stared intently as the military vehicle approached.
Meanwhile, the women present were hit by one wave of shock after another.
Sister Lu, what exactly did your husband do to deserve this?
The military department sent someone personally? Didn't he call you?
The women all turned to look at the plump woman. The military department had a heavy workload, so awards were usually delegated.
For them to entrust the matter to the provincial governor was already extraordinary, but for them to send someone personally?
This achievement was beyond their comprehension.
Let us see who is coming.
Just then, the crowd saw the military vehicle come to a stop. A soldier was already standing by the door, which slowly opened, and a man in military uniform stepped out.
3 stars, a general.
When they saw the 3 stars on the man's shoulders, their hearts skipped a beat.
On the other side, Jiang Qingshan and his 2 companions instantly stood at attention upon seeing Su's arrival.
Then, they kept their eyes fixed on Su as he approached. Xu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan didn't recognize Su, but that didn't prevent them from knowing his cultivation level, an 8-star martial artist. This was because, within the military, to become a general, one must not only have distinguished service but also possess the strength of an 8-star martial artist.
Old Jiang, it's been a long time.
Su stepped in front of the trio, first nodding to Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan, then addressing Jiang Qingshan.
Why are you here too? Jiang Qingshan asked in surprise.
He recalled that monster uprisings had been raging on the front lines recently. At a time like this, Su should have been there commanding the troops.
Su smiled.
Since our military department achieved this result, of course I had to come.
It hasn't been finalized yet, has it? Jiang Qingshan chuckled. You want to poach him? Su was taken aback. Let us give it a shot. Jiang Qingshan nodded. He wasn't as naive as Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan. If he could secure Qin's position in the provincial government, he would certainly try. Su smiled. With a place like yours, you won't be able to keep such a powerhouse. He wasn't the least bit concerned about Jiang Qingshan's attempt to poach Qin.
Although Qin hadn't said which faction he would join, based on his understanding of Qin, joining the military department was the most suitable choice. And Qin was exactly the kind of person who would only choose the martial path that best suited him. In his view, Qin acted with determination and was decisive in battle. The front lines were the best choice for him. He wouldn't be content to stay in the rear.
I'm not going to argue with you. We'll see once we meet him.
Jiang Qingshan wasn't about to lecture him on any grand principles. In the end, it was all up to Qin.
Alright, let us go see him right now. Su smiled confidently. His family is over there. Let us go see them first. Zhu Yuan looked once more toward where Xiufan was standing.
The group immediately headed in that direction.
Here they come. You just heard they want to see the family. Sister Lu, hurry up and go greet them.
The thin woman hurriedly called out to the plump woman, pushing her forward relentlessly. Meanwhile, Xiofan and Day had been completely pushed to the very back of the crowd. No one paid them any attention. The plump woman surnamed Lu watched the group of bigwigs approach, feeling extremely nervous, yet her heart was filled with excitement. When the group reached her, she held out her hand and began, "Gentlemen, please."
"Ma'am, could you please step aside?" Zhou Taiquan spoke first.
The plump woman froze in her tracks instantly, her mind going blank. Seeing that she hadn't moved, the group didn't scold her but simply walked past her. The people behind them, realizing the bigwigs weren't there for the plump woman, were startled and began to step aside on their own.
Xiofan and Day were also present.
Although they knew Zhu Yuan, they weren't prepared to greet him at that moment. However, Zhu Yuan looked in their direction and raised his hand in greeting, "Misli, Mr. Qin." Whoosh! At that moment, the expressions of the crowd pushing the two of them to the back changed. They turned to look and nearly lost their balance. Only then did Xiofan and Day step forward from the crowd.
"Chairman Zhu, were you looking for us?"
Zhu Yuan smiled. "Of course. We're all here to see you and your fine son, the national martial arts champion, Qin." Zhu Yuan's words instantly rang in everyone's ears. Though his voice wasn't loud, they left their minds buzzing.
"Is our martial arts champion home?"
Zhu Yuan asked with a smile, his tone calm. The couple, still reeling from the surprise, hurriedly nodded.
Yes, I'll call him down right away."
"That kid said he wanted to mourn his lost youth. He is still asleep."
Xiofan immediately turned to head upstairs.
"Haha, that kid is quite something."
Su burst out laughing upon hearing Xiofan's words.
The others joined in the laughter. Qin was quite the character after the martial arts exam. He actually slept until now, mourning his youth.
It seemed he hadn't taken the exams seriously at all.
"No need to wake him. You two lead the way, we'll go see him," Su said. Immediately, the group followed Xiofan and Day toward one of the houses. They simply followed behind the two. Even though Zhu Yuan knew the way, he didn't overstep his bounds. Coming here of their own accord made them guests, and it was also a sign of respect for the family of the top martial arts exam candidate. Watching the group leave, the expressions of the women who had been chatting with Xiofan earlier shifted repeatedly.
"National martial arts champion? Haven't the results been announced yet?"
The thin woman, in particular, was trembling all over as she recalled her earlier attitude toward Dave when he said her son could attend Saint Academy. In the living room, Qin had already gotten up upon hearing the commotion. "So, who is going to speak first?" Su looked around at the group. They arrived here at the same time, but not together. Each of them would have to state their purpose one by one.
"City Lord Zhou, you go first."
Jiang Qingshan looked at Zhou Taiquan.
Zhou Taiquan didn't hesitate.
Looking at Qin, he said, "My purpose here is simple, to present a gift.
This year's national champion hails from Ronqing, and since we know each other, I had to come both professionally and personally."
Without further ado, he pulled out the gift he brought. "This is a beast core for you, a personal gift.
The official reward from the City Lord's mansion won't be finalized until the rankings are officially announced."
With that, he pushed the box toward Qin.
"Wait a minute. You mentioned the national martial arts champion. Aren't the rankings supposed to take half a month?"
Qin asked.
"Half a month? That's the official ranking.
With a score like yours, what is there to wait for?" Zhou Taiquan said, at a loss for words. Even if he were willing to wait, the others certainly wouldn't. By the time he arrived, he'd be the last one there, and that would show absolutely no sincerity.
"I'm just afraid that by then, it might not be true."
"Wouldn't that be a total joke?" Qin chuckled. "Handing out awards before the results are out is indeed quite bold, but if it turns out to be false, all these bigwigs would end up making fools of themselves."
"Ha, if it turns out not to be him, we'll just pretend we're awarding the provincial top scorer."
"If it's not the provincial top scorer, we'll award the city top scorer. That's not too much to ask, right?"
Jiang Qingshan roared with laughter.
Of course, he was just joking with Qin's score. It was a done deal.
Sheen smiled and unhesitatingly tucked the box away.
I'm doing the same as Zhou Taiquan, Zhu Yuan said as he took out the gift he brought and placed it directly on the table.
Sheen was secretly delighted.
At a glance, he could tell the box contained a beast core. It seemed his mysterious master had come through once again.
At that moment, Sheen even felt like making up another master. Next, Sheen looked at Zhang Qingshan and Su.
Since they'd come all this way, they certainly couldn't leave empty-handed.
Chapter 77, Let them hone my path as a martial artist.
Sheen felt that since the big shots were here, if they were truly going to give gifts, there was no need for him to be polite after all. This was the result of his current achievements. Come to think of it, back when he hadn't achieved anything yet, he certainly wouldn't have received such treatment. So, he accepted these gifts without any qualms. Perhaps there were other motives involved. For instance, Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan were giving gifts simply to build connections. He figured that if he accepted them, it was no big deal. As for any obligations, since the other party hadn't mentioned them, he wouldn't bring them up either. If one day they ran into trouble, he'd help if he could. If not, so be it. He'd just follow his heart.
Zhang Qingshan saw the look on Sheen's face and smiled.
It seems you're fond of beast cores. He knew very little about Sheen and had only done some last-minute research, so he hadn't prepared any gifts when he came.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bank card. There's 20 million in here.
Sheen smiled upon hearing this and reached out to take the card.
20 million was no small sum.
At 2 million per tier 3 beast core, he could buy 10 of them, which would allow him to directly upgrade one of his branches to 4 stars.
Sheen, would you be willing to join our provincial government? Zhang Qingshan suddenly asked. Sheen's outstretched hand froze instantly.
He looked up at Zhang Qingshan. Governor, I haven't made up my mind about that yet. Deep down, he was planning to join the military, but he didn't say so. After all, the time wasn't right yet. He'd just finished the college entrance exams, and no one could predict what the future might hold.
Ha ha. Feel free to take it.
This is a reward from the provincial government for your performance on the martial arts exam. It's not a personal gift from me. So, whatever your final decision may be, it's yours. Zhang Qingshan said with a smile. By now, he had come to understand Sheen somewhat. His resolve was as firm as a rock, and he wouldn't abandon his convictions for the sake of personal gain. Su, standing nearby, smiled at the scene. He had long since anticipated this outcome. He could tell that Sheen wanted to join the Ministry of Defense. Therefore, there was no way Sheen would join any other faction now. Even so, not even he could force Sheen to make a decision on the spot, let alone Zhang Qingshan. Finally, Sheen picked up the bank card, which had the pin written on the back. After putting it away, he turned to Su, who was standing at the end of the group.
Good afternoon, Commander.
Sheen suddenly saluted. Sheen was curious to see what gift this man, the most powerful figure present, had brought him this time. As long as it was substantial enough, after this, he might even be able to break through to the 4-star level in 2 of his cultivation lines simultaneously. Su returned the salute, then smiled.
All right, I've definitely brought you a reward this time.
Sheen smiled upon hearing this, then heard Su continue, since this was a martial arts exam, it doesn't have much to do with the Western Theater Command. The Theater Command isn't offering you a reward, so consider this my personal gift.
4 million.
After saying that, he simply sat there, making no move.
Where is it?
Sheen was taken aback. I already gave it to you, did you forget? Su said with a smile. Sheen realized what was happening, and his face darkened. He remembered that during the previous Star General selection, the value of the Beast Core had increased by 4 million. At the time, Su had said he'd covered the difference out of his own pocket. Now, it was considered settled.
Commander, you're truly generous.
Sheen couldn't help but say.
Haha, Su laughed heartily.
In truth, he had no other choice. He'd nearly been left penniless before. A few 100,000 wouldn't have been a problem, but as an 8-star martial artist and a general in the military, it would have been too embarrassing if what he offered was less than what the others had. However, he really didn't have several million to spare, so he simply brought up the 4 million from before that way, he wouldn't lose face. After that, the group chatted for a while, and Zhou Taiquan, Zhu Yuan, and Jiang Qingshan all left one after another. Only Su remained. He looked at Qin. Have you decided which martial arts academy you want to attend? Qin shook his head. I'll wait a couple of days, then head to Magic City. If things work out there, I'll go to the 9th Saint Academy. If not, I'll go to the capital. I'll check things out first. You're certainly well prepared. Su nodded. He thought Qin's approach was sound. Checking out the academies first before making a decision showed he was a prepared person, rather than someone who simply followed others' advice. Since you're going to Magic City, you might as well stop by to see Luobin, Su said suddenly. Lieutenant Colonel Luo? Is he in Magic City? Qin asked in confusion. Luobin should currently be in the Western Theater Command, whereas Magic City belongs to the Southern Theater Command. Luobin is originally from Magic City. He joined the military later and was transferred to the Western Theater Command, but this time, he requested to return to Magic City on his own. The conditions allowed for it, so the military headquarters approved his transfer back, Su explained. There must be a reason, right? Qin asked. Luobin had been stationed in the Western Theater Command for a long time and knew many comrades there. He certainly wouldn't have requested to return on his own without a good reason. Although the Western Theater Command might be closer to home, military regulations are strict. You can't just go back whenever you want. When it comes to actual leave, the distance doesn't really matter. He could just as easily go back from the Western Theater Command. Su nodded. That guy had a girlfriend even before he joined the military. All these years, he has been putting off getting married. It seems the woman on his side can't hold out any longer. This transfer back is also a chance for him to take some leave, tie the knot, and then stay in the Southern Theater Command. That's great news. Qin nodded. Being closer to home after marriage is indeed a good thing. If you're in Shanghai and happen to be there around the time of his wedding, you should definitely stop by, Su said. Qin nodded. Luobin, his former drill instructor, was a decent guy. Although they lost touch over the years, they were still familiar with each other, at least much more so than he was with the other trainees from the Genius training camp. After all, Luobin had looked out for him back then. If he happened to be there, it would only be right, both out of courtesy and common decency, to go and offer his congratulations. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'll be heading out now. Su stood up, said goodbye to Dave and Xiofan, and walked out. Qin followed behind him and escorted him to his car. By the way, kid, once you get into the martial arts academy, you need to keep a low profile. Among the freshmen, no one might be stronger than you, maybe not even among the sophomores. But by junior year, it's anyone's guess. By senior year, there will definitely be people better than you. If you're too flashy, then you'll become a target or even get beaten up. Don't go around saying I'm the star general of the Western Theater Command. After Su finished speaking, he started the car and drove out of the residential complex. Qin smiled. Su's words were, of course, a warning, because life at the Martial Arts Academy wouldn't be as peaceful as it was at the Liberal Arts College. They were all martial artists, and there were bound to be plenty of competitive types. Then let them come and hone my path as a martial artist, Qin said with a smile. Chapter 78, God Tier Quest Unlocked. What element? After seeing Su off, Qin didn't go straight home. Instead, he made a detour to the Energy Mall, where he spent all 20 million to purchase 10 level 3 fire element beast cores. This trip took him a full 3 hours. The Energy Mall had to order the 10 level 3 fire element beast cores from their warehouse. It wasn't until noon that he returned home. After eating a meal, he hurried to his room. Without any delay, he swallowed the 10 beast cores one by one. Inside his body, his 4th fire element divine rune rapidly coalesced. Ding! Your 4th fire element divine rune has reached perfection. As the system's voice rang out, Qin could clearly feel the fire element power within him begin to surge. Next, instead of rushing to check the system, he opened the gifts sent by Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan. 1 level 3 beast core each, though not a large amount. These were personal gifts from the two of them.
As for the 20 million from Jiang Qingshan, that was given on behalf of the provincial government as a reward.
In fact, this was largely because he had a personal relationship with Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan, whereas he wasn't particularly close to Jiang Qingshan. Moreover, he could tell that Jiang Qingshan himself had no intention of deliberately getting close to him, especially after he had refused to enter the provincial government compound.
That wasn't surprising, though.
Although he had great potential, Jiang Qingshan was, after all, a grandmaster. He had no need to go out of his way to curry favor with anyone. After devouring the 2 beast cores, he finally turned his attention to the system.
Name, Qin. Fire element realm, 4 stars. Progress on the 5th divine rune, 0%. Wind element realm, 3-star 4th divine rune. Progress, 14%. Ice element realm, 3-star 4th divine rune. Progress, 14%. Earth element realm, 3-star 4th divine rune. Progress, 4%. Combat power, 130,000.
As expected, the further I go, the greater the increase in combat power with each realm breakthrough. At this rate, even if the other 3 elements don't increase as much as the fire element, I'll still be able to break through the 6-star threshold. Looking at his combat power, Qin was quite satisfied.
But my cultivation method was wrong.
He now realized there were some issues with the approach he'd been using. Previously, he had cultivated his fire elemental rune, but devouring 9 of them wasn't enough to level up. Devouring 10 did level it up, but it wasted all his previous cultivation progress. From now on, I'll focus on cultivating 1 element exclusively and leave the others to the beast core.
Ding!
Host has reached 4-star, crossing the initial threshold.
The path of the martial artist is gradually taking shape. God tier quests are now unlocking.
Quest 1, before entering the martial academy, break through to 4-star in any one of the remaining 3 elements.
Reward, 1 level 4 fire element beast core easy mode.
Quest 2, before entering the martial arts academy, break through to 4-star in 2 of the remaining 3 elements.
Reward, 2 level 4 fire element beast cores easy mode.
Quest 3, before entering the martial arts academy, become a 4-star martial artist in all 4 elements.
Reward, 3 level 4 beast cores of each element hell mode.
Quest 4, before entering the martial arts academy, reach level 5 in 1 element and level 4 in the remaining 3 elements.
Reward, 1 wood element sensitivity enhancement pill and 1 martial arts gift pack god mode. The wood element is here. Qin's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the quest. He had absolutely no interest in the first 2 quests. The rewards were simply too meager.
The third one wasn't bad, but it still wouldn't allow him to directly break through his cultivation level, and besides, he'd eventually be able to obtain it on his own. Only the last one, the wood element, was different. If he missed it, there was no guarantee it would ever appear again. But the difficulty is just too high. Qin thought as he looked at the quest details. There were still more than 2 months until he entered the martial academy, and during that time, he not only had to break through to 4 stars in all 4 elements, but also reach 5 stars in one of them. Keep in mind that a level 4 beast core costs 4 million each, while a level 5 beast core costs a whopping 8 million each.
Never mind. I have to get the wood element. The wood element is crucial.
Although it's a support element and likely offers the smallest combat power bonus.
This support isn't for others, it's for himself.
With the wood element, his recovery speed, whether from injuries or energy depletion, would be significantly faster in battle than before. Therefore, this element held immense significance for Qin. Furthermore, he currently possessed the fire element for powerful offense, the wind element for agility, the ice element for both offense and defense, and the earth element for pure defense. With the addition of the wood element, his path as a martial artist would be complete and flawless. From here on out, acquiring any other elements would simply mean taking his current abilities to the next level. I need to head to Magic City as soon as possible. Qin decided on the spot to go on a trip ahead of schedule. Though he called it a trip, his real intention was to see if he could milk the Ninth Saint Academy for all it's worth. Shortly after, he accepted Quest 4. 3 days later, Qin and his family of 3 walked out of Magic City Airport. Looking at this major city of Dragon Nation, both Dai and Xiufen were a bit excited. The hotel's already booked.
I'll take you there to rest first, and tomorrow we'll visit the tourist attractions, Qin said. Okay, no rush, no rush. Xiaofan nodded. They left for the airport early that morning and had been on a flight for about 2 hours, so they were indeed tired. Soon after dropping them off at the hotel, Qin walked out on his own. Keep them safe. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Qin addressed a man who appeared before him. In every major city, there are professionals specializing in personal protection. Many of them come from martial arts schools, though such protection doesn't come cheap. Qin had hired a 4-star martial artist. One day of protection cost 100,000. Don't worry, he's a professional, the man assured him earnestly. Qin nodded. In truth, there was absolutely no need for this. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. After all, Zhao Wanchu's woman had yet to be found. After leaving the hotel, Qin hailed a taxi and headed straight to the entrance of the Ninth Saint Academy. The moment he stepped out of the car, he was stunned. Looking up at the Saint Academy's main gate, its height alone was a full 100 meters, and its width stretched for hundreds of meters. Above the gate, the 4 large characters Ninth Saint Academy stood majestic and imposing, each stroke as sharp as a blade. For all 9 Saint Academies, the inscriptions on each main gate were personally penned by the founder of the Saint Academies, Suzhen, the martial Saint Su. When he turned his gaze toward the interior of the gate, there was only one word to describe it: vast. Only at the farthest reaches of his vision did buildings begin to appear. Everywhere else was utterly open and empty. Although the Saint Academy hadn't yet begun its summer break, he didn't see a single student inside. He turned his head to look at a martial arts academy across the way, an institution that also ranked among the top 100 in Longhua. However, compared to the Ninth Saint Academy, it was like comparing a villa to a thatched hut. What must the students from that school feel every time they step outside and look across the way? Qin shook his head. This architectural layout was practically designed to undermine the resolve of the students at the opposing martial arts academy. Hello, I'm here to see Dean Hu. Putting his thoughts aside, Qin approached the guardhouse and addressed one of the security guards inside. It had to be said, the security guards at Saint Academy were truly different. The guard glanced at Qin but didn't make any sarcastic remarks about his youth or the fact that he was asking to see the dean directly. After asking Qin a few questions, the guard made a phone call once Qin produced the Star General Medal. Chapter 79, The Ninth Saint Academy. The Dean's Office. Hu Tianming, the dean of the Ninth Saint Academy and an 8-star Grand Master, hung up the phone and smiled. Dean, what's the matter? Asked a director from Saint Academy, sitting across from Hu Tianming. The 4th-star general has arrived. Hu Tianming said slowly. The 4th one has arrived too, haha. Dean, it looks like this time, all 4-star generals from the first cohort will be recruited by our Ninth Saint Academy, the director laughed heartily. Ever since the 4 military theater commands had selected their star generals, 3 of them had successively expressed their intention to enroll at the Ninth Saint Academy. The most recent one had arrived just 2 days ago. Moreover, they had all come of their own accord. The Saint Academy hadn't sent anyone to recruit them in advance. That's only natural. My Ninth Saint Academy is, after all, the strongest. Hu Tianming didn't let this get him overly excited. While the 4-star generals of Longhua were undoubtedly top-tier geniuses, the Ninth Saint Academy had no shortage of talent. So, he was happy if they came, but he had no regrets if they didn't. Go show him the way, Hu Tianming instructed the director. Yes, sir. The director hurriedly turned and left. At the main gate, the security guard on duty. Young man, you're the 4th-star general from the military department to come looking for the dean, the elderly security guard said to Qin. Though he was called old man, Qin could sense that the man was likely already a martial artist. Have star generals from other battle zones been here? Qin furrowed his brow. The old man nodded. They've been here, and they've all confirmed they'll be enrolling at the Ninth Saint Academy. Do you know why they came? Qin asked further. Those 3, having risen to the rank of Star General in their respective war zones, certainly possessed considerable strength. There was no need for them to make a special trip just to enter the Ninth Saint Academy. They could simply register when the time came. The security guard shook his head. He was just a guard and didn't know much of the details. Could it be that they're here to ask for favors too?
Sheen suddenly realized that it wasn't just him thinking this way. Everyone here was striving to secure the greatest possible benefit for themselves.
Are you Sheen?
Just then, a voice came from outside the duty room.
Sheen turned to look. Yes. Hello, Sheen. I'm Tao Yong, head of the water department at the 9th Saint Academy. The dean is waiting for you. All right. Sheen stood up and walked out of the duty room. Following Tao Yong, they walked for nearly 20 minutes before finally arriving at the dean's office.
Upon entering, Sheen's eyes immediately fell on the man sitting inside. At first glance, the man didn't seem remarkable. He had an ordinary face and was dressed quite plainly.
However, with just one glance, Sheen sensed an intangible aura of authority. It was exactly the same as when he first met Sue. The aura of a Grand Master. Sheen took a deep breath before approaching the dean. Hello, Dean Hu. Hu Tianming looked up at Sheen. Sheen, Star General of the Western Theater Command, have a seat. He pointed to the chair across from him, and only after Sheen had sat down did he speak. Go ahead. What brings you here? Sheen didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked, Dean Hu, have the other 3 Star Generals been here? Hu Tianming smiled and nodded. May I ask, Dean, why did they come? Sheen was somewhat curious. If these people were also acting in their own self-interest, he could first gauge their intentions before revealing his own. That way, he'd have a point of comparison. I won't keep this from you, Hu Tianming said bluntly. Those 3 came to me because they wanted the 9th Saint Academy to provide them with special cultivation resources after they were admitted. But I refused. He looked at Sheen and continued, the fact that they came to me shows that, deep down, they truly want to enter the 9th Saint Academy. Otherwise, why wouldn't they go to the other academies to ask for resources? So, they want to enter the 9th Saint Academy and receive special treatment at the same time. Why on earth would I agree to that? Upon hearing this, Sheen's expression remained unchanged. He knew that these words were essentially telling him not to bother making any requests, because they wouldn't be granted either. Still, they are top-tier geniuses after all. I promised them that as long as they enroll in the 9th Saint Academy, if any of them makes it onto the 9th Saint Academy rankings within half a year, I'll grant their request. Here, I make the same promise to you. Hu Tianming stared at Sheen and said earnestly. Thank you, Dean. Sheen nodded. Just as Hu Tianming was about to speak, Sheen suddenly stood up. Excuse me, Dean. I'll be on my way now. With that, he turned and walked toward the office door. He didn't have half a year to wait. Hu Tianming watched Sheen leave and furrowed his brow. Sheen. Dean Hu? Sheen turned around. I have something to say, Hu Tianming said slowly. Please go ahead, Dean Hu. Hu Tianming paused for a moment, then said calmly, geniuses, especially top-tier geniuses, have their own pride. There is nothing wrong with that. But pride isn't the same as arrogance. After saying this, he remained silent. This was advice for Sheen if he chose to listen, fine if not, it didn't matter to him. Sheen nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Dean. I have something to say as well. Sheen suddenly said. Go ahead. The 9th Saint Academy isn't exactly well informed. With that, he turned and walked out of the office. Hearing Sheen's words, Hu Tianming shook his head slightly. Dean, did he just leave like that? Tao Yong looked utterly bewildered. From start to finish, Sheen hadn't mentioned what kind of resources he needed. In fact, he'd barely spoken a few words the entire time. After coming all this way, he just left like that without putting up any fight at all. It was completely different from those 3-star generals before. He knew I wouldn't agree, so he didn't even bring it up. Hu Tianming chuckled. That last thing he said just now? Tao Yong thought back to what Sheen had said before leaving, but didn't quite understand. It's simple. We know what his strength was like when he first became a star general. He mastered 3 elements, and his fire element was already at the 2-star level. When he said our intelligence was lacking, he was simply referring to the fact that after he left the theater of operations,
he killed a 4-star martial artist he thought I didn't know.
Hu Tianming shook his head.
Back when the Star General from the Northern Theater of Operations came to find him, he looked into the Star General's background and, naturally, had learned about Qin as well. Killing a 4-star martial artist, his talent is truly terrifying. He really lives up to the title of Star General. However, now that those 3 Star Generals have absorbed their Star General rewards, they're all 3-star as well. Combined with their cultivation over this period, I doubt dealing with an average 4-star would be a problem for them.
Tao Yong said slowly. Hu Tianming nodded. That's why I said he is arrogant. There are 4-star generals, the other 3 aren't any worse than him, and they know how to keep a low profile. It's a pity he doesn't seem to have taken it to heart. That's right. If he enrolls in my Ninth Saint Academy, he might not be outdone by the other 3 in the future. But if he doesn't, he'll likely be surpassed very soon. When it comes to a genius's growth, 1 step behind means falling further and further behind. Tao Yong wore an expression of regret. Chapter 80, His Pride I'll Crush It. Young man, how is it going?
When Qin walked up to the guardhouse at the entrance of the Ninth Saint Academy, the elderly security guard asked curiously. Qin turned to look at him and said with a smile, "Sir, how long have you been working here?" 10 years, the security guard replied after a moment's thought.
10 years, huh? When you first started, the Ninth Saint Academy was already ranked first among the 9 great Saint Academies, wasn't it? That's right. The very first year I arrived, the Ninth Saint Academy already surpassed the other academies in the quality of its students. It just kept getting better year after year, until it became known as the #1 Saint Academy.
The security guard said earnestly, his expression filled with admiration. The Ninth Saint Academy was the last to be established. For it to rise from behind and dominate the other 8 academies was no small feat. After all, 10 years ago, no Saint Academy had ever managed to top the rankings for a full decade.
Qin nodded.
Sir, I think it's time to change this #1 title for the Ninth Saint Academy. Qin looked up at the 4 large characters on the gate, then walked out. Hu Tianming had called him arrogant, but Qin disagreed. He simply wanted some resources commensurate with his talent and strength to accelerate his own growth. Besides, he hadn't even mentioned what he needed, and the other party hadn't even asked. They already indirectly refused. Perhaps, as the strongest Saint Academy, they truly had the capital to act this way, but Qin felt he hadn't received the respect he deserved. The Ninth Saint Academy had been #1 for 10 consecutive years. Perhaps, subconsciously, they believed they would always be #1. That was true arrogance. The security guard froze for a moment. By the time he came to his senses, Qin was already far away. Just as Qin was about to head back to the hotel, he suddenly received a call from Luobin. "You didn't even tell me you were coming to Magic City, you little rascal." "If Luna hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known."
Luobin's voice came through the moment he answered. "Wasn't I just giving you 2 some alone time?" Qin chuckled. "What alone time? Nothing has even started yet. Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you," Luobin said. "I just left Ninth Saint Academy. I'm not familiar with the area here. Tell me where to go, and I'll take a cab over." Half an hour later, Qin arrived at a coffee shop. As soon as he walked in, he spotted Luobin sitting in a corner. "You just said you'd left the Ninth Saint Academy. Did you decide to enroll there?" No sooner had he sat down than Luobin asked curiously. He knew that Qin hadn't yet decided which Saint Academy to attend. This trip was likely not just for sightseeing, but also to check out these academies. Qin shook his head. "They didn't accept me." "What?" Luobin exclaimed in surprise. "Are they crazy?" The Western Theater Command had been closely monitoring Qin's martial arts exam, and they found out the results as soon as it ended. Although he returned to Magic City, he also asked Luna about it. Given Qin's outrageous scores, it was shocking that they turned him down. No matter how prestigious the Ninth Saint Academy was, they couldn't possibly be that brain-dead. It's safe to say that if Qin had enrolled at the Ninth Saint Academy, its reputation as the top institution would have grown even stronger,
and it would have further widened the gap between itself and the other Saint academies. At the same time, in the next admissions cycle, quite a few geniuses would likely apply here because of Qin. Rejecting him was essentially handing that opportunity over to the other Saint academies. They aren't crazy, it's just that I'm not strong enough yet.
Qin smiled faintly.
Luo Bin was momentarily at a loss for words. With Qin's combat power, he could kill him with a single punch. The 9th Saint Academy was impressive, but he was certain that not even the current freshmen or next year as sophomores were anywhere near as strong as Qin.
Forget about me, let us talk about you. When are you getting married? Qin asked.
Luo Bin shook his head.
I'm not sure.
Qin furrowed his brow.
What is going on? Wasn't this the whole reason you transferred back?
He could tell Luo Bin had something on his mind.
Actually, things have changed, so I had to request to transfer back, Luo Bin said, shaking his head.
But he didn't explain why. He just fell silent.
Instructor Luo.
Seeing him in low spirits, Qin said earnestly, you were my instructor. You told us at the genius training camp that a martial artist must have an unwavering heart of the way. When faced with difficulties, one must find a solution. There is no obstacle that can't be overcome. The same applies to how we live our lives and handle our affairs.
You're a level 5 martial artist.
To have made it this far, you've already surpassed countless others. But now, you've forgotten what you taught us, and forgotten your martial spirit as well.
Luo Bin remained silent.
After a long while, he finally said slowly, there are some things that can't be solved just by having a steadfast martial spirit.
Tell me about it, Qin said.
I want to know what could possibly be weighing you down so heavily. In his memory, Luo Bin had always been a very energetic person, but now he was like this. The contrast was simply too stark.
Luo Bin sighed, finally speaking up. My girlfriend's name is Chen Xiaoqing. She is also from Magic City.
I came back this time intending to get married, but I've run into some obstacles.
Her parents? Is the Chen family a prominent clan? Qin asked.
Situations like this aren't uncommon in real life. After all, Luo Bin was a lieutenant colonel in the theater of operations. His status already surpassed that of many people.
Unless the Chen family was exceptionally powerful, an ordinary person would face no obstacles at all.
However, Luo Bin shook his head.
Not really.
Her father, Chen Ji, is a 6-star martial artist, and he has always been quite pleased with me.
It's mainly his younger brother, Chen.
Qin was taken aback, but Luo Bin continued, originally, no one in their family objected, and Chen was very supportive. But as he grew older, his talent became increasingly formidable. Then, not long ago, he became a star general in the Southern Theater of Operations, and he started to feel that I wasn't good enough for his sister.
Qin furrowed his brow. Does he call the shots in the Chen family?
Yes. The Chen family places great importance on his talent, so his word carries a lot of weight, Luo Bin replied.
Qin nodded slightly. He could understand.
After all, for the family of a 6-star martial artist to produce a star general, that kind of talent could completely change the Chen family's fate.
What about Chen Xiaoqing? What does she think? Qin asked.
Of course she wants to be with me, but she isn't a biological member of the Chen family. They adopted her when she was a child and have shown her great kindness, so she is torn between the two.
Upon hearing this, Qin didn't press the matter further.
This was indeed a tricky situation. Even a lieutenant colonel was being looked down upon, and given the other party's exceptional talent, it would be very difficult to change his mind.
Instructor Luo, you're on leave right now, aren't you? Qin asked suddenly. Right, I'm on a month-long leave. It's still early. What is up?
Luo Bin asked, puzzled. Tomorrow, I'm taking my parents to Star Island for some fun.
You should come along, too, and bring your girlfriend. Qin smiled.
Then he continued, bringing your girlfriend along for some fun, that makes sense, right? Luo Bin gave a wry smile. I'd love to. I haven't taken her out yet, but whenever I'm with her, that kid Chen always tags along. He really had no choice otherwise. He would brought Chen Xiaoqing along to meet Qin today.
Sheen chuckled. That's exactly why I want him there. What do you mean? Luobin asked in surprise. Sheen smiled faintly. Doesn't he look down on you?
Then let him see how the trainees you've trained measure up against him.
I'll crush his pride. Chapter 81, Star Island, The Void Rift. Star Island is surrounded by the sea on all sides and boasts beautiful scenery. Especially now that it's summer, you can all enjoy the water along the shore.
On the island itself, there aren't many public facilities or buildings, preserving the natural landscape to the greatest extent possible.
It's one of the few 5A-level scenic spots in Magic City.
On the boat heading to Star Island, a young, beautiful female tour guide was introducing the island to the group.
However, not many of the tourists were paying close attention.
At that moment, Luobin and Chen Xiaoqing were standing by the railing, pointing out the ocean and chatting cheerfully. Dade and Xiufan, on their first ever trip, had already run to the bow of the boat, looking around excitedly. As for Qin, he was sitting in his seat. Across from him sat a young man about his age.
Are you the Star General from the Western Theater Command? The young man asked, looking at Qin with a cold expression. That's right. Qin nodded. Was Luobin your instructor before? Yes. Qin nodded again. He actually managed to train a Star General cadet?
Chen furrowed his brow, as if he found it hard to believe.
Do you have a problem with him? Qin asked, looking at him. I have nothing against him.
It's just that his future prospects aren't likely to be very bright.
I only have one older sister, and he should marry someone more outstanding, Chen said.
Qin took a careful look at him.
He had originally thought Chen would be someone who exuded pride from the inside out.
But now, Qin realized that Chen was merely putting on a front of arrogance deep down. He was still just a high school graduate.
Unlike Hu Tianming, that was true arrogance, ordinary people probably didn't even register in his eyes.
Instructor Luo is a 5th-level martial artist, and you're probably a 3rd level.
Why do you look down on him? Qin smiled. Chen glanced at Qin.
He is stronger than me right now, but I have the makings of a grandmaster.
Moreover, my martial arts journey will certainly not stop at the grandmaster level.
As for him, he has no hope of reaching grandmaster. His tone was very serious. Still, you admit he is your instructor, so he must have something special about him. I know why you called us here today. I want to make things difficult for him. As long as you're stronger than me, I want to stand in the way of my sister's future.
But if you're no match for me, then he'd better stop bothering my sister from now on.
Chen spoke with great confidence. As a fellow Star General, he was eager to gauge Qin's strength. Besides, since Qin had acknowledged Luobin as his instructor, if Qin proved stronger, that would also reflect on Luobin's strength. If he were to lose, he'd have no grounds to complain.
Instructor Luo, did you hear that?
Qin turned to look at Luobin standing by the ship's rail.
I heard it, haha, I heard it.
Luobin suddenly shouted with delight.
At that moment, he was bursting with excitement. If Qin were to defeat Chen, it would be a piece of cake. Seeing Luobin's reaction, Chen furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqing, standing beside Luobin, whispered in surprise, "Can he really beat my brother?"
Chen Xiaoqing was deeply astonished. After all, Chen was already a 3-star, and among 3 stars, he was by no means weak. At this age, there were likely very few in all of Longhua who had achieved such a feat. She looked at Qin. He seemed ordinary, with nothing particularly remarkable about him.
Moreover, Qin's parents were also quite ordinary.
A family like that had limited resources. It would be very difficult to raise a prodigy.
My student, how should I put it?
You'll find out soon enough, Luobin said, unsure how to explain. If he were to say right now that Qin could kill him, a level 5 martial artist, with a single punch, the other party probably wouldn't believe him. Just as Qin and the others were taking the boat to Star Island, a group of tourists had already arrived on the island.
Among them were a man and a woman.
Although they were dressed casually, their aura set them apart from the others at first glance.
This is my first vacation in ages, and you actually bring me to a place like this to hang out.
The woman didn't seem interested in Star Island at all. She trailed behind the tour group, her mind clearly elsewhere. The man hurried to explain, there aren't many people here, but it's not deserted either.
The scenery is beautiful, it's such a great spot, isn't it? It's perfect, don't you think?
The woman shot him a glance but couldn't be bothered to respond. They were both from the Southern Theater Command and rarely got time off. They originally planned to visit the man's family home and meet his parents, but he'd been as unresponsive as a block of wood, insisting there was no rush, which had left her at a loss for words.
Liang Lei, let us walk over to the other side of the island and take a look.
The man grabbed her hand without hesitation. Soon, the two climbed a steep slope and reached the other side of the island. Just as they were about to head toward the shore, a sudden, loud roar echoed from the distance. Their expressions changed instantly as they looked toward the source of the roar.
A beast? How could there be a beast here?
The woman's face paled when she saw a black wolf. The man scrutinized the area behind the black wolf, and gradually, his pupils began to contract. A void rift, a new void rift, he said, his voice trembling.
Quick!
Go tell everyone on the island to evacuate immediately.
I'll stop the monster from spreading. He shouted urgently. But you. I'll be fine.
This rift has just appeared. It will take quite some time to fully open. Right now, it's just a small gap, and the beasts emerging from it are only low level. You must notify the combat zone immediately and evacuate everyone on the island.
We might still have time. With that, the man wasted no time and charged straight toward the rift.
When he reached the black wolf, he killed it with a single punch, then stood directly in front of the rift, bracing himself for battle.
Liang Lei didn't hesitate any longer.
She pulled out her phone and, while running, called the combat zone to alert them.
Bring it on,
the man said, staring at the rift with a grave expression. A void rift, having just appeared, wasn't particularly terrifying, based on past experience. In the first 10 minutes, only level 3 or lower monsters would appear.
After 10 minutes, level 4 and level 5 monsters would begin to emerge one after another. An hour later, if they were lucky, things would calm down completely. If not, level 6 monsters would appear. After that, no beasts would appear for a long time. It wasn't until the rift had fully opened to a width of over 100 meters that level 6 and higher beasts would truly emerge, marking the rift's first beast uprising. I hope no level 6s show up. And level 5s, the fewer, the better, the man prayed silently to himself. He was only a 5-star martial artist and could handle at most one level 5 monster. If 2 appeared at the same time, he certainly wouldn't be able to hold them off.
The military had been notified, and it would take roughly an hour for reinforcements to arrive. Therefore, both the level and number of monsters that appeared were critical. If he couldn't hold them back, the monsters would spread out, causing major trouble.
Meanwhile, we're finally here.
The tour group Chin was with arrived at the edge of the island. Once the boat came to a stop, everyone began disembarking and set foot on Star Island.
Chapter 82, Killing level 3 or lower beasts is so boring. Everyone, please don't wander off.
I'll give you a brief overview of the area first, and then you'll have time for free exploration. The beautiful tour guide watched as everyone, brimming with excitement after stepping onto the island, shouted through her megaphone. Just as the group was about to move forward, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. Immediately afterward, people began running toward them, each looking extremely panicked.
What's going on? Chin and his group instantly began to panic as well. Hurry up! Everyone, get off the island! A loud shout rang out.
Chin saw that among the crowd running toward them was a woman who was doing her best to keep the panicked crowd from scattering in all directions. He also noticed the look of anxiety on her face.
You all, get on the boat. There are monsters.
Hurry, the woman yelled at Chin and his group. For a moment, the crowd didn't react at all. They just stood there, looking bewildered. Seeing their lack of response, the woman quickly pulled out an ID card, held it high, and shouted again, I'm Major Liang Lei of the Southern Theater Command. A new rift has appeared here, and there are monsters.
Turn around and get on the boat now. Hurry up and get on the boat. Luo Bin's face turned pale as he rushed through the crowd, frantically pulling people along. At that moment, the crowd finally snapped out of it and turned to run toward the boat. Instantly, chaos broke out, but fortunately, since they had only just arrived on the island, the boat they needed was right there, so no accidents occurred. Mom and Dad, looks like today's trip is off. You two get on the boat first and stay with Chen Xiaoqing, don't wander off, Xin said. Chen Xiaoqing was also a first-rank martial artist. If they ran into trouble, she could handle it. At the very least, she wouldn't panic as easily as ordinary people. Son. Xiaofan, realizing Qin wouldn't be boarding the boat, looked at him with concern. Dad, take good care of Mom. Qin didn't say much else. He looked at Dai and spoke. Dai had, after all, served in the military and seen combat. Although he wasn't as physically fit as he used to be, he still possessed the composure one would expect. Don't worry. Just be careful yourself. Dai didn't try to dissuade him. He simply took Xiaofan by the hand and headed toward the boat. At that moment, with Luo Bin's help, tourists and island residents alike began boarding the ship one after another. In an instant, only Qin, Luo Bin, and Chen remained. You three should get on the ship quickly too. Lian Lei urged, looking at the trio. Luo Bin didn't waste any words. He immediately produced his ID. Lieutenant Colonel, Western Theater Command, Luo Bin. Although he had been reassigned back, he hadn't yet taken up his new post, so he was still considered part of the Western Theater Command. At that moment, Chen also produced his medal, Southern Theater Command, Star General, Chen. Qin, however, didn't show his medal. He simply stated, Western Theater Command, Star General, Qin. Whereas the rift. Lead the way. Yes, yes. Lian Lei replied excitedly upon hearing their words. In the military, a lieutenant colonel is almost always a level 5 martial artist. A star general is a level 3, but can still be of some help. Follow me. Lian Lei turned and ran toward the other side of the island. This time, there is no need for us to fight each other. Whoever kills the most beasts wins, Chen said to Qin. Deal. Qin nodded. Meanwhile, outside the fissure, numerous corpses of magical beasts lay at the man's feet. These beasts weren't particularly strong. Most were level 1 or level 2, with a few level 3s, but not many. The man was now covered in blood as he stared intently at the fissure, knowing that magical beasts of level 4 or higher were about to emerge. I hope the level 5s don't show up this soon. Staring at the fissure, the man's heart sank. More than 10 minutes had passed since the battle began. The sooner a level 5 magic beast appeared, the sooner another would follow. If 2 appeared at the same time, it would be completely over. However, while his hopes were high, reality was cruel. The fissure suddenly began to tremble, and immediately afterward, a magic beast burst out. A 2-headed leopard. Seeing the creature's appearance, the man's face turned pale. The 2-headed leopard was a level 5 magic beast, one renowned among its kind for its combination of strength and speed. What made him even more desperate was that after the 2-headed leopard emerged, the fissure continued to tremble, and immediately afterward, 5 level 4 magic beasts burst out as well. In addition, there were dozens more of level 4 and below. Looks like I'm going to die here today. He glanced quickly over his shoulder. You'd better not come back. Roar! The 2-headed leopard burst out of the fissure and instantly pounced on the man. The man quickly turned around. Even if I die here today, I'll hold you off for at least a minute. Thud. The man took a step forward and landed a direct punch on the 2-headed leopard. With a loud boom, both man and beast were sent reeling backward. However, by this point, the level 4 and below beasts had already burst out and were lunging fiercely at the man. At the same time, the level 5 beast, having regained its footing, charged toward him without delay. Ha ha! At that moment, the man actually burst into laughter. I'm defending this pass alone. Though I've been defeated, I'll never back down. In an instant, the man was locked in battle with the horde of beasts. He knocked a level 2 beast to death with a single punch, but there were simply too many of them, and wounds kept appearing all over his body.
The level 5 beast stared at the man, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Under the onslaught of the beasts, the man kept retreating, yet he kept pushing forward. Roar! Just then, the level 5 beast let out a mighty roar and pounced.
Guan Han, a voice rang out. The man's body trembled.
He didn't turn around, he didn't have time to, but shouted, "Why did you come back? Get out of here!" As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils dilated. The two-headed leopard had already reached him, yet he was no longer capable of fighting back. Boom! Suddenly, the two-headed leopard was instantly knocked back by a single fist. Guan Han turned his head in surprise. "Western Theater Command, Luo Bin said directly. "Can you still fight? If so, go take care of the others." Guan Han was taken aback at first, but then he snapped to attention. Although he was injured, he could still kill those below level 4. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his attention to the other beasts.
Guan Han, are you okay?
Liang Lei had also come up beside him.
I'm fine. I'm not going to die. Guan Han shook his head.
Liang Lei breathed a sigh of relief, then said, "That's Lieutenant Colonel Luo Bin. The other two are both star generals from the theater."
Guan Han nodded.
"Too bad there aren't any level 6 powerhouses here on vacation. Level 5 beasts have already appeared. I'm afraid that not only will there be more level 5s later, but level 6s might show up as well." His expression was grim. Luo Bin, a level 5, could handle the two-headed leopard. They could handle any level 4 or below on their own. The current wave of anomalous beasts was manageable for now.